How formidable is a shooting attribute of 100? Powerful strikes, diving headers, scorpion kicks, shots from impossible angles, bicycle kicks. Every attempt finds the back of the net. Xu Qiang will reveal to you that scoring is as simple as this. Chapter 1. The Grand Gift, Max Shooting Attribute. In August 2013, Saxony, Germany. The RB Leipzig Youth Training Camp. As night fell, a gentle breeze caressed the grass, while the dim lights illuminated a solitary figure practicing juggling, positioning, and shooting on the field. An unyielding cycle of repetitive practice unfolded, devoid of fatigue. Upon closer inspection, the young man was an Asian, approximately 1.8 meters tall, with yellow skin and black eyes, his slender frame glistening with sweat, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the ball. "Hey, Sue, we're heading to the supermarket. Do you need anything?" called out a blond youth from beyond the wire fence, accustomed to seeing someone training late. After another misfired shot, Xu Qiang paused to catch his breath and replied, "Dear Mark, thank you, but I don't need anything for now. Did you save me some late-night snacks?" "Sue, you are still working so hard. One must learn to relax, just like the Chinese idiom you taught me. Zhangqi you do balance between tension and relaxation," Mark chimed in, flashing a bright smile. Had it not been for the streetlights, Xu Qiang might not have even noticed Christopher and Kunku was also present. "I just packed your late-night meal from the cafeteria and left it on your table. You can trust me," Mark assured, patting his chest confidently. "Oh, Christopher, I almost didn't see you there," Xu Qiang quipped, comfortable enough with his friends to joke about their skin color. "I appreciate your sense of humor. Don't be disheartened. Failing trials is commonplace, just don't train too late," and Kunku offered, his tone lighthearted. Today, Xu Qiang had gone to Stuttgart for a trial, but was not selected. "Of course you would say that you've already made it to the first team, albeit as a substitute. Your future is exceedingly promising," Xu Qiang mused inwardly. After dinner, Xu Qiang returned to the training ground for his routine additional training. Bidding farewell to his friends, he took a seat on the edge of the field, grabbing his water bottle and taking several deep gulps, letting out a long sigh of relief. Having reincarnated into this body at the age of 12, coupled with a decade of relentless practice since starting football at 8, he had yet to secure a formal contract. Xu Qiang reflected on his journey. Upon his rebirth, he found himself in Saxony, embarking on his overseas career. Countless trials had come and gone. Without success, he could not even make it onto the substitute list of the RB Leipzig youth team. The weight of disappointment bore down on him, and his spirits sank. With his hands propped behind him, he gazed up at the stars, gently closing his eyes to savor the tranquil moment. It had been ages since he last visited a supermarket. "Happy birthday, Xu Qiang," he silently wished himself. Ding. System activation. Host data. Entry complete. Welcome to the Player Attribute Development System. Acquire the Newbie Gift Pack. Unpacking the Newbie Gift Pack. Obtain maximum attribute in shooting. Below is the host player page. Please review it carefully. Xu Qiang age. 18 height. 185 centimeters weight. 78 kilograms nationality. China current team. None position. Right back player. Attributes. Stamina. 42 speed. 28 agility. 19 technique. 20 shooting. 100 max passing. 18 defense, 31. Physicality, 33 injury resistance, 43 current attribute points. 0 note. Players have the opportunity to gain 0-1 attribute points by participating in formal matches for at least 30 minutes. With points freely allocated, the peak value of attributes is higher than in reality and should not be compared. Formal matches include, but are not limited to official leagues, cup competitions, championship matches, and national tournaments. Training matches and friendlies do not count. Xu Qiang sprang up from the grass, eyes wide as he noticed the system page vanish. Closing his eyes again, he mentally summoned the system page once more. "Damn, I knew reincarnation wouldn't be simple. I awakened the system on my 18th birthday." Xu Qiang was elated, confirming it was not a dream or a trick. The data appeared rather dismal, alas. "The effort put into improving my physicality through professional and scientific means has indeed yielded results." What does a max shooting attribute signify? Does it mean every shot finds the net? Let's put it to the test. With determination, Xu Qiang stood up, placing the ball in position. He took a deep breath, gathering his focus, and with explosive power, he struck the ball. The ball emitted a muffled thud as it soared into the net. A perfect shot. Xu Qiang was astonished. After attempting more than 10 shots from various angles and positions, each found its target with precision. However, Xu Qiang soon recognized a flaw. While a shooting attribute of 100 guarantees a 100 shot accuracy, factors such as angle, direction, and power still require adjustment. During a match, the goalkeeper won't merely stand idly by as you shoot. Yet, with this attribute maxed out, hitting the corners should pose little challenge. With this skill, I could establish myself in the top 5 leagues. A single skill can lead to boundless opportunities. Xu Qiang, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists in triumph. With this system, a prosperous future undoubtedly awaits. Now, the pressing question is how to secure a chance to compete in a formal match. This is the crux of the matter. Xu Qiang remained steadfast, believing that perseverance through sweat would not betray him, and he would not easily relinquish the training he had committed to for a decade. Reignited with passion, Xu Qiang immersed himself in training once more, only to hear someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw the club's youth team coach, Artis Kenny, dressed in a black t-shirt and shorts, accompanied by a man in a white shirt and slacks, with graying hair and polished shoes, entering the training ground. "I told you he would be here, Ralph," Kenny remarked as he walked, then turned to Xu Qiang and exclaimed, "Xu, this is the club's director and head coach, Mr. Ralph Rangnick. He's here to see you." Kenny admired Xu Qiang's resilience, and the two had grown quite familiar, with Xu often seeking his professional training advice. "I know of Professor Rangnick, a renowned figure in German football, having coached Stuttgart and Schalke 04, leading Hanover from the second division to the Bundesliga, and working with Hoffenheim, guiding them from regional leagues to the Bundesliga, creating a legendary promotion record." Basic information about Rangnick flashed in Xu Qiang's mind. "Hello, coach. It is a pleasure to meet you," Xu Qiang greeted with a smile, extending his hand to shake Rangnick's. "Young man, greetings. It is rare to find a diligent and hard-working youth player like yourself. I firmly believe that your efforts will be rewarded. May I boldly inquire if you're free this evening? I would like to take you to a certain place," said Rangnick, adjusting his glasses with an air of refinement. Taken aback by the unexpected invitation, Xu Qiang momentarily hesitated before responding. "Of course, may I take a moment to shower and change my clothes? That is only fitting. Cleanliness and tidiness are the most basic forms of respect towards others," Rangnick replied. "I shall wait for you outside." With that, he raised his hand in a gesture of farewell and turned to leave. The youth team coach, Mr. Kenny, did not forget to glance back, offering Xu Qiang an encouraging gesture and a reassuring look before following Rangnick out. Understanding the situation, Xu Qiang realized that he had garnered a recommendation from Mr. Kenny. The joy of this unexpected fortune was overwhelming. Beep. Task system activated. Task system initiated. Task. Sign a professional contract with the youth team. Task reward. Temporary increase of 5 attribute points item, and a chance to randomly draw a talent skill. As Xu Qiang diligently gathered the footballs and miscellaneous items on the training ground, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Strangely, Xu Qiang felt as though a ray of dawn had appeared before him, illuminating the path towards becoming a world-class football star. Chapter 2. Can this really happen? Equalizing free kick adjacent to the youth training camp lies the daily training ground of RB Leipzig. In close proximity to the globally renowned World Cup venue, the Red Bull Arena. The training ground is brightly lit, and, as mid-August approaches, clubs across Germany are fervently preparing for the upcoming season, with teams rigorously training to secure a strong start. Xu Qiang and Mr. Kenny arrive at the training field, captivated by the vibrant atmosphere of the first team's intense practice, feeling an urge to join in the drills. The passion for football envelopes the night sky in Leipzig. Following Rangnick's instructions, Xu Qiang changes into his gear and warms up. "Aren't you supposed to be at the supermarket with Mark? Xu Qiang at Nunku, who is stretching nearby. Don't mention it. The moment I stepped out, the head coach called and said there would be extra training tonight. How did you end up here?" Nkunku shakes his head, swinging his long legs to loosen up. "Mr. Kenny found me and said the head coach wanted me to come and give it a try." Xu Qiang replies, his spirits lifted. "That's great. Hard work will always pay off. Seize the opportunity," Nkunku encourages, patting Xu Qiang on the shoulder. "Xu, Christopher, come here, put on the vests, and get ready to play," shouts assistant coach Stenson. At this moment, the players on the field begin to compete under the head coach's guidance, practicing tactics and honing their synergy. The team has recently signed forward Poulsen from Copenhagen, who, displaying his exceptional talent, scores twice, putting the first team ahead by 2 goals against the substitute team clad in yellow vests. Forsberg, on loan from Malm, also contributes with an assist. Xu Qiang and Nkunku don yellow vests and enter the field. With the first team leading by 2 goals, they press the substitutes back into their half. establishing a clear advantage. Upon entering, Nkunku finds it nearly impossible to touch the ball and retreats to the center circle to collect it. However, his position is tightly marked, leaving him no option but to pass back to Xu Qiang, the right back. The moment Xu Qiang receives the ball, an opposing forward rushes in, and he collaborates with midfielder Haidara, executing a wall pass along the white sideline. Spotting an opening, Xu Qiang delivers a precise pass to a teammate in the center circle. Drawing attention, Xu Qiang continues his run forward. The battle in the center circle is fierce, with possession firmly in the hands of the substitute players. The ball reaches Nkunku, who, with his back to the goal, catches a glimpse of a yellow figure advancing on the right flank. Recognizing the space, he unhesitatingly sends a low, diagonal pass. In the right area, Xu Qiang emerges in an unmarked zone, effortlessly collecting the ball. He glances up to assess the position of the advancing goalkeeper, takes a few steps diagonally, and, as a defender closes in, he unleashes a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Bang! The ball collides violently with his foot, producing a resounding thud that echoes across the training ground. The forceful strike sends the ball spiraling with a fierce curve. As the goalkeeper backpedals desperately, the ball arcs beautifully over the outstretched arms of the keeper and nestles into the bottom left corner of the net. Swish! The ball hits the net. A dead angle. The retreating goalkeeper, Galaxy, stumbles to the ground. The score is now 2-1. After scoring, Xu Qiang raises his fists in celebration, immediately embracing Nkunku, who rushes towards him, and they share a jubilant hug. Absolutely stunning. That goal was magnificent. Nkunku exclaims, brimming with excitement. This long-range shot is truly world-class. Simply incredible. Haidara joins them, congratulating the duo. You scored from that distance. Amazing. I can hardly believe you managed to find the net. The other substitute teammates also offer their well wishes. Relishing the joy of his goal, Xu Qiang beams with satisfaction. Truly remarkable. His shooting prowess is unparalleled. As long as he has time to adjust, he can effortlessly find the dead angle. The system's full shooting attribute grants Xu Qiang immense confidence. On the sidelines, head coach Rangnick is visibly excited, pumping his fists into the air before transitioning to applause, giving Xu Qiang a thumbs up and calling out, "Well done, young man. That was a beautiful goal." Meanwhile, Mr. Kenny, the youth team coach who has nurtured Xu Qiang's development, celebrates even more exuberantly, cupping his hands to amplify his voice, shouting, "Xu, you are the best. What a beautiful goal. Keep it up." With Xu Qiang's goal, the substitute team gains momentum, their spirits lifted, and the previously dominant first team finds their authority waning. Before long, the substitutes orchestrate an attack down the left flank, with Nkunku attempting a cross that, despite his height, is thwarted by a charging Galaxy, who intercepts before the ball can reach its target. Another opportunity arises on the right flank as Xu Qiang timely positions himself, skillfully controlling the ball with his chest. A defender rushes in to block him, but Xu Qiang feints, spinning away. The defender, caught off balance, slips slightly, allowing Xu Qiang to create space. From the edge of the penalty area, he delivers a low cross. The ball reaches Nkunku, who has been lurking in the box. Ready for action. Reacting swiftly, he attempts to score with his long legs, but the defender obstructs his path, making it difficult to find a clean shot. Unfortunately, the attempt lacks precision and power, allowing Galaxy to easily secure the ball. As the match enters a tense phase, Xu Qiang's performance begins to shine, and his teammates gradually place more trust in this young Asian player, increasingly channeling their attacks through the right wing. The first team is now on the defensive, facing a barrage of attempts. Haidara takes a long-range shot that is blocked by a defender in the box, with the ball falling to Forsberg, displaying his refined skills. Forsberg maneuvers past a substitute player and sees an opening, launching a long pass forward to initiate a quick counterattack. Running forward, Poulsen controls the ball on his chest, breaking through with sheer speed against the last defender, carving out a shooting opportunity. At the moment Poulsen prepares to shoot, a yellow blur flashes by from behind. Xu Qiang, having sprinted back from the front line, executes a sliding tackle, successfully blocking Poulsen's attempt. The ball ricochets high into the air, easily caught by the goalkeeper. "Well done, young man." Afterward, Poulsen helps Xu Qiang up from the ground, asking, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile," Xu Qiang replies nonchalantly. Poulsen chuckles and jogs back into position. On the sidelines, Rangnick and the assistant coaches nod in quiet approval of Xu Qiang's determination and tenacity in defense. 5 minutes remaining. The assistant coach shouts from the sidelines. The training match does not have defined halves. Rangnick typically arranges the schedule, and as the time approaches the end, he instructs the assistant to keep track. Time flies, and as the end nears, Nkunku is fouled just outside the penalty area, prompting the referee to blow the whistle, awarding the substitutes a free kick in a promising position at the upper left corner of the box. Give it a try, it's fine, Nkunku says, passing the ball to Xu Qiang. Just shoot. There is no time left, Haidara whispers, drawing near. The wall is set, and Xu Qiang firmly plants his foot on the ground, positioning the ball, taking a few steps back to measure the distance, steadying himself, and taking a deep breath to adjust his focus. As the referee blows the whistle, Xu Qiang strides forward, his cleats gripping the earth, tearing through the grass. At this moment, his sole focus is the football. Initiate, sprint, swing, shoot, bang. The ball soared into the air with a resounding thud, tracing a graceful arc at high speed, aimed precisely at the upper right corner of the goalpost. The goalkeeper, Galaxy, reacted swiftly, taking 2 quick steps to the side before leaping to intercept the ball. However, the velocity and angle of the shot were formidable, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net. A goal. In the dying moments, Xu Qiang struck a free kick directly into the net. In the final seconds, he helped the substitute team score once more. The score was revised to a thrilling 2-2. Chapter 3. Forsberg's admiration on the sidelines. The substitute team received one last chance for an attacking free kick. Everyone paused their activities, intently watching the field. Even Rangnick halted his pacing, focusing intently on Xu Qiang as he meticulously positioned the ball. At the moment the free kick found the net, Rangnick seemed to behold a familiar master of free kicks, Rivaldo. Each movement was executed with such perfection. All that remained was the final moment of the ball's flawless entry into the net. If Rangnick believed Xu Qiang's first goal, a long-range shot, was a stroke of luck, then the free kick into the corner was a definitive testament to Xu Qiang's skill. At that moment, the head coach was profoundly moved by Xu Qiang's talent. He had witnessed countless players with talent, technique, and skill, but none possessed the commanding presence of a free kick maestro like Xu Qiang. This young man, I must cultivate him into a master of free kicks. Rangnick resolved within himself. I can see a free kick maestro on the brink of fame. Beside him, the assistant coach, astonished, finally exhaled. Say you saw it too? I thought I was hallucinating. Rangnick self-deprecatingly admitted. With such spirited defense, agile positioning, passing and shooting capabilities, and remarkable free kick technique, he is undoubtedly a star of tomorrow. The assistant coach offered lavish praise. Let us have the administrative and legal departments draft him a professional contract. Observing Xu Qiang celebrating exuberantly on the field, Rangnick's gaze softened with appreciation for talent. The following day, Rangnick erupted in his office at a middle-aged man. Ulrich, you signed this high school student from Korea without informing me, and now you're stalling on signing him personally? Slamming the documents onto the desk, Rangnick's face darkened. Wasn't the player acquisition plan established at the end of last season? Now you blame me for working efficiently? Who plays these games? Ulrich, the club president, retorted, unyielding. Are you telling me now that there is no position available for Xu? Rangnick accused. My old partner, I never said we couldn't sign him, just that we could postpone it. After all, he's already in our youth training camp. He won't go anywhere. President Walter deflected smoothly. The Korean player hasn't undergone a medical exam, hasn't registered, and lacks the necessary documentation. I haven't even met him. No, Xu. You must concede to Walter's stubbornness. He can only go to Salzburg for training. Rangnick concluded as he turned to leave. Walter sighed and picked up the documents from the table, clearly marked with the name Huang Shichuan. In a foul mood, Rangnick arrived at the training ground to find players gathered in the half, shouting excitedly. Approaching, he inquired with the assistant coach. Forsberg and Xu are wagering on who can score more from 10 free kicks. The loser buys dinner tonight, explained the assistant coach, Stenson. Rangnick nodded, allowing the spectacle to unfold as he quietly observed from the periphery. In the penalty area, mannequins were set up as a wall, with the team's main goalkeeper, Galaxy, stationed in goal. After positioning the ball, Xu Qiang took a shot, the ball skimming the ground like a serpent, darting directly towards the lower right corner. Another corner. It was a goal. Once again, Galaxy could only watch as the ball crossed the line. For goals, Nkunku shouted exuberantly. My God, Forsberg, you're about to be overtaken. Paulson remarked to the somber-faced blonde youth beside him. Forsberg managed to score 5 out of 10 free kicks, with 3 thwarted by the goalkeeper and 2 sent astray. For the 5th shot, Xu Qiang calmly placed the ball while the goalkeeper returned to his position, determined to save it. Galaxy, filled with resolve, recalled Xu Qiang's previous shots, including 2 from the night before that he had failed to stop, leaving him with a save rate of 0. The surrounding teammates fell silent, instinctively aware of the tension in the air. With a natural and fluid motion, Xu Qiang lifted his leg and executed the shot in one seamless action. The ball soared again, nearing the corner. Galaxy spotted it and quickly reacted, moving in anticipation, raising his hands to parry. However, the ball was too swift. As his fingertips grazed it, it ricocheted off the post and into the net. Once again, the goalkeeper was left helpless. Wow, incredible. Xu, you are truly remarkable. 5 goals, 5 successes. Nkunka cheered. Well done, Xu. Your free kicks are absolutely phenomenal. Brilliant. I knew that one would go in. Get ready for dinner tonight. His teammates erupted in jubilant celebration. Only Forsberg wore a gloomy expression, soon recalling that he was merely on loan for half a season and deemed it unnecessary to brood, forcing a smile. Anzai, Xu, you truly are exceptional. Your technique and shooting are outstanding. I concede, tonight's dinner is on me. Forsberg extended a friendly handshake to Xu Qiang, adorned with a warm smile and applause. The teammates were already animatedly discussing how to make Forsberg spend extravagantly. Not so fast. One more shot, just one more. I'm sure I can save it. Came an unharmonious voice from Galaxy, who spoke seriously. Is that really necessary, Mr. Galaxy? Xu Qiang, beaming with sunshine, replied. Bring it on. Galaxy said nothing further, lowering himself and clapping his hands, ready to defend. Xu Qiang, too focused, positioned the ball with precision. On the sidelines, head coach Rangnick, incredulous, turned to Stinson. 5 goals, 5 successes? Indeed, Ralph, his talent is simply extraordinary. I feel he is already on par with Rivaldo, and he will undoubtedly surpass any free kick master in history, Stinson affirmed. A genius, a true maestro of free kicks. Rangnick was once again astonished by Xu Qiang. He felt vindicated for his earlier argument with President Walter regarding Xu's contract. Oh look, 6 goals, 6 successes, Stinson noted as Xu Qiang scored yet another free kick. Once calm, Rangnick instructed his assistant to retrieve Xu Qiang's statistics, intending to nurture this young Chinese talent into a world-class superstar, thus requiring comprehensive training across all dimensions. That afternoon, Xu Qiang received a call from the club's administration asking him to come in and sign the contract. A 3-year agreement with an annual salary of 100,000 and a designated agent from the club was offered. Without hesitation, Xu Qiang signed his first professional contract. Ding. Task completed. Reward received. Temporary attribute increase of 5 points. Random allocation. Lasting 30 minutes. Cool down of 48 hours. Acquired random talent skill draw. Ding. Talent skill page opened. You have drawn the talent skill. Scalpel, 1 point. Note, the use of talent skills consumes attribute points each time, with the first use granted for free. After completing a task, Xu Qiang, who firmly believes in the system's rewards, is convinced that he will become even stronger in the future. In late August, amidst a tense atmosphere, Germany's various leagues quietly commenced. In the 2013 to 2014 season, RB Leipzig, competing in the 3rd division, would face off against their state rivals, Halle Schurz FC. Away from home, Halle Schurz, located in Halle, Saxony-Anhalt, had a particularly challenging previous season, almost falling into the relegation zone. Their late surge, securing points in 5 consecutive matches, ultimately allowed them to avoid relegation and remain in the 3rd division. Conversely, RB Leipzig entered the 3rd division as a newly promoted team. The first round of the state derby was set to unfold, drawing the attention of both the media and fans. Especially after a significant investment from a certain powerful beverage company, Leipzig had been under constant scrutiny and controversy. A particular owner managed to circumvent the German Football Association's 501 clause, gaining complete control over the team, which incited collective outrage among German fans. In Germany, the 501 clause aims to prevent the commercialization of football, ensuring that clubs are not excessively controlled, which could affect competitive integrity. The owner's seemingly legitimate circumvention understandably angered the traditionally minded German fans. Chapter 4. The stunning assist from the substitute. The Scalpel the Sports section of the Saxony State Daily criticized RB Leipzig with pointed remarks. It is challenging for a financially powerful club to overcome the tenacity of Hallischers. The opening match of the third division featured a clash between state rivals, with Hallischers hosting Leipzig at Halle Park. Hallischers players are renowned for their resilience, having preserved their league status last season through sheer determination, and they would undoubtedly aim to send a financially robust, opportunistic Leipzig back home with their tails between their legs. In contrast to the straightforward disdain expressed by the Saxony State Daily, the Interstate Evening News provided a more balanced assessment. In the first match of the third division, Hallischers is unlikely to triumph over Leipzig. Since the football professor Ralf Rangnick took charge of RB Leipzig, the club has undergone a remarkable transformation, particularly in his adept use of players, talent discovery, and tactical adaptability. Moreover, with the acquisitions of forward Yussuf Poulsen from Copenhagen and Emil Forsberg from Ulm, the newly bolstered Leipzig team is expected to offer fans a refreshing experience in their opening match, as their ambitions extend beyond the second division toward the Bundesliga. Additionally, on the day of the match, a renowned football commentator from Leipzig Sports Radio heightened the atmosphere for listeners, leaving them in suspense. Tonight's match promises to be captivating, as the first game of the season features a state derby. How will the strengthened Leipzig perform? Many fans eagerly anticipate the outcome. Having narrowly avoided relegation last season, can Hallischers maintain their tenacity? The answer will reveal itself at 7:30 p.m. tonight at Halle Football Park. Halle Football Park is a modest stadium accommodating over 15,000 fans concurrently, situated beside the central river of the Saale. The opening match of a new season's third division features a state derby, broadcast live by Saxony State Sports Channel. We welcome everyone to tune in for tonight's event. I am your host, Hill, and here with me is our special guest, the esteemed football commentator, Mr. Frank. The host, sporting a short haircut and a blue suit adorned with a vibrant red tie, stands beside a portly gentleman casually seated in Hallischers' team jersey. Undoubtedly, Leipzig's starting lineup includes Poulsen and Forsberg, while Hallischers' top scorer from last season, De Strauff, has returned from injury. As the host Hill reviews the rosters on television, he provides commentary. Notably, Leipzig's substitute list features two players promoted from the youth team, Nkunku and Su. Oh my, looking at his profile, he is actually of Chinese descent, Mr. Frank remarked as the camera panned to the substitute's bench. What of it, Mr. Frank? Are you well-versed in Chinese football? Hill, demonstrating his prowess as a host, posed an apt question. To be honest, I have visited China and adore their cuisine, but the football atmosphere there is quite lacking. Given this context, it is difficult to nurture talented players. It is hard to comprehend why RB Leipzig, with aspirations of ascending to the Bundesliga and capturing the championship, would sign a Chinese player, Frank remarked in an almost bewildered tone. Well, let's hope he gets the chance to step onto the field tonight and showcase a different side of Chinese football, Hill responded. If you're a fan of Leipzig, I advise against harboring such dangerous thoughts. I fear you might smash your recording device, Frank joked. The match commenced, with Leipzig aggressively contesting possession right from the kickoff, leaving Hallischers to adopt a defensive stance with their 5-3-2 formation, prepared to face the bolstered Leipzig. With Poulsen and Forsberg on board, Leipzig's overall strength has undoubtedly increased compared to last season, quickly generating threatening shots on goal. Forsberg's through ball found Poulsen in the box, but the goalkeeper's swift intervention thwarted his attempt. The offensive display ignited the fans' enthusiasm, causing the entire stadium to erupt with fervor. Throughout the first half, Leipzig unleashed a tempest of attacks, pinning Hallischers back into their half, creating multiple scoring opportunities but failing to convert. Numerous threatening shots were parried, and several attempts skimmed past the post, eliciting gasps from the crowd. On the sidelines, Rangnick could hardly remain seated, pacing anxiously. As the first half concluded, the score remained 0-0. It must be said that Hallischers' performance was commendable. Their defensive recoveries and interceptions were impressive, and their goalkeeper was in fine form, saving Poulsen's near breakaway shot and Forsberg's curled effort. As the second half began, Leipzig continued their relentless offensive pressure, but Forsberg was dispossessed by an opponent. Hallischers quickly launched a counterattack, executing a long ball from the back. Forward De Strauff, leveraging his speed, faced the last defender, skillfully maneuvering around him, capitalizing on goalkeeper Galaxi's advance. He struck low into the net. Hallischers' home ground erupted as they took the lead just minutes into the second half, the score now 1-0. The home crowd became animated, chanting in support. Rangnick covered his forehead, showing signs of frustration, and glanced toward the substitutes bench. Xu Qiang, Haidara, warm up. Following the goal, Halishers regained their confidence, exhibiting their fangs and not merely succumbing to Leipzig's pressure, creating 2 or 3 threatening shots of their own. In contrast, the visitors began to falter, with player errors becoming frequent. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Rangnick swiftly opted for substitutions. As the match reached the 60-minute mark, Xu Qiang, donned in the number 26 jersey, awaited his turn amidst a chorus of boos from the home supporters. Taking a deep breath, he embraced the departing right-back Wan, whispering words of encouragement as he applauded his teammate. Xu gently brushed his fingers over the grass, bringing them to his nose before stepping onto the pitch. Haidara also entered the fray simultaneously. With 2 substitutions executed in quick succession, a somewhat flustered RB Leipzig began to stabilize, opting to control the pace rather than rush into attacks. Suddenly, the tempo of RB Leipzig shifted dramatically. Haidara, stationed in midfield, received the ball and deftly passed it back to center-back Orban. Orban executed a precise through ball to Forsberg on the left flank. Forsberg, holding off an opposing player, found himself unable to turn. He played a sideways ball into the center circle, lifted his head for a moment, and opted for a 45-degree diagonal pass to the right wing. The advancing Xu Qiang received the ball, but with the defenders blocking his path, he did not rush to break through. Instead, Haidara came to support, and Xu Qiang played the ball back, moving centrally. Haidara, realizing the situation, shielded the pursuing defender and played a horizontal pass into the middle. Xu Qiang positioned himself to receive it, but the defensive players had already established their positions. With a flash of inspiration, Xu Qiang executed a surgical pass without stopping the ball, threading it perfectly through the entire defensive line like a scalpel, landing at the feet of the on-rushing Poulsen, who faced the advancing goalkeeper. With calm composure, Poulsen slotted the ball home with a half volley, sending it into the net. Goal! In the 71st minute, RB Leipzig equalized. After scoring, Poulsen aimed to celebrate at the sidelines, but suddenly turned back, finding his teammates from RB and embracing them excitedly. This goal was magnificent. So satisfying. Thank you for your assist. The pressure that had built throughout the match was finally released. Teammates rushed in for hugs, particularly the young Xu Qiang, whose incisive pass drew unreserved praise. Incredible. This was a stroke of genius. My goodness, you're truly a goal creator. Keep it up. And victory shall surely be ours. The substitutes and assistant coaches erupted with excitement. Rangnick discreetly pumped his fist in the air, gritting his teeth in delight. Even the home fans in the stands applauded this brilliant assist and goal. Chapter 5. A thunderous strike ignites the stadium at Halle Football Park. The equalizing RB Leipzig dispelled their earlier gloom, with players regaining confidence, exhibiting a more stable style of play, and regaining control of the match. After Haidara lost possession in midfield, Xu Qiang swiftly positioned himself to intercept and reclaim the ball, opting for a back pass to the center back. Patiently, they exchanged passes at the back, drawing forward the Halle defenders. Indeed, Halle began to grow anxious, abandoning their compact defense and pressing forward as a unit. In the 84th minute, RB Leipzig launched another attack from the right flank. Forsberg switched from the left to the right, combining with Haidara before advancing with the ball. Facing an approaching defender, he passed to Xu Qiang, who, showcasing his surgical passing ability, attracted the defender's attention. As soon as he received the ball, he was immediately pressured by an opposing defender. Xu Qiang skillfully pulled the ball back, flicking it with his heel to evade his marker, then seized the moment to create space, executing a 45-degree lofted pass into the penalty area. In the box, as players scrambled for a header, Poulsen was nudged from behind by a defender, losing his balance and failing to connect with the ball. Silva leapt to contest, but was beaten to it by the advancing goalkeeper, who punched it away. At that moment, Halle's entire defensive line compressed into the penalty area, and the ball, cleared by the goalkeeper, landed on the right side of Leipzig's attack. At this moment, just outside the penalty area, Xu Qiang welcomed the descending ball without hesitation, opting for an audacious volley. Boom! The sound echoed like fireworks exploding on the pitch. The ball rocketed from Xu Qiang's foot like a cannonball. Whoosh! The football whizzed past the defender's ear, a painful reminder of its speed. Swish! Goal! The ball nestled into the far corner of the net. The Halley goalkeeper could only watch in disbelief as the ball found its mark. A stunning volley, a cannon-like shot, right into the corner. Xu Qiang has scored. RB Leipzig takes the lead. In the 84th minute, celebrating exuberantly, Xu Qiang sprinted towards the small contingent of away fans, turning his back to them, lifting his shirt, and pointing to the number and name on his back. The away fans caught on, chanting Su, Su, Su. It sounded like a chorus of hisses. Xu Qiang then turned around, raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Instantly, the RB Leipzig fans erupted in excitement. Poulsen jumped onto Xu Qiang's shoulders, mimicking the shushing gesture towards the fans. Following suit, the Leipzig players who joined in the celebration at the goal line lined up, all making the same shushing gesture. An odd scene unfolded as the away fans, in unison, raised their fingers and placed them to their lips. Shoo! Saxony State Sports Channel. Host Hill, in disbelief, covered his forehead, exclaiming, "My goodness, what an unanswerable goal." The goalkeeper had no response, only able to watch as the ball entered the net. In the final moments, RB Leipzig reversed the score. A dramatic turnaround. Su's shot was akin to an intercontinental missile. I could almost see Carlos. Frank was astonished, taking a moment before saying, "I apologize for underestimating Chinese football earlier. At the very least, Su has shown me that football knows no borders." Frank, sincere in his admission, felt ashamed of his pre-match comments. Indeed, it was a missile shot like Carlos. Hill exhaled, calming down. "I even heard the crisp sound of the ball striking the inside of the post, the entire frame shaking for quite some time. What power it had!" RB Leipzig discovered an extraordinary talent, and Professor Rangnick, true to his title, showcased his keen insight. Frank sipped some water, remarking, "Unique, delicate, daring." He fielded young players in their first competitive match. Could the professor truly lead RB Leipzig to challenge for the Bundesliga? Hill asked, somewhat incredulous. "Oh, this is indeed something to look forward to. No team from Saxony has ever reached the Bundesliga. We all hope for success," Frank replied uncertainly, glancing at the camera capturing Xu Qiang's close-up. With the score reversed, RB Leipzig quickly made personnel adjustments. Nkunku came on as a substitute for the goal scorer Poulsen. The trailing Halley also made 2 substitutions, desperately seeking a last-minute effort. In their reckless pursuit, Halley faced an even greater setback in stoppage time. After Xu Qiang intercepted the ball in the penalty area, he swiftly distributed it to Forsberg, who made a rapid advance through the Halley defense, charging into the box. Seizing the opportunity, he crossed to the middle, where Nkunku arrived just in time to slot it home. Goal! Nkunku, coming off the bench, scored, securing the lead for RB Leipzig. The referee soon blew the final whistle after the restart. Ultimately, the score settled, and the away RB Leipzig team achieved a remarkable comeback, successfully claiming 3 points at Halley Football Park. After the match, Xu Qiang completed his system task, achieving victory in a competitive match, earning 1 attribute point. Due to the host's outstanding performance, an additional 3 attribute points were awarded. Seeing the system interface in his mind for attribute points stood prominently, bringing immense joy to Xu Qiang. Not to forget, there were bonuses for the goal and the victory, both included in the club's additional clauses. Taking a Nokia brick phone with a monochrome screen from his pocket, Xu Qiang sighed to himself, "At last, I can change my phone." From the locker room to the bus, the exuberant Nkunku sang and celebrated after scoring, even encouraging Forsberg to treat the team to a late-night snack. "Spare me. After losing the free kick to Sue last time, you all went silent. I'm still bleeding from that loss. This time, the man of the match should treat us." Forsberg, appearing quite pitiful, was endearing as he quickly shifted the focus. "Right, the man of the match is Sue." Poulsen contributed. "Of course. 1 assist and 1 goal to turn the game around. Who else could it be?" Haller chimed in, jumping up. "Shoo." Nkunku, clearly the life of the party, made a silencing gesture. All the teammates in the bus followed suit. "Shoo." Even the coaching staff was drawn into laughter. "All right, I'll treat. But let us establish a rule, shall we? The man of the match should not be the one treating. It should be the worst player. We'll have Mr. Rangnick as the judge." Xu Qiang proposed, secretly cursing inwardly, "These gluttons tonight is bound to be costly. I'll definitely recoup my losses later." The players readily agreed with Xu Qiang, finding merit in the suggestion, as everyone wished to excel. This healthy competition, harmless and spirited, fostered unity within the team. Rangnick stepped forward appropriately to share his thoughts. "The coaching staff can evaluate player performance, and the one with the lowest score will treat. After speaking, Rangnick unconsciously glanced at Xu Qiang, his eyes filled with admiration, thinking to himself, "This lad has the makings of a leader." The day after the match, the media in Saxony was inundated with real-time reports on the derby game from the previous night, somewhat exaggerated. RB Leipzig stages a comeback against Hallischers. A teenage prodigy from Huagua emerges, with 1 assist and 1 goal. Who exactly is RB Leipzig Xu? A stunning volley, a cannonball goal, the 18-year-old sensation Xu. In-depth analysis. Xu is from Huagua, his family is well off. Football is merely a pastime for him. Rangnick wants Xu to play forward, but he disagrees. Whether rumors or analytical commentary, in the football-rich capital, Xu Qiang had undoubtedly made a name for himself in Saxony. On the interstate television, his classic moments were compiled and aired in a single evening. Particularly, the volley that turned the game was deemed a classic on the pitch. Ignoring the external commotion, Xu Qiang diligently trained at the club, firmly believing that sweat would never betray him. The system certainly would not. Amid this simple yet structured training routine, RB Leipzig prepared for their second match in the third division, the first home game. Chapter 6, Teammates Double Trouble, Unveiling Hidden Tasks. The Red Bull Arena, located along the riverside in southwest Leipzig, accommodates 43,000 spectators. Last season, during a crucial promotion match to the third division, the venue recorded an attendance peak of over 30,000. Now, in the second round of the third division, RB Leipzig hosted the challenge from Münster. Before the match, Coach Rangnick expressed his admiration for Xu Qiang's enthusiasm and agility on the pitch, as well as his breathtaking shooting skills, indicating that he would attempt to start Xu in this game. With the media buzzing about Xu Qiang, the Red Bull club certainly could not let this momentum slip away. Rangnick initially intended to let Xu sit on the bench for a few rounds to acclimatize. However, from a business perspective, the club executives decided to capitalize on the heat and insisted that Xu must start to meet audience expectations. As expected, on match day, the Red Bull Arena welcomed 35,000 fans, surpassing last season's peak. Many fans, eager to witness Xu Qiang's prowess, flocked to the stadium, hoping for an exhilarating performance from him at home. As the pre-match introductions concluded, the announcement of Xu Qiang's name in the starting lineup sparked waves of excitement among the fans. The renowned football commentator, Mr. Frank, volunteered to join the commentary team at the Red Bull Arena, sitting alongside Hansen in the glass-walled commentary booth. Emerging from the players' tunnel, Xu Qiang had already allocated his attribute points, for points distributed among speed, 29, agility, 20, and passing, 19, after allocation, leaving 1 point in reserve. When equipping the attribute points, Xu felt a warm surge within his body. Upon closer examination, he indeed noticed changes, with a slight increase in speed. With 5 temporary attribute points for 30 minutes, he prepared to utilize them strategically during the match. Anticipating the benefits of the attribute boosts, Xu Qiang looked forward to his starting role in this match. With a series of pre-match preparations complete, the players shook hands, and the visiting Münster team chose to kick off. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the second round of the third division match between RB Leipzig and Münster. The fans erupted with jubilation, eager to see the home team perform. The visiting Münster side showed no signs of intimidation, actively contesting in midfield. As Xu Qiang intercepted the ball, he shielded it with his body, but the opposing forward pressed him closely, causing him to stumble. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a foul by the visiting forward, granting RB Leipzig a free kick in their defensive half. After placing the ball, Xu surveyed the field, finding no advantageous position. He opted to pass to center-back Mohammed. After a few backward passes, the visiting team pressed forward, quickly regaining their defensive shape. At the start of the match, with both sides still fresh, RB Leipzig struggled to find opportunities to advance. Forsberg, retrieving the ball in the back line, appeared somewhat impatient, attempting to break through against the pursuing opponent but lost possession to the supporting defender. Münster quickly formed an attacking momentum, advancing rapidly through midfield and putting significant pressure on RB Leipzig's defense. As the ball shifted to the right flank, Xu Qiang focused on the opposing player, bending his knees and grounding himself, avoiding a reckless challenge while keeping his eyes locked on the ball. The young amateur, eager to showcase his skills, aimed to bypass Xu Qiang's defense, determined to outshine the widely circulated reports about the Asian player. Attempting to feint left and right, he ultimately made a single deceptive move, cutting the ball with his left foot to enter the inner line. Prepared for this, Xu Qiang anticipated Amacha's movement, positioning himself to intercept and reclaim possession. Despite Amacha's attempts to disrupt him from behind, Xu successfully passed to Muhammad and darted forward to create space for a return pass. However, Muhammad did not reciprocate with a clean clearance. Instead, he hesitated, taking a half step. This momentary indecision allowed the opposing midfielder, Hoffman, to anticipate the play, intercept the ball just outside the penalty area, and effortlessly push it past Muhammad. Frustrated, Muhammad rushed to recover but could only grasp Hoffman's shoulder in vain. Hoffman shouted as he fell within the penalty area. The referee's whistle sounded, pointing decisively to the penalty spot. Just 8 minutes into the match, the visiting Inster team was awarded a penalty opportunity. Xu Qiang seethed inwardly. How frustrating. Not only did he not pass to me, but he could have cleared the ball. The main center back, Wan, had sustained a muscle injury during training and would miss several matches, granting Muhammad a starting opportunity. The captain of Inster, Schaff, prepared to take the penalty. The goalkeeper, Galaxy, misjudged the direction, allowing Schaff to strike true. Just 10 minutes into the match, the Red Bulls found themselves trailing 0-1 at home. Teammates gathered around Muhammad to console him for the blunder. After the restart, the Red Bulls, donned in their red and white home kits, patiently organized their attacks. Following their previous match, where they conceded early, Rangnick held a meeting to reassure and stabilize the players. The mentality of the Red Bulls players was evidently improved for this match. After their left flank attack was thwarted and with multiple failed passes, the Red Bulls shifted their strategy to the right, with Xu Qiang taking the lead. Even Forsberg switched positions to support him. At this moment, Forsberg collected the ball just past the halfway line, deftly shifting towards the center to create space for Xu Qiang to run. He attempted to pass to Poulsen, but the striker, caught between two center backs, could not secure the ball and passed it to Silva instead. Silva carried the ball to the right flank, delivering it to the onrushing Xu Qiang. Without hesitation, Xu Qiang made a horizontal pass and charged towards the baseline, catching the defenders off guard. He then lifted the ball into the air, which sailed over the sliding defender and into the penalty area. Silva contested at the near post, heading the ball, but it narrowly grazed the post and went out of play. The fans let out a collective sigh of disappointment. The quality of RB Leipzig's players was clearly superior to that of Inster, as they maintained control and created threats repeatedly. After an intense 30-minute assault, the Red Bulls still struggled to find a way to breach the visitors' goal. As the first half drew to a close, Poulsen received the ball just outside the penalty area, turned and took a powerful shot, but it was too central and easily saved by the opposing goalkeeper. The keeper quickly took a goal kick and Inster, after 3 passes, surged into the Red Bulls penalty area. Amacha received the ball and evaded Muhammad, preparing to shoot, but was halted by the rapidly recovering Xu Qiang, blocking his path. Lacking an angle for a shot, Amacha adjusted slightly and shot directly at Xu Qiang, who deflected it, only for it to ricochet off the back of a returning Muhammad, heading straight to the unmarked Inster striker, Raikkonen. Without a word of thanks, Raikkonen adjusted his position and faced the goalkeeper, gently pushing the ball into the bottom corner. Just before halftime, the visitors scored again. The score was now 0-2. The home fans were incensed, some even wanting to tear their tickets in frustration, while the more aggressive supporters hurled insults at Muhammad. Xu Qiang up, go kick, helping the kneeling Muhammad back to his feet. It's all right, we're only 2 goals down. There's still the second half. We have a chance, trust me. Xu Qiang reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. Seeing a glimmer of hope in Xu Qiang, Muhammad, who trained with him daily, knew how formidable Xu Qiang truly was. I will do better next time. Please believe in me, Muhammad promised. Ding. Hidden task. Help the team recover from a 2-goal deficit to either draw or win. Task rewards. 3 attribute points for a draw, 3 attribute points, and a random talent draw for a win. Chapter 7. Sounding the Horn of Counterattack, a savage speed breakthrough. Before the match began, Xu Qiang received a task from the system. Achieve the 2nd victory of the league. Completion reward. 1 attribute point. Following his usual thought process, Xu Qiang assumed the system would grant an attribute point for each victory. Having used the system before, he understood that these points acted as currency. A child from a poor family knows the value of money through saving. Xu Qiang did not disdain it. However, unexpectedly in the first half, A penalty conceded and a stroke of misfortune left RB Leipzig trailing by 2 goals at home, which was astonishing. In the locker room, Rangnick rallied the players and took Mohamed aside for individual guidance, showing his trust by not substituting him. In the second half, Xu Qiang utilized the item, temporary attribute increase of 5 points, allocating these to speed. With the additional 5 points, his speed increased from 29 to 34. Following Rangnick's instructions, the Red Bulls aimed to launch attacks primarily from Xu Qiang's right side, substituting Haidara onto the field and shifting Forsberg to the right flank. The Red Bulls maintained their composure, seeking opportunities through passing, refraining from reckless advances. Within the first 5 minutes of the second half, they appeared more like the leading team. Forsberg received the ball in the center circle and passed it to the advancing Xu Qiang. Confronted by the pressing Amacha, Xu Qiang pushed the ball away effortlessly, taking a step to shake him off. As Schopf rushed in from the side to challenge Xu Qiang physically, he aimed to force him out of bounds, clearly prioritizing the player over the ball. Xu Qiang accelerated, leaving Schopf in his wake, and deftly maneuvered past 2 defenders, evoking cheers from the crowd with his fierce dribbling. Facing the opposing defenders, Xu Qiang feigned an approach toward the penalty area as Amacha and Schopf pursued from behind. Suddenly, Xu Qiang changed direction, swiftly pushing the ball and turning sharply towards the baseline. In a desperate attempt, the reckless Schopf swept his leg and tripped Xu Qiang from behind. Xu Qiang cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground and clutching his ankle. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. He jogged over, pulling a yellow card from his pocket. Without hesitation, he showed it directly to Schopf, number 10. Xu Qiang's daring breakthrough had earned Leipzig a free kick just outside the penalty area. Poulsen intervened, shoving Schopf aside as he attempted to help Xu Qiang up, angrily questioning, "What are you doing? Are you playing football or just kicking people?" "I really didn't mean it." Schopf feigned innocence, turning away in discontent. "Are you all right?" Haidara crouched down to inquire. Forsberg, flushed with excitement, was passionately arguing with the referee, exclaiming, "That was clearly a red card." Xu Qiang had created a clear opportunity. The referee shook his head repeatedly, refusing to reconsider his decision. Still on the ground after the foul, Xu Qiang was assisted to his feet by Haidara, shaking his leg and testing his mobility before giving a thumbs up to the bench. The Red Bulls were awarded a free kick outside the penalty area. At this moment, the match reached the 54-minute mark. Forsberg checked on Xu Qiang's condition before handing him the ball, saying, "Go for it." They exchanged smiles as Xu Qiang placed the ball gently in front of the wall, while the visitors anxiously organized their defense. With the referee's whistle, Xu Qiang took a deep breath and exhaled, his eyes fixed on the goal. Suddenly, he launched into action, striding forward, lifting his foot. Boom! In a moment where the entire stadium held its breath, Xu Qiang struck the free kick directly at the goal. The ball struck with immense force, sort of like a cannonball over the wall and towards the net. As it descended, it aimed for the bottom corner on the goalkeeper's right side. The goalkeeper leaped in vain, unable to touch the ball. The descending shot, swish, goal. In the 56th minute of the match, Xu Qiang's free kick found the back of the net, helping RB Leipzig reduce the deficit at home. The home fans erupted, collectively rising to their feet, their thunderous cheers echoing throughout the stadium. They had long suppressed their emotions and were finally released. Standing still, Xu Qiang refrained from excessive celebration, instead spreading his arms wide, reminiscent of Cantona, exuding an aura of audacity. His teammates rushed in to embrace him in jubilant celebration. They had anticipated and expected that Xu Qiang's free kick would surely find the net. Yet, witnessing such an insurmountable goal left them all exhilarated. On the sidelines, Rangnick stood expectantly, his head craned, as the substitutes and coaching staff resembled giraffes, stretching their necks in anticipation. At the moment the ball hit the net, those on the substitute bench sprang up as if propelled by springs, raising their arms, mouths agape in joyous roars. Rangnick could not help but embrace the assistants who had just leapt from their seats in celebration. "Goal! Su! Su! Su!" shouted the commentator Hansen into the microphone. His exclamation resonated with the home crowd, and the entire Red Bull arena reverberated with Xu Qiang's name, which lingered for a considerable time. Oh heavens! I seemed to witness the rise of a superstar. The free kick descended and struck the far corner. It is unimaginable. It has been ages since I have witnessed such a magnificent goal. Once the fervor subsided, Frank remarked, "At this moment, His heart felt as if it might leap from his chest. Watching the match live was exhilarating. Xu Qiang's celebratory gesture, echoing Cantona, was so commanding. This is the future legend of the Red Bull Club. Hansen used even more unabashed language. Clearly, he is destined to remain with Red Bull. Frank wore a knowing smile, not refuting Hansen's assertion. Xu Qiang's goal sounded the clarion call for a counterattack from Red Bull at home. As the visiting team kicked off from the center circle, Poulsen intercepted the ball in the attacking zone, directly passing it to Forsberg, who surged forward like a cannonball. Without hesitation, Forsberg unleashed a powerful long-range shot, though the angle was slightly off, allowing the opposing goalkeeper to anticipate and deflect it out of bounds. The home crowd, still riding the wave of excitement, was nearly ignited once more. Forsberg took the corner, but the delivery was poor, failing to connect with anyone in the box. Just before the ball crossed the goal line, Xu Qiang retrieved it. Upon turning, Xu faced two defenders, indicating that Minsterus had now taken him seriously. With a deft touch, he slipped the ball through the defender's legs and accelerated, darting between the two like an arrow. His explosive speed drew cheers from the fans nearby. Xu Qiang, once again demonstrating his remarkable pace, seemed poised to charge into the box and attract a wave of defenders. Yet he opted to pass instead, executing a backward triangle pass. Not one to linger on dribbling, Xu, after threading the ball through a defender's legs, shot without even glancing at the goal. Bang! A shot from a tight angle. The ball spun outward. The trajectory of the arc was unmistakable, even if the goalkeeper had been prepared as he watched the ball approaching. He retreated and, in a desperate dive, failed to make contact. Whoosh! The ball nestled in the net once more. Another strike into the far corner. Xu Qiang's long-range effort leveled the score. 2 goals to his name. Just 5 minutes had passed since his previous goal. The home fans erupted in sheer ecstasy. They were not merely ignited, but exploded with joy. They wildly waved team towels, water bottles, and various items, celebrating with unrestrained fervor. After scoring, Xu Qiang sprinted to the stands, calmly spreading his arms, twirling in place to bask in the fans' fervent adulation. After hugging Poulsen, he was lifted high into the air. Suddenly, Xu shifted gears, raising a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Xu, echoed through the stadium, as fans and players alike joined in. A collective hush enveloped the venue. Savage. It was truly savage. Like the wild bulls of Spain, Hansen could not contain his exuberance. Xu Qiang's audacity in dribbling, his speed, and his goal-scoring prowess were simply unparalleled. The moment his free kick found the net, he followed up with a low shot from a tight angle, curling into the far corner. His speed was ferocious, and his goals were brutal. Frank, having taken a sip of water to calm his excitement from the first goal, was caught off guard as the second goal unfolded even more spectacularly. He choked on his drink. His face flushed, unable to utter a word. Even the usually composed Professor Rangnick could not help but exclaim, "How can this even go in? It's nearly impossible to lose." Chapter 8. The Turnaround. A hat trick delivered at his feet, the visiting Minster's players appeared as if they had collectively succumbed to despair. An air of sorrow enveloping them. Conceding 2 goals in 5 minutes to Leipzig had dealt a severe blow, plummeting their morale to an all-time low. Despite their coach's persistent encouragement from the sidelines, it proved ineffective. Meanwhile, Red Bull attacked down the right flank once more, and Xu Qiang, once again defying logic, broke through with his speed. Unfortunately, the quality of his cross was lacking, allowing the goalkeeper to seize the ball. With the equalizing goal sounding the charge for Leipzig, the game became significantly easier for them. Forsberg flicked the ball over an opponent in midfield, turning and passing it to the advancing Xu Qiang, who was intercepted by a vigilant defender. The visiting players seemed increasingly agitated. After regaining possession, they launched a long pass from their own half, directly to center-back Mohamed's feet, while the home team maintained control. Mohamed felt immense gratitude towards Xu Qiang, wishing to kneel and pay homage. His mindset had shifted, and he calmly played the ball back without haste. The entire home team pressed forward, keeping Minsterus contained within their own half, unable to break free. Forsberg and Haidara returned to the center circle, interchanging passes, allowing Red Bull's play to flow seamlessly. Their crisscrossing movements disoriented the opposing defense. After receiving the ball, Haidara turned, evaded an opponent's challenge, and pushed the ball toward the right sideline. Facing another defender, he deftly flicked the ball with his heel, perfectly setting up Xu Qiang, who was cutting in from the right into the center. Xu Qiang seized the ball, and the entire Minster's backline tensed, their nerves on edge as two defenders rushed to close him down, focusing solely on preventing Xu from shooting. Witnessing Xu Qiang's extraordinary shooting ability was enough to instill fear in the visiting players. With no opportunity to shoot, Xu opted for a ground pass to Forsberg on the left, who surged forward into the box. Forsberg received the ball without pausing, delivering a precise diagonal pass back to Xu Qiang, who had made a well-timed run. The ball found its way through the opposing defense. Xu Qiang faced the goalkeeper one-on-one. As the goalkeeper advanced, Xu chose not to shoot, but instead delivered a perfectly weighted ground pass across the middle. In an open goal, Poulsen contested with a central defender, gaining a slight positional advantage and executed a shot while falling. However, under pressure, Poulsen's shot lacked precision. Unbeknownst to him, the goalkeeper adjusted his body to dive toward the center, inadvertently deflecting Poulsen's shot. The ball ricocheted off Xu Qiang's thigh before he even realized it, bouncing into the open goal. Poulsen was simply unlucky, while Xu Qiang was fortuitously in the right place at the right time, redirecting the ball into the net. Goal! With just 79 minutes elapsed in the match, the home team Leipzig Red Bull, having trailed by 2 goals in the first half, overturned the scoreline. Xu Qiang, the right back, achieved a hat trick. A hat trick from a right back. The home crowd erupted once again. The live commentator is shouting into the microphone with fervor, and even Frank has joined the chorus of excitement. He simply cannot contain himself. This match is nothing short of spectacular, exhilarating, and ferocious. Ferocious, akin to the emblem of the home team, Red Bull, a raging bull. After celebrating, Rangnick dismisses his earlier thoughts. It's not that it's difficult to lose. Rather, it's difficult not to win. His gaze remains fixed on player number 26, Xu Qiang. His mind races as he strategizes on how to nurture this exceptionally talented young prodigy from China, who possesses the aura of a star. After scoring, Xu Qiang is substituted and receives a standing ovation from the home fans. Tonight is undoubtedly dedicated to this young Chinese talent. A free kick goal, a narrow-angle strike, a hat trick. This evening, Xu Qiang has inscribed his name into the annals of RB Leipzig's history. In the final moments, Red Bull secures their victory at home. And as the referee's whistle blows, the score is finalized at 3-2. After trailing by 2 goals in the first half, they staged a remarkable comeback in the second half, clinching a hard-fought victory against Minster. A savage and unreasonable theft of 3 points, marking their second consecutive win. Leipzig's audacious triumph at home. Unstoppable. The Leipzig prodigy emerges, scoring a hat trick as a defender. A comeback. Leipzig reverses a 2-goal deficit to secure victory. A defender's free kick, a narrow-angle goal, and a hat trick. The fierce Leipzig, just like their emblem, is akin to a wild bull. The ferocious Xu, number 26, embodies the spirit of a savage Red Bull emblem. The wild bull has arrived. Leipzig's number 26. The following day, in this era of information explosion, state news on mobile devices is inundated with reports of last night's RB Leipzig match. The eye-catching and sensational headlines draw readers in, showcasing Xu Qiang's direct free kick goal, his narrow-angle curling shot, and his opportunistic tap-in, a compilation of his 3 goals. Photographers have captured numerous iconic moments. After his free kick goal, Xu Qiang exuberantly opens his arms to embrace his teammates. Following his narrow-angle goal, he gestures for silence with his teammates. After completing his hat trick, Xu Qiang poses next to the goalpost, back facing the jubilant fans. Even Germany's most renowned football publication, Kicker, has reported on this. Leipzig's defender scores a hat trick. The 18-year-old Chinese prodigy attracts the attention of major clubs. The article elaborates on Leipzig's comeback, highlighting Xu Qiang's astonishing performance that has reverberated throughout German football, drawing the gaze of Bayer Leverkusen, Wolfsburg, and even Bayern Munich. Meanwhile, at the training ground adjacent to Red Bull Arena, Xu Qiang indeed received an overture from Bayern Munich, as conveyed by coach Rangnick. Bayern wishes to invite Xu Qiang for a trial. Should he prove suitable, a lucrative contract will be offered. However, Bayern has also made it clear that they intend for Xu Qiang to gain experience with their youth team for several years. Forget it. I'm doing just fine at Leipzig. Why would I go there to play for the youth team? Is this the inherent superiority complex of a prestigious club? Haven T, I heard that life's essentials are to eat, sleep, and play for Bayern? Without a second thought, Xu Qiang resolutely declines the offer and commits himself to training. After the match, Xu Qiang receives system rewards of 4 attribute points, along with a previously unspent attribute point, leaving him with 5 points available. A random skill was also drawn, and Xu Qiang is pleased to have obtained additional speed for 100 meters. Based on his understanding, this is a defensive skill. The expenditure of 2 attribute points leads him to deem this skill extraordinary. The system grants him a complimentary trial. The German league schedule isn't particularly congested, allowing Xu Qiang ample time to contemplate the allocation of his attribute points. Starting today, the coaching staff will implement targeted training to bolster his weaknesses. Witnessing Xu Qiang's unwavering refusal of Bayern's invitation, Rangnick is pleased and diligently formulates a comprehensive training regimen for him. Rangnick possesses a unique approach to developing young players. His plans will monitor Xu Qiang's physical capabilities and various data in real time for timely adjustments. With such targeted training, Xu Qiang, in addition to feeling an unexpected surge of happiness, also experiences the arduousness of training and understands the immense effort required to become an outstanding player. Consistent training must be complemented by nutrition, medicine, and sports science. In any domain, success is not a matter of chance. It is the inevitable result of hard work. Training continues into the night, leaving Xu Qiang utterly exhausted before he finally rests. Ding! Under the special training of the head coach, he gains an attribute point. The sudden voice in his mind nearly startles Xu Qiang. This time, the system does not issue a task, but directly bestows a reward. It appears that Rangnick's training plan is indeed effective, yielding an attribute point on the very first day. Just as Xu Qiang revels in his joy, he is interrupted by a phone call. "Xu, if you're free, please come to my office. Don't worry, I've arranged for the cafeteria to prepare a late-night snack." Rangnick's voice comes through the phone. "All right," Xu Qiang responds, filled with curiosity, and hurriedly makes his way there. Upon entering, Rangnick greets him with a slight smile, which makes Xu Qiang's heart skip a beat. Without saying a word, Rangnick hands over a document. "What? An annual salary of 250,000 euros? Xu Qiang exclaims in shock as he reads the terms on the document. Chapter 9. The top scorer is actually a defender? Emerging from a youth academy and having just signed, this rookie has received a salary increase contract after just 2 matches. It is simply unbelievable. Observing Xu Qiang's astonished expression, Rangnick explains with a satisfied smile, "You must consider this matter from the perspective of the club's owner. Currently, you are generating value for the club that far exceeds the contract amount. Indeed, the club is backed by the globally renowned energy drink industry, and their foray into German football is heavily motivated by marketing objectives steeped in commercial intent. Consequently, local German fans exhibit strong resistance to Red Bull's ownership, expressing dislike and disdain. Before Xu Qiang lies a supplementary clause, the salary increase contract. Upon reviewing the document, he discovers that club president Mr. Walter has already signed and stamped it, awaiting only his signature for the contract to take immediate effect. Grabbing a pen, he signs his name, resulting in a salary increase. Ding! Salary reward. The host's annual salary exceeds 200,000 euros, granting 3 attribute points. Just as he sets down the pen, the system voice resonates in his mind. A salary increase also triggers system rewards. Xu Qiang ponders this development. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, the main team will devise tactics centered around you. So, I wanted to give you a heads up to prepare mentally. It's getting late. You should head back and rest. After Rangnick secures the contract, he signals the end of the meeting. Xu Qiang nods in acknowledgement and turns to leave. In the 3rd round of the league, RB Leipzig faces off against Berghausen away. After a first half that ended in a 1-1 draw, Xu Qiang's long-range shot is saved spectacularly by the opposing goalkeeper in the second half. But Poulsen capitalizes on the rebound to score, ultimately leading to a 1-2 away victory. Even with full attributes in shooting, Xu Qiang finds that the quality of his shot is lacking when intercepted and obstructed by the opponent, as the angle isn't particularly challenging. Notably, Leipzig's defense has been somewhat lackluster, conceding goals in all 3 matches thus far. In the 4th round of the league, RB Leipzig faced Duisburg. Under the guidance of Rangnick, the defense has solidified considerably, leading to a comfortable 2-0 victory, marking their first clean sheet of the season. Xu Qiang scored another exquisite free kick in this match, deftly curling the ball to exploit a gap in the wall. With this win, RB Leipzig secured their 4th consecutive victory, solidifying their position at the top of the table with 12 points, for ahead of second-placed Heidenheim. At this juncture, the spotlight has unexpectedly fallen on Xu Qiang, the right back of RB Leipzig, who is currently leading the scoring charts in the third division with 5 goals. What a paradox it is to find a defender at the top of the scoring list, leaving forwards in a state of disbelief. With the backing of a renowned global energy drink corporation, the media fervently promotes Xu Qiang as the leading scorer, elevating his profile while inciting ire for many. As the fourth round concludes, the DFB Pokal officially commences. In the first round of the Cup, RB Leipzig welcomes the challenge of Bundesliga team Augsburg. Augsburg has shown promising form in the early rounds of the new season, achieving 2 victories, 1 draw, and 1 defeat, their only loss being to Bayern Munich, showcasing formidable scoring prowess. Their midfield comprises Kalahuri, Jensen, and Khedira, while their attacking line features Gruezo, Cordova, and Malone, forming a potent combination in the Bundesliga. The excitement surrounding Xu Qiang continues as they face a strong Bundesliga opponent in the first round of the Cup. Before the match, nearly 38,000 fans filled the Red Bull Arena in Leipzig, creating a sea of red as home supporters fervently displayed their hospitality to the Bundesliga giants. In one corner of the stadium, a group of students clad in home jerseys immerse themselves in the electric atmosphere of the match. They attend one of Europe's oldest universities, Leipzig University, renowned globally for its programs in the arts, medicine, and law, with notable alumni such as Kai Yuanpei, Zhou Peiyuan, and Lin Yutong. Hey Chung, look at the excitement. This is the allure of football, a blonde youth in a home jersey remarked enthusiastically. Beside him stood Chung Yuyan, an exchange student from Leipzig University, whose striking beauty could not be concealed, her delicate features framed by cascading dark hair, exuding an undeniable charm. Indeed, Mike, football is the most captivating sport, bar none, Chung Yuyan replied with a smile, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the player tunnel. A short-haired girl beside her tugged at Chung's sleeve, whispering playfully, "You're being coy. I know you're not here for the match. You're here for Xu Qiang." Chung's cheeks flushed crimson at the remark, prompting Mike to stifle a chuckle. "Chung, she is truly beautiful and captivating. I can't help but want to win her over." Mike mused, lost in thought. His companions urged him to take action, signaling him to charm the enchanting Eastern beauty. With a confident gesture, Mike mouthed, "Absolutely. Fan Qing, don't say such things. That is not true." Chung Yuyan responded, slightly flustered. The friends conversed in Mandarin, leaving the nearby foreign students puzzled. "Don't think I don't know. You, the ugly duckling, used to gaze at Xu Qiang in primary school. Don't forget, I was your desk mate." Fan Qing teased, rolling her eyes skeptically. Chung Yuyan recalled her childhood, where she was often bullied for her looks, while Xu Qiang would valiantly defend her, sustaining injuries in the process. A smile crept onto her lips as she reminisced about those innocent days, especially the letter he had left her before studying abroad, which had captured her youthful heart. Fan Qing sighed, reflecting on how their lives had changed since leaving their small town for the bustling city, where they encountered a diverse array of affluent individuals. Yet, Chung Yuyan remained uninterested in anyone but Xu Qiang. Despite numerous prestigious universities vying for her attention, she chose Leipzig University, and Fan Qing joined her for companionship. "Look, it's Xu Qiang," Fan Qing exclaimed, pointing at the screen displaying the team lineup, just as Xu Qiang's name appeared. Chung Yuyan's thoughts snapped back to the present as she gazed in awe at the familiar yet transformed figure on the screen. "You've grown up, lost weight, and gained confidence," she thought, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes. "See, that is Xu, Leipzig's prodigy. He is only 18, and he leads the scoring charts as a defender." Mike elaborated, showcasing his extensive football knowledge. "Indeed, he is one of us," Chung Yuyan smiled, her glance momentarily stunning Mike into silence. "He is still my classmate. I know he recently scored a hat-trick and received a raise from the club," she added, a sense of pride swelling within her. "Look at you, acting like a lovesick fool. What is so special about him that has captivated you for so long?" Fan Qing quipped, "Hier skepticism evident." Soon, the players took to the field, shaking hands, posing for photographs, tossing a coin, and deciding the ball possession. The match commenced with RB Leipzig, donned in their red and white attire, starting the game against Augsburg, who were clad in black. As the referee's whistle blew, the DFB Pokal clash officially began, with 38,000 fans erupting in cheers, rallying behind their team, eager for a thrilling 90 minutes. hoping Leipzig could deliver a stunning performance against the formidable Bundesliga side. Chapter 10. The ferocity of pursuit skills, a powerful strike to take the lead. RB Leipzig has secured 4 consecutive league victories, and Xu Qiang has earned 7 attribute points from the system, 2 points for the victory task, 2 for the 3-match winning streak, and 3 for the 4-match winning streak. Targeted training by Rangnick has granted him an additional 2 attribute points. Coupled with the 8 unallocated points he had previously, Xu Qiang now possesses a total of 17 attribute points awaiting allocation. Before the match, Xu Qiang had completed his allocation of attribute points, as the system did not provide any tasks for the cup, not even the basic victory task. After the allocation, his stats read: speed 29433, stamina 42244, agility and technique, each with 1 point allocated, totaling 21, passing 19322, and defense 33134. A total of 12 points were allocated, leaving 5 in reserve. The absence of tasks from the system left Xu Qiang feeling somewhat uneasy, hence he retained the 5 attribute points as a precaution. Now accustomed to playing in sync with the system, he recognizes the value of attribute points, treating them as precious currency he would not squander on skills lightly. The cup operates on a knockout basis, with weaker teams hosting, and the Red Bull Arena is no exception. Augsburg, fielding a less than full-strength squad due to the disparity in levels, still maintains a sense of superiority. Within 3 minutes of the match, Augsburg's substitute forward Richter utilized his speed to break past Juan, creating a near one-on-one opportunity. Xu Qiang, having reinforced the defense, decisively slid in, disrupting the ball at Richter's feet and sending it out for a corner kick. Augsburg was awarded the first corner of the match. As the corner was taken, Xu Qiang again reached the near post, clearing the danger. Leipzig attempted to organize an attack, but their midfield was intercepted and Augsburg aggressively pressed forward. In the first 20 minutes, Augsburg relentlessly assaulted the Red Bull defense, creating numerous threats on goal, forcing even Poulsen to retreat to assist in defense, leaving him with no opportunity to advance. As the match reached the 25-minute mark, the Red Bulls, having withstood another Augsburg attack, saw Xu Qiang initiate an offensive on the right flank. He delivered a diagonal pass to Forsberg, who skillfully maneuvered past a defender attempting to block him, allowing the Red Bulls to finally push into the attacking third and find Xu Qiang making an overlapping run on the wing. Without stopping the ball, Xu Qiang delivered a precise cross into the box, finding Silva, who made a well-timed run to the far post. Meeting the pass, Silva attempted a header, though powerful. It was too straight and lacked the necessary angle, landing directly into the arms of the opposing goalkeeper. This was the home team's first shot on target in 30 minutes. Augsburg's goalkeeper quickly took a goal kick, launching the ball to Kalahuri on the right flank. After receiving the ball, while running, Kalahuri advanced, keenly observing that the Red Bull defense had yet to regroup, leaving ample space in the front. Richter, perfectly positioned, made a run into the open area. Kalahuri executed a long, low pass toward him. One sprinted back, desperately trying to intercept the ball with his body, but narrowly missed as he fell, unable to make contact. Richter, receiving the ball comfortably with the outside of his foot, saw it bounce up perfectly for a shot, and without hesitation, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the side, swift and decisive. It was Xu Qiang, utilizing his skill, 100-meter speed boost. Fortunately, it was his first use and free of charge. The crowd erupted in astonishment, collectively wondering how he managed to return so quickly. Richter's shot went astray. However, the astonishment did not end there. After winning the ball back, Xu Qiang surged forward, quickly coordinating with Forsberg to advance into the attack. Haidara provided support, flicking the ball with his heel to the right flank. Xu Qiang, meeting the ball, faced an approaching defender and unleashed a powerful shot. The resounding impact drowned out the cheers of the home fans. Xu Qiang's fierce strike sent the ball soaring from the grass, bypassing Augsburg's entire defensive line, with a clear trajectory aimed at the goal. Augsburg's number 2 goalkeeper, focused and alert, reacted swiftly as the ball approached. However, its speed was overwhelming. The angle wasn't particularly tricky, but due to the goalkeeper's poor positioning, he struggled to adjust. After a couple of lateral movements, he could only watch as the ball sailed into the net. Goal! A thunderous strike, a long-range shot. At the 31-minute mark, Leipzig led it home. Xu Qiang's explosive shot from outside the box broke the deadlock in a spectacular fashion. The crowd erupted in euphoria. The substitutes raced onto the pitch in excitement. The commentator nearly shouted into the microphone, almost swallowing it whole. The scoreboard changed to 1-0, displaying Xu Qiang's photo, his back turned to the fans, arms wide open, embraced by his teammates. Behind him, the fans, led by the exuberant commentator, collectively mimicked his iconic celebration. At this moment, Xu Qiang had every reason to feel proud, to score against a formidable Bundesliga side like Augsburg and set the record for Leipzig. Cheng Yuyan, celebrating passionately with the fans in the stands, gazed in astonishment at the familiar figure. The silhouette that once shielded her from everything was so recognizable. Amid the deafening cheers of the stadium, she could hear the rapid beating of her own heart. "Oh my gosh, he must be my idol," Mike exclaimed. "Wow, he's so handsome." Fan Chinner excitedly grabbed Cheng Yuyan's hand, bouncing with glee. "Isn't he your classmate?" Cheng Yuyan playfully contemplated giving her friend a light tap on the head. Fan Chinner stuck out her tongue. Nearby, Mike was mesmerized, captivated by the two beauties beside him, yearning for their attention. On the pitch, after the celebration, Xu Qiang jogged back, taking a moment to fully appreciate his recent use of the 100-meter speed boost skill. Truly, it lived up to its cost of 2 attribute points. His legs felt as if propelled by accelerators, swiftly gliding past everything around him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had activated it, but resolved to be more cautious next time. 2 attribute points were too precious. The thought of that cost caused a pang of regret. After Augsburg resumed the game following their deficit, they launched a fierce attack against Leipzig, bombarding the home goal repeatedly. Tonight, goalkeeper Galaxy was in remarkable form, delivering several spectacular saves. Leipzig's defense was stretched thin, yet through collective effort, they managed to maintain their lead as they entered the halftime break. During the intermission, Cheng Yuyan and Fan Chinner headed to the restroom. During their time there, Fan Chinner suggested, "There's a passage leading to the players' locker room. Shall we try to find Xu Qiang?" "Don't. I'm afraid it might disrupt his game." Cheng Yuyan replied timidly, adding, "Besides, we don't even know if he remembers us." "How could he not remember our Cheng, the great beauty? I'd twist his head off." Fan Chinner retorted fiercely, mimicking the action. "You wouldn't dare." Cheng Yuyan raised her delicate fist. "Oh, you're already helping your future boyfriend before even meeting him. You'll be helplessly smitten. Don't come crying to me when you get hurt." The two Eastern beauties playfully bantered as they left, stealing glances from the many men around them. Chapter 11. Passion. A goal-scoring duel unfolds. Ding. System task. Advance in the cup competition's first round. 1. Win after extra time to advance. Rewarded with 2 attribute points. 2. Advance by a single goal in regular time. Rewarded with 3 attribute points. 3. Advance by 2 goals in regular time. Rewarded with a random item draw of 3 attribute points. 4. Advance by 3 or more goals in regular time. Rewarded with a random item draw of 5 attribute points and a random talent skill draw. As Xu Qiang emerged from the player's tunnel, the system prompted him with the task. This was a progressive task. The better he performed, the greater the rewards. Achieving a victory by 3 goals or more included the possibility of 3 goals. Xu Qiang pondered this. Could a Leipzig team from the 3rd division truly secure a victory by 3 goals against a Bundesliga powerhouse like Augsburg? What a joke. They had only managed 3 shots in the first half, nearly suffocated under pressure, and not conceding a goal was already a stroke of luck. The system was pushing him to unleash his full potential. Darn it, let's do this. Regardless of the opponent, one must not show any fear. Xu Qiang resolutely decided that the 4th reward was simply too alluring for him. The attribute points are self-evident, and the system currency, items, and talent skills are all vital in the arena. He must seize any opportunity to acquire them. Utilizing an item, a temporary increase of 5 attribute points. He allocated these temporary points to speed. After configuration, speed rose to 38, and then he added 2 of the remaining 5 points to speed, temporarily boosting it to 40. A surge of power coursed through his body, and Xu Qiang distinctly felt the changes, his instincts informing him of the increase in speed. In the second half, Augsburg made 2 substitutions in quick succession, introducing key midfielder Sami Khedira and forward Gregor. Khedira, a control and defensive-oriented midfielder, was a perfect match against Xu Qiang. The opposing coach marveled at Xu Qiang's formidable impact. In the first half, Xu Qiang orchestrated 3 shots, culminating in a long-range strike that found the net, giving his team the lead. As the second half commenced, Augsburg immediately launched an attack from the kickoff, with Kalahuri making a run down the flank. He deftly maneuvered past a defender and, glancing up, delivered a precise 45-degree long pass into the penalty area. Newly substituted Gregor, holding off center-back Juan, controlled the ball with his chest and attempted an acrobatic shot that soared over the crossbar, sending a chill through the home crowd. From a goal kick, Augsburg players pressed forward aggressively, employing a full-field pressing strategy. The ball reached Xu Qiang's feet on the left flank, where he took a powerful stride forward, evading Gregor's attempt to intercept while keeping an eye on his teammates' movements. Khedira closed in, pressuring Xu Qiang. With a deft touch, Xu Qiang spun away from Khedira, creating space as he accelerated down the sideline. Suddenly, he burst into speed. Efficiently traversing midfield, he faced the opposing defender and dispatched the ball to the waiting Forsberg. Before he could receive it, Forsberg was closely marked by a defender. After taking a step, he was closely followed, and upon an abrupt stop, he refrained from forcing the play, instead preparing to pass to the oncoming Xu Qiang. However, the defender, unable to halt in time, shoved Forsberg from behind, sending him to the ground. The referee blew the whistle, pointing decisively to the foul spot. Leipzig was awarded a free kick. Xu Qiang nervously approached to check on Forsberg, who appeared unharmed, merely feigning pain. Rising, Forsberg remained theatrically before tossing the ball to Xu Qiang. The wall was set. Xu Qiang steadied the ball and took several steps back. The referee signaled. Xu Qiang sprinted forward. The muscles in his thighs rippled visibly as he unleashed his powerful kick. Bam! The sound drowned out the roars of the crowd. The ball soared into the air. In slow motion, one would see it ascend without spin, momentarily lifting blades of grass as it flew over the wall and rocketed towards the goal. Clang! The ball struck the inside of the near post and ricocheted into the net. Goal! Xu Qiang scored directly from the free kick. The goalkeeper stood motionless, stunned. The entire stadium erupted in fervent cheers. In the 53rd minute against a formidable Bundesliga rival, Leipzig extended their lead. Another free kick. Once again, it was Xu Qiang. Another audacious strike. The large screen in the Red Bull Arena displayed Xu Qiang's image, accompanied by an enormous, beneath it, unstoppable, stunning. Even the composed Rangnick, witnessing Xu Qiang's success from free kicks repeatedly, was convinced of his high probability of scoring. Now that it had actually happened, he remained incredulous. Goodness, so he truly can score every time from free kicks. The club must certainly add another zero to his contract. After a passionate embrace with his teammates and the euphoric cheers of the home fans, Xu Qiang noticed the opposing coach berating from the sidelines, while the players looked despondent. Internally, he thought, "Don't blame me. It's the system's fault for offering such enticing rewards." However, Leipzig's joy was short-lived as Augsburg swiftly retaliated. Restarting from the center circle, Augsburg played the ball backward, stabilizing their formation before launching an attack through Khedira on the left flank. Xu Qiang blocked Khedira's path, pressing closely to prevent an easy pass. After several failed attempts to shake off Xu Qiang, Khedira brought the ball out from the baseline, spotting Kalahuri in the right space and sending a long pass. Receiving the ball, Kalahuri controlled it with his chest and immediately shot. Galaxy dove swiftly, but Kalahuri shot down the middle, causing him to misjudge the direction. His outstretched leg barely deflected the ball away. With excellent positional awareness, Gregor made a timely run, leaping for a header that found the empty net. In the 56th minute, Augsburg pulled a goal back. One must commend Gregor's instinctive awareness. As he rushed forward the moment he saw his teammate shoot. In contrast, Leipzig's defense failed to react in time, allowing Gregor to sneak past. After scoring, Augsburg sought to capitalize on their momentum, exerting intense pressure that made it difficult for Leipzig to transition through midfield. Kalahuri created another goal-scoring opportunity, dribbling past defenders before threading a diagonal pass into the box. Gregor faked out Juan and maneuvered around him, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Yet, Xu Qiang surged from behind, intercepting the ball with a powerful clearance that sent it out of play. In a fierce battle for the throw-in, Leipzig regained possession and utilized the width of the field to switch play to the right flank. Xu Qiang received the ball, driving forward, rapidly crossing midfield, while Poulsen made a run to draw defenders away. Instead of passing to the stationary Poulsen, Xu Qiang boldly pushed forward. Utilizing his speed, he evaded one defender, then another. The crowd erupted in cheers for Xu Qiang. Cutting in a box, he successfully attracted 4 defenders. Xu Qiang delivered a precise ground pass. Poulsen, having anticipated the play, seized the opportunity. With defenders drawn away, he faced the goalkeeper directly. Adjusting his stance, Poulsen unleashed a powerful shot. Bam! Goal! Leipzig scored again. Xu Qiang assisted as Poulsen struck. As the clock hit 59 minutes, the score shifted to 3-1. Chapter 12. The ferocious Red Bulls explode against Bundesliga rivals. The crowd went wild. Rangnick was ecstatic. Viewers at home were equally thrilled. Xu Qiang dazzled with his speed. The sheer velocity was awe-inspiring. Yet this was not the end. After breaking through the defense, a swift pass was made to the center, and Poulsen unleashed a furious shot. How cathartic! Utterly exhilarating. An animated Poulsen dashed to the corner flag and launched the corner flag into the air with a kick. Just as the second half commenced, both teams engaged in a goal-scoring frenzy, exchanging strikes back and forth. Augsburg, buoyed by their recent morale boost, found themselves swiftly subdued. With half an hour still remaining, the away team, Augsburg, did not anticipate such a setback in the first round of the DFB Pokal. The pride they had before the match evaporated in an instant. 60 minutes into the match, Augsburg was cornered by a lower-tier team. Trailing by 2 goals, Augsburg regrouped and continued to implement a high-pressing strategy against Leipzig. The visitors were now fully committed. Under the relentless high pressure, Leipzig's defense was continuously tested, with Xu Qiang making repeated blocks and clearances, thwarting Augsburg's threatening advances. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, Haidara, returning to assist in defense, was tactically fouled by Kalakiri. As he fell, he forcefully passed the ball to the onrushing Xu Qiang on the right flank. The foul was blatant, yet the referee signaled for the game to continue. Xu Qiang, receiving the ball while evading a defender's aggressive challenge, deftly sidestepped a rough tackle. He swiftly passed to Forsberg in the midfield and then made a sharp turn, dancing along the white touchline to bypass the defender. The repeated, brutal fouls incited a chorus of jeers from the home fans. Observing the situation, the referee again allowed play to proceed, promising to address the infractions later. Leipzig's Red Bulls seized a rapid counterattack opportunity. Forsberg advanced with the ball, surging down the right flank while drawing in defenders. He executed a backheel pass to the overlapping Xu Qiang. A surgical incision was initiated. A clear passing lane appeared before Xu Qiang's eyes, and without hesitation, he delivered a pinpoint pass to the onrushing Poulsen. The ball sliced through Augsburg's heart like a dagger. Poulsen, having successfully timed his run to avoid offside, slipped into the penalty area, expertly controlling the ball with the outside of his foot before adjusting slightly and shooting. The goalkeeper rushed forward, spreading his legs and arms to cover more ground. Poulsen struck a low shot. The ball zipped past the goalkeeper's armpit. Swish! A goal. Leipzig scored again, extending their lead to 3 goals. Poulsen netted his second. After scoring, Poulsen took a few steps, preparing to celebrate with the fans in the stands, but sensed something amiss and turned to find Xu Qiang. He exuberantly lifted Xu Qiang into the air, kissing his forehead and expressing gratitude. Absolutely brilliant, Xu. Your pass was spectacular. I barely broke a sweat. Poulsen's jest coincided with a drop of sweat trickling down, prompting both to burst into laughter. You're so biased, Xu. Next time, pass to me. Silva chimed in, feigning annoyance and mimicking a little girl. I want one too. Forsberg joined the playful banter. A group of teammates gathered around the goal, celebrating joyously. After the goal, the referee did not forget to brandish a yellow card, settling the score for the previous fouls. 2 consecutive yellow cards left Augsburg not only trailing, but also diminishing in number. At the 80-minute mark, Leipzig maintained a 3-goal lead. Rangnick sent some players could conclude their work early. He quickly conferred with his assistant coach to make personnel adjustments. In the 82nd minute, Xu Qiang was substituted out. In the 85th minute, Poulsen and Forsberg followed suit. By the 88th minute, substitute Nkunku, showcasing his individual prowess, scored with a header from a corner, helping Leipzig to another goal. In the 92nd minute, Augsburg's Kalakiri struck from distance. His shot deflected off a defender and into the net, salvaging some pride for the visitors. After the goal, Kalakiri hardly celebrated. The referee blew the final whistle after 4 minutes of stoppage time. The score settled at 5-2. Both teams participated in an exhilarating goal-scoring contest. The lower-tier RB Leipzig triumphed over the Bundesliga powerhouse Augsburg, securing a ticket to the second round of the DFB Pokal. In the locker room, Leipzig's players waved towels, sprayed mineral water, played music, and danced joyfully in celebration. Proudly, they had earned their place in the second round of the cup against a formidable Bundesliga rival. Xu Qiang, playfully coerced into dancing, was encircled by Poulsen and Forsberg in the celebratory whirl. Undoubtedly, Xu Qiang was the standout player of the match, with 2 goals and 2 assists. His performance was nothing short of stellar. Rangnick, sensing the moment, discreetly exited to give the players ample space to release their matchday tension. "Hey, Xu! Xu!" Assistant coach Stinson nearly strained his voice, calling out loudly. Overwhelmed by his inability to dance, Xu Qiang quickly slipped away from the celebration and approached Stinson at the door. "Someone is looking for you," the assistant coach said, raising his hand to block out the noise. "Who is looking for me?" In Leipzig, aside from teammates and staff, Xu Qiang had little interaction with the outside world, let alone acquaintances. With a blend of curiosity and uncertainty, Xu Qiang exited the locker room and spotted 2 Eastern beauties in the corridor. "Are you looking for me?" he asked, his tone tinged with doubt. "Don't speak to us in German, just speak Chinese. I told you, this guy definitely doesn't recognize us." Fan Qian, hands on her hips, replied with irritation. "Should I know you?" Xu Qiang, not immune to the charms of beautiful women, found their self-importance somewhat amusing, smirking as he responded. "Xu Qiang, you often stole the snacks I hid in my desk during elementary school. Don't think I didn't know?" Fan Qian retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "I never found him that talkative before." "Huh, you were the rice bucket." No, Fan Qian Eritrea. That chubby girl," Xu Qiang exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. What a transformation. The once adorable chubby girl had blossomed into a stunning beauty with short hair and long legs. Memories of a plump little girl, fond of snacks and from a well-off family, flooded Xu Qiang's mind as he recalled her plentiful treats hidden in the classroom drawer that he had often pilfered. "Xu Qiang, you're asking for trouble." As Fan Qian prepared to reprimand Xu Qiang, she halted abruptly, for he now towered over her, leaving her to look up in awe. With a huff, she sulked in silence. Xu Qiang scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, only then noticing another beauty beside Fan Qian, dressed in a denim skirt and canvas shoes, sporting the Red Bull home jersey, with long hair cascading down. Tied back with a scarf, her delicate features epitomized the beauty of the East. Could it be? Xu Qiang's mind raced back to a familiar face, dark-skinned, petite, shy, and silent. Fan Qian and Cheng Yuyan eagerly awaited Xu Qiang's recognition. "Cheng Heimei," Xu Qiang exclaimed, surprising both beauties. The 2 women nearly fainted in shock. "Haha, it's really you. What a joy to see you here." Xu Qiang, disregarding his perspiration, enthusiastically embraced both beauties. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't have time to shower. Wait for me. I'll have the staff take you to the lounge while I freshen up and change." Without waiting for a response, Xu Qiang rushed off. "Oh, smelly man. So groß als sweetie. How annoying. I can't wait to kill him." Fan Qian, displaying a look of disdain, remarked, "Miss Cheng, are you familiar with this?" Cheng Yuyan's eyes widened in surprise. Her cheeks suddenly flushed a deep crimson. "And no," she stammered, quickly covering her face with her hands, overwhelmed by embarrassment. "Ah, Xu Qiang is here. Where? You dare deceive me, you glutton? Cheng Heimei, you're blushing. You must be familiar with him." Chapter 13. A magnificent 7 consecutive victories. Is Xu Qiang injured? In the first round of the German Cup, the formidable Bundesliga team Augsburg faced an unexpected defeat against the lower-tier team RB Leipzig, leaving spectators astounded. It was Leipzig that rose from the ashes of Augsburg, primarily thanks to Xu Qiang's remarkable contribution of 2 goals and 2 assists. He single-handedly propelled the team forward. German sports television showcased the highlights of this match. The title, "Who is this person?" was cleverly presented in Chinese, accompanied by a German translation, as the host elaborated on its meaning. Behind the text, a grand poster featured Xu Qiang exuberantly extending his arms in celebration, reveling in the adulation of the fans. In the image, sweat trickled down his youthful face. Teammates rushed in from the front to congratulate him, and behind him, the fans stood in synchronized silence, forming a striking backdrop. After the host's opening remarks, the broadcast shifted to the footage of the players entering the field on match day. Undoubtedly, Augsburg was the dominant side, generating over 20 shots on goal. Yet the actual number of accurate strikes was disappointingly low. Moreover, Leipzig's players showcased their resilience, with one making several daring blocks, and Xu Qiang consistently intercepting the ball. As the footage transitioned to the 20-minute mark, the camera captured Xu Qiang's astounding sprint, prompting the commentator to express awe, replaying the moment in slow motion. Inhuman acceleration. The host marveled. Xu Qiang's rapid pace was terrifying. He dashed back from the front line in mere seconds, intercepting the ball and launching a counterattack. Ultimately, it was Xu Qiang who delivered a powerful shot, scoring the first goal. The entire highlight reel required over 7 minutes to view in its entirety. The match produced 7 goals in total, with numerous successful defensive interceptions and textbook counterattacks, garnering praise from football commentators. Xu Qiang, a product of Leipzig's youth academy, received commendation from the broadcaster. Undoubtedly, he is poised to become a rising star in German football, standing shoulder to shoulder with luminaries like Thomas Müller, Robert Lewandowski, Marco Reus, and Mario Götze, perhaps destined to be the next star on the Bundesliga stage. The veteran German sports network offered a fair assessment of Xu Qiang, neither exaggerating nor downplaying his potential, merely expressing hope and anticipation for his future. German Cup first round. Lower-tier team decimates Augsburg. 52. Leipzig Fury cuts down Bundesliga powerhouse. Is money the king in football? Leipzig's strength and its financial backing. Augsburg exits in the first round. Leipzig's home fans celebrate all night. Eye-catching headlines flooded new media, easily accessible on mobile devices. Naturally, with commercial promotion as the primary goal, a globally renowned energy drink corporation seized the opportunity to heavily promote Xu Qiang, appointing him as the regional brand ambassador for Saxony. This endeavor earned Xu Qiang a substantial reward. Since the match, his interactions with 2 beautiful classmates have added vibrancy to his previously mundane football training life. Particularly, Fan Schinner's lively antics and Cheng Yuyan's serene charm provided Xu Qiang with delightful company during breaks and meals. With his past life experiences, Xu Qiang could discern Cheng Yuyan's affection for him. The letter he left behind was from before his rebirth, and he could hardly recall its contents. For now, he preferred not to delve deeply into matters of the heart, opting instead to focus on honing his skills and performing well in matches. Following the game, the system awarded Xu Qiang 5 attribute points. Upon activating a random talent skill and a random item, Xu Qiang acquired the talent skill God's Vision. Passive. Does not consume attribute points, and the item player value doubled, one-time use. God's Vision proved to be immensely useful. After its acquisition, Xu Qiang found his perception widened, allowing him to anticipate his teammates' movements and desired positions, which he had previously overlooked. Each pass he made, while not necessarily perfect, at least exhibited awareness of direction and placement, garnering the attention of Rangnick, who began to regard him with newfound respect. Sometimes, football intelligence outweighs sheer effort. The player value doubled item, on the other hand, was a one-time use item that would double a player's market value. Should Xu Qiang's current value be 50 million, it would soar to a staggering 100 million. For now, however, Xu Qiang felt no immediate need for it, reserving it for a crucial moment in the future. Why not player salary doubled instead? That would be more straightforward, Xu Qiang used. With the conclusion of the first round of the German Cup, all major clubs shifted their focus back to the league. The 5th round of the lower-tier league commenced. As Leipzig faced Erfurt, having secured 4 consecutive victories, Leipzig again showcased their formidable home performance, with solid defense and efficient offense limiting Erfurt's scoring opportunities. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Forsberg netted a curling shot from the penalty area, setting Leipzig on the scoreboard. In the second half, Silva also marked his scoring debut with a header from a corner kick, extending Leipzig's lead. Ultimately, Leipzig triumphed with a 2-0 victory over Erfurt, securing their 5th consecutive win and solidifying their position at the top of the league. In this match, Xu Qiang only played the first half, as Rangnick substituted him for rest in the second half. The team was now facing a demanding schedule of 3 matches in 1 week. Leipzig's magnificent 7-game winning streak came to a halt in the 8th round, suffering a 2-1 defeat against Au. In the first half, Xu Qiang opened the scoring with a stunning free kick, earning applause from the home crowd. However, just minutes after his goal, he fell victim to a malicious foul by an Au midfielder, whose high kick struck Xu Qiang's knee. In pain, Xu Qiang collapsed and struggled to rise. Curiously, while the Au player received a yellow card, a red card was conspicuously absent. This provoked Leipzig's players to confront the referee, nearly escalating into a brawl between the two teams, as the foul on Xu Qiang was undeniably intentional. Yet the referee seemed to have missed it. Incensed, Leipzig's performance faltered, and despite Ao being reduced to 10 players, they managed to capitalize on 2 counterattacks in the second half, breaching the Red Bulls' defense. Fortunately, Xu Qiang's injury was not severe. It had not damaged any ligaments, only puncturing the skin from his cleat. Nonetheless, he would still need to sit out several matches for recovery. Having contributed to Leipzig's remarkable 7-game winning streak, Xu Qiang found himself unable to continue, which could have yielded even greater system rewards. Prior to his injury, he had accumulated 22 attribute points from the German Cup, originally 7 from 5 consecutive wins, 6 from 6 consecutive wins, and 7 from the 7th win. Throughout several matches, Xu Qiang had been frugal, refraining from utilizing his talent skills or expending attribute points. After the injury, he found rare moments of respite. As September draws to a close, the autumn breeze begins to stir, causing the leaves to take on a golden hue. A refreshing chill sweeps through the air, dispelling the oppressive heat of summer. Within the campus of Leipzig University, the vibrant spirit of youth flourishes. Groups of students engage in playful banter, some clutching books, others wielding rackets or cycling about. Xu Qiang, donning a mask and hat, dressed in a long-sleeved windbreaker, has intentionally sought out Cheng Yuyan. Their relationship has progressed rapidly, yet they have yet to confess their feelings, remaining shy as they skirt around the delicate barrier of unspoken affection. After sharing a meal in the dining hall, Cheng Yuyan returns to her dormitory to prepare a cup of traditional cold medicine brought from her homeland for Xu Qiang. Indeed, while Xu Qiang has recovered from his previous injuries, he has caught a cold, necessitating his mask to avoid risking Cheng Yuyan's health. Once the family remedy is ready, Xu Qiang takes the thermos, and at Cheng Yuyan's suggestion, they stroll through the university, enjoying a leisurely walk. In this foreign land, Xu Qiang harbors concerns that confessing his feelings might jeopardize their sincere bond. Cheng Yuyan, who has harbored her own secret affections for some time, feels equally anxious and hesitant to reveal her heart, adhering to the more traditional values of a modest Chinese woman. As they walk in contemplative silence along the campus paths, they unknowingly arrive at the sports field. The university's athletic grounds are brightly lit even at night, with students jogging, strolling, or sitting nearby engaged in casual conversations. On the field, soccer enthusiasts are engaged in a match. Walking leisurely along the track, Xu Qiang and Cheng Yuyan resemble a couple in love. Suddenly, a soccer ball hurtles toward Cheng Yuyan at an alarming speed, startling her into inaction. Seeing the ball approaching, Xu Qiang swiftly steps in to block it, using his chest to cushion the impact, allowing the ball to fall at his feet, which he deftly juggles before catching it in his hands. "Sorry, classmate. Did I scare Cheng?" The youth in athletic wear, a golden-haired young man named Mike, is Cheng Yuyan's suitor. Upon witnessing the intimate scene between Cheng Yuyan and Xu Qiang, Mike's anger flares. "This girl, I pursued her for so long, showered her with flowers and gifts, accompanied her to matches, and now she is secretly involved with someone else." Xu Qiang is introduced as a fellow student by Cheng Yuyan, who says no more. "Hey, classmate, you have some skills. We could use another player. Care to join?" Mike swiftly conceals his anger and extends a cordial invitation to Xu Qiang. "Is that really a good idea?" Cheng Yuyan interjects, concerned about Xu Qiang playing while unwell. "What's the matter? Afraid?" Mike taunts, observing Xu Qiang's hesitation, adding fuel to the fire. "All right, count me in," Xu Qiang replies confidently. "It's fine. A little exercise will help my cold. Besides, I have your homemade remedy," he adds, fully aware of Mike's ulterior motives. "Xu Qiang de liberten buns Cheng Yuyan gelo," placing the thermos in her hands, a gesture that unmistakably conveys their closeness. This action causes Mike's composure to crack, his facial muscles twitching. Cheng Yuyan, feeling a bit bashful, murmurs a warning to be careful. "Rest assured, Cheng, for your sake, I'll take it easy on him," Mike boasts with an air of superiority. "No, Mike?" Cheng Yuyan attempts to clarify, but Mike, impatient, leads Xu Qiang onto the field. "Mike, I meant you should be careful." Cheng Yuyan sighs, mentally reiterating her caution. Chapter 14. The stingy Xu Qiang strike fast at Leipzig University. The soccer field is well-maintained, the grass lush and inviting, creating a comfortable ambience. Under the bright lights of the evening, Xu Qiang sheds his outerwear, revealing a red undershirt, and casually places his hat aside. "Oof. This guy wears a hat and mask even during a date. Acting all mysterious as if he were a celebrity, Mike inwardly seethes with jealousy. Ginny, this friend wants to join. He's quite skilled, and your team is shorthanded. Mike gestures for Xu Qiang to enter the field, signaling to a robust young man. You really think you are that generous? Ginny, familiar with Mike's character, scoffs internally. All right, Mike. Friend, come on over. We need a defender. Ginny amicably greets Xu Qiang. What should I call you? Johnny. Xu Qiang casually invents a moniker. Okay, Johnny, pay attention. 3 of their players are registered academy members and quite formidable. Ginny explains as they note the scoreboard showing a 0-3 deficit. Mike's team is playing a 7-a-side match, utilizing half the field with smaller goals. This reduced space demands a higher level of skill and teamwork from the players. As the match resumes, Mike's team indeed shows dominance, pressing forward and delivering high balls to the flanks, easily penetrating the penalty area. Mike leaps to meet a high cross, narrowly missing as the ball grazes the post and goes out of play. He shoots Xu Qiang a provocative glance. Playing without proper soccer shoes slightly hampers Xu Qiang's performance, but he quickly adapts. The players on Ginny's team clearly lack technical finesse, with even Xu Qiang's passes being miscontrolled and rolling out of bounds. Hey, it's a bit reminiscent of the national team, he muses, not placing blame as it is merely a casual match. Initially, Xu Qiang plays conservatively, having not warmed up and wary of potential muscle strains. This results in Mike's repeated provocations, attempting to dribble past Xu Qiang to impress Cheng Yuyan. Despite several attempts, Mike fails to get past Xu Qiang, losing possession of the ball repeatedly, which causes some dissatisfaction among his teammates. Yet they refrain from voicing their frustration due to Mike's assertive demeanor. Mike's expression darkens as he is consistently thwarted by Xu Qiang's anticipation of his flashing moves, even blocking Mike's last-ditch cross attempt. After intercepting the ball, Xu Qiang advances without passing, sprinting down the sideline, outpacing his defender and cutting into the center. Suddenly, he unleashes a powerful shot that the amateur goalkeeper cannot hope to stop. The ball finds the net, raising his fist in celebration. Xu Qiang jogs back as Ginny and the other teammates applaud his effort. Has Mike really brought in a competent player? Ginny thinks, incredulous at Mike's apparent generosity. Given their shared class, it would be surprising if Mike were to treat Xu Qiang fairly, let alone provide him with an advantage. Following his goal, Xu Qiang begins to earn the trust of his teammates. However, Mike, stubborn as ever, attempts to outmaneuver Xu Qiang again, only to lose the ball once more. As Xu Qiang approaches the halfway line, he takes a calculated shot that even the lackadaisical goalkeeper cannot reach. 2 goals scored. The gap narrows for Ginny's team. Both goals were tied to Mike's missteps, prompting murmurs of discontent among their teammates. Hey Mike, can't you see the open space? Why not pass the ball? If you can't get through, don't force it. You're not Xu. After the restart, in a fit of rage and frustration, Mike attempts a long-range shot from the center circle, lacking both power and precision, easily claimed by the goalkeeper. Rapidly gaining the trust of his teammates, Xu Qiang initiates another offensive play. After drawing defenders with a dribble, Ginny passes to Xu Qiang on the flank. Swiftly exploiting his pace, Xu Qiang slices into the penalty area, confronting the goalkeeper directly. Just then Mike, recovering from the defensive end, grits his teeth and charges back, determined to block Xu Qiang's impending shot. At that very moment, Mike seemed to see Xu Qiang's lips curve into a meaningful smile. Soon, he realized that Xu Qiang's grin was no mere illusion. Bang! Bang! Xu Qiang took a powerful shot that struck Mike's thigh. The ball deflected and went out of bounds. A corner kick was taken. The players in the penalty area all leapt too early, allowing Xu Qiang to again raise his foot and shoot from the back post. Without a second thought, Mike, who was involved in the defense, rushed to block it. Bang! Bang! Xu Qiang shot once more, this time hitting Mike's shoulder, sending the ball out of bounds again. A series of corner kicks followed. Ginny scored with a header at the near post, leveling the score. In that moment, Mike began to ponder. This rascal is not aiming for a goal. He is targeting me. The pain from the shots to his thigh and his shoulder sent tremors through his muscles, serving as a painful reminder. With Xu Qiang's addition, Ginny's team managed to take the lead. The teammates celebrated with excitement. Ginny felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that Mike was genuinely kind-hearted this time, securing a strong reinforcement for him? At that moment, witnessing Xu Qiang's performance, Ginny began to trust Mike's words. In contrast, Mike's team scorned him, and his fellow academy players showed him no mercy, mocking him without restraint. Unable to muster the courage to defend against Xu Qiang, Mike's defensive efforts became lackluster. He couldn't manage to get past Xu Qiang even once during his attempts to advance. Deeply affected, Mike had lost all confidence. He was utterly crushed. In the end, when Xu Qiang took another shot, Mike instinctively crouched down to evade it. What a cowardly scene, drawing the ridicule of the entire crowd. Little did he know, Xu Qiang was indeed shooting for a goal, and he scored. Mike's abysmal performance and cowardly avoidance left his teammates disgraced. Finally, in an outburst of frustration, one of his teammates seized the ball and kicked it away in anger, venting their rage. They shouted that they were done playing and stormed off. The impromptu match concluded, and Genie sincerely thanked Mike for introducing him to a formidable ally, which only made Mike tremble with anger. His body, having been hit multiple times by Xu Qiang's shots, ached, compelling him to stifle his emotions. With his pride shattered, Mike left, dragging his despondent figure away. His once esteemed skills had been ruthlessly undermined by Xu Qiang, and all that remained for Mike was a seething anger. Who on earth is this guy? I must uncover the truth. Genie and his teammates were preparing to celebrate, inviting Xu Qiang for a late-night snack and a chance to get acquainted. But when they turned around, Xu Qiang had already slipped away unnoticed. The time had come on the last day of September. The remaining matches of the second round of the German Cup would take place simultaneously that evening. Last night, the German Cup had witnessed a remarkable upset. The second division team, Munich 1860, managed to hold last season's Cup champions, Dortmund, to a 0-0 draw in regulation time. They then executed a dramatic last-minute goal in extra time, eliminating Dortmund. Tonight, RB Leipzig would travel to Bielefeld in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia to challenge last season's champions of the third division, Bielefeld Club. Bielefeld, competing in the second division, had a rocky start. After 9 rounds, they found themselves second to last, just 2 points away from the relegation zone. They still needed to fight for survival in the league. In contrast, RB Leipzig had surged to the top after a series of 7 consecutive victories. However, in the 4 matches since Xu Qiang's injury, Leipzig had achieved 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, even allowing the second-placed Heidenheim to snatch 3 points at home, narrowing the gap to 5 points. Leipzig's recent form had also dipped, with significant defensive vulnerabilities resulting in goals conceded in nearly every match. Their offense appeared lackluster as well, with players like Poulsen and Forsberg often being restricted. As the league progressed into its quarter stage, the characteristics of each club and their attacking strategies will be thoroughly analyzed, prompting opponents to make targeted tactical adjustments. A decline in performance was unavoidable. Leipzig's coach, Rangnick, stated at the pre-match press conference that Xu Qiang would be returning from injury and included in the pre-match squad, though it was uncertain whether he would start. At the Ulm Stadium in Bielefeld, which could accommodate only 15,000 fans. Tickets for the second round of the German Cup knockout stage were in high demand. With half an hour remaining before kickoff, the stadium was already packed to capacity. In a distant rural town in Huagua, at night in Zhujiazhuang, the maintenance workers had just finished setting up the projector that Xu Qiang had sent back, connecting all the necessary equipment. The Xu family was diligently switching through the network signals to tune into the Leipzig match. "It's this match. We're wearing the same jerseys that my brother sent back," exclaimed Xu Qiang's younger brother, Xu Xiaolong, a primary school student, as he stood in front of the projector excitedly. "Hey, Xiaolong, don't block your parents," scolded Xu Qiang's younger sister, Xu Wenwen, as she pulled him aside while holding the remote. Xu Jiangwo and his wife, seated on their mahogany sofa, hurriedly donned their reading glasses and asked, "Can you see your brother?" They were eager to catch a glimpse of him warming up before the match. "Yes, it's him, Xu Wenwen replied. Shortly thereafter, the broadcast switched to follow Xu Qiang as he warmed up on the field with his teammates. "I can't understand what they're saying," Xu Xiaolong muttered, unable to comprehend the German commentary. A female voice remarked that she was quite fond of Xu Qiang, the player who brought surprises and expressed a desire to interview him if given the chance. The male commentator added that he was looking forward to Leipzig's performance that evening and requested not to be forgotten during the interview. Xu Wenwen adjusted her thick glasses, perked her ears to listen attentively, and translated, "Sister, when did you learn to understand German?" Xu Xiaolong and their parents were equally astonished. "My brother often sent me German books over the years, and, as I read them, I picked up some of the language," Xu Wenwen proudly declared, successfully impressing her family. However, deep down, she felt a pang of sadness. Her brother had been abroad for many years without returning, and their parents were always busy with farming. leaving little time for family matters. Only Xu Wenwen frequently communicated with him, sharing heart-to-heart conversations. She thought to herself that she must find an opportunity to visit her brother in Germany and bring along some local specialties. The thought of her brother being thousands of miles away for a decade without tasting the local cuisine made her heart ache. Thus, she had secretly been learning German, using the $3 Xu Qiang sent her to download German songs. After not seeing her eldest son for many years, Xu Qiang's mother couldn't hold back her tears. Lamenting to her husband, "De Chang looks so dark and thin. He must have suffered a lot in Germany. It's all your fault. If you hadn't agreed, would De Chang have gone abroad? Alone and without family," she cried softly. Xu Jiangwo did not rebut. His hands trembled as he held a cigarette, but that had burned down to nothing, oblivious to the pain. His eyes were glued to the screen, staring at his eldest son, whom he hadn't seen in a decade. Had it not been for the strict family planning policies at the time, what parent would willingly send away their child? Xu Jiangwo had even sent away his 3 daughters, but only to distant relatives' homes, which were not far away, allowing for frequent visits. Xu Wenwen, a dutiful high school student, rushed over to comfort her mother. Watching the screen, Xu Jiangwo's eyes grew misty, his nose stuffed, overwhelmed by guilt and a mix of emotions. Only Xu Xiaolong, blissfully unaware of the situation, munched on the snacks his brother had sent and played with the new game console he had received. Chapter 15, Divine Perspective, Assisting a Hat Trick, Part 1, Ulm Stadium. The referee, standing beside the center circle, glanced at his stopwatch before raising his whistle to signal the commencement of the match. The DFB Pokal, Round 2, officially kicked off with the elimination match between Arminia Bielefeld and RB Leipzig. On the substitutes bench, Xu Qiang was entirely engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. As the match commenced, both teams engaged in tentative attacks, displaying a measured pace. The two squads were evenly matched in strength, resulting in fierce midfield battles. After 20 minutes, neither side had managed to create any significant scoring opportunities. Under the guidance of Professor Rangnick, Leipzig's play had become increasingly composed. Upon losing possession, they swiftly executed effective interceptions and maintained strong aerial presence at both the first and second balls. Leipzig's ball possession and stability were markedly superior to those of the home team. At the 32nd minute, Forsberg unleashed a powerful shot from just outside the penalty area. A low drive aimed at the near post, which the goalkeeper promptly parried, securing the ball on the grass. 3 minutes later, Haidara, in possession, maneuvered the ball to Silva on the flank. Silva delivered a cross into the box, but Poulsen was unable to connect as the defender intervened. The resulting corner was executed as a tactical play by Leipzig. Once again, Forsberg was involved. He received the corner, slightly redirected it, and then took aim. Clang! The angle proved too tight, striking the post and ricocheting out of play. A regrettable miss, lacking a touch of fortune. As the first half neared its conclusion, Bielefeld, having withstood several waves of Leipzig's attacks, advanced from the back. Okugawa cleverly sent a precise 45-degree pass into the penalty area. Lazem, spotting the incoming ball, made a rapid run, leaping over the interference from defender Juan, and with a powerful header, directed the ball into the corner. A bouncing shot. Goalkeeper Gulaxi Dovinvine, unable to make contact. In the 44th minute, Bielefeld struck first with their only shot on target. The home crowd erupted in jubilation. Some ardent fans even unfurled a banner reading, "Not so impressive," as a sarcastic jibe at Leipzig. The loss of the goal just before halftime significantly dampened Leipzig's morale. In the locker room, Rangnick swiftly encouraged his players, highlighting the shortcomings of the first half and implementing personnel changes. Bringing Xu Qiang onto the field after his recovery from injury. Ding. Reward task acquired. Progress in the DFB Pokal Round 2 elimination match. Advancement within regular time grants 3 random attribute points. Advancement in extra time yields 1 attribute point. Xu Qiang had accumulated 22 attribute points, having already allocated 17, leaving 5 to distribute across. Speed 3, agility 3, passing 4, defense 3, physicality 2, injury resistance 2. Xu Qiang's player attributes now read: Xu Qiang, age 18, height 185 centimeters, weight 77 kilograms, nationality, Huawei, team, RB Leipzig, German 3rd Division, position, right back, attributes, stamina, 44 speed, 38 agility, 24 technique, 21 shooting, 100 passing, 26 defense, 35 physicality, 35. Injury resistance, 45. Current attribute points, 5. Compared to 2 months prior, Xu Qiang had made significant improvements. As the teams switched sides, the second half commenced. Xu Qiang utilized an item to temporarily increase his passing by 5 points, elevating his attribute to an impressive 31. Rangnick only needed to use one substitution. After bringing Xu Qiang onto the pitch, he calmly resumed his position on the bench. Bielefeld's position at the bottom of the second division was justified. Their attacking performance was lackluster, and even in the second tier, their midfield connectivity was often disjointed, making it easy for Leipzig to intercept the ball. Their defense was somewhat commendable, perhaps a reflection of their coach's self-awareness, opting for a 5-defender setup. Facing a third-division Leipzig with 5 defenders revealed Bielefeld's lack of confidence. The trailing Leipzig became more aggressive in their pursuit of the ball. In the 48th minute, Haidara intercepted the ball in midfield and advanced it to Forsberg. Observing his teammates' movements, Forsberg delivered a through ball to the advancing Poulsen. However, the opposing center back anticipated the play, clearing the ball decisively before Poulsen could make contact, resulting in a Leipzig throw-in on the right flank. Xu Qiang took the throw, passing it to the approaching Silva. Under pressure from behind, Silva did not stop the ball, but instead returned it to Xu Qiang. Seamlessly, Xu Qiang evaded Okugawa's challenge, leaping over the outstretched legs before executing a long pass into the penalty area without needing to look up. He had already assessed the positions of his teammates on the field. The God's Eye ability granted him foresight and judgment. From a wide position, Xu Qiang launched a ball into the box, tracing a crescent moon arc, descending swiftly and purposefully towards the back post. Haidara suddenly appeared at the far post. Just stepping into the box, he expertly controlled the ball with his chest, without a moment to spare as the defender bore down on him. He struck. Haidara would not squander such a golden opportunity. Bam! The ball fell, meeting Haidara's left foot in a powerful volley. The football soared toward the goal, swift and close. The goalkeeper had no time to react. Whoosh! Goal! In the 51st minute, Haidara scored, bringing Leipzig level. Xu Qiang's pinpoint pass was akin to a revelation. Rangnick's substitution bore immediate fruit. The stands were filled with visiting fans clad in white and red jerseys. The supporters erupted in celebration, waving their towels and jerseys. After scoring, Haidara pointed at Xu Qiang, gesturing for him to stay put, before opening his arms for an embrace. Wow, Xu, your pass was phenomenal. I think it would have been even better if you had taken a shot without stopping. Xu Qiang replied. Then I would have skied it. Haidara, lacking confidence in a volley, was met with Xu Qiang's teasing retort, provoking laughter among their teammates. Silva chimed in, insisting that next time, Xu Qiang must assist him for a volley. Poulsen quipped, just remember to tell me in advance. I'm ready to go collect the ball from the stands. Unbeknownst to them, Xu Qiang had emerged as the team's linchpin. His teammates began to develop a sense of reliance on him. As long as Xu Qiang was on the field, the morale was stable, scoring was consistent, and defense was assured. He had become the most dependable ally for the Leipzig players. Far away in Huagua, Xu Jiazhuang. Yay, a goal. Brother S assist. Since the match, Xu Xiaolong had set aside his gaming console. He too loved football and was now a member of the local elementary school team. Brother is amazing. I'm just his little fan. Xu Wenwen exclaimed, her sweet smile radiating happiness. Big Chong. Is Big Chong an assist? Was an assist? Xu Qiang's mother asked. Puzzled. She was merely focused on the camera's repeated shots of Xu Qiang, cherishing the chance to see her eldest son, whom she hadn't seen in a decade. Xu Xiaolong and Xu Wenwen took turns explaining. Mother Xu remained somewhat perplexed. For a rural woman like her, who had never received formal education, football was merely a game, not a means of sustenance. Yet, the reality was that Xu Qiang was indeed earning a living from it, regardless of whether he scored or assisted. Simply witnessing to Qiang was a source of joy for her. In her heart, she quietly acknowledged this and refrained from obstructing the two siblings as they fervently explained. Traditional farmers like Xu Jiangwo often found it difficult to express their excitement through facial expressions or words. They could only silently pull out a cigarette and light it. With a sense of contentment, she gazed at the live broadcast, seeing Xu Qiang smile, which was infectious. To Qiang, as long as you enjoy it, pursue it with all your heart. A man should aspire to greatness beyond the mountains. Unlike your old man. Ah, here comes my brother charging forward with the ball. He's so impressive, and his speed is astonishing. Xu Xiaolong watched the live stream with rapt attention. Chapter 16, The Divine Perspective. Assisting a hat trick, Part 2. The broadcast camera followed Xu Qiang as he dribbled the ball again, breaking through on the wing and creating chaos in the Bielefeld defense. His agile positioning found space once more, and after receiving the ball, he delivered a cross. However, the power was miscalibrated, resulting in a defensive player clearing it out for a corner kick. Leipzig had earned a corner, undoubtedly, after Xu Qiang's substitution in the second half. Leipzig's offense was vibrant and organized, effectively neutralizing the home team's midfield. In terms of play, Leipzig appeared to be a team from a higher league than Bielefeld. Here, they came again. Xu Qiang initiated another attack from the flank, executing a long pass to the unmarked Haidara on the right. Faced with defenders, Haidara attempted several feints, but was unable to deceive them, ultimately passing back to the oncoming Poulsen. Poulsen executed a deft chip into the penalty area. Silva, seizing the opportunity at the front post, headed the ball just over the crossbar, missing the target. The home team, Bielefeld, had not even approached Leipzig's penalty area in the second half. They had yet to register a single shot on goal. Soon, Bielefeld, having set up a defensive wall with 5 at the back, faced another setback. Okugawa received a long pass from the back and, upon picking up speed, began a counterattack. Xu Qiang sprinted back from the side, decisively sliding in to reclaim possession cleanly, without any foul. Okugawa fell to the ground, clutching his ankle, while home players protested. The referee, however, deemed it a fair challenge, inciting boos from the home crowd. Yet, Xu Qiang remained undeterred, continuing the game. He advanced 2 steps and delivered a long pass from the back to find Silva as a pivot. As the ball descended, Silva held off the opposing defender without making contact, pivoting towards the center and drawing defenders toward him. This created space for Forsberg, who ran into the opening and received the ball. With a touch, a feint, and a twist, he maneuvered into the box and unleashed a powerful shot. It struck the target with precision, a low drive into the corner. The goalkeeper stretched his arm, but could not reach it. Goal! Forsberg, like a serpent in the grass, found the net. In the 64th minute, Leipzig took the lead. Once again, it was Xu Qiang's assist. Once more, it was his precise distribution. Oh my God! Xu seems to possess a divine perspective, delivering another pinpoint pass. Forsberg executed the final strike. Leipzig has taken the lead. The commentators exclaimed in awe. The synergy of this goal was nothing short of perfection. Rangnick felt an inner satisfaction as his reformed team began to show results. The fluidity of their frontline cooperation and the seamless execution of counterattacks were evident. Xu Qiang orchestrated the play from the back. Silva selflessly drew defenders away. Forsberg completed the final strike. Leipzig had fully seized control of the match, with the advantage firmly in their favor. At home, Xu Jiangwo remarked, "Why isn't your brother scoring? He only assists." Mother Xu questioned, perplexed. "Mom, you don't understand how incredible my brother is. Sometimes, assisting is more challenging than scoring." Xu Xialong Ziplit, his gaze glued to the screen, not even turning his head. "My brother plays as a defender, which makes it difficult to score." "Nonsense. You have no idea how amazing my brother is. In just the second match of the new season, he completed a hat trick. You could play for another 10 years and still not match even a finger of his talent." Xu Wenwen retorted, displeased. She had seen numerous foreign reports, even noting that prestigious clubs like Bayern were interested in her brother. Just yesterday, she had seen a news article with a photo of him shopping with a girl. "Oomph. Who is that lucky person who caught my brother's eye? No way. I must speed up my savings. If not, I'll borrow from my brother. I need to visit him." Xu Wenwen felt a sudden urgency. She had saved her pocket money and New Year's gifts for several years to visit Xu Qiang in Germany and had even self-studied German and English. If Xu Qiang knew, he would surely say, "What bad intentions does my sister have? Whoever wishes to marry her must first go through me." Often, girls display greater initiative and resilience than boys. At Ulm Stadium, Bielefeld made 2 substitutions in quick succession. After being turned around, they were certainly unwilling to concede defeat on home soil. Transitioning from 5 defenders to 4, they replaced a defensive midfielder with an attacking one and substituted a defender for a forward. The message was clear. The home team was intent on attacking. With their forces advancing, they sought to breach Leipzig's goal, but every attempt was thwarted or disrupted, with goalkeeper Galaxy contributing 2 remarkable saves. As the match approached the 78th minute, Okugawa served as a pivot, heading the ball into the penalty area, where substitute Sarah managed a shot just before Galaxy could intervene. However, Galaxy saved it with both hands. The fans had no time to lament. The delivery was executed beautifully, and the save was equally impressive. The deflected ball fell at Wan's feet, who promptly passed it to Xu Qiang on the right, who had found space. After receiving Wan's pass, Xu Qiang glanced at his teammates' movements. He launched a long pass forward, initiating a rapid counterattack. Once again, the ball soared high, finding the sprinting Silva. The goalkeeper, positioned forward, left ample space behind, and with two defenders closing in, Silva faced an impossible situation for a clean reception. Instead, he leaped just outside the penalty area, meeting the ball with a header. The ball soared beautifully in a parabolic arc, surpassing the goalkeeper, who had turned to chase. It nestled into the net. The goalkeeper was already at a disadvantage, unable to salvage the situation. For the third time, he watched the ball find the net. Goal! Silva's deft header had crossed the goalkeeper, securing the score. Finally, after being fed by Xu Qiang, Silva joyously sought out Xu Qiang, celebrating exuberantly with his teammates. Once again, it was Xu Qiang. Another long pass from the back. Assisting a hot trick. Xu Qiang had accomplished a hat trick of assists. Leipzig's fans were ecstatic. Once more, they were exhilarated, from trailing to equalizing, then taking the lead and extending it. It was simply thrilling, a true test of one's heart. Bielefeld, compelled to launch a desperate offensive, reaped the bitter consequences. They failed to equalize and instead saw the score widen. Xu Qiang. Everyone knew that this transformation stemmed from the right-back Xu Qiang, who had come on in the second half. A hat trick of assists. Rangnick could hardly believe his eyes as he shielded them with his hands, stroking his forehead while pacing before the substitutes bench. This player truly brings surprises every match, continually improving. Xu Qiang, having returned from injury, showcased an astonishing performance. His hat trick of assists left the commentators visibly astonished. Oh, Jessica, can you believe it? A hat trick of assists. Xu, just back from injury, has delivered a hat trick of assists, exclaimed Hill, the host of Saxony Sports. Xu is truly remarkable. I know, Hill, you needn't emphasize it again. Your shouts have already shaken the very ceiling of the broadcast room, replied Jessica, the special guest of the evening, a model with a passion for football, currently on location for the television station. Oh, I sincerely apologize. I trust the company will understand my situation and not hold me accountable, Hill jested. Miss Jessica, I suggest you prioritize arranging an interview with Xu. He is bound to become a star in German football, and once he rises to fame, interviews will require early bookings. Thank you for the reminder. I believe the same. I also think Xu's journey in German football is merely one of his many stops. It seems I must return and diligently prepare questions for the interview. Jessica responded, her sweet voice tinged with a hint of urgency. If I have the chance, please remember to include me. I'm a fan of Xu, Hill implored. When did you become his fan? Aren't you a Bayern fan? Jessica inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Just a moment ago, literally the previous second. I have a wide-ranging appreciation for fandom. Haha, Hill laughed, masking his insincerity. As the match neared its conclusion, Leipzig extended their lead. The home team, Bielefeld, launched a full-scale attack, hoping to score quickly and retain their hopes of advancing. However, focusing too much on offense left them vulnerable at the back. Despite their efforts, Leipzig almost succeeded in a counterattack. In a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper, Poulsen seemed to have forgotten his shooting boots and missed the target. Otherwise, the score would have surely changed again. At last, the match concluded. Leipzig triumphed 3-1 against Bielefeld, advancing to the next round of the DFB Pokal. Xu Qiang also celebrated his first career hat trick of assists, contributing to the team's victory. Chapter 17. A vibrant atmosphere and unique support upon returning to Leipzig by bus. Xu Qiang received a call from home. His parents and siblings took turns speaking, expressing their joy at being able to watch his match. With advancements in technology, the distance to loved ones has shrunk. Xu's mother was particularly chatty, asking if he was eating well, whether training was exhausting, if communication was smooth, and reminding him to be cautious while playing to avoid injury. Such is the heart of a parent. Xu Jiangwo, his father, shared a few heartfelt yet stern words. Though brief, the warmth of his paternal affection was palpable. Xu Xiaolong, the most boisterous of the bunch, clamored for his elder brother to buy gifts, a new gaming console, delicious snacks, and more, causing Xu's mother to become exasperated and grab a rattan stick to start cooking pork. Xu Wenwen communicated entirely in German with Xu Qiang, which surprised him greatly. She even questioned him about whether he was dating, who the girl was, if she was pretty, and demanded to see a photo. Such probing questions nearly caused Xu Qiang to lose his composure. After dealing with his family, he felt more fatigued than after a match. Sitting on the bus, he was serenaded by the snores of his sleeping teammates, and before he knew it, he closed his eyes. A smile of contentment graced his lips. Leipzig Red Bull had triumphed over Bielefeld, advancing to the last 16 of the DFB Pokal, and Xu Qiang's brilliant performance attracted considerable media attention in German football, riding the wave of excitement. Hat-trick of assists, the genius player from Xu, the soul of Red Bull, the bull in the emblem. The legendary bull demon king from Xu descends upon Leipzig Xu. After 2 rounds of the cup, Xu leads the assist chart with 5 assists. Last night, Leipzig's right-back Xu executed a hat-trick of assists, aiding Red Bull in their comeback against Bielefeld. With 5 assists, Xu surpassed Bayern Munich's Thomas Müller with 3 assists, claiming the top spot on the Cup's assist leaderboard. Excerpt: Klopp praises the young sensation from Red Bull, expressing a desire to bring him to Iduna. Jürgen Klopp, the coach of Borussia Dortmund, who has retained the title of Germany's best coach and led his team to both the league and cup championships last season, stated, "The match last night in Leipzig was truly thrilling. Xu's performance compelled me to celebrate alongside the away fans. It was exhilarating, crazy, and utterly unbelievable. I genuinely wished to bring him to Signal Iduna Park." With the Dortmund coach backing Xu, Bayern was not to be outdone, and Guardiola broke his silence. Guardiola claims to have shown sufficient interest in Xu from Red Bull, only to be met with a ruthless rejection. Guardiola remarked, "Our club expressed interest in Xu quite some time ago, yet I sense that Red Bull is not particularly keen on letting him go. I have consistently monitored this young talent and would love for him to join Bayern's youth team. I believe he would have more opportunities to play in the future, even potentially being promoted to the first team, but he seems uninterested in Bayern." Bayern's prominent position in the Bundesliga is well known, and Guardiola's comments have incited media scrutiny of Xu. After all, dismissing an invitation for Bayern seems rather unwise. The media revels in such hot news, and Xu's notoriety was fueled for several days before gradually waning. Meanwhile, the 12th round of the German 3rd Division quietly commenced. Leipzig Red Bull, leading by 5 points and sitting atop the table, faced off against Wacker Unterhaching from Munich. Once a Bundesliga team, Unterhaching had shared the spotlight with Bayern Munich in 1860 Munich, making a name for themselves during their time in the top flight. Unfortunately, they remained in the Bundesliga for only 2 seasons before descending to the 2nd Division. They have since oscillated like an elevator between the 2nd and 3rd Divisions. Presently, Unterhaching is positioned as a mid-table team in the 3rd Division, following their victory over Bielefeld. Xu Qiang received a reward from the system, 3 attribute points and a chance to draw a random item. After the draw, he obtained the temporary skill theft, the ability to temporarily steal a random skill from a designated player for a duration of 60 minutes, usable once, and requiring physical contact to execute the theft. Xu is elated by this skill, although it may not hold much value in lower leagues, where players have yet to develop their talents. In the top leagues, it is akin to gaining an extraordinary advantage. Should he encounter Messi, he might steal his ability to dribble past 5 defenders. Should he face Ronaldo, he could acquire his signature knuckleball shot. Even with the element of randomness, this represents opportunity. The day after the cup match, Xu was surprised to receive a series of long-term tasks from the system. Ding! Long-term task acquired. Lead the team to challenge for promotion to the 2nd Division. Reward: 1. Direct promotion for finishing in the top 2, with a reward of 10 attribute points, 2 random item draws, and 1 random skill draw. 2. Promotion through playoffs, with a reward of 6 attribute points and 1 random item draw. Ding! Long-term task acquired. 1. Achieve the league's top scorer, assist leader, and best player awards. 2. Achieve the cup's top scorer, assist leader, and best player awards. The rewards for this task will vary. For each award earned, the system will grant a reward, and multiple awards will yield a cumulative special reward. In the wake of the long-term award task, the rewards remained somewhat ambiguous. However, Xu Qiang was convinced that the system was generous and would not disappoint him. This motivated him to give his all in pursuit of the accolades. It was the system compelling him. He couldn't be blamed. Xu Qiang muset guieli, perhaps due to the intense schedule of 3 matches a week, or perhaps because of the additional training. Ragnick had notably reduced the intensity of the special training sessions. He feared Xu Qiang would sustain another injury. It was prudent to progress gradually in training. Losing a key player would be a significant loss. Moreover, Xu Qiang's progress had greatly pleased Ragnick. At the Red Bull Arena, at 3:30 in the afternoon, under the blazing sun, the fervor of the fans heightened. During the pre-match warm-up, as Xu Qiang emerged from the tunnel, he was greeted by the resonant sounds of gongs and drums echoing across the stadium. Following the sound, he spotted a group of international students from Leipzig, who had spontaneously organized to watch the match, bringing along gongs and large drums that reverberated throughout the venue, capturing the curious attention of the German spectators. Among the enthusiastic student fans, Xu Qiang recognized Fan Qian'er and Cheng Yuyan. It was unmistakably the idea of the food bucket, her initiative and leadership skills making her a natural ringleader. In ancient times, she would have been a heroine, perhaps even facing execution for her boldness. No wonder just days earlier, Fan Qian'er had personally visited Xu Qiang, collecting numerous tickets to organize student for the match, rallying support for him. In this foreign land, hearing the gongs resonate, Xu Qiang felt a surge of happiness as he waved to the students. Upon spotting him, the group erupted in excitement, promptly unfurling their prepared banners. Xu Qiang, you are the strongest. For goals, look to Xu Qiang. We seek neither deities nor Buddhas. Seeing the two banners, Xu Qiang nearly stumbled, causing the water he was rinsing to spray everywhere. His teammates around him inquired about the meaning of those phrases, leaving him perplexed, unsure of how to translate them. Setting aside distractions, he immersed himself in the pre-match warm-up. Soon, as the match approached its commencement, both teams returned to the locker rooms for their final preparations. When they re-emerged, following a series of opening ceremonies, the match entered its critical moments, with the referee's whistle signaling the beginning. The 12th round of the German Regional League commenced with the match between Leipzig and Unterhaching. Chapter 18. The Brutal Leipzig Massacre. Facing off in an away game, Unterhaching deployed a 4-5-1 formation, fully aware of Leipzig's formidable prowess as the league leaders. They stationed a heavy presence in midfield to intercept. Right from the start, this strategy yielded results. The numerical superiority in midfield made it exceedingly difficult for Leipzig to deliver effective passes into the attacking third. Whenever the ball reached midfield, whether it was Forsberg or Haidara, they were met with preemptive interceptions or intense pressure, forcing quick passes and creating opportunities for errors. Once Leipzig made a mistake in midfield, Unterhaching swiftly advanced, using rapid incursions down the flanks to loft the ball into the penalty area, vying for headers. In the opening 10 minutes, Leipzig appeared quite passive. Despite controlling possession, they had yet to create any chances, let alone take a shot on goal. The Unterhaching coach was satisfied with the first 10 minutes, feeling hopeful about securing points in the away match by managing to suppress the league leaders. The overwhelming discomfort caused the home players to become somewhat disoriented, with Poulsen growing impatient, committing a malicious foul on an opponent in midfield, earning a yellow card. After the free kick was taken, Xu Qiang decisively intercepted, heading the ball back to center-back Juan. Juan then sent a precise pass to Forsberg, who was positioned just outside the center circle. As soon as he received the ball, two opposing players closed in on him, applying aggressive pressure. Suddenly, Forsberg noticed Xu Qiang, who had circled back from the wing into midfield, and made a swift pass. Distracting the defenders, Forsberg created space to advance, while Xu Qiang found an opening and surged forward, crossing the halfway line. Activating the scalpel skill, Xu Qiang's eyes gleamed with the vision of the optimal passing lane. Without hesitation, he released the ball. The pass sliced through the defense like a scalpel, incisive and lethal. Poulsen, with a deceptive run, intersected with Silva, receiving the ball just as he breached the entire Unterhaching backline, creating a one-on-one opportunity. The goalkeeper, Zir, reacted swiftly, rushing forward to block, extending his arms and legs as he slid to the ground to increase his defensive range. In that moment, Poulsen calmly executed a delicate chip shot, leaving the already diving goalkeeper to helplessly watch the ball sail over his head. The ball traced a graceful parabolic arc, nestling into the net. Goal! At the 13th minute of the match, Leipzig had scored. Having missed a similar opportunity in the German Cup, Poulsen did not squander this one. A composed chip shot. Into the net it went. Beautiful, simple, effortless, fluid. Xu Qiang's scalpel-like through ball pierced the enemy's heart. What had initially seemed a promising situation for Unterhaching suddenly turned disastrous, with Leipzig's first shot on target resulting in a goal. The home team took the lead. The previously disgruntled home fans leaped up in excitement, cheering fervently. Ragnick, contemplating the tactical issues raised by his assistant coach, recognized the potential danger of being overwhelmed after such a start. Little did he know that football often brings unexpected rewards. Xu Qiang's through ball, Poulsen's goal. Unable to contain his excitement, he pumped his fists in the air, releasing the tension built up over the preceding 10 minutes. He glanced over at the opposing bench, adjusted his glasses, and flashed a provocative smile. Ragnick was astonished by Xu Qiang's growth. If Poulsen was the hero who executed the final blow, then it was Xu Qiang who orchestrated and connected the play, creating the opportunity for the goal. His incisive advance caused chaos in the opponent's midfield, leading to the precise through ball that found the gap, enabling Poulsen to deliver the decisive strike. The away team, once in a favorable position, now seemed momentarily disoriented after the setback. Shortly after the goal, Leipzig's Haidara and Forsberg combined seamlessly, tearing through the defense, drawing in defenders. Before returning the ball to the on-rushing Xu Qiang. Just outside the penalty area, Xu Qiang raised his foot to shoot. Bang! A resonating thud echoed through the Red Bull arena. The ball soared into the air. Its speed was rapid, akin to a cannonball, hurtling toward the top left corner of the goal. Players attempting to block instinctively ducked out of the way. Whoosh! Xu Qiang scored with a long-range shot. A powerful strike. At this point, only 18 minutes had elapsed in the match. Merely 5 minutes had passed since the last goal. Xu Qiang's astonishing long-range effort. The goalkeeper could only lament in despair. The fans, who had just celebrated exuberantly, found themselves ignited once more by Xu Qiang's goal, rising in unison to cheer and roar. After scoring, Xu Qiang made a point to run over to the stands where the Chinese international student fans were seated, forming a heart shape with his hands and pointing toward them. It was a gesture meant to convey that this goal was dedicated to them, to the fellow students abroad who had come to support him. Little did he know, upon witnessing Xu Qiang's heart gesture and pointing, Fan Chinner erupted with excitement. Did you see that? Did you see that? Xu Qiang scored that goal for you. He even made a heart shape. And he said you were pure friends? Hurry up. Have you given it to him for the first time? Fan Chinner twisted Cheng Yuyin's ear and exclaimed loudly. Cheng Yuyin's face instantly flushed crimson as she stammered in protest. How could that be? What are you talking about? This was clearly a gift from him, specially meant to cheer for everyone. Did his heartfelt drawing really come for me? Oh, how embarrassing in front of so many people. But it also brings me such happiness. Cheng Yuyin couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Nearby, the international students exerted all their strength, banging drums and shouting Xu Qiang's name, their voices resonating throughout the venue, overpowering the cheers of all the fans. Even the director switched the camera to focus on a group of international students who had become a vibrant spectacle at the Red Bull Arena. Within 20 minutes, Wanashing found themselves 2 goals behind. Xu Qiang contributed 1 goal and 1 assist. Little did the beleaguered visiting team know that their nightmare was just beginning. At the 38th minute, a corner kick from Leipzig was taken. A defending player managed to get the first touch. Xu Qiang, positioned at the edge of the penalty area alongside Forsberg, was fortunate as the cleared ball fell in his direction. Without hesitation, Xu Qiang showcased his immense attacking desire, meeting the ball with a powerful strike. Bang! The forceful shot barreled towards the goal, deflecting off a defender who failed to evade it, altering its trajectory and finding the net. Just before halftime, Haidara sent a long ball into the penalty area, which was intercepted by a defender at the far post. Xu Qiang, who had surged down the right flank to assist, headed the ball back into the box. Silva, half-turning, took a volley. It was too close for the goalkeeper, who only managed to raise his hand slightly, and the ball soared past him into the net. 4 o'clock. Ultimately, Leipzig Red Bull slaughtered Wanashing at home. In the second half, both Forsberg and Poulsen scored, further extending the lead. Xu Qiang was substituted out around the 70th minute. For the visiting team, today was indeed a nightmare. Initially, things had started well. Even their coach felt proud, seeing the prospect of victory, or at least a point. Who would have known that the slap in the face would come so swiftly? 4 goals conceded in the first half. In this match, Xu Qiang also achieved 2 goals and 2 assists. Leipzig Red Bull celebrated a resounding victory at home. The following day, media commentary flooded in. How brutal. Leipzig's 6 goals annihilate Wanashing. 6 goals. The driving force behind it all remains the Bull Demon King, Xu. So he is the Bull Demon King. Brutality is simply his nature. It's truly insane. Wanashing was like lambs to the slaughter. Unreasonable goals, assists with a double, Leipzig with Xu is simply savage. News of this nature poured forth, as it is rare for teams of the same league to lose by 6 goals. Had Leipzig not shown restraint in the final 10 minutes, and had the referee not overlooked the penalty created by Nkunku, the score could have been even greater. Amidst the media frenzy amplifying the narrative, Xu Qiang, per the club's arrangement, participated in a talk show. This program was exclusively organized by the Saxony Sports Channel. Chapter 19. Klopp leads Dortmund youth to challenge Red Bull. Upon first encountering Miss Jessica, Xu Qiang was struck by her tall stature, cleanliness, long legs, allure, and professionalism. The interview was arranged for a private meeting, and Xu Qiang felt a strong sense of warmth emanating from Jessica, who spoke thoughtfully, considering her guests. During casual conversation, he discovered that Jessica hailed from Leipzig University, specializing in modeling while also pursuing fashion design. After selecting a few players for individual interviews, the television crew followed to the training ground to observe and film Leipzig's daily training activities. Forsberg, Haidara, Poulsen, and Xu Qiang all participated in the individual interviews. As they arrived at the training ground for practice, Forsberg couldn't contain himself, sharing with his companions, "Miss Jessica is truly beautiful and graceful. She is my type. Hey, Emil, it's rare to have such a beauty at the training ground. Who wouldn't want to get closer?" Haidara teased. "Indeed, there are more beauties in Sweden. Go back and find one. Don't hog the food," Poulsen remarked discontentedly. To be fair, Jessica, with her modeling background and ongoing graduate studies, was indeed an excellent choice. Xu Qiang assessed fairly. "Look at you all. This is what a good brother looks like. Xu, could you help me get her contact information later?" Forsberg pleaded. Haida and Poulsen scoffed, secretly cursing him for being a handsome guy yet too timid to ask for a contact. Such cowardice. Xu Qiang readily agreed. Forsberg thanked him with a joyful embrace. Jessica was undeniably captivating, and even from Xu Qiang's different perspective, she was alluring. From Xu Qiang's viewpoint, asking for contact information bore no particular significance, especially since he harbored no ulterior motives. He simply appreciated Jessica from an aesthetic standpoint. The television interview was merely a condiment in the life of Leipzig's players, a minor interlude. It is worth mentioning that on the day of the interview, Forsberg displayed extraordinary prowess in training, as if he had taken some performance-enhancing substance. The league continued. In the 13th round of the German 3rd Division, Leipzig hosted Regensburg. Facing a lower-ranked team, Leipzig certainly would not drop points at home, securing an easy 2-0 victory. During this match, Xu Qiang contributed 1 assist before being substituted out early by Rangnick. Haidara suffered an ankle ligament injury due to a malicious tackle from the opponent and was forced to be sidelined. In the 14th round, Leipzig faced a guest match against Zornis. Just minutes in the match, Xu Qiang scored from a free kick, taking the lead. Before halftime, Poulsen, frustrated by repeated malicious fouls from a defender, reacted impulsively and elbowed the player, receiving a red card. With one player down, Leipzig encountered significant challenges in the second half. Xu Qiang was closely marked and subjected to rough tackles, with the referee overlooking several fouls, leading to vehement protests from the Leipzig bench. To protect his player, Rangnick had no choice but to substitute Xu Qiang in the 60th minute. After Xu Qiang's departure, the home team gained a clear advantage, creating numerous threats on goal. Ultimately, after the 80th minute, they scored twice, overturning the score. Zornis managed to secure a hard-fought 3 points in their battle for relegation, eliminating league leaders Leipzig. Fortunately, second-placed Heidenheim also suffered 2 consecutive losses, widening the points gap with Leipzig to 8. Conversely, Darmstadt achieved a strong 3-game winning streak, drawing level on points with Heidenheim, but remaining third in the standings due to inferior goal difference. Time moved to November 2nd, 2013. In the 15th round of the German 3rd Division, Leipzig Red Bull welcomed the challenge from the Dortmund youth team. Before the match, an intriguing piece of news emerged. Is Klopp coaching the Dortmund youth team? Rumor had it that due to a sudden illness, Dortmund youth head coach Mark was hospitalized and unable to lead the team. Dortmund's main coach, Klopp, would temporarily take over the youth team, traveling to Saxony to participate in the match against Leipzig. The announcement of such a heavyweight German coach leading the team instantly elevated the attention and excitement surrounding the match to a whole new level. The day before the match, a journalist even captured a photo of Klopp boarding the bus with the Dortmund youth team en route to Leipzig. 2 hours prior to kickoff, Klopp, having just disembarked from the bus, was cornered by eager reporters in the corridor for a brief interview. "Mr. Klopp, may I ask why you are leading the youth team in this match?" A reporter inquired. "I'm here to fill in. The club needs me, and here I am," Klopp replied, a smile revealing his white teeth amidst his unkempt stubble. Amidst rumors circulating outside about his keen interest in player Xie, the reporter pressed on. "What are your thoughts on him?" Xie is a remarkably gifted athlete, currently topping the assist charts in the Cup and maintaining an exceptional standard in the league. He is outstanding, remarkably fast, and precise in his passing. His free kicks and long-range shots are impressive. "I believe he is well-suited for the current Dortmund squad," Klopp articulated. The reporter continued, "Is this match an opportunity for you to evaluate and test him?" "This is my job. I simply strive to execute it well," Klopp responded, neither confirming nor denying the inquiry. At the Red Bull Arena, the presence of Germany's best coach brought an unprecedented crowd of over 40,000 spectators, setting a new record for attendance. The Dortmund youth team is brimming with talent, many of whom Klopp has nurtured, most notably Xu and Sch. Xu turned down a lucrative 5-year contract from Premier League giants Manchester City worth $330,000 per week and an annual salary of $17 million, opting instead for a transfer to Bayern Munich for $37 million with a $7 million annual salary. Many have speculated about Xu's decision to join Bayern, which remains perplexing to outsiders. Just days prior, Klopp had received the accolade for best coach in the UEFA Champions League, although Dortmund had narrowly lost the final to Bayern, with a decisive blow delivered by the Flying Dutchman, Robben. As the match approached, Klopp earned the utmost respect from the youth players, familiar with their capabilities and meticulously devising tactical strategies. His pre-match speech in the locker room ignited a palpable enthusiasm among the players, who emerged from the tunnel brimming with vigor and readiness. "Jessica, I believe the youth players from Dortmund exhibit remarkable demeanor and spirit. Do you not sense it?" Hill remarked in the broadcast studio. "Apologies, Hill, but I fail to see any notable difference. Perhaps my understanding of football does not run as deep as yours. After all, you're a seasoned football presenter," Jessica replied tactfully. "Hearing you say that brings me joy. It might even keep me awake tonight. Could you share some amusing anecdotes from your visit to RB Leipzig?" Hill deftly shifted the topic. "Certainly. They're a lively and engaging group of young men. Coach Rangnick fosters a strong sense of unity within the team. Xie is quite talkative, Forsberg somewhat shy, and Poulsen is rather boisterous. Haidara has a habit of touching his nose while speaking," Jessica reminisced. "Oh, that sounds delightful." As the camera panned, the match between Leipzig at the Red Bull Arena and the Dortmund youth team was about to commence. The camera notably focused on Klopp, the temporary assistant coach for the night. Klopp and Rangnick, already well acquainted, shared a friendly handshake and embrace upon arriving at the sidelines, exchanging encouraging words as a gesture of camaraderie. With the whistle blown by the referee, Scolari from Stuttgart, the match commenced. Chapter 20, an impossible free kick. Igniting the field, the youth team coach had indeed been hospitalized for a minor surgery. Typically, the assistant coach would lead the team in such circumstances. However, only Klopp knew that he had volunteered to observe player Xie closely during the match, as he had already included him on his list of desired recruits, and his ranking was notably high. In truth, the performance of players on the field is crucial and can dictate the course of the game. The influence of the head coach off the pitch is equally significant, as the tactics and training routines they implement are interlinked. Since Klopp took charge, the confidence of the Dortmund youth team soared. Each player aspired to seize the opportunity to shine before this renowned German coach, perhaps even earning a promotion to the first team. As the match began, the players were energized, akin to being injected with adrenaline. Klopp's favored 4-3-3 formation faced off against Rangnick's 4-4-2 in an exciting tactical battle. However, Leipzig was fielding a diminished squad. Haidara was sidelined with an injury requiring at least 5 weeks of recovery, and Poulsen was serving a suspension due to a red card received in the previous match. Nkunku stepped in as a starter, and Rangnick boldly opted for youthful players. Back to the match. The assertive Dortmund youth team pressed forward, and as Xie made his first touch, he was rapidly pursued by opposing players. Opting for caution, he refrained from dribbling and patiently passed back to Juan. After a few exchanges, the ball found its way to Forsberg. Nkunku made a forward run, but was tightly marked while Silva sought possession, drawing 2 defenders and creating space on the right flank. Forsberg took a few lateral steps, delivering a diagonal pass to the advancing Xie. Seizing the moment, Xia accelerated to bypass the defender. The defending nary matched his pace, closely trailing, and seized the opportunity to slide tackle, deflecting the ball out of bounds. A Leipzig throw-in ensued. Xia initiated the throw-in, with Silva, Forsberg, and Wolf moving to receive the ball, ranging from close to far. Glancing around, Xia found no favorable options and opted to throw to Forsberg, who received the ball and turned seamlessly, showcasing his dexterous dribbling skills. The defending players quickly adjusted, and as Forsberg was pulled back, he fell, the ball being intercepted. The assistant referee raised his flag. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a foul for defensive misconduct. As the pulling from behind was evident, 8 minutes into the match, Leipzig earned a free kick in the attacking zone. The responsibility fell to Xia. Positioned at a considerable distance with a narrow angle, the Dortmund youth team formed a wall with only one player. As Xia placed the ball, he retreated, while a dispute erupted in the penalty area, prompting the referee to intervene. Observing the situation, it was clear that Xia's shot was virtually impossible due to the acute angle and the crowded penalty area, making it easy for defenders to block the attempt. Even if he managed to maneuver through the crowd, the distance was great, allowing the goalkeeper ample time to anticipate and save the shot. None present believed Xia would attempt a direct shot. It was widely regarded as a routine cross. Hence, the physical confrontations within the penalty area were fierce, leading to conflict, necessitating the referee's involvement. Just as all eyes fixated on the penalty area, anticipating a header, Xia made an audacious choice to shoot directly. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his stance. His leg muscles exploded into action. He launched. The studs of his boots tore through the dirt and grass. He lifted his foot with a powerful strike. Boom! The impact of his foot against the ball reverberated through the air. The sheer force was palpable. The ball soared from the ground. It spiraled violently. With tremendous velocity, it sailed over the players leaping in the penalty area, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper, witnessing the trajectory, swiftly reacted. He lunged to the side, but it was a moment too late. The ball brushed against his leather glove and soared into the dead corner. Whoosh! A goal! Unbelievable! Xu Qiang scored directly from a free kick. The angle and position made it seem impossible. The 40,000 fans at the Red Bull Arena were simultaneously in disbelief. Eyes wide open, hands on their foreheads, mouths agape, fans were everywhere. Even Ralf Rangnick on the sidelines slapped his forehead, crouching down to cover his face, forgetting to celebrate, unable to believe that such a shot could actually score. Is this even real? Klopp's reaction was even more exaggerated. He removed his hat to shield his face, not out of shame, but to express the incredibility of that goal. Simultaneously, he put his hat back on, giving a thumbs up to signal that it was brilliant, and so were the players. Guys, this isn't your fault. The goal was simply magnificent, spectacular. Keep going, don't lose heart. The world-renowned coach Klopp knew precisely what to do at that moment. Thus, he clapped and shouted encouragement to the players on the field. The overseas student support group, undeterred by the rain, came to cheer. After Xu Qiang's goal, drums resounded. Banners were raised, and they fervently shouted in Chinese. This was in stark contrast to the home fans. In Huagua, Zhujiazhuang, due to the weekend, Su Jiangwo's family gathered to watch the live broadcast of Leipzig's match. After the goal, Su's mother stood up, even ignoring the pain from her knee hitting the table, her ample figure bouncing with joy as she shouted, Deqiang, you were the strongest. Wow, how did you score that? Incredible. Su Xiaolong was so excited that he nearly fell to the ground, standing up to shout, "Aw, my brother scored. He's amazing." Su Wenwen ran over to kiss the screen. Su Jiangwo, who had already lifted his behind from his seat when the camera followed Xu Qiang, resisted the urge to stand up after the goal, but clutched his cigarette but tightly, the heat prompting him to discard it quickly. This subtle gesture betrayed his inner excitement. The entire family erupted in joyous laughter. Neighbors rushed over, thinking they had won the lottery. Isn't that Deqiang? He's playing in Germany? A star player. I always knew Qiang was exceptional. And now he is a star. Jiangwo, your family has produced a celebrity. Congratulations. We must celebrate with a feast tomorrow. The unexpectedly enthusiastic neighbors filled the room. Su Jiangwo quickly poured tea for his guests, his beaming smile impossible to conceal. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiangwo's home was now packed with guests. Villagers crowded together to watch Xu Qiang's match. Latecomers had to stand on tiptoe outside the window or bring stools to see. Thanks to Xu Qiang, this family was starting to gain fame, their reputation spreading far and wide. The Leipzig fans in a frenzy. were once again overwhelmed by Xu Qiang's extraordinary speed on the wing, igniting waves of excitement. A 45-degree cross into the box found Xu Qiang, who had already observed the positions of his teammates from his god's perspective. Nkunku intercepted the ball at the near post, took a step, and shot. However, a defender was closely marking him, making a desperate attempt to block the shot. Nkunku's effort was thwarted, and the Dortmund youth team launched a rapid counterattack. After 3 passes, the ball reached the front line. Väyrynen cut in from the left, and Xu Qiang attempted to block, but the opponent executed a powerful elbow strike to Xu's face. Xu fell to the ground in pain, yet the referee did not blow the whistle. Taking advantage of the situation, Väyrynen feigned a move on Wan, creating space to shoot. He unleashed a low drive into the bottom corner, rolling into the net. Galaxy had no chance. They equalized. Dortmund's youth team leveled the score in the 25th minute. Xu Qiang, who had been elbowed, clutched his nose as blood flowed profusely. Leipzig's players rushed to argue with the referee, indicating a foul, raising their elbows in protest. The referee ignored them, blowing the whistle to confirm the goal. The home crowd erupted in boos. The team doctor rushed onto the field to treat Xu Qiang and stop the bleeding. In this era of flawed officiating, such mistakes were unavoidable. Even though erroneous judgments occasionally occurred, their frequency was relatively low. The referee instructed Xu Qiang to receive treatment off the field. After a brief attempt to staunch the bleeding, Xu returned, confirmed by the 4th official, and was welcomed back by the enthusiastic applause of the fans. Even Klopp offered his applause and encouragement. Just as he stepped back onto the field and was still regaining his footing, Xu Qiang witnessed Dortmund's youth player Maru, positioned just outside the penalty area, unleash a long-range shot. The ball pierced Leipzig's goal. In just 5 minutes, Leipzig conceded 2 goals, leaving the home fans speechless. By around 30 minutes, the score had been reversed. Dortmund's youth team took the lead. The absence of Haidara significantly diminished Leipzig's midfield control. Forsberg could only manage the attack without covering the defense. The partnership between Forsberg and Haidara was effective, one controlling the midfield while the other focused on the attack, allowing for smooth organization. Without Haidara, the midfield became vulnerable to breakthroughs, failing to exert pressure. Forsberg's attacking prowess was also hampered, necessitating defensive duties, which disrupted overall connectivity. This situation provided Dortmund's youth team with numerous opportunities, allowing them to selectively distribute the ball left and right. Both conceded goals were largely due to Leipzig's diminished midfield control. On Xu Qiang's side, Dortmund deployed 2 speedy players to effectively obstruct his advances, including crosses from the sidelines. Consequently, Leipzig struggled to generate offensive momentum, leading to a complete suppression in the last 10 minutes of the first half. Fortunately, Dortmund's players lacked the fortune to convert their chances, missing several good opportunities, which prevented the score from widening. As they entered the locker room, both coaches seized the moment to make adjustments. The team doctor re-examined Xu Qiang's injury, applying special medication to prevent further bleeding. In the players' tunnel, Xu Qiang unexpectedly shook hands with Dortmund's youth player Nari, complimenting his excellent defense and expressing pleasure in meeting him. Nari, surprised, reciprocated with sincere praise for Xu Qiang's impressive skills, admitting that marking him was quite challenging. This simple yet ordinary gesture filled Xu Qiang with inexplicable joy. Through their handshake, Xu Qiang utilized the item, temporary skill theft, astonishingly acquiring Nari's speed boost 25 skill. It was truly unexpected. Xu Qiang had initially thought that using temporary skill theft on star players would yield useful talents. However, he soon realized this notion was narrow-minded. Stealing another's talent did not necessarily need to be employed. It could also lead to their loss. Indeed, even if he acquired an ineffective talent, causing a player to lose their skill was a viable strategy. In the first half, Nari had repeatedly impeded Xu Qiang's breakthroughs, disrupting Leipzig's right-side attacks. This thought had only occurred to Xu Qiang during their brief encounter in the players' tunnel. The system indeed did not provide any hints. The act of stealing a player's talent and skills raises the question of whether it results in a temporary loss of those abilities. Through clandestine attempts to pilfer Forsberg's skills, Xu Qiang has come to understand why the item is referred to as stealing. Once stolen, it equates to the player momentarily losing the pilfered talents for a duration of 60 minutes. The item, once regarded as useless, has now ascended to the status of a divine artifact. This led to Forsberg exhibiting erratic behavior for a time, sensing that something vital had been extracted from his being, yet he could not ascertain the cause. Initially, Xu Qiang intended to steal Naim's skills, believing that even if they were of no use, they could temporarily diminish his capabilities, thereby allowing him to identify a breakthrough point in the second half, such as agility, turning, or acceleration. Xu Qiang had no intention of utilizing the stolen abilities. Instead, his goal was for Naim to suffer a loss. To his surprise, fortune favored him. He unhesitatingly employed the stolen skill, speed increase 25, and subsequently activated the item, temporary attribute increase of 5 points, allocating those points to passing. For a fleeting moment, Naim felt as if he had lost something, but he dismissed it as the players emerged from the tunnel and switched attacking directions. With the match set to commence swiftly, Leipzig kicked off from the center circle, and Kunku passed backward. After a few touches, the ball found its way to Xu Qiang. He deftly maneuvered forward, taking 3 steps in 2 strides along the wing, and upon encountering the first defender, executed a feint and spun away to break through. The second defender attempted to intercept from the side, but Xu Qiang, without a flicker of hesitation, tapped the ball with his toe and accelerated past him. He swiftly navigated through the midfield, prompting Forsberg and Kunku to react quickly, making runs either to receive the ball or to push forward. The third defender was Naim, and Xu Qiang was pursued by another player from behind. Under this dual pressure, he decisively pushed the ball through Naim's legs. Accelerate. The ball and man separated. Naim turned quickly, but for some inexplicable reason, he found his speed diminished, as if his legs were laden with lead. Helplessly, he watched Xu Qiang accelerate, moving parallel and surpassing him. He felt utterly powerless. Naim strained to urge his legs to move faster. It was futile. Xu Qiang surged ahead, effortlessly bypassing 3 defenders. His explosive speed overwhelmed them, eliciting roars of excitement from the surrounding fans. At that moment, he had penetrated the entire defense of the Dortmund youth team. He skillfully dribbled into the center, charging into the penalty area, revealing his fierce side. A center-back approached to provide cover, perfectly aligning with Xu Qiang's intentions. As he discreetly executed a low cross, Nkunku, arriving at the perfect moment, easily slotted the ball home. Nkunku, displaying his intelligence, aimed for the far corner. Swish! Goal! Leipzig equalized just as the second half commenced. 22. Xu Qiang's breakthrough on the wing created the opportunity. He bypassed 3 players. An unreasonable breakthrough. Speed overwhelming. The pass. Nkunku's shot. Scoring appeared so effortlessly simple. With ease, gratitude, domination. After scoring, Nkunku sprinted to find Xu Qiang, lifting him high and carrying him to the corner in front of the fans. He made a shushing gesture. Subsequently, the fans, in unison, mimicked the gesture, raising their voices in celebration. The Red Bull Arena erupted once more in a chorus of boos. After the boos subsided, the fans erupted into a more fervent celebration. Watching the match live was sheer ecstasy. Rangnick had just returned to the bench for a sip of water. After all, it was the beginning of the second half, and he had been in the locker room for over 10 minutes without pause, feeling parched. Who would have anticipated that, upon turning around, the ball would find the net? He looked bewilderedly at his assistant coach, his expression seemingly asking, "Can anyone tell me what just happened? How'd that go in?" The assistants, ignoring Rangnick, rushed from the bench, excitedly pumping their fists in celebration alongside the substitute players. Meanwhile, Klopp encouraged his players, though his thoughts were elsewhere. "Goodness, this is truly impressive. ISNT, this the talent I desperately need. I must find a chance to connect. I absolutely need to bring Xu Qiang over to Dortmund during the winter break." With this assist, Xu Qiang has completely won over Klopp. As for the first goal, Klopp had hesitated slightly. Before him, Xu Qiang dashed forward from the backfield at high speed, creating opportunities for his teammates and assisting in scoring. Such versatility is rare, capable of both passing and shooting, as well as creating chances through breakthroughs. Klopp was almost ready to dash onto the field to ask Xu Qiang for his phone number. Xu Qiang told Klopp that with him on the field, scoring became so incredibly effortless. Indeed, one does not know until one sees it. The shock is profound. This encapsulated Klopp's mindset at that moment. Yet there was more to astonish Klopp. As the Dortmund youth team initiated their offensive, they lost possession of the ball. The ball fell to Leipzig, who advanced it into the attacking zone. Silva received a cross and passed Nkunku. Under pressure from 2 defenders, Nkunku, losing his balance, returned the ball to Forsberg. A supporting defender attempted to intercept with a sliding tackle, but Forsberg, without even glancing, flicked the ball away. Xu Qiang, arriving to assist, met the ball and, like a cannon, unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The ball reverberated throughout the stadium. The well-struck shot soared with tremendous force. A thunderous strike. Xu Qiang's signature move. From outside the penalty area, he unleashed a powerful kick. The ball shot into the net like a cannonball. The goalkeeper stood frozen, unable to react. The speed was too great. Even with a slight angle deviation, it still found the net. A turnaround. Leipzig pulled ahead. Xu Qiang scored. In less than 2 minutes, at the start of the second half, the Dortmund youth team conceded 2 goals. And the architect of it all was none other than Xu Qiang. Chapter 22. The hat trick, a stunning overhead kick kneeling in awe. In Zhejiang, Huagua, Xu Jiangwo's home. At this moment, he was surrounded by villagers, a tight crowd, with neighbors filling every inch of space. Xu Qiang's exploits in the German league had spread throughout the village in just half an hour, and curious villagers flocked to watch. They eagerly anticipated the live broadcast on the projection screen. Xu Qiang's assist did not elicit much reaction, with only a few villagers who understood the game offering sporadic applause. Before long, however, Xu Qiang unleashed a powerful shot and scored. With arms wide open, he welcomed his teammates' enthusiastic embraces. Upon witnessing Xu Qiang's goal, the villagers erupted into a chorus of excited cheers. Many of those watching in living rooms, caught up in their exhilaration, collided with teapots, cups, and table edges, completely oblivious to their surroundings, lost in celebration. Is this truly the Xu Qiang I know? How astonishing. Wow, this is incredible. Just earlier I scolded the kid, saying playing football was pointless. Damn it, it turns out playing football is so impressive and lucrative. Xu Qiang scored beautifully. When he returns, I'll introduce him to my daughter. She's lovely, and I'm sure he'll like her. If not, I could send her to Germany. Jiangwo, give me Xu Qiang's number. Such chatter filled Xu Jiangwo's home, keeping the lights on late into the night, as lively as a bustling market. Upon hearing about Xu Qiang's phone number, everyone immediately grew excited, clamoring to inquire about Xu Jiangwo. The villagers' enthusiasm left Xu Jiangwo, a genuine farmer, feeling quite bewildered. Please, everyone calm down. Standing in front of Xu Jiangwo was Su Wenwen, who blocked the crowd, saying, even if I were to give you my brother's number, you wouldn't be able to reach him. You haven't activated global roaming. After much persuasion from Su Wenwen, the spirited villagers finally ceased their ruckus and returned their attention to the match. However, the hushed whispers and low murmurs continued unabated. In the stands, among the international student support group, Fan Xian'er and Cheng Yuyan were well concealed. Once the fans erupted in jubilant celebration, Fan Xian'er turned to Cheng Yuyan and remarked, Old Cheng, I must tell you, Xu Qiang is truly remarkable. I looked into his stats, and given his current growth trajectory, he is bound to become a football superstar. You must seize this opportunity. Cheng Yuyan retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I hardly know him. It hardly matters whether he becomes a superstar or not. Her sparkling eyes twinkled with allure. Indeed, your family is not lacking. Don't think I'm oblivious. A few days ago, when I attended an event, I saw you sneaking off with Xu Qiang, dining together in the cafeteria, strolling through campus and the football field. Xu Qiang even delivered a resounding slap to Mike. Fan Xian'er revealed candidly. Cheng Yuyan blushed instantly. Listen to your sister's advice. Girls can take the initiative too. When you encounter someone you truly like and can trust, be sure to seize the moment. Don't be like me, Fan Xian'er added, using her own experience as a cautionary tale. Cheng Yuyan turned her gaze to the field, where Xu Qiang was pouring sweat and running with determination, momentarily lost in thought. As the match approached the 60-minute mark, Klopp noticed a problem. He observed that Dortmund's youth team left-winger, Narai, was unable to keep up, evidently suffering from fatigue and unable to effectively intercept or tightly defend against Xu Qiang. Turning to his assistant coach for a moment, he prepared to substitute Narai. At that moment, Leipzig was awarded a corner kick. Forsberg took the kick, which was low and flat, and Silva managed to get his head on it. However, it was too straightforward, and the goalkeeper instinctively palmed it away. The ball soared high, landing near the penalty spot. Nkunku attempted to make contact, but was thwarted by a defender, and the ball fell to the left corner of the penalty area. Under pressure from Narai, Xu Qiang turned his back, braced himself, and suddenly leapt into the air for an acrobatic bicycle kick. His feet swung, striking the ball with ferocity. The ball sailed over the crowded mass, heading straight for the near corner of the net. The goalkeeper, obstructed from view, failed to react. It was a goal. Xu Qiang scored again. A hat trick. The crowd erupted with ecstatic cheers, mingled with the sound of drums. The students beating the drums seemed to pour every ounce of their energy into it. The stadium once again surged with excitement. The commentator, Hansen, gaped in awe, as if ready to swallow the microphone. Leading, equalized, trailing, equalized, overtaken, and then extending the lead. It was utterly exhilarating. A match played with such intensity. Leipzig's advantage translated into goals. It was Xu Qiang. Again, it was Xu Qiang. For goals, all by Xu Qiang. He had performed yet another hat trick. Truly, he was unstoppable. Having fallen to the ground, Xu Qiang quickly stood up, running towards the sidelines to accept the adulation of the fans. Players and staff from the substitutes bench rushed out to celebrate, and before anyone knew it, they all knelt on the grass in unison. Once more, this lad seemed almost superhuman. Rangnick found himself pondering this very question. Suddenly, he glanced at Klopp, a troubling thought surging within him. Could it be that this fellow had come to observe Xu? It was quite possible. Otherwise, why would he travel such a distance to coach? No, he needed to propose to the club's upper management to offer Xu a raise to retain him. If he were poached, Leipzig would lose a significant asset in their pursuit of the Bundesliga. Rangnick resolved to discuss this matter with the management after the match. Saxony Sports Channel. Wow, it's Xu again. A bicycle kick. A hot trick. Is he even human? Hill exclaimed, 3 goals and 1 assist. Xu, through sheer will, has created 4 goals for Leipzig. 3 points are almost guaranteed. It's unbelievable. It's astounding. I must see Xu play live. Oh my God. That goal was absolutely spectacular and undoubtedly a contender for the league's best goal, Jessica exclaimed, barely containing her excitement. No, I believe that not only the bicycle kick should be nominated, the first goal and others should be considered as well. He may dominate the top 10 goals list. Hill remarked soberly. Indeed, his goals never fail to astonish. The first free kick goal surely made fans in front of their televisions wonder, how did he score that? When did scoring become so effortless? Jessica said playfully. For Xu, scoring seemed just that simple. He was a prodigious talent, a genius. Hill mused. The Dortmund youth team prepared to kick off from the center circle when the referee blew for a pause. Xu Qiang had sat down, tilting his head back to stem the flow of blood from his nose. The referee swiftly approached to assess the situation and soon signaled for the team, doctor, to enter the field. The bicycle kick had caused Xu Qiang to hit his head first, and after a rough treatment to staunch the bleeding, it began to flow again. The referee instructed Xu Qiang to step off the field for treatment. The team doctor did his utmost to stop the bleeding and advised Xu Qiang not to push himself, warning that a second injury could have irreversible consequences. Heeding the doctor's advice, Xu Qiang nodded. The doctor stood up and gestured for a substitution to the bench. Rangnick immediately arranged for the replacement, allowing Xu Qiang to rest. The home fans erupted in warm applause as they bid farewell to Xu Qiang. At the 66th minute, Xu Qiang was substituted. In the 73rd minute, Forsberg took a curling shot from outside the penalty area, which the goalkeeper saved. Nkunku capitalized on the rebound to extend the lead. In the final moments of stoppage time, Juan fouled an opposing forward in the penalty area, resulting in a penalty kick. Galaxy made an accurate judgment, saving the penalty. The beleaguered Dortmund youth team, lacking confidence, failed to recover their dignity with the missed penalty. Subsequently, the referee blew the final whistle. The match concluded, and Xu Qiang emerged from the substitutes bench to join his teammates in a hand-holding gesture of gratitude towards the home fans. Leipzig had triumphed over Klopp's Dortmund youth team, securing all 3 points. Undoubtedly, the standout player of the evening was Xu Qiang with a hat trick and an assist, earning him the accolades he so rightfully deserved. Chapter 23. Double firsts. The frenzied Bull Demon King after the match. Klopp met Xu Qiang in the stadium's small reception room. With Rangnick's permission, it became clear that Klopp had indeed come specifically to engage with Xu Qiang. The conversation lasted barely more than 10 minutes before Xu Qiang took his leave. Later, he recounted this encounter to his coach, stating that Klopp had invited him to Dortmund. Should Xu Qiang agree, Klopp would return and discuss contract terms with the higher-ups. However, Xu Qiang did not acquiesce. Having narrowly missed out on the Champions League title last season, Dortmund had invested heavily this season to bolster their ranks and regroup. Since the start of the season, the performance has been commendable, yet overshadowed by the dominance of Bayern Munich. Given the current subpar attributes, Xu Qiang has opted for a cautious approach, choosing to hone his skills through more matches. A hasty leap to a higher league could result in setbacks, potentially leading to substandard performances where he might not even make it onto the bench. At RB Leipzig, Xu Qiang enjoys more opportunities as a starter, allowing him ample chances to showcase his abilities. This is not only beneficial for Xu Qiang himself, but also aligns with the club's objectives. After listening to Xu Qiang's rationale, Rangnick was deeply moved, visibly nodding in appreciation and offering supportive gestures, while internally resolving to propose a salary increase for Xu Qiang to the higher-ups, urging them to give it serious consideration. Retaining talent is crucial for the club, and increasing salaries is the most straightforward and effective method to achieve this. Following Klopp's temporary management of the Dortmund youth team in the third division, which generated immense buzz in the domestic football scene, Xu Qiang delivered another hat trick, contributing an assist and elevating the excitement to new heights. The influx of media reports was overwhelming, shocking. The Bull King's hat trick turns the tide against Dortmund's youth. Unable to shake Red Bull's supremacy, the Bull King Xu dazzles, leading to euphoric celebrations among fans. A vibrant spectacle at Red Bull Arena, with the Chinese student support group drumming in jubilation. The unstoppable Bull King, delivering an unbelievable free kick, a powerful strike, and an awe-inspiring overhead kick. Eye-catching headlines flooded the news. Numerous passionate goal images accompanied each article. Xu Qiang's free kick, Xu Qiang's powerful shot, Xu Qiang's overhead kick. Both Klopp and Rangnick bore expressions of disbelief. A journalist even captured a moment where Klopp shielded his face with a hat. This match birthed countless iconic moments, with Xu Qiang as the architect of these classics. The discussions continued unabated as the league progressed. In the 16th round, Darmstadt, ranked third, faced off against the first-placed RB Leipzig. Aware of Leipzig's formidable attacking prowess, Darmstadt deployed a defensive 5-4-1 formation. With the absence of Haidara and Poulsen, Leipzig's attacking strength notably diminished. Furthermore, Xu Qiang's previous match brilliance could not be replicated. As he advanced into the attacking zone, he was swiftly met by multiple defenders, receiving tighter scrutiny than Forsberg. The home team resorted to physical confrontations and frequent fouls to disrupt Xu Qiang's advances. The lack of Xu Qiang's effective build-up from a back made it exceedingly challenging for Leipzig. Nevertheless, this only fueled Xu Qiang's competitive spirit. Ultimately, in a goalless first half, the second half brought a free kick opportunity earned by Nkunku outside the penalty area. Xu Qiang seized the moment, converting the free kick into a goal, altering the score to 1-0. This became the focal point of the match, as Leipzig secured the victory until the final whistle. The following day, after Rangnick's recommendation, the club's upper management agreed to grant Xu Qiang a salary increase, with a new contract of €550,000 to take effect after the winter break. The club was concerned Xu Qiang might depart during the break, which would limit the contract's binding nature on him. Xu Qiang had already gained some recognition in German football, with the club receiving offers and inquiries from several Bundesliga and two Bundesliga teams. Upon signing, the system rewarded him. Ding. Annual salary surpasses 500,000. Reward. Randomly draw a talent skill once. Successfully drawing the talent skill. Unyielding as a mountain. Unyielding as a mountain is a defensive skill that consumes 2 attribute points, lasting for 60 minutes, making it difficult to be knocked down during physical confrontations and tussles. Skills that consume 2 attribute points are quite valuable, or at least, that is Xu Qiang's belief. The term can be understood literally. Of course, there's also a one-time free trial. As time passed, aside from his daily training, Xu Qiang frequently interacted with fellow international students in Leipzig. They established a group for sharing daily training photos, and computer science students created a support forum, posting Xu Qiang's training pictures to maintain daily engagement and foster cohesion. Fan Xin'er and Cheng Yuyan also participated in this initiative. By mid-December, after the 19th round, Leipzig celebrated an impressive 5 consecutive victories. Xu Qiang was in stellar form, scoring in 5 consecutive matches and providing assists. He topped the scoring chart with 15 goals and led the assist chart with 10 assists. Double first place, an unprecedented achievement. After the 19th round, Xu Qiang received an extraordinary honor. The entire German football scene was astounded. Kicker reported, double first place in the third division. The Bull King of Red Bull is driving everyone wild. RB Leipzig's right back, Xu, with 15 goals and 10 assists after half a season, dominated both the scoring and assist charts. Who is this remarkable individual? What accounts for such extraordinary talent? His goals are enough to drive people insane, and his assists and breakthroughs are unstoppable. A star is poised to rise in German football. The media, ever keen on sensationalism, exaggerated Xu Qiang's achievements, resulting in a flood of scornful remarks and satire. The headlines blared, "In a world gone mad, a right back claims the top spot in both categories in the third division." Can you believe it? A defender outperforming forwards and midfielders, reigning supreme. Are the strikers in the third division all hopeless? How could a defender secure the top position? The glaring reports propelled Xu Qiang into the spotlight once again, with unscrupulous media thrusting him forward. The Red Bull Club seized on Xu Qiang's rising fame, signing him for advertising contracts as the winter break approached, with Christmas and New Year on the horizon. They orchestrated multiple advertising shoots to be disseminated across the nation. Compared to his prior regional contract in Saxony, Xu Qiang's new advertising deal spanned all of Germany, with a high price tag, requiring him to commit for at least 3 years. However, Xu Qiang declined the 3-year offer, asserting that a 1-year contract or even a shorter duration would suffice. He believed that with his growing reputation and development on the field, he would secure even better opportunities in the future. A globally renowned functional beverage company sought to bind Xu Qiang through a contract, aiming to influence him even if he transferred in the future. However, their intentions were thwarted, and Xu Qiang proceeded with shooting Christmas and New Year advertisements. Nevertheless, he remained resolutely focused on his matches. Following the 19th round, the German Cup third round awaited, featuring a knockout match against Hoffenheim. Rangnick had previously achieved a miraculous promotion with Hoffenheim, leading them to the Bundesliga and creating history. Facing his former club, Rangnick was undoubtedly well acquainted with them. Chapter 24. Xu Qiang's weakness? Fear not, for the system is here. In 2006, Rangnick took charge of Hoffenheim when they were still in the regional leagues, leading them to a miraculous 3-tier ascent into the Bundesliga by 2008. In their inaugural Bundesliga season, Hoffenheim even claimed the runner-up position at the halfway mark, sending fans into a frenzy. However, injuries gradually hindered their progress, leading to a decline in performance. At the end of the last season, the team found itself in the relegation zone. However, they managed to secure their position in the Bundesliga by triumphing over Kaiserslautern in the playoff. The new head coach, Gisdol, played a crucial role in Hoffenheim's survival. In the final match of the previous season, trailing Borussia Dortmund by a goal, the team earned 2 consecutive penalties, ultimately overcoming Dortmund and securing a playoff spot. Gisdol gained the trust of the club and continued as head coach for the new season, signing a 3-year contract. Under Gisdol's guidance, Hoffenheim has performed commendably in the new season, establishing themselves in the mid-table of the Bundesliga. If this progress continues, relegation will be a concern of the past, and the team may even aspire for a place in European competitions. With the league running smoothly and minimal pressure, Hoffenheim is also making strides in the German Cup, advancing to the third round and securing a position among the last 16. Prior to the match, Gisdol expressed his intention not to underestimate RB Leipzig, stating he would field the best squad for the encounter. No one dares to take a formidable opponent lightly, especially considering Leipzig's impressive goal-scoring record in the lower divisions, which has instilled fear even among teams of similar standing. Although Hoffenheim is a Bundesliga club, Leipzig has also managed to defeat Augsburg, another Bundesliga team, on their own turf. They possess strength, tenacity, and cohesion, making them a formidable adversary, particularly under the guidance of our familiar Professor Rangnick, which warrants our utmost respect. In a pre-match interview, Gisdol was also asked about Xu Qiang, who has been scoring prolifically and showcasing remarkable breakthrough abilities. Gisdol chose to place his faith in his players, assuring that they would be well prepared. Meanwhile, Rangnick also made notable remarks prior to the match, capturing the attention of fans and viewers alike. He acknowledged Xu as a gifted player whose shooting, dribbling, and assists consistently bring unexpected delight. Leipzig feels honored to possess such a talented and versatile player. The club has even convened several meetings to discuss an increase in Xu's salary. However, Rangnick emphasized that Leipzig is not solely reliant on Xu. They have numerous other excellent players, including Kunku and Haidara, who have also emerged from the youth academy. Our players are exceptional, and I take great pride in them," he remarked. Both head coaches displayed unwavering confidence ahead of the match, promising an exhilarating encounter. The Red Bull Arena was at full capacity for the first time, with 43,000 seats filled. Upon entering, fans were seen passionately singing, busy taking selfies, and enjoying beers while chatting. The atmosphere brimmed with the unique charm of football, a sport that unites strangers through shared interests and discussions. Perhaps even love stories blossom in the stadium, leaving a lasting impression. This is football, a globally beloved competitive endeavor. In China, a sports network broadcast commenced just after 9 o'clock. Thank you for tuning in to the German Cup third round, where RB Leipzig from the German third division faces Bundesliga's Hoffenheim in the knockout stage. I am your host, Xu Qiang, and joining me is our special guest, Coach Chun Jiming. "Welcome, Coach Chun," said the well-dressed host. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us," replied Coach Chun, donning Leipzig's home jersey. Recently, the online discussions have been buzzing about Xu Qiang's remarkable performances in Leipzig. I've been following this young talent since the beginning. Like many netizens, I admire his youthful vigor, remarked Coach Chun. Since signing with RB Leipzig, he's been on an impressive trajectory. I have an update for everyone. The latest statistics indicate that Xu Qiang ranks first in both the goals and assist charts in the German third division, Xu Qiang announced. That's unprecedented, holding the top position in both categories. Coach Chun concurred. Indeed, Xu is an extraordinary young man, with just over 10 minutes remaining before the match. The host suggested a brief commercial break, promising to return with edited highlights of Xu Qiang's spectacular goals. Soon, the broadcast switched to advertisements, followed by exhilarating clips of Xu's goals and assists. Upon returning to the studio, the large screen behind the host showcased Xu's iconic celebration. As the match approached, Xu Qiang, having gained Rangnick's confidence, undoubtedly made it into the starting lineup, alongside forwards Silva and Poulsen, as well as midfielders Haidar and Forsberg. I eagerly anticipate tonight's performance from Xu Qiang. I've often come across him on the internet. It seems students from Leipzig have even created a forum dedicated to him, remarked Coach Chun. Indeed, I must admit, I registered on that forum as well, where they frequently post photos of Xu's daily training and life. It's quite interesting. Those who are fans should check it out, Xu Qiang added. As the camera panned, both teams were seen preparing, awaiting the referee's whistle. The screen shifted to the head coaches shaking hands. Following the live broadcast, the referee blew the whistle. The third round of the German Cup, the knockout match between Leipzig and Hoffenheim, officially commenced. RB Leipzig kicked off from the center circle, maintaining Professor Rangnick's traditional philosophy and approach. The team did not rush to find their forwards, but instead controlled the ball steadily, passing it backward. Rangnick, familiar with Hoffenheim, had tailored the game plan with specific adjustments, informing the Leipzig players about the opponent's characteristics to ensure preparedness. The overall quality of Leipzig's players was indeed not on par with Hoffenheim's, and their cohesion appeared somewhat lacking. Compared to Augsburg, Hoffenheim seemed to present a more significant challenge. Perhaps due to the away game, Hoffenheim also took a cautious approach, stabilizing their probing attacks without recklessly committing too many players forward. The midfield battles were particularly fierce, and fortunately, Haidar's timely return from injury bolstered Leipzig's midfield stability and competitiveness. Within the first 10 minutes, both teams exchanged attacks. Hoffenheim initiated a move down the left flank, with Grillick carrying the ball forward, facing Xu Qiang's defense. He utilized his physical advantage to hold off Xu, cutting into the byline and delivering a cross after shouldering past him. Inside the penalty area, one managed to clear the danger by heading the ball to Forsberg. Unintentionally, Forsberg turned half-heartedly and was swiftly dispossessed by Geiger, who intercepted the ball. In a precarious situation, Forsberg quickly tugged at Geiger to regain his position and reclaim the ball. Geiger, with solid footing, took a step forward and unleashed a shot. The ball slightly deflected off the ground and soared into the stands, eliciting gasps from the home fans. After several contested plays, Xu Qiang realized his physicality was insufficient, making him vulnerable to being pushed aside, leading to multiple breakthroughs and crosses from his side that threatened the goal. The astute coach Gisdol discerned Xu's weaknesses. In the third division, this flaw might not have been as pronounced, but on the more intense Bundesliga stage, it was magnified significantly. Even if I have a weakness, I also possess a system. Xu Qiang thought fiercely, activating his gifted skill, immovable as a mountain. Chapter 25, The unflawed Xu Qiang scores with a lob. Xu rarely used skills in the league, but he had accumulated 14 attribute points due to lack of enhancements. Talent skill. Immovable as a mountain. The initial free use was prompted by the intense physical confrontation, compelling Xu Qiang to activate it. Upon utilizing his talent skill, Grillick and Dabber collaborated to advance towards the front, purposefully seeking to breach Xu Qiang's defense. They had already succeeded in breaking through a few times, savoring their success. Dabber accelerated, with Xu Qiang in close pursuit, while Grillick delivered a precise through ball. Dabber, in full stride, braced himself to receive the ball, but suddenly, Xu Qiang deftly maneuvered past Dabber, seizing half a step and intercepting the ball ahead of time. Despite Dabber's relentless harassment from behind, his attempts to poke the ball away or pull Xu Qiang back proved futile. The linesman promptly raised his flag, and the referee's whistle echoed, calling a foul for Dabber's offensive infringement. A turnover in the front court provided Hoffenheim with a rapid counterattack opportunity. Dabber once again targeted Xu Qiang. Alone in defending against Blaharl, Xu Qiang remained composed, continually retreating while keeping his eyes fixed on the ball, effectively thwarting Blaharl's feints. As Blaharl's frustration grew and his trajectory faltered, Xu Qiang seized the moment, pivoting skillfully to reclaim possession. This interception was magnificent, clean, and decisive. It thwarted Hoffenheim's chance for a quick counterattack. The Hoffenheim players rushing in to support could not hide their frustration, casting reproachful glances at Blaharl. On the sidelines, Coach Gisdol was astonished to find that Xu Qiang's supposed weakness in physical confrontation seemed non-existent. He certainly would not admit to any misjudgment from the outset of formulating tactics. He had relied on Xu Qiang as a focal point, trusting his players' physicality and intensity. Approximately 20 minutes into the match, Xu Qiang did show some vulnerabilities, which Hoffenheim exploited to create threats. Over time, it was inevitable that Xu Qiang's side would be overwhelmed. However, just as everything unfolded according to Gisdol's expectations, Xu Qiang suddenly transformed. Both Blaharl and Grillick's successive attempts to break through were met with Xu Qiang's formidable personal skills, allowing him to withstand their advances and regain control of the ball. This surpassed Gisdol's comprehension. Hoffenheim, gaining momentum, suppressed RB Leipzig, but their repeated attempts to exploit Xu Qiang's weaknesses on the left flank failed, instead showcasing Xu Qiang's precise positioning and interceptions, causing significant discomfort for Hoffenheim's players. Consequently, during the latter part of the first half, Hoffenheim refrained from targeting Xu Qiang, redirecting their efforts to the right and center for opportunities. Blaharl shifted from the left to the right flank to bolster their offensive strategy. Throughout the first half, Hoffenheim's attacks were notable, yet few posed a genuine threat to the goal. In contrast, the home team RB Leipzig, forced into defense, struggled to generate substantial offensive chances. The first half concluded without additional time. In total, both teams combined for fewer than 10 shots, with Blaharl's lackluster attempt being the only one on target. Hoffenheim maintained a slight advantage in possession, but failed to convert it into goals. Despite the absence of goals in the first half, the fluidity of play and the defensive efforts displayed the team's strengths, leaving fans eagerly anticipating the second half. During the halftime break, minor adjustments were made. The second half commenced. Xu Qiang utilized an item, a temporary increase of 5 points in attributes, allocated to speed. Within the first 5 minutes, Hoffenheim displayed their Bundesliga prowess, launching relentless pressure after the kickoff. This forced Leipzig into a defensive retreat. Even Poulsen contributed in the midfield, intercepting and disrupting the ball. Grillick met the deflected ball at the edge of the penalty area, attempting a chip shot. Unfortunately, it was too straightforward, easily caught by Galaxy. After a few feints in preparation for a quick restart, Galaxy's peripheral vision caught sight of Xu Qiang sprinting down the right flank. Without hesitation, Galaxy executed a precise throw, finding Xu Qiang advancing forward. As the defenders rushed to intercept, Xu Qiang expertly adjusted his foot to lightly flick the ball, evading the defense, with an open path ahead. Leipzig's counterattack. The opportunity had finally arisen. Xu Qiang broke through on the flank, evading defenders, advancing through midfield, and piercing into the penalty area. The defenders near Poulsen were drawn to Xu Qiang. Hoffenheim's players scrambled back in pursuit. They were quick. However, Xu Qiang was determined not to squander this opportunity. The positioned goalkeeper retreated rapidly, seizing the moment, with defenders unable to close him down in time. He shot a delicate chip, The ball arced in a graceful trajectory. With a subtle inward spin, it sailed over the goalkeeper's head, nestling into the net. Precise. A goal. A towering chip from over 30 meters, propelling Leipzig ahead. Breaking Hoffenheim's defenses, the home crowd erupted in joyous celebration. The substitutes leaped from their seats in exhilaration. In the 52nd minute, Xu Qiang scored. Leipzig led Hoffenheim 1-0. An exquisite chip, a remarkable goal. Xu Qiang's shooting instinct was truly exceptional. This goal epitomized Xu Qiang's comprehensive abilities. Speed, awareness, shooting, each element indispensable. In a certain live broadcast in China, Duan Xian exclaimed excitedly, his voice strained with enthusiasm. A goal. Xu Qiang. It's Xu Qiang. A chip into the net. Leipzig's counterattack opportunity. Xu Qiang didn't tee pass to the offside Poulsen. He executed a chip shot from over 30 meters. Absolutely stunning. This speed, this shooting, this quality of counterattack. It far surpasses many renowned domestic players. Despite Xu Qiang's presence in a lower-tier league, the football atmosphere in Germany is world-renowned. Even in the third tier, the competition is fierce, Chun guided elaborated. Indeed, I've seen comments online stating, Xu Qiang is merely a player in a third-tier league. Scoring and assisting must be effortless. However, this understanding is fundamentally flawed. In Germany, immersed in such a vibrant football culture, even the third-tier league presents intense competition. Players face formidable challenges in physical and technical confrontations. Far from what people might imagine, Duan Xian defended Xu Qiang. Every player who ventures abroad faces significant challenges. We must show more understanding and support. Chen intended to say more, but hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. After relying on the talent skill, immovable as a mountain, to maintain stability in the first half, Xu Qiang revealed his prowess in the second half, executing a simple counterattack. Leveraging his individual skills to pry open Hoffenheim's goal, helping his team take the lead. In the third round of the DFB Pokal knockout stage, the stakes were high. Losers would be eliminated. Hoffenheim's predicament suddenly intensified. Their advantages in possession and shot count evaporated in an instant. On the sidelines, Coach Gisdol urgently summoned his assistant to discuss strategies moving forward, intermittently shouting instructions to the players regarding positioning, offense, and defense, directing them with palpable tension. With nearly 30 minutes remaining, the visiting team had time to equalize or even turn the tide. Chapter 26, Securing Victory. Xu Qiang's brace dismantles Hoffenheim. In a desperate situation, Hoffenheim attacked fiercely, pressing Leipzig down. Since Xu Qiang's side could no longer break through, Hoffenheim increasingly relied on the right and central flanks for their assaults. However, the lack of a decisive offensive strategy has significantly hindered the overall fluidity of the team's attack. Frequently, the central route was besieged, leading to interruptions and only sporadic advances. This consumed a considerable amount of time during the match. After 70 minutes, Gisdol made 2 substitutions, withdrawing a defensive midfielder and replacing the injured Blau. Since the second half commenced, Xu Qiang's side has not allowed Hoffenheim a single breakthrough. Indeed, not once. Moreover, Xu Qiang has been consistently intercepting the ball. Blau played with evident frustration, leading him to snatch the towel handed to him by the assistant coach with a hint of anger. The broadcaster displayed Blau's statistics, revealing he had neither attempted a shot nor made a breakthrough in the second half, which certainly explained his discontent. The new reinforcements on the field, brimming with energy, relentlessly harassed the Leipzig players, even pressuring them during goal kicks. This pressing from the front is a gamble, inevitably leaving the backline vulnerable to counterattacks. And here came Xu Qiang. Juan tussled with Bibo in the penalty area, gaining the upper hand and passing the ball to Xu Qiang. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Qiang struck the ball powerfully and sprinted forward. Not only did he create a promising counterattack opportunity, but he also drew the attention of Hoffenheim's players, allowing Leipzig's defense, which had been under pressure, a moment to breathe. Forsberg emerged on the right flank, with Poulsen signaling in the attack. Haidara followed closely alongside Xu Qiang. Leipzig's counterattack primarily relied on the right side, orchestrated by Xu Qiang. Stopped at the center line, Xu Qiang delivered a precise through ball to Forsberg, who was advancing along the sideline. With a deft turn, Forsberg skillfully bypassed the recovering defender and lofted a pass to Poulsen. With only one center back to contend with, Poulsen seized the opportunity, penetrating the penalty area as the ball fell perfectly to his feet. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he made an attempt to score. Unfortunately, the goalkeeper's rapid approach thwarted the shot, blocking it with his legs. Suddenly, a swift figure emerged. As everyone turned to look, it was none other than Xu Qiang. After passing the ball, he had sprinted several meters. Facing an open goal, Xu Qiang lifted his foot and fired. Swish! A goal! An open net. No challenge whatsoever. Xu Qiang spread his arms wide, soaring like an eagle across the verdant pitch. Leipzig extended their lead to 2-0. Essentially, by the 80th minute, this goal was tantamount to sealing the match. The home crowd erupted in jubilant celebration. The international student support group from Huawei Leipzig continued to beat drums and cheer, their voices echoing throughout the stadium as they unfurled banners and shouted in Chinese, fully integrating with the local fans. The broadcaster shifted the focus to the support group, revealing that the ones beating the drums were not Chinese, but German fans. Through the bridge of football, two distinct ethnicities melded together, moving even the broadcaster. Huawei Su Jiangwo. Neighbors remarked that tonight's live broadcast finally included a Chinese commentary, unlike previous matches filled with incomprehensible German commentary. Since the news of Xu Qiang playing in Germany spread, relatives have flocked to Su Jiangwo's home to watch the matches, eager to witness Xu Qiang's prowess. Xu Qiang has not disappointed, consistently contributing in several matches. Over time, each match saw villagers naturally bringing their own stools. Even Su Jiangwo's projector was moved outdoors to allow everyone to gather and watch. The first time was chaotic, with villagers breaking several items in their excitement. Following Su Wenwen's suggestion, the projector was relocated outside, creating a small cinema-like atmosphere. With his remarkable performance, the villagers were elated, showering praises upon him, which painted Su Jiangwo's face with a radiant glow, even lending a hint of rosy hue to his dark complexion. After witnessing Xu Qiang's goal, which led to his substitution, the broadcaster zoomed in on him. "Well done, Qiangzi. You're third and supports you. Da Qiang is truly handsome," they exclaimed. "He seems so lonely in Germany with the new year approaching. Perhaps I should send my daughter to keep him company and cook him some hometown dishes." How naive. Do you want a son-in-law that obviously? Aren't you afraid of your daughter being taken away? I've watched Da Qiang grow up. He's reliable and steadfast. What is there to fear? Such flattering remarks had long since tired Su Jiangwo's ears. The fame of his brother had spread far and wide, even prompting visits from officials who came to offer their condolences and gifts of money and rice. On a certain live-streaming platform, netizens left comments in droves. "This is incredible. Xu Qiang, you are my idol. So amazing. Destroy Hoffenheim. By the way, is Red Bull aiming for the German Cup Championship? They are so fierce. Don't even think about the championship. Bayern is still in the running. Can Red Bull handle Bayern? Who believes that?" To be fair, if Red Bull reaches the semifinals or even the finals, that would be impressive. But winning against a giant club is out of the question. Better to get some rest and sleep. It's fortunate they didn't draw Bayern. Otherwise, Red Bull would instantly become dead meat. Why do the upstairs folks insist on saying the finals will definitely be against Bayern? How naive. With Dortmund gone, who else could it be but Bayern? Do you think Wolfsburg is invisible? They are going to face Bayern. Soon, the comments section erupted once more. Back to the match. After Xu Qiang's goal, his stamina began to wane. The high-intensity confrontations and relentless long runs, culminating in 2 goals, had clearly taken a toll on him. Shortly after the second goal, Rangnick noticed Xu Qiang's diminishing form and promptly instructed his assistant to substitute him. In a fatigued state, high-intensity matches can easily lead to injuries, and Rangnick certainly aimed to prevent such occurrences and safeguard his players' well-being. During the break, Xu Qiang sat on the bench, gasping for breath and reflecting. He recognized the evident gap between his physical condition and that of the Bundesliga players. Had it not been for the strong first half, where everyone gritted their teeth to prevent conceding, they would not have had good counterattack opportunities in the second half. Competing across 2 significant levels is indeed no easy feat. Facing Bundesliga teams consecutively in cup matches has proven to be quite challenging for Leipzig. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. It seems there is a need to enhance training. Despite the system's advantages, one cannot afford to become complacent. Initially intending to honor Wenwen's request to visit home during the winter break, it might be better to postpone that plan. It is crucial to seize this opportunity to enhance and adjust his performance while in good form. Recently, Su and Wen had been conversing with Xu Qiang. She proposed that he return home during the winter break, as the holiday in Germany is quite ample, providing plenty of time. Aware of the disparity with Bundesliga players, Xu Qiang dared not slack off, choosing instead to endure for a while longer. Ultimately, Leipzig Red Bull triumphed over Hoffenheim with a score of 2-0, advancing to the quarterfinals of the German Cup. Their next opponent had also secured an easy 2-0 victory over Wolfsburg. Shortly after the match concluded, Xu Qiang heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding! Cup advancement task completed. Chapter 27. The fame returns home. Renowned across the land before the match, Xu Qiang, who had already received a system prompt for a task, had a clear objective. Ding! Cup advancement task. 1. Advance to the semifinals within regular match time. Reward of 5 attribute points and a random task activation. Generous rewards. 2. Advance to the semifinals in extra time. Reward of 5 attribute points. Ding! Cup advancement task completed. Earned 5 attribute points. Random task activated. Random task activated. Received random task. Winter transfer. Any club in the 5 major leagues. Reward. Determined by the transfer club, starting with 10 attribute points and a random item draw. A system-mandated transfer? No, merely a random task coinciding with a winter transfer window. Such a generous reward of 10 attribute points, after accumulating for over a month. Coupled with the advancement reward from the German Cup, Xu Qiang had a total of 19 attribute points. This random task rewards an additional 10 attribute points. Indeed, it is bountiful. Should he consider a transfer? Although he had signed a supplementary contract regarding salary, this would not impede him. If Xu Qiang was determined to leave, he could easily transfer the compensation and losses to the new club, which would likely be amenable. With the winter break approaching, clubs from the 5 major leagues are keenly focusing on young players, seeking talented individuals to bolster their strength for the second half of the season. Xu Qiang undoubtedly received numerous invitations from various clubs, including those from Germany, England, and Italy. However, the foreign offers were predominantly from lower leagues, not the elite divisions. So far, Bundesliga clubs Augsburg, Hamburg, and Bayer Leverkusen have initiated contact with the Red Bull club, with a clear target, Xu Qiang. The peculiar tasks from the system left Xu Qiang in a state of confusion. In the last 2 matches before the winter break, Leipzig secured victories effortlessly. Xu Qiang contributed with 2 goals and 2 assists, maintaining his position as the top performer in both scoring and assists. RB Leipzig also clinched the championship of the German 3rd Division, leading by a substantial 13 points over second-placed Heidenheim. It was virtually certain that they had secured one of the promotion spots for the next season. As the winter break commenced, amidst the heavy snowfall in Leipzig, Xu Qiang decided not to reserve any attribute points, utilizing all 21 points. Except for physical confrontation and shooting, he allocated 3 attribute points to all others. Xu Qiang, age, 18, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 77 kilograms, nationality, Huag team, RB Leipzig, German 3rd Division, position, right back, player attributes, stamina, 47 speed, 41 agility, 27 technique, 24 shooting, 100 passing, 29 defense, 38 physical confrontation, 35 injury resistance, 48 current attribute points, 0 compared to the start of the season. Xu Qiang's attributes had significantly improved, owing to his habitual frugality and judicious use of his talent skills, allowing him to accumulate points gradually. Since the 3rd round of the German Cup, the match between Leipzig and Hoffenheim was broadcasted live for the first time in Huagua, garnering Xu Qiang considerable attention. Until the winter break, a renowned television station dedicated a special program to Xu Qiang, titled Who is Xu Qiang? The grand title prominently displayed on the screen, accompanied by a background image of Xu Qiang donning the number 26 jersey of RB Leipzig, celebrating with open arms. The narrative transitioned to scenes of Leipzig City, recounting Xu Qiang's debut match as a substitute, standing at the sidelines awaiting his turn. From Xu Qiang delivering incisive through balls to the unfolding of his journey in the German 3rd Division with RB Leipzig. The post-production was meticulously crafted, resembling a documentary, showcasing the highlights of Xu Qiang's first half season in Leipzig, the fervor of his goals, the birth of his signature silent gesture, the repeated triumphs from free-kick goals, the unbearable pain from being fouled and injured, the grit displayed in relentless pursuits, the series of victories against formidable Bundesliga teams in the cup competition. igniting the passion for football among Huagua's youth. As a footballer, this was precisely the path one should tread, competing abroad, gaining renown on foreign soil, unfazed by storms, unperturbed by challenges, and undeterred by solitude. Ultimately, the program featured a face-to-face interview with Miss Jessica from Saxony Sports Channel, an excerpt from Xu Qiang's daily records, and photographs shared on forums. The comments from netizens were plentiful. Xu Qiang is amazing, bringing glory to our country. You are the best. Ignore the naysayers and keyboard warriors. Just focus on your game and strive for a bigger platform. We look forward to your performance in the top 5 leagues. You are the hope for Huagua football. Don't come back if you can't make it. Rest assured you will do well. Countless blessings sent your way. The heartfelt responses moved Xu Qiang deeply. In a foreign land, having toiled alone for years, it would be abnormal for Xu Qiang to claim he felt no loneliness or solitude. Fortunately, the goddess of fortune had favored him, successfully signing with a club, playing vibrantly, and gradually becoming well-known. Thus, Xu Qiang treasured the support group formed by fellow international students in Leipzig, which alleviated his loneliness and inspired more Huagua footballers to step out, confront the global football scene, and strive for improvement to rescue Huagua's football. This endeavor requires the persistence of generations and the bravery of pioneers to take that first step. The entire program left Xu Qiang, far away in Germany, in contemplative silence for a long time. Others might see his goals, assists, an ascension to the top with glimmering admiration, yet they could never fathom the blood, sweat, and tears hidden behind the FA, nor the countless moments of surrender he had endured. 10 years had passed without returning home, without tasting the delicacies of his hometown, and without stepping on the soil of his birthplace. Especially during holidays, he felt an acute sense of loneliness. During festive seasons, one yearned for family. This line of poetry struck a chord deep within the heart of the wanderer. This year, with the companionship of fellow international students, Xu Qiang celebrated Christmas and the New Year. They even invited him to the international student party organized by Leipzig University, where they collectively made dumplings, chopped vegetables, and cooked meals, sharing local specialties brought from their hometowns. The atmosphere was warm and joyful, making the snowflakes falling outside feel imbued with the flavors of home and the warmth of humanity as they gently descended back to Mother Earth. Throughout the winter break, Xu Qiang did not cease his training. Apart from shopping, watching movies, and playing games with Fan Xian'er and Cheng Yuyan, he remained committed to daily training. Sweat never deceives. Even with a system to support him, Xu Qiang still labeled himself as someone who worked diligently. As the new year just passed, clubs began preparations for the second half of the season. One day, however, Xu Qiang received an urgent phone call from home. Xiang, 1-1, said she came to find you. We can't reach her. Quickly go look for her. Your dad is almost frantic. Xu Qiang's mother's anxious voice echoed through the phone. Xu Qiang's heart sank. Chapter 28. The sisters' hidden intentions. After repeatedly calling and messaging Xu Wenwen, it was confirmed that she would arrive on the early morning flight, which required a layover in Munich before continuing to Leipzig. It was deep into the night when Xu Wenwen finally reached the apartment. Fortunately, Xu Qiang had rented an apartment in Leipzig 2 months prior, making it convenient for him to live alone, especially during his recovery from injury. As soon as she disembarked, Xu Wenwen exclaimed, "Big brother, despite being a star player, how come you haven't even bought a car? Not to mention a car." Xu Qiang had not even taken the driving test for a license. Amidst Xu Wenwen's teasing, they returned home, and she immediately fell asleep, exhausted from the long flight and the time difference. This rural girl had shown remarkable courage to embark on a journey to Germany alone, rather than scolding his sister. Xu Qiang's heart softened upon seeing her unpack homemade pickled specialties from their family. It was evident that Xu Wenwen had come to Germany primarily to keep him company, a selfless display of familial love that nearly brought tears to Xu Qiang's eyes. After reassuring his family of his safety, he washed up and went to bed. The following morning, the heavy snow in Leipzig showed no signs of letting up. The frigid weather made everyone reluctant to venture outside, preferring to stay cozy indoors. Xu Wenwen insisted that Xu Qiang skip training, so he reluctantly informed Rangnick that he would be taking a leave of absence. Understanding Xu Qiang's situation as an expatriate, Rangnick readily agreed, as long as it did not interfere with any upcoming matches. He advised Xu Qiang to maintain a regular schedule and to avoid excessive drinking. A typical admonition from the old coach. Xu Qiang took Rangnick's advice to heart. As the morning sunlight filtered through the snow-laden air, he took a moment to exercise on the balcony, keeping himself fit. Meanwhile, Su Wenwen busied herself in the kitchen, preparing noodles from their hometown, complemented by homemade chili paste from their mother, as well as Su Jiangwo's cured sausages and bacon, an aromatic delight. The moment the noodles were boiling, Xu Qiang's appetite was awakened. Although he had enjoyed the care of fellow students during this time, nothing compared to the flavors of home, which lingered in his memory from childhood. The steaming noodles were soon ready, topped with slices of the cured meats, and Su Wenwen also steamed some sweet potatoes she had brought along, fearing that her brother might not have enough to eat. She had heard that professional athletes required substantial portions. A generous spoonful of pickled chili was added to the noodles, mixing the spicy and fragrant flavors that wafted throughout the apartment. Just then, the door swung open, and Cheng Yuyin made her entrance. "Did you come here because of the aroma? Come quickly. I'll share some of my sister's noodles, along with the cured delicacies and sweet potatoes we brought." Xu Qiang called out. "You must be Xu Qiang's sister, Su Wenwen." "Hello, I'm Cheng Yuyin, a former classmate of your brother," she responded, placing her keys and bag on the shoe rack. "I remember you, the dark-skinned older sister from when we were kids. My brother often took the blame for you," Su Wenwen remarked playfully. After getting scolded, he was too scared to go home, and I had to help him with the medicine. Cheng Yuyin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, realizing that the past had resurfaced. "I apologize for that. I never intended for Xu Qiang to take the blame," she stammered. Xu Qiang quickly intervened to diffuse the awkwardness. Cheng Yuyin had already eaten breakfast, but the enticing aroma of the sweet potatoes was too tempting to resist, and she couldn't help but indulge in their sweetness and softness. After breakfast, Cheng Yuyin suggested they go shopping, and Xu Qiang agreed, thinking it would be a great opportunity for his sister to experience life in Germany. However, Xu Qiang soon regretted this decision. The ordeal of carrying bags and dealing with the sharp exchanges between the two young women was exhausting, and he wore a nonchalant expression on his face, hiding his discomfort. The tension was palpable, with Su Wenwen's comments occasionally biting, making Xu Qiang wonder if she had been watching too many palace dramas, given her penchant for finding fault. Cheng Yuyin, who usually presented herself as a refined lady in Xu Qiang's eyes, was equally unyielding in her exchanges with Su Wenwen. Caught between the two, Xu Qiang wished he could simply return to the pitch and focus on his matches. As the day unfolded, the climax arrived. After dinner, as they returned to Xu Qiang's apartment, he, laden with bags, felt utterly drained. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wenwen said to Cheng Yuyin, "Sister Cheng, you've been so wonderful, spending the whole day with us and even driving us around. Can you return the apartment keys to me? Since I'm here now, and there are only 2 keys. I need one too. Don't worry, I'll make sure to return it when I leave." At that moment, Xu Qiang was left utterly bewildered. "Sister, how did you know there were only 2 keys? What gives you the right to ask for a key to my apartment?" he thought, suppressing his irritation. "That seems a bit inappropriate. How about I get you a copy tomorrow?" Cheng Yuyin responded, taken aback by the sudden request. "Getting a copy of the key is a waste of money. It's not worth it. Just let me borrow it for now. I won't be here for long." Su Wenwen insisted, as she swiftly took the key from Cheng Yuyin and secured it. Su Wenwen's quickness was remarkable. Content, she beckoned Xu Qiang to head home. Xu Qiang could only manage an awkward smile, muttering, "What ill intentions could my dear sister possibly harbor?" Meanwhile, in the car, Cheng Yuyin felt increasingly uneasy, clenching her fists tightly as she pressed down on the accelerator, speeding away. Just when Xu Qiang thought the day of verbal sparring had concluded, he was naive to think it would end there. Upon returning home, Su Wenwen began to interrogate him, questioning why the key was in that woman's possession, why she could come and go as she pleased, and why there was no confirmation of the nature of their relationship. Xu Qiang had previously emphasized the importance of this matter to Su Wenwen. That woman, she repeated, the words flowing off her tongue effortlessly. It was indeed true that women's hearts are the hardest to fathom. After an hour-long explanation, Su Wenwen finally relented, deciding to try on her new clothes and take a bath. Xu Qiang, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa, completely oblivious to the incessant messages from Cheng Yuyin lighting up his phone. The next day, sensing her solo efforts had failed, Cheng Yuyin recruited Fan Xian'er and sent Xu Qiang a message, claiming she wanted to prepare breakfast for him and his sister. Seeing this unexpected gathering, Xu Qiang hastily rose from his bed, claiming that Coach Rangnick would not allow any absences as the second half of the league was about to commence, and training was intensifying. He left the 3 women behind and returned to the training ground. "You all play. Don't involve me. I'm caught in the middle, and it's impossible to win. I can't even escape," Xu Qiang thought. Thus, he found himself practically living at the club, dreading the thought of returning home to Xu Wenwen's mockery in one ear and Cheng Yuyan's sulking in the other, with Fan Qian'er scolding him in front. The imagery was too daunting to contemplate. After nearly a week of this playful chaos, Xu Qiang finally bid farewell to Xu Wenwen, sending her off with numerous gifts to bring home as tokens of his blessings for the spring festival. He generously bought some local specialties for the neighbors, expressing gratitude for their support. Notably, Xu Wenwen did not return the keys to Cheng Yuyan, instead taking them back with her on the flight to distant Huaguo. By January 25th, the winter break had concluded. The 22nd round of the German 3rd Division League is about to commence. Chapter 29, The Blind Referee and the Innocent Red Card. This marks Leipzig's first match upon returning from the winter break, facing the challenge of Berghausen at home. Berghausen occupies the last place in the standings, having managed only 3 victories, 5 draws, and the remainder being losses as the league reaches its 22nd round. Without a determined effort in the second half of the season, they risk securing a relegation spot prematurely. The match is held amidst swirling snowflakes, transforming the entire Red Bull Arena into a white wonderland, with fans braving the heavy snowfall to witness the game. The field, freshly cleared, is soon blanketed by the relentless snow, making the harsh, cold weather uncomfortable. Those who endure the biting chill to watch the match are true devotees. Originally, Forsberg planned to return on loan for half a season to Malmö FF in the Swedish top league, but during the winter break, he extended his contract with Leipzig. The club has officially announced a 6-month renewal and is considering placing Forsberg on the priority purchase list at the season's end. The consensus is that Forsberg has performed exceptionally well, contributing significantly to the team's successes, making his contract renewal seem a natural progression. However, this is merely one of the reasons. Forsberg's close friends, Xu Qiang, Haidara, and Poulsen, are aware that he has captured the heart of the beautiful sports commentator, Jessica. The allure of romance often complicates matters. This, indeed, is the fundamental reason for Forsberg's continued stay at Leipzig. In 2014, the first match of the new year took place amidst the heavy snowfall. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the game. Berghausen's poor performance does not imply that Leipzig will underestimate their opponents. The visiting team deployed a 4-3-2-1 formation, effectively playing as a 4-5-1. This was a tactical decision by their coaching staff to enhance their midfield interception and defensive capabilities against the league leaders, Red Bull. With their limited strength, they relied on sheer numbers. Leipzig maintained their traditional 4-4-2 formation. In the opening 10 minutes, perhaps due to the frigid conditions, both teams played with a certain slowness, opting for cautious passes to find their rhythm. Haidara, controlling the ball in midfield, faced tight marking as 2 defenders converged to intercept. However, Xu Qiang seized the opportunity, sliding in to reclaim possession during the opposing team's distribution. With his innate skill, he utilized his God's perspective ability to observe the players' movements on the field and delivered a long diagonal pass forward. Poulsen, sprinting into the penalty area, leapt to meet the ball, lightly tapping it backward. Forsberg, charging in, unleashed a shot. Though lacking in power, it was deftly aimed toward the upper right corner. The goalkeeper, anticipating the shot, lunged in a desperate save, managing to graze the ball with his fingertips. The ball's trajectory altered slightly, striking the crossbar and bouncing out. The home crowd was in disbelief, witnessing the goalkeeper's extraordinary save as he thwarted Forsberg's seemingly inevitable goal. A chorus of disappointment echoed through the stands. Leipzig earned a corner kick, but Forsberg's delivery was intercepted by a defender, clearing the danger. As the visitors prepared for a counterattack, Xu Qiang, in pursuit, executed a sliding tackle, causing the opposing forward to collapse in agony, clutching his foot. The referee, rushing over, blew his whistle without hesitation, brandishing a yellow card for Xu Qiang. Captain 1 immediately approached the referee, pleading for leniency. Xu Qiang, sitting on the ground adjusting his socks, stood up and amiably inquired about the fallen player, gently patting his shoulder. From Xu Qiang's perspective, his sliding tackle was clean, not constituting a foul. Yet it disrupted the attack. The referee, with a view from behind, deemed Xu Qiang's action dangerous, interpreting it as a tactical foul, hence issuing the yellow card. Indeed, every player is a master of theatrics. The injured player, with his teammates' assistance, struggled to his feet amidst the commotion, while the team doctor made his way onto the field but then retreated. The art of deception is well understood by all. Xu Qiang, undeterred, remained unfazed by the incident, accustomed to such occurrences on the pitch. However, the subsequent event incited his fury, nearly igniting a fierce confrontation among the players. Even Ralph Rangnick, on the substitutes bench, could not contain his exasperation, vociferously protesting to the fourth official. Xu Qiang, having received a yellow card, found himself in a precarious position as Berghausen prepared to take a free kick. Returning to his defensive position, he faced an opposing forward attempting to break through with sheer speed. Anticipating the move, Xu Qiang managed to gain half a step, unafraid to engage. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Xu Qiang's face was a mask of confusion as he turned to see the forward writhing on the ground, clutching his face. The referee approached him, producing 2 cards in quick succession, issuing a yellow followed by a red. Innocent Xu Qiang hurriedly sought the referee's understanding, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding. Forsberg, even in an attempt to assist the injured player, found his vigorous actions igniting the anger of the opposing team, who forcefully pushed him away. In an instant, players from both sides converged, leading to a tumultuous clash, shoving one another. The referee, resolute, pointed to the sidelines, ordering Xu Qiang off the field. Feeling unjustly wronged, Xu Qiang silently cursed the blind referee as he left the pitch. The on-field conflict continued, prompting the referee to intervene, issuing several yellow cards to restore calm. Rangnick personally approached the dejected Xu Qiang, whispering words of consolation. Xu Qiang nodded in response, managing a smile as he walked towards the players' tunnel, while Rangnick gestured for the assistant coach to follow. On the field, Forsberg and Poulsen both received yellow cards, having been caught up in the heated altercation, while Berghausen also had a player cautioned. Xu Qiang felt a sense of helplessness. Even if this decision were made in a different era, the video assistant referee would not have intervened, as it only alerts for direct red card incidents. The power of 2 yellows transforming into 1 red rests solely in the hands of the on-field referee. Within 2 minutes, Xu Qiang, having received 2 yellow cards, was sent off. By the 21st minute, Leipzig found themselves a man down. The slow-motion replays on the big screen revealed that Xu Qiang's sliding tackle and interception had not been fouls, prompting knowledgeable fans to erupt in boos, recognizing the referee's biased decision. The crowd's eyes are astute, yet the authority of enforcement lies with the referee. Despite being a man down, Leipzig held firm in the first half without conceding. However, upon returning for the second half, Berghausen launched a rapid counterattack, breaching Leipzig's defenses. The score was altered to 0-1. Early in the match, Leipzig, already a player short, attempted to apply pressure in attack after conceding, but their lack of stamina soon became evident, leading to their counter being thwarted. Forsberg and Poulsen, visibly frustrated by their predicament, were quickly substituted by Rangnick to prevent further disciplinary issues. Berghausen's offensive power proved inadequate, repeatedly bombarding Leipzig's goal, yet failing to capitalize on their opportunities, which explains their position at the bottom of the standings. Ultimately, the score remained 0-1 until the final whistle. In the latter half of the season, Leipzig commenced their first match with a disappointing defeat. Xu Qiang, as a result, received the first red card of his professional career, an unjust expulsion that led to a 2-match suspension, depriving Leipzig of a crucial player for the upcoming fixtures. Chapter 30. The Waterloo of Red Bull after the winter break. In the aftermath of the match, Rangnick expressed in an interview that the visiting team ought to extend their gratitude to the referee, as the officiating had seemingly bestowed upon them a victory, securing vital points for relegation. He asserted that Xu's 2 yellow cards were unwarranted. The first was a straightforward tackle, while the second involved no contact, demonstrating a clear act of deception by the opposing player. Perhaps the referee was blinded by the falling snow, or there may have been other reasons at play. Regardless, we will promptly file a formal appeal with the Football Association, as this match was fundamentally unfair and marred by an erroneous judgment. Rangnick's words were fierce and unyielding, expressing profound anger before the cameras. Numerous media outlets in Saxony also condemned the officiating, highlighting the unfair penalty against Leipzig and Xu's unjust red card. The referee was blind. Su's two brilliant intercepts were mistakenly judged, resulting in an unjust expulsion. A clear error. Absolutely a misjudgment. Leipzig has faced unfair officiating. The first match of the second half of the season ends in defeat. Oh God. Leipzig encounters a blind referee, forced into losing. The referee has a history of erroneous judgments, previously warned by the Football Association. Public outrage ensued, targeting the referee for his misjudgment. Xu Qiang posted a picture of a snow-covered street lamp on a forum founded by international students, reminiscent of a scene from Charlotte's Troubles with Yuan Hua standing under a street lamp. He stood alone, carrying a backpack, bundled up, with a scarf covering his face, gazing into the distance. The caption read, "The cold is not the swirling snow." Comments from netizens flooded in, encouraging him to remain strong. The cold isn't the snow. It's the hearts of people. The referee must have taken a bribe. The red card was excessive. Xu Qiang cries out for justice during his suspension. This is utterly unfair. We stand with you. Xu Qiang, keep going. In less than half an hour, the forum erupted with calls for justice for Xu Qiang, directly pointing fingers at the referee. Su Wanwan and Cheng Yuyan called to offer comfort, to which Xu Qiang replied that it was merely a way to express his emotions. Shortly after, he received consolation calls from teammates, including one from Rangnick himself, who informed him that the club had lodged an appeal and advised him to be patient for the outcome. Xu Qiang harbored no hope, yet expressed gratitude to Rangnick and the club. Forsberg invited Xu Qiang to his home the following day, promising that Jessica's roasted pig trotters were delicious, also gathering teammates like Poulsen and Haidara for a small party to lift their spirits. Xu Qiang gladly accepted the invitation. Forsberg and Jessica's relationship progressed rapidly. They cohabited together. In Germany, the approach to romance is open, passionate, and intense. When two people take a liking to each other, they quickly escalate their relationship. In contrast, Xu Qiang and Cheng Yuyan had yet to breach the final barrier, remaining in the realm of friendship. Following Su's red card suspension, the strength of Leipzig Red Bulls was significantly affected. Poulsen also faced suspension due to accumulated yellow cards. In the 23rd round of the German 3rd Division, Leipzig traveled to face Duisburg, a mid-table team known for their effective 4-3-3 formation and formidable attacking prowess. Their defense, however, was often shaky, leading to frequent goals conceded, which was a primary reason for their stagnant league position. With two key players missing, Leipzig fell behind in the first half. In the second half, thanks to a long-range shot from Forsberg, they equalized. Nevertheless, Duisburg was determined to secure victory and relentlessly attacked Leipzig. Ultimately, in the 88th minute, a corner kick opportunity led to Nkunku fouling an opponent in the penalty area, resulting in a penalty awarded by the referee. The home team successfully converted the penalty, regaining the lead. In the closing stages, Leipzig was unable to alter the scoreline, concluding the match with a defeat against Duisburg, marking their second consecutive loss. After the winter break, Leipzig faced a heavy blow. Rangnick was summoned by management to explain the circumstances. The club retained faith in their current coach, yet the consecutive losses had seen their points gap to Heidenheim narrow to just 7, with the latter securing 2 victories, despite the point differential still appearing significant. Should Leipzig find themselves entrenched in a crisis, this gap could easily be overcome. The post-winter break scenario of facing 6 or 7 winless rounds was not uncommon for leading teams. Such a sudden downfall could catch anyone off guard. Thus, the club's higher-ups were eager to halt the decline and avert a catastrophe. Meanwhile, Leipzig Red Bull received feedback from the German Football Association regarding their appeal, which was dismissed on the grounds that the referee's decisions were deemed correct. Thus, the appeal was not supported. Rangnick understood that at this juncture, a club from the 3rd Division lacked the capacity to contest the Football Association. In the 24th round of the German 3rd Division, Leipzig faced the 5th-ranked team, Erfurt, in an away match. According to the current league standings, Erfurt was vying for a playoff spot and even had aspirations for a higher position. It was anticipated that a fierce contest for points would ensue. Unexpectedly, Leipzig opened the scoring early, as Nkunku dribbled past 2 defenders and penetrated the penalty area, scoring with a low shot. The visitors took the lead. Erfurt, despite having home advantage, struggled to convert their dominance into goals, effectively suppressing Leipzig throughout the match. In stoppage time, Haidara scored from distance, sealing the victory for Leipzig and bringing an end to their slump by securing 3 points. 5 days later, on February 13, 2014, The quarterfinals of the German Cup featured a match between Wolfsburg and Leipzig Red Bull. Wolfsburg, situated in Lower Saxony, is a neighbor to Leipzig in Saxony and currently ranked 6th in the Bundesliga, displaying excellent form and vying for a spot in European competition. In their last match, Wolfsburg had triumphed over Mainz with a score of 3-0, with striker Mamadi contributing 2 assists and a goal, directly participating in all 3 goals. Meanwhile, young Dutch talent Weghorst had also been in fine form, scoring in consecutive matches since the winter break. As Leipzig Red Bull made their way into the quarterfinals of the German Cup, they emerged as the tournament's dark horse. Among the 8 teams, 7 hailed from the Bundesliga, with only Leipzig representing the 3rd division. Moreover, Leipzig Red Bull had achieved the best cup performance in their history, boldly challenging Bundesliga giants and becoming a focal point for media attention. In the German Cup quarterfinals, Leipzig emerges as the biggest dark horse. The Cup dark horse, Red Bull, faces the ominous challenge of Wolfsburg. The dark horse is indeed Red Bull. The renowned German football publication, Kicker, has offered its pre-match commentary on the upcoming clash. Chapter 31. Prelude to the Wolf vs. Bull showdown. Will Wolfsburg withstand the frenzied attack of the hungry Bulls from Leipzig? This season, Wolfsburg has demonstrated remarkable prowess, particularly due to the outstanding performances of 2 youngsters, midfielder Arnold and forward Weghorst, who have become the backbone of the team's offensive line. Following a resounding victory against Mainz, they have ascended to 6th place in the Bundesliga, emerging as formidable contenders for European competition. Will they also achieve a breakthrough in the Cup? Leipzig, the current leaders of the 3rd division, undoubtedly represent the biggest dark horse of this tournament, having astonishingly reached the quarterfinals. Their success can be attributed to the remarkable contributions of the talented young player Xu, who has showcased his ability to score, assist, and defend, rendering him a player of exceptional quality. Professor Rangnick's leadership has also been commendable. They have halted a disheartening 2-match losing streak during the winter break and remain at the top of the league, with a direct qualification spot seemingly within reach. However, judging by the title, Kicker does not hold high expectations for the underdog Leipzig. Their reasoning is quite sound. Firstly, Wolfsburg enjoys a natural home advantage. Secondly, Wolfsburg has performed admirably this season and once posed a serious threat to Bayern, although they have since faltered. Finally, the disparity in strength between the 3rd division and the Bundesliga is evident in the players. Wolfsburg is the clear favorite, a fact that has led many to speculate that Leipzig's journey may well end here. Nevertheless, in football, anything is possible. The game is not over yet. On paper, it is clear that Leipzig's squad lacks the same caliber as their opponents. The Leipzig club arrived in Lower Saxony a day early to conduct a pitch training session at the Volkswagen Arena. After the training, Rangnick attended the pre-match press conference. Joined by Forsberg, the lights flickered and the room was filled with journalists. Rangnick delivered his familiar opening remarks and responded to questions with ease, exuding the confidence of a seasoned veteran. Reaching the quarterfinals is a historic moment for the club, but we aspire to continue breaking barriers and advancing further. Wolfsburg is indeed formidable and a strong team in the Bundesliga. This cannot be denied. Leipzig must progress. The players need to improve. I have faith in my players, and I believe they will surprise us with even greater feats. After fielding questions from reporters for some time, Rangnick provided a summarizing response when asked about Xu. What kind of person is Xu? Do you get along well with him? Can he speak German? The journalists inquired. Xu's German is more fluent than yours, though he lacks your melodious voice. Our relationship is not good at all. It's quite poor, actually. He frequently steals my free kicks, often assists, and takes my position, and regularly scores to steal my thunder. Do you think our relationship could be amicable? Forsberg replied earnestly, adopting a mock-serious expression, which elicited laughter from the audience. This manner of speaking underscores the strong rapport he shares with Xu, evident from their interactions during matches, particularly during the match where Xu received a red card. Forsberg was the first to rush to his side. The pre-match press conference was brief. Rangnick conveyed his thoughts while Forsberg appeared somewhat youthful, expressing unwavering confidence in their victory and trust in Xu. As the journalists pondered whether Xu truly possessed such charm, Rangnick and Forsberg politely excused themselves. On match day, following the press conference, the media launched another wave of hype. Red Bulls brimming with confidence, all thanks to the Bull Demon King. What does this mean? A futile endeavor. The Red Bulls overestimate themselves, and Wolfsburg is sure to teach this young club a lesson. Do you think this is the 3rd division? Red Bulls should hastily return home. The arrogant Leipzig, so full of themselves. Why call them the Bull Demon King? They should simply be referred to as little calves. The chaotic media frenzy ridiculed Leipzig, downplaying their achievements. Indeed, reaching the quarterfinals of the German Cup and eliminating two Bundesliga heavyweights is a commendable feat for Leipzig, showcasing their considerable luck. However, no one believes that Leipzig will progress further. They are expected to be targeted by the formidable Wolfsburg at around 6 o'clock Berlin time. The Volkswagen Arena was teeming with fans, many adorned in Wolfsburg's home jerseys, waving white and green flags as they entered to witness this quarterfinal spectacle. The media's relentless and unethical promotion of the match had elevated the anticipation to unprecedented heights. In China, a streaming platform was broadcasting the match between Wolfsburg and RB Leipzig, German Cup quarterfinals. Hello everyone, we are live outside the Volkswagen Arena, where a sea of fans is gathered for the match. Tonight promises to be an exhilarating encounter, said Xu Qiang. The German fans were in high spirits as those already inside began to cheer in anticipation of the much-awaited match. Leipzig truly deserves to be recognized as a dark horse in the cup. Rarely does a third-division team reach the quarterfinals, noted Coach Chun. Coach Chun, what are your thoughts on this match? Xu Qiang inquired. On paper, Wolfsburg clearly holds the advantage. Just last weekend, we broadcasted the match between Wolfsburg and Mainz. And I mentioned that this season, Wolfsburg's young players have been performing remarkably well. The club heavily relies on their youthful talent, often bringing in young players from other leagues on loan, all of whom are exceptionally gifted, Coach Chun replied. So, Coach Chun, you're leaning towards a Wolfsburg victory tonight? Xu Qiang asked. I have a different opinion. I actually favor Leipzig because I am a fan of Xu. Xu Qiang laughed. I'm also a fan of Xu. After you mentioned that international students created a forum for him, I registered, Coach Chun remarked, demonstrating his youthful mindset and adaptability. Let's take a short commercial break before we return to watch this key German Cup clash. And of course, we will be keeping an eye on Xu's performance tonight. Will he deliver a stellar display? Stay tuned, Xu Qiang concluded, as suspense hung in the air. The director switched to advertisements. Comments from viewers flooded in. I despise when ads interrupt live broadcasts. It shouldn't happen again. A third-division team facing off against the sixth in the Bundesliga? Even if Xu could fly, Leipzig has no chance of advancing. But what if a miracle occurs? Miracles? There are no such things. Wolfsburg will win by at least 2 goals. Trust me, tonight will be profitable. The highly anticipated match was about to commence. Under the eager gaze of fans worldwide, the camera followed the players of both teams as they emerged from the tunnel, led by the referee team. Wolfsburg fielded their strongest lineup, including informed players like Mamedi, Weghorst, Arnold, not the one from Liverpool, Klaus, and others. Chapter 32. An intense match, unanswerable free kick goal. Beep. The referee from Mönchengladbach, Pekel, blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. The home team, Wolfsburg, took the first kick. The ball was passed back to midfielder Arnold, who surveyed the positions of his teammates before launching a long pass to the left flank. Mamedi, stepping on the white line, controlled the ball with his chest, preparing to bring it under his feet. A sudden figure flashed by. Xu Qiang had anticipated the situation and, utilizing his speed, collided with the ball that had just left Mamedi's chest, redirecting it with his own chest towards his right shoulder and seizing possession. With the gods, a passive ability activated. Xu Qiang foresaw his teammates' movements ahead and executed a long pass from the backfield. In the crowded left flank, Silva found himself tightly marked, while Haidara emerged from a wing. Leaping to receive the ball, the defending players quickly closed in, but Haidara deftly controlled the ball and passed it to the baseline. The left-back Saraki, making a rapid advance along the sideline, received the ball and, without hesitation, pushed it forward, delivering a cross into the penalty area just as the defenders failed to position themselves in time. Silva, at the front post, managed to execute a challenging header, but the ball lacked power and precision, allowing goalkeeper Cass to make a crucial save. In the opening minutes, it was the visiting RB Leipzig that made the first shot against Wolfsburg, showing no fear. Xu Qiang had not retained any attribute points. He had originally planned to accumulate them over the winter break for the quarterfinals of the German Cup that evening. However, fate had other plans, as he received a red card in the first match after the new year. Enraged, Xu Qiang realized he could not gather attribute points to prepare for this crucial match. Thus, he resolved to test the fruits of his labor over the past 6 months. In this match, Xu Qiang was determined to give his all. without attribute points. Many of his innate skills were rendered unusable, leaving him with no choice but to fight valiantly, seizing every opportunity to maintain a sliver of hope for advancement. Standing on the pitch, Xu Qiang cast aside all thoughts of the system, filled with confidence. Wolfsburg pressed forward from the back, maintaining a solid formation and a steady pace. Forsberg intercepted in midfield, but was easily sidestepped by Arnold, who played a through ball to the center for Kintz. Without any greed for dribbling, Kintz carried the ball, holding off Juan, and directly passed to Mamadi on the flank. Faced once again by Xu Qiang, Mamadi's expression turned serious. He did not underestimate the young Chinese player before him. He controlled the ball, taking a step forward and, with a deft touch of his left foot, altered his rhythm and direction, charging down the sideline. Xu Qiang swiftly followed, not allowing Mamadi to slip past easily. As Mamadi prepared to cross, Xu Qiang raised his foot to intercept. Noticing Xu Qiang's movement, Mamadi feigned a pass, instead pulling the ball back to create space and cutting into the center. Alarmed, Xu Qiang reacted as Forsberg returned to assist, effectively sandwiching Mamadi. Displaying nimble footwork, Mamadi maneuvered along the baseline, initiating his run ahead of Forsberg by half a step. Spotting an opening, he lifted his foot to send a low cross into the center. A half-height ball, delivered from the flanks, can be perilous. A slight misstep could lead to an own goal, and in the penalty area, defenders might inadvertently handle the ball, putting the referee's judgment to the test. Should a foul be called, it would result in a penalty, extremely dangerous. Juan, seasoned in defense, managed to head the ball away just before Kintz could make contact. However, Kintz inadvertently collided with Juan's forehead. With a whistle, the referee called an offensive foul. Piku approached Kintz, gesturing downwards, signaling him to remain calm and cautioning him about the dangerous play. Kintz raised his hands and feigned innocence, shrugging. After a brief warning, Piku chose not to issue a card, instead bending down to assess Juan's condition. Xu Qiang observed Juan clutching his forehead, checking for injuries. Fortunately, there was no cut or bleeding, just a red mark where he had been struck, with bits of grass sticking to his forehead. The team doctor, poised at the sideline, inquired about Juan's status, but remained on the edge of the field until Juan stood up, at which point the doctor returned to the bench. As Leipzig prepared for a goal kick, Juan squinted against the sand, and Xu Qiang took the ball. Finding no favorable positions forward, he passed to center back Orban. Leipzig advanced from the back, and after a few passes, Forsberg received the ball, turning and weaving through two defenders, creating space before distributing to the advancing Xu Qiang on the right wing. Forsberg delivered a diagonal long pass that bounced perfectly, penetrating the entire Wolfsburg defense, and the ball raced towards the baseline. Xu Qiang accelerated, competing physically with Luzalong, and managed to retrieve the ball just before it crossed the line, pulling it back into play. With Luzalong defending, Xu Qiang created space and passed back to Forsberg. Swiftly, Forsberg, avoiding a defender's challenge, curled the ball into the penalty area with his right foot. At the penalty spot, both Poulsen and Silva contested for the first touch. Goalkeeper Cass rushed out, using his fists to clear the ball, which fortuitously rebounded to Forsberg. Ready to shoot, Forsberg prepared himself, but Klaus, quickly approaching to block, slid in to intercept. However, Forsberg's shot was merely a feint. Unbeknownst to Klaus, his momentum carried him, and he inadvertently toppled Forsberg. The whistle blew. Piku strode over, pointing at the foul location, and brandished a yellow card at Klaus. Klaus, tapping Forsberg's shoulder in a gesture of goodwill, did not argue and turned away silently. Leipzig was awarded a prime free kick just outside the penalty area. Goalkeeper Cass organized the wall, ensuring all gaps were covered. Xu Qiang placed the ball at the designated spot, standing alongside Forsberg, the two of them poised on either side. The home coach, anxiously observing from the sidelines, had prepared by watching Leipzig's previous matches and was particularly worried about Xu Qiang's set-piece capabilities. Behind Rangnick, the bench players and coaching staff lined up, tense with anticipation. The crowd at the Volkswagen Arena collectively held their breath, falling into a hush. The referee's whistle pierced the silence. At the free kick position, Forsberg took the initial step, striding towards the ball and leaping over it. All eyes were now on Xu Qiang, including the cameras. He surged forward. His powerful legs kicked up a cloud of dirt. In this moment, all that existed for him was the football, resting quietly on the grass. With a forceful left foot, he planted it firmly, and his right leg exploded upward. His boot struck the ball with a resounding crack. The ball soared into the air, arching perfectly over the wall. It raced towards a near post. Goalkeeper Kastov, stretching his arms in a desperate attempt to reach it. But he could not touch the ball. The speeding sphere flew straight into the corner. Swish! Just as the ball was about to graze Cass' fingertips, it slipped past, nestling into the net. Goal! The away fans, who had been quietly waiting behind the goalpost, suddenly erupted with cheers resembling the roar of a tsunami. Chapter 33. Wolfsburg equalizes. Rangnick's passionate speech. The away supporters, overwhelmed with excitement, stood up. Xu Qiang remained in place, arms wide open, as if embracing the entire verdant pitch. His teammates rushed over to celebrate with him. "Oh my God, could he not score one less?" Forsberg exclaimed. "Every time you score, it's so spectacular. Had I known, I wouldn't have contested with others in the box, resulting in me colliding with someone's arm. It hurt like hell," Silva said, grimacing in pain. "Next time you take a free kick, I won't even attempt to jump for it, because you will surely score," Paulson added. Immediately, Haidara lifted Xu Qiang up, accepting the adulation from the crowd. On the sidelines, Rangnick was once again shaken. Another free kick, another impossible angle. He completely disregarded his image, embracing his coaching staff in a fervent celebration. In a live broadcast from Huagua, Xu Qiang scores from the free kick, an unanswerable set piece. Beautiful, simply stunning. Even if the goalkeeper lunges, there's no way he could save it. Absolutely marvelous. What a relief, truly a relief. Duan Xian began to stutter in his excitement. There's no way to save that ball. It's simply impossible. An absolute dead angle. Xu Qiang is truly remarkable, genuinely impressive. If domestic players possessed even half of his ability, I believe in my lifetime, I would witness the national team breaking out of Asia and standing on the World Cup stage, Coach Chen remarked. Rest assured, Coach Chen, our players will only improve and grow stronger. Xu Qiang is their pioneer. Through slow-motion replays, one could see Xu Qiang's shot was perfectly calibrated in both power and angle. I dare say, even Beckham would be envious. Duan Xian lavish praise. This free kick showcases Xu Qiang's solid fundamentals, incredibly solid. With such a unique skill set, Xu Qiang is destined for greater heights. Coach Chen expressed with anticipation. Leipzig is in the lead. Could it be that the Leipzig team, which everyone doubted before the match, might actually advance? Duan Xian mused. It won't be that easy. Wolfsburg's front line is sharp as well. Whether Leipzig can withstand the pressure remains to be seen in the upcoming match, Coach Chen replied. Comments from viewers burning the midnight oil included exclamations like, "Wow, that goal is incredible. Truly incredible. Xu Qiang, you are now my idol. Leipzig is mighty. Xu Qiang is mighty. How could that goal even go in? It actually went in. My eyes are dazzled. Hurry, don't stop. Xu Qiang, keep dazzling me." Amidst the fervor, one frustrated fan exclaimed, "Damn it, I've lost my bet. Wolfsburg is truly pathetic." 13 minutes into the match, thanks to Xu Qiang's free kick, Leipzig took the lead away from home. 1-0. Leipzig had drawn first blood. This goal greatly uplifted the away team's spirits, prompting Wolfsburg to demonstrate their fierce attacking prowess. The game commenced from the center circle. Wolfsburg launched a fierce assault. On the flank, Mehmeti broke through Xu Qiang, passing centrally to Jianxi, whose powerful shot was firmly saved by Galaxy. The away players broke out in a cold sweat. Galaxy sent a long goal kick soaring over half field, landing in the center circle where Haidara contested for the first touch but missed, allowing the home team's center back, OS, to win the second ball. Arnold received the ball, turned, and faced Leipzig's entire defensive line. Orban retreated, not daring to rush forward, while Salaki was closely marked by Weghorst. The entire defensive line was in retreat. Just outside the penalty area, Arnold took a couple of steps and unleashed a long-range shot. The ball surged forward with explosive speed, heading straight for the goal. Galaxy lunged to parry it away, averting the danger. Wolfsburg earned a corner kick. In the following 20 minutes, Wolfsburg pressed relentlessly, forcing Leipzig players back to their half, dominating possession with 68, creating multiple dangerous situations. The weary Leipzig defense bore immense pressure, with Haidara completely focused on defense, neglecting any offensive duties. Forsberg assisted Xu Qiang, as the pressure on both wings was considerable. Approaching the 38th minute, Mehmeti chose not to challenge Xu Qiang this time, realizing Xu Qiang was incredibly tenacious. He opted for a different approach. He passed centrally to Arnold, who, seizing the opportunity, made a run to the wing and assisted Madsen. Without stopping, Madsen delivered a cross into the penalty area. At the back post, one intercepted and cleared with a header. In the penalty area, Weghorst held off Orban, controlling the ball on his chest and feigning a shot to deceive Salaki, who rushed to block. Weghorst then nudged the ball aside and found space to shoot. The angle was exquisitely precise, curling it towards the far corner. A ground shot. Galaxy was slightly slow to react. The ball rolled under his arm and into the net. Goal. Wolfsburg equalized. 1-1. The home fans erupted in jubilation. Weghorst's talent was indeed remarkable. Such delicate technique in a crowded penalty area, calmly slotting the ball home, exhibited the demeanor of a true champion. The atmosphere at Wolfsburg's home ground surged. With only a few minutes left in the first half, Leipzig had retreated almost entirely. Trapped in their half and unable to mount any significant attack. Thanks to the collective effort of Leipzig players, they managed to endure the first half, maintaining the score at 1-1 as they headed into the locker room. In the Red Bull locker room, the passive defense had left the players feeling frustrated and fatigued. Rangnick entered, surveying the room, and said, "Boys, you were truly magnificent in the first half. All of you were exceptional. I am immensely proud of you. In a few minutes, the second half will commence, and I know this is a tough battle. Incredibly tough. Our adversary is formidable, a strong Bundesliga team with excellent players. But are we afraid? No. I believe that having come this far, none of you are afraid, including me, because we have worked hard enough and we are good enough. But must we truly stop here? Can we take another step forward? Even if it's just one step. Tell me, can you?" "Yes." The invigorated locker room responded in unison. "Good. You're all the best. Truly, the best. In my eyes, you are better than any Bundesliga giant because you have made history. You are writing the history of Leipzig, and you have become the history of Leipzig. Come, let's strive together. For ourselves, let's give our all." Rangnick extended his hand, and all the players stood, stretching their hands out to form a circle. "Let us go. We are the best." Rangnick led the chant. "Let us go. We are the best." Everyone shouted in unison. In Xu Qiang's mind, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Received cup competition task. Advance to the semifinals. Task rewards. 1. Advance to the semifinals in regular time. Reward of 10 attribute points and a random talent skill draw. 2. Advance to the semifinals in extra time. Reward of 5 attribute points and a random talent skill draw. Xu Qiang Bunde. New rewards? What does talent skill advancement entail? What will change after advancing? Chapter 34. Eruption amid suppression, scoring from a zero angle. The direction of attack was swapped. The second half commenced. After the Leipzig defense stood firm at the goalpost, the away supporters rallied behind their team. During halftime, Ralf Rangnick's words in the locker room indeed had a considerable impact. Following his strategy, Leipzig focused on a solid defensive approach in the second half, ensuring that Wolfsburg would find no opportunity to exploit, while looking for chances to counterattack. As the ball was kicked from the center circle, Leipzig began to control possession with backward passes. Advancing, Wolfsburg pressed forward, initiating an offensive formation. Xu Qiang held the ball, while Klaus blocked the midfield route. Mehmedi came to intercept, and Forsberg appeared from the right flank requesting the ball, with Haidara also making a run from the center circle. The ball was distributed to Juan for a wall pass, as Xu Qiang darted down the right sideline, pulling the entire formation forward. Mehmedi backtracked, attracting Klaus for support, while Frank was taken away by Forsberg. Xu Qiang, keenly observing the gap, passed a Haidara positioned at the center circle. Under pressure from Arnold, Haidara nearly stumbled upon receiving the ball and managed to push it back to Forsberg. Without even glancing, struck the ball with his left foot, sending it to the wing. Xu Qiang, sprinting along the sidelines to assist, outmaneuvered defender Roussillon, who reacted quickly to block. Yet, Xu Qiang skillfully flicked the ball through Roussillon's legs, escaping his grasp. He penetrated the penalty area, with Roussillon subtly interfering behind him, his tugging action unnoticed by referee Pichler. Xu Qiang delivered a sweeping pass across the middle, where Poulsen was perfectly positioned at the front post to volley the ball. The shot, with a decent amount of force but lacking precision, was instinctively parried by goalkeeper Castells. The ball deflected, spinning off and striking the post before careening away, almost crossing the goal line. Just in time, Xu Qiang appeared, twisting and lifting his foot. From that position, the angle for a shot was nearly non-existent. The world anticipated Xu Qiang to pass. as the congested penalty area could easily lead to an own goal by the defenders. Wolfsburg's defense was overly cautious. Little did they know, Xu Qiang chose to shoot directly. With a twist of his body, Xu Qiang unleashed a strike with the outside of his right foot. The ball traveled in a straight line, yet with a curve, soaring past the outstretched hands of Castiles. It flew over the heads of those in the penalty area, hitting the far corner with a remarkable zero-angle shot. Xu Qiang had scored an exaggerated shooting motion, a miraculous zero-angle goal. The score was altered. Just as the second half began, Leipzig's first attack resulted in extending their lead. The away supporters erupted in jubilation. Xu Qiang had netted a brace. After 3 games of silence due to a red card suspension, he exploded with fervor. All his pent-up frustration, injustice, and rage were unleashed in this goal. Xu Qiang once again exuberantly stood in place, arms wide open, embracing his teammates' ecstatic celebrations. Behind him, even the home supporters couldn't help but applaud, because this goal was simply breathtaking. A zero-angle shot. Unbelievable. In Huagua, Xu Jiazhuang, Xu Wenwen secretly watched the live broadcast with her brother Xu Xiaolong in their room. Xu Qiang scored. The voice of Duan Xian echoed from the computer. It's Xu Qiang again. A goal. A zero-angle shot. Watch Xu Qiang soar across Germany. Xu Xiaolong jumped up in excitement. The remnants of his drowsiness instantly vanished, causing him to knock over a cup, producing a crisp sound that startled both siblings in a shrinking back, fearful of waking their parents and facing a scolding. My brother is incredible. Sister, I want to go to Germany and train with him. Xu Xiaolong exclaimed after celebrating. Oh please, with your 3-legged cat skills. My brother could let you have 10 goals and you still wouldn't win, Xu Wenwen scoffed. You have no idea how hard it is to go abroad alone in a foreign land. You don't know the struggles and hardships my brother endures. Xu Wenwen truly proved to be a good sister. TCH, it's not that hard. If my brother can do it, so can I. Xu Xiaolong Vito dites me sin. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Xu Jiangwo stood at the entrance with a stern expression. The siblings jumped, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, too intimidated to speak. What is so shameful about watching your brother's match? Come out and watch it on the projector, Xu Jiangwo said, revealing a rare smile that crinkled his weathered face, exposing a set of yellowed teeth. His hands, hidden behind his back, brought forth light and the same commentary for the live broadcast. It turned out their father had also risen to watch the match. No wonder their brother had gifted him a brand new phone. Perhaps it was their father's own suggestion for a New Year's gift. Xu Wenwen suddenly understood. At this moment, the two siblings wanted to laugh, yet they stifled their amusement. Ahem, Xu Jiangwo coughed to cover his amusement, then turned to leave the living room. Fortunately, Xu Qiang had his own plan. In the first half, he had not utilized the props, and in the second half, he immediately activated the prop, a temporary increase of 5 points in speed. Before the second half commenced, Xu Qiang shook hands with Roussillon, using the prop, temporary skill theft, successfully stealing Roussillon's talent skill, tackle. Tackle was clearly a fierce foul skill. In the first half, Xu Qiang had already experienced a breakthrough, being held by Roussillon in a tactical foul to intercept. It was precisely because he had acquired Roussillon's tackle skill that Xu Qiang was not tackled during his breakthrough, allowing him to advance into the penalty area. With the match resuming, Wolfsburg found themselves trailing yet again. This was a game process that no one had anticipated before kickoff. Leipzig's resilience was astonishing, and Xu Qiang's explosive performance was razor-sharp. With 2 goals, even if Leipzig ultimately failed to progress, Xu Qiang's display was already remarkable. Being overtaken by Xu Qiang ignited Wolfsburg's fighting spirit, leading to relentless storm-like attacks that continuously shook the Red Bull defense. Wolfsburg attempted numerous shots, breakaways, headers, and long-range efforts, all thwarted by the stellar performance of Galaxy. Although Wolfsburg failed to convert their advantage into goals, their relentless waves of attacks kept overwhelming Red Bull, showcasing a rapid and thrilling pace of play. As the match reached the 74th minute, amidst the sighs and lamentations of the home crowd, one intervened just in time, clearing Mamedi's shooting attempt. Poulsen returned to the center circle to receive the ball, skillfully bringing it down for the advancing Forsberg, who turned and ran, creating space to draw the defense. Forsberg swiftly carried the ball across the halfway line, passing it to Silva ahead. Silva, with his back to the goal, directly assisted the oncoming Xu Qiang on the flank. Xu Qiang, with remarkable speed, was already noted by Silva. Meeting the incoming ball, Xu Qiang executed a direct cross into the penalty area. The ball traced a graceful arc, bypassing the entirety of Wolfsburg's defensive line, landing precisely at the feet of Poulsen at the far post. With a deft touch of his left foot, he deceived the last defender. And from the edge of the penalty area, he unleashed a shot. The curving ball elegantly evaded the diving cast, finding its way into the net's corner. A goal. Poulsen scores. Leipzig extends their lead. 13. Wolfsburg is in peril. Chapter 35. Blood and Passion. Equalizer and counterkill. A simple counterattack. A seamless collaboration. Once more, they breached Wolfsburg's goal. Cass sprawled on the ground, pounded the turf in frustration. Having conceded 3 goals to a lower-tier team, he wallowed in self-reproach, filled with rage. Poulsen's curler was nothing short of exquisite, perfectly evading the goalkeeper's reach and finding the net. Unbelievable. Who could have predicted before the match that Wolfsburg would concede 3 goals? The camera focused on the goalscorer Poulsen, while more footage captured the assisting Xu Qiang. This assist was akin to a divine perspective, as though the heavens themselves had opened their eyes, precisely locating the advancing Poulsen. The power, speed, and timing of the pass were impeccable. Thus, Poulsen comfortably received the ball, maneuvered past his marker, and shot. 2 goals and 1 assist. Xu Qiang, without a doubt, will be crowned the man of the match. It was already a foregone conclusion. Wolfsburg faltered, and the home fans expressed their discontent, their shouts echoing in frustration. On the sidelines, Wolfsburg swiftly made substitutions. They exhausted 3 of their slots in one go, leaving them with no retreat. Roussillon was taken off. Both goals conceded in the second half originated from Leipzig's right flank, for which he bore significant responsibility. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Wolfsburg's coach, Ehrlich, sensed that Xu Qiang had quickened his pace upon returning for the second half. It may not have appeared much faster, but in the realm of such competitive play, even the slightest advantage in speed was formidable. This marked the 3rd kickoff from the center circle for Wolfsburg. The first kickoff does not count. 3 substitutions were made. 2 defenders were swapped, and 1 for Klaus, who had been rather inconspicuous throughout the match. They brought on the young, aggressive midfielder Felix to challenge Leipzig. Indeed, Felix utilized his physical advantage, displaying his confidence in both technique and speed, creating several breakthrough passes. As the match reached the 84th minute, it was Felix's breakthrough that found the ball at the feet of Mamedi on the wing. Xu Qiang lowered his stance, retreating while defending, cautious not to commit too early, fearing that he might be outpaced by Mamedi's speed. After several feints that failed to draw Xu Qiang in, Mamedi returned the ball to Arnold, waiting just outside the penalty area. Arnold, sensing the moment, took a step back, and before Forsberg could close in, he launched a long-range shot. Bang! The ball surged with power, hurtling towards a goal. Galaxy, having read the trajectory, managed to parry the shot. In the ensuing chaos, both attackers and defenders converged upon the ball. The deflected ball soared over the crowd in the penalty area. Felix, arriving from the outskirts, unleashed a fierce shot. Bang! The ball shot forth like a dart, piercing through the dense gathering of players in the box, heading straight for the net. Whoosh! Galaxy failed to track the ball's path, offering no reaction as it crossed the line. Wolfsburg had pulled 1 back. 23. Hope flickered for Wolfsburg. Weghorst swiftly retrieved the ball from the net, racing towards the center circle. The home fans, sensing a glimmer of hope, rallied behind their team with relentless cheers. In the final minutes, the Volkswagen Arena erupted with fervor. Rangnick also made tactical adjustments. 1. Having sustained an injury during defense, sat before the goal, making way for the substitute, Mohamed. Silva received a yellow card and appeared fatigued, prompting Nkunku's substitution. Leipzig executed the kickoff from the center circle. A back pass. All Wolfsburg players pressed forward swiftly, applying high pressure. The beleaguered Leipzig players soon faltered. Haidara was intercepted amidst a double team. Arnold advanced with the ball. Wolfsburg launched a rapid attack. However, the eager Arnold opted for an outside shot. A wild attempt soared high over the target. Clearly, Arnold was also showing signs of fatigue. The match approached its climax. Tension gripped the air. Wolfsburg launched a frenzied assault, relentlessly pinning Leipzig back in their half. Leipzig struggled to defend, continually thwarting attacks, and the number of throw-ins increased. Fans from both sides fervently cheered for their teams. The substitutes on the sidelines stood, anxiously awaiting the outcome. For Leipzig, time seemed to stretch unbearably, each minute a trial. As the clock ticked past 89 minutes, the 4th official raised the stoppage time sign. For minutes added, Wolfsburg's attack was thwarted once more, but substitute Mohammed showcased his steadiness with a header clearance. Center back Bruma had advanced past the halfway line, gathering a high ball, and passed to Arnold. Haidara attempted to intercept, but Arnold pressed forward, deftly maneuvering his feet. And taking advantage of Haidara's distraction, he suddenly changed direction and accelerated, nudging the ball past him. Wolfs was quick to assist, but Arnold deftly maneuvered again, evading two defenders with his exquisite skill. Faced with Mohammed, he remained patient, as Mohammed had retreated into the penalty area. Seizing the opportunity, Arnold passed the ball, using his body to shield Mamadi, who was closely marking Xu Qiang, securing half a position. From a tight angle, he struck. Bang! A precise shot. It slipped past the slightly slow-reacting Galaxy's near post. In and out. It was a goal. Wolfsburg, in the dying moments, equalized. 33. The home fans erupted with exuberance. All shadows of despair lifted. They raised their arms in jubilation. After scoring, Mamadi, overwhelmed with emotion, stripped off his shirt and hurled it to the ground, releasing his pent-up frustration. Throughout the match, he had been closely monitored by Xu Qiang, struggling to break free. Often dispossessed, scoring in the final moments to level the score allowed his emotions to pour forth. The match had now entered stoppage time. Undoubtedly, Mamadi's goal kept Wolfsburg's hopes alive for progression, adding suspense to the game. Leipzig's players were engulfed in disappointment, acutely aware of the tenacity of their Bundesliga rivals. Having fought valiantly throughout the match, only to see victory slip away in the face of an equalizer. Before the kickoff from the center circle, Xu Qiang whispered a few words to Poulsen and Kunku, a moment that the cameras failed to capture. The kickoff. Poulsen advanced with the ball from the center circle. Leipzig swiftly pressed forward as a unit. With just over 2 minutes remaining in stoppage time, from an external perspective, forcing a draw with Wolfsburg was an acceptable outcome for Leipzig, with extra time still a possibility. However, Xu Qiang refused to settle for that, for the system had rich rewards awaiting him. Having been 2 goals ahead, the rewards were tantalizingly close, yet they had allowed their opponents to equalize. Poulsen attracted 3 opposing players, refraining from recklessly attempting to break through and lose possession, instead executing a backheel pass to Forsberg. Forsberg had already sensed Xu Qiang's rapid advance down the right flank, moving with the speed of a blade slicing through the defense. A long pass was executed. The ball soared high, eclipsing the entire defensive line of Wolfsburg. However, Forsberg, who had exerted himself throughout the match, was visibly fatigued, his strength mismanaged, resulting in an overzealous kick. Just as the ball seemed destined to cross the goal line, a figure dashed forward with remarkable speed, disregarding the imminent collision with the advertising boards. In a moment of urgency, Xu Qiang headed the ball back just before it could cross the line. But the sheer velocity caused him to lose control, twisting mid-air to halt the ball's descent. Upon landing, the force of inertia sent him crashing into the boards. Lowering his body, Xu Qiang pressed against the ground, and with a sudden burst of power, he halted his momentum, feeling a twinge in his muscles, a sign of impending cramping. Xu Qiang was truly giving his all in this match. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth and seized the opportunity to snatch the ball before the defenders could regroup. Even the home fans recognized Xu Qiang's fearless determination, offering him a round of applause. With a swift push past the defenders, Xu Qiang surged into the penalty area. Center back Brooks attempted to intercept him, refraining from a reckless challenge to avoid being bypassed or conceding a foul. From a distance, Xu Qiang executed a sudden change of direction, nearly causing the substitute defender to collide with Brooks. He once again approached the goal line. Brooks evaded the oncoming challenge from his teammate and closely pursued Xu Qiang. In this crucial moment, the Wolfsburg defense could not afford any mistakes. Navigating through the defense, Xu Qiang lifted his foot to strike the ball, delicately curling it into the box. Poulsen rushed in to make a play, but the ball sailed over his head. At the far post, Nkunku executed a scissors kick. Boom! His shot was misdirected, yet he at least managed to take it. The ball sped towards the net, slipping past the goalkeeper's waist. Such close-range shots are the most challenging for goalkeepers to save. Goal! Leipzig scores a stunning comeback. Nkunku seals the match. In the dying moments of stoppage time, the score was rewritten, 3-4. This is football. Until the final whistle, the outcome remains uncertain. Nkunku, wildly tearing off his jersey to reveal his undershirt, exuberantly embraced Xu Qiang, pulling him into a tight hug. Teammates from the back line rushed onto the field in a frenzy to join in the celebration. Even goalkeeper Galaxy joined the jubilation. The substitutes bench erupted into chaos. Rangnick found himself hoisted into the air by an unknown teammate, nearly straining his back. Bottles of water were tossed into the sky, followed by a cascade of celebratory splashes. The away fans were engulfed in a frenzy of joy. In that moment, it belonged to Leipzig, to Red Bull, and to Xu Qiang. Meanwhile, Wolfsburg faded into the background. German television broadcasts went wild. Live streams in China mirrored the excitement. Leipzig supporters celebrated with unrestrained joy, while Wolfsburg fans couldn't help but commend the tenacity of the visiting team. This is football, capable of transcending victories and defeats, nations and borders. As Wolfsburg prepared to restart from the center circle, referee Pichler blew the final whistle. The match concluded. Wolfsburg succumbed to Leipzig 3-4, lamentably exiting the tournament. The Leipzig Red Bulls, underestimated before the match, advanced to the semi-finals of the DFB Pokal through sheer grit. This match was undeniably a classic, a quintessential display of a strong team overpowering a weaker one, a thrilling goal fest, and a dramatic turnaround. After the match, all Leipzig players joined hands, forming a line to express their gratitude to the fans who had come to support them. The exuberant fans yearned to rush onto the field to celebrate with the players, but were held back by security fences. Xu Qiang also removed his jersey, gifting it to a young boy at the front. The child, shielded by his father, was unharmed in the crowd. Xu Qiang passed the jersey over the fence, ensuring the boy could reach it. Amidst the cacophony, Xu Qiang could not hear the boy's words, but he blew a kiss before departing. Back in the locker room, Xu Qiang received a notification from the system in his mind, indicating that he had completed his task and earned substantial rewards. Chapter 36. Is this skill too expensive? Ding. Cup advancement task completed. Reward, 10 attribute points. 1 random talent skill draw, and 1 random talent skill upgrade. The random talent skill draw was successful. Talent skill, lucky break, no free usage. Lucky break. Within a 5-meter radius of the host, all teammates, including the host, receive a luck boost lasting 15 minutes, consuming 5 attribute points per use. Wow, 5 attribute points. A steep price indeed. Only 15 minutes. This cost is exorbitant. Xu Qiang was taken aback. Even using 1 or 2 attribute points made him feel the pinch. The crucial point was that this talent skill had no trial usage. However, he quickly regained his composure. A talent skill that consumes 5 attribute points must be extraordinary. With a limited duration and high point cost, it could only be a divine skill. The definition of luck felt somewhat nebulous. The term itself is inherently elusive. Xu Qiang pondered deeply. From his own perspective, perhaps an errant pass inadvertently transformed into a goal, or a through ball intended for the flank mistakenly found its way to the center forward for a clear shot, and so forth. From the opponent's standpoint, if his luck increased, the adversary would consequently experience misfortune, leading to errors, instability in ball control, and imprecise passing. Considering both sides, this skill was indeed remarkable. It created an uneven playing field. Xu Qiang's expression shifted to one of delight. Indeed, this reciprocal exchange meant that during the 15 minutes of skill activation, the balance of victory would tilt. No wonder it required 5 attribute points and was time-limited. Next, Xu Qiang eagerly anticipated the system's new feature, the random talent skill upgrade. As the name suggests, it referred to enhancing the talent skill. At that moment, Xu Qiang realized that talent skills could be upgraded, which filled him with anticipation. This was precisely why he had exerted himself so relentlessly on the field, disregarding all else in pursuit of victory. He genuinely did not want to miss out on this system reward. Upon confirming the usage, the system's voice echoed. Talent skill, lucky break, upgraded to fortunate break. Fortunate break. Within an 8-meter radius of the host, all teammates, including the host, receive a luck boost lasting 20 minutes, consuming 4 attribute points per use. The upgraded talent skill provided comprehensive enhancements, from extended duration to reduced attribute point consumption. However, it still lacked a free usage option, which Xu Qiang found disappointing. It seemed he would need to accumulate attribute points diligently. For the better the skill, the more it drained his points. Xu Qiang reminded himself earnestly. Why was T lucky break an item? If it were, it wouldn't require point consumption. Luck relates to oneself. Even if it is intangible and elusive, it inherently exists within one. Temporary enhancements, on the other hand, are tools that need to be wielded, much like a hoe for tilling soil. The fundamental difference is profound. As Xu Qiang was about to board the bus for his return journey, he found himself confronted at the entrance by a reporter. This reporter was none other than Jessica, the girlfriend of Forsberg. No wonder she managed to get in. Xu Qiang also noticed Forsberg approaching from behind, offering a faint smile and a resigned shrug. This fellow, prioritizing romance over friendship, was sure to be labeled by Xu Qiang. "Mr. Xu, what are your thoughts on winning the Best Player award in tonight's cup match?" Jessica inquired, her question conventional and routine. Somewhat numb to it all, "I've grown accustomed," Xu Qiang replied nonchalantly. "Keep it low-key. Don't act so pretentiously," Jessica subtly mouthed to him. Their relationship, connected through Forsberg, was amicable enough, characterized by youthful banter and enjoyment. It's exhilarating that Leipzig has advanced. In the semifinals, you will face Bayer Leverkusen. Do you have anything to say to your opponents? Jessica pressed on. "Nothing to say. Victory on the field is our best response," Xu Qiang stated. Fortunately, the cameras did not capture Jessica as I roll beside him. "I want to express my gratitude to the fans supporting Leipzig. We will strive to continue advancing and hope to reach the finals, delivering a grand surprise. Winning the championship is certainly not a mere dream," Xu Qiang declared. After a brief interview, he returned to the bus to rest with his eyes closed. The following day, the media frenzy escalated, as none could have anticipated Wolfsburg's defeat to a team from the lower leagues in the cup. Moreover, with 7 goals scored in the match, it ignited fervor among the spectators. Particularly, the final moments of both the decisive goal and the subsequent equalizer undoubtedly mark this season's most iconic cup match. Last-minute victory? Counter-victory. Red Bull makes history, toppling Wolfsburg away. 7 goals in one match, a wild cup clash, a frenzied Red Bull. What could possibly stop the Bull Demon King? He is simply inhuman. 2 goals, 2 assists, single-handedly defeating Wolfsburg. Xu Qiang's post-match bravado about claiming the championship? Utterly laughable. A classic encounter, Wolfsburg versus Red Bull in the German Cup quarterfinals, undoubtedly the most legendary match of the season. The excitement was palpable. A match with 7 goals. Until the final second, one could not ascertain who would claim victory. Such is the allure of football. Wolfsburg equalized in stoppage time, preserving their chance of advancement, only for Red Bull to snatch victory in the dying moments. What a miraculous encounter. Even upon rewatching, it remains exhilarating from start to finish. The prominent new media outlets showcased the queries that captivated the attention of countless fans. Among the numerous matches last night, this one drew the most interest, particularly due to the 7 goals and the dramatic shifts in momentum. Each article featured illustrations and dynamic images, celebrating Leipzig's 4 goals and Wolfsburg's 3, all spectacular in their own right. Xu Qiang was directly involved in all 4 goals, undoubtedly propelling him into the limelight once more. Soon enough, the media uncovered Xu Qiang as the highest-paid player in the team. They also revealed his frequent visits to Leipzig University, hinting at a romantic entanglement. During the winter break, he was photographed shopping with 2 beautiful women, leading to speculation of dual relationships. Numerous pieces of gossip surrounding Xu Qiang emerged, accompanied by the imaginative conjectures of journalists, drawing in substantial readership. Despite the allure of gossip, Xu Qiang favored the announcement from the Cup Committee. He topped the charts with 6 goals and 7 assists in the German Cup. Another achievement, yet again claiming the top spot. This was the source of Xu Qiang's pride. Once more, he became a topic of fervent discussion in German football, even attracting the attention of top clubs from the other major leagues across Europe. However, Xu Qiang had no time to dwell on such matters or bask in joy, as a busy schedule loomed ahead, requiring 3 matches in the week, including the Cup. In the 25th round of the league, Leipzig hosted Wien at Red Bull Arena. Wien had performed commendably this season, ranking 4th, trailing Darmstadt. However, this 4th position marked them as part of the second tier of the league, significantly distanced from the top 3. The match took place on the afternoon of the 15th. After exerting immense effort in the previous Cup match, Rangnick chose to rest several players, fielding mostly substitutes, including Xu Qiang, Haidara, Poulsen, Silva, Forsberg, and Wan, who remained on the bench. The first half concluded in a stalemate at 0-0. In the second half, Xu Qiang, Poulsen, and Forsberg entered the fray. It was not until nearly the 80th minute that Xu Qiang initiated an attack, delivering a long pass into the penalty area for Poulsen to score and break the deadlock. Approaching stoppage time, Leipzig executed a swift counterattack, resulting in a penalty awarded to Poulsen, who passed it to Xu Qiang for the decisive kick. Xu Qiang, vying for the top scorer title, accepted the opportunity. He easily converted the penalty, sealing the scoreline and contributing 1 goal and 1 assist in a comfortable victory over Wihan, marking Leipzig's second consecutive win. Post-match, the system assigned a winter transfer task, prompting Xu Qiang to deliberate carefully about whether to transfer. The transfer window had closed the day prior. Today, Xu Qiang received a notification from the system. Ding. Transfer task failed. Due to this failure, the system would escalate the requirements for the next transfer task. Correspondingly, the rewards for successful completion would also be enhanced. What do the elevated requirements entail? Xu Qiang found himself perplexed. Upon reflection, he surmised that such elevation might involve limitations or other stipulations, but clarity would emerge once the summer window opened. Nevertheless, the system was still quite generous and fair. An increase in task requirements would likely lead to more substantial rewards, which made Xu Qiang salivate at the thought. Those attribute points were far more precious than mere money. As winter faded into spring, the harsh cold of Germany finally relented. Time progressed to April, with the league approaching its final rounds. In the previous round, Leipzig faced Borussia Dortmund's youth team away, where Klopp was also present. The youth team exhibited formidable prowess at home, and the match produced 6 goals, ultimately ending in a 3-3 draw. Rangnick suspected that Klopp had been orchestrating tactics from behind the scenes, as the youth team's overall style mirrored that of the season manager. Fortunately, Leipzig managed to maintain their unbeaten streak. Following this match, Leipzig secured a promotion spot to the second division with 4 rounds remaining. However, the league championship still required further effort, as the second-placed Heidenheim remained 8 points behind, leaving room for contention. Having achieved promotion, Rangnick refrained from allowing the players to celebrate, knowing that 3 days later, they would face Bayer Leverkusen in the German Cup semi-finals at home. The players understood the significance of this match. Relaxation was not yet an option. The club boldly announced its latest reward measures. After the match, Rangnick communicated that a bonus of €2 million would be awarded to all players, the specifics of which would be determined by discussions among the club's higher-ups and coaching staff, including the coaching team. The prize money is quite substantial, undoubtedly a fortune for players in the third division. Indeed, it is befitting of a globally renowned energy drink conglomerate. Subsequently, Rangnick announced the club's management's incentives for the upcoming DFB Pokal semi-final, including bonuses for appearances, victories, and goals, which left Xu Qiang astonished. Red Bull has allocated over €10 million for this purpose. The maximum reward for the semi-final could reach €300,000 for the entire team. Progressing to the finals would yield an additional €700,000, and should they emerge victorious, further incentives would be decided. Oh my, for players in the third division. This could mean overnight wealth. Additionally, there are individual bonuses. A goal in the semi-final earns €100,000. 2 goals earn €300,000. A hat-trick earns €1 million. This is madness. It is clear that the intention is for RB Leipzig's players to give their utmost effort. Indeed, they must. If they reach the finals, all rewards will be doubled. Where there are great rewards, there are bound to be brave souls. The entire Leipzig squad embodies this bravery. Observing the players panting and suppressing their excitement, Rangnick reminded them appropriately. After all, securing the ultimate victory and advancing smoothly is the paramount objective. Do not let the allure of money cloud judgment, leading to squandered opportunities on the pitch. Not only would it result in lost bonuses, but teammates would also express grievances. A classic case of a loss outweighing the gain. Everyone quickly regained their composure, discussing how to distribute the goal bonuses among those who contributed. This approach is commendable, fostering team spirit without the fear of one player hoarding the bonuses, which could lead to resentment and a tendency to shoot rather than pass. Ultimately, after unanimous agreement among teammates, the goal scorer would receive 40%, the assister 20%, while the remaining 40% would be equally divided among the 9 players on the field. Truly, there are strategies at play. Without discussion, would you have the goalkeeper Galaxy attempt to score? This is the best solution. There is no absolute fairness. The goal bonuses are an additional incentive provided by the club. Everyone maintains a positive mindset, and considering their opponent, the Bundesliga giant Bayer Leverkusen, scoring 1 or 2 goals would be commendable. Do not let money cloud your vision. Playing well is the most crucial aspect. Xu Qiang's words awakened a consensus among the players. A little financial incentive brings joy to all. Bayer Leverkusen, also known as the Pharmaceuticals, is a Bundesliga powerhouse controlled by the Bayer Group. It is one of the few clubs in German history to be owned by a legal entity or an individual for over 20 years, maintaining its independence. Another club of note is Hoffenheim, the brainchild of Professor Rangnick, whose owner is Mr. Hopp. Thus, by acquiring 49 of Leipzig's shares and controlling 7 members through the club's membership system, Red Bull has secured absolute ownership of Leipzig, much to the chagrin of many clubs in German football. Bayer Leverkusen is prominently among them. Prior to the match, Bayer Leverkusen released a statement on its official website, asserting that they would undoubtedly defeat Leipzig, halting the speculative ambitions of the Red Bull conglomerate in the semifinals. Soon after, rumors circulated in the media, revealing Leipzig's commitment to the cup and the generous rewards on offer. The entire German football community erupted in response. Can a championship be bought with money? Ridiculous Red Bull. Money is an alluring temptress, capable of purchasing many things, but not a championship. If Red Bull could buy championships with money, their trophies would be brewed into beer. The Pharmaceuticals are determined to defeat money. Red Bull should just leave. The despicable Red Bull, thinking wealth grants them carte blanche? Let Bayer Leverkusen teach them a lesson. Such satirical headlines spread across Germany. Leipzig's Red Bull Club became the target of widespread criticism. Chapter 38. DFB Pokal Semi-Final. A penalty awarded in Germany. Contrasting the widespread criticism of Leipzig prior to the DFB Pokal match, far off in the east, in Huaguo, China, numerous online media outlets are amplifying the significance of this match, focusing their attention on Xu Qiang. Can Xu Qiang, the dual leader in the DFB Pokal semi-final, maintain his strong performance? The hope of Chinese football. You cannot imagine Xu Qiang's prowess. The Bull King Xu Qiang faces off against Bayer. Can Red Bull overcome this challenge? The national team is preparing to summon Xu Qiang. Is this World Cup secure? The media buzz surrounding this match is incredibly captivating, compelling many to click to discover who this Xu Qiang, playing in Germany, truly is. Is he really that formidable? Curiosity piqued. Viewers delve deeper and are astounded. Many spectators from Huaguo were initially drawn in by a simple article, leading them to search for information about Xu Qiang, and before they knew it, they were enthralled. Netizens exclaimed, "Wow, this young man is incredible. The like of our national team, please join." Don't join the national team. Continue playing in Europe. The national team might squander your talent. Oh my, we have such talent abroad. Keep playing, and even if you excel, don't come back. Remember what I said. Xu Qiang, you are the strongest. Anticipating your performance in the semifinals. Tonight, I must stay up late to watch the match. Xu Qiang, please do not disappoint. Fellow fans, seeking reasons to request leave from work tomorrow, we're in a hurry. Replies included, help an old lady cross the road and got hit. Which boss would say, I'll fine you 10,000 for helping? April 15th, Red Bull Arena, Leipzig. The match is scheduled to commence at 19:30 local time in Germany. The 2013-14 season's DFB Pokal semi-final features RB Leipzig versus Bayer Leverkusen. Half an hour before the game, the stadium is already at full capacity. Both head coaches expressed their unwavering determination to win during the pre-match press conference. Bayer Leverkusen boasts numerous formidable players, including Son Heung-min, Ki Ling, James, Castro, Leno, goalkeeper, and Hilbert, among others. Currently, in the Bundesliga, Leverkusen ranks second, with Bayern having already secured the championship. The Pharmaceuticals are assured of a spot in European competitions, so they will undoubtedly go all out to eliminate Leipzig. In Huaguo, on a certain online streaming platform, the excitement is palpable. Hello, everyone. Tonight is filled with anticipation. RB Leipzig against Bayer Leverkusen in the DFB Pokal semi-final, a do-or-die match. Who will emerge victorious? Duan Xian posed a question. It's already quite an achievement for Red Bull to reach the semi-finals of the DFB Pokal. Even though it has been over 2 months, I still vividly recall their nail-biting victory against Wolfsburg. Director Chen reminisced. Indeed, in the previous match, Xu Qiang's outstanding performance, contributing 2 goals and 2 assists, was pivotal in propelling RB Leipzig into the semi-finals. I eagerly await his performance tonight. Will he continue to shine? Duan Xian remarked. RB Leipzig has already secured a spot in the next round. They face no pressure in the league. Bayern, having claimed the title, is set to compete against Frankfurt at the same time tomorrow for a place in the finals, Director Chen added. Recently, netizens have been discussing the potential call-up of Xu Qiang to the national team. Director Chen, what are your thoughts on this? Duan Xian ventured into a hot topic. I've noticed the online discussions as well, but since there has been no official statement, it's difficult to comment. Personally, I hope Xu Qiang can represent the national team. Having him would significantly enhance our chances, Director Chen stated without jumping to conclusions. Dear readers, please be patient. I believe that relevant news will emerge shortly. Now, without further ado, the players have emerged from the tunnel, as Duan Xian stated. In Huagua, Zhujiazhuang, late at night, the Xu family stayed up late to watch the match. Feeling exhausted, almost succumbing to sleep. Suddenly, Xu Xiaolong's exclamation startled everyone awake. When a live broadcast shifted to Xu Qiang, the entire household erupted in cheers. Xu Wenwen secretly rejoiced that the match was held on a weekend. Otherwise, she would have been unable to watch it while staying at school. Did Da Qiang really say he would return after the match? Xu mother asked her daughter, her voice tinged with excitement. Yes, my brother mentioned it a few days ago. He also asked me to inquire if you needed anything. He could bring it back, Xu Wenwen replied with a smile. Oh dear, why spend money on such things? It's enough that he's coming back. No, I must have a word with Da Qiang. He shouldn't squander money. He sent many gifts home for the new year, all for relatives. What a waste. Xu mother lamented. Raising a son for 100 years comes with worries for 99. Xu Wenwen thought to herself. You have no idea how much money Da Qiang makes playing football. These small gifts are nothing. I want the latest gaming console and a new phone. Dad has a new phone, but I don't. Xu Xiaolong chimed in. Da Qiang said he would buy you 10 or 8 sets of review materials, Xu Wenwen teased. A smirk gracing her lips. Xu Xiaolong's expression fell immediately. 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. Get ready. You deserve it. Su Jiangwo remained silent, fixated on the screen, smoking alone. The lights blazed as the commentator fervently stirred the fans' emotions before the match. At the tunnel entrance, the referee team guided the players onto the field. Zeivel from Berlin would officiate this match. The fans grew ecstatic, rallying for their respective teams. With a whistle from Zeivel, the match officially commenced. Leipzig kicked off first. Silva passed backward. In such a crucial match, both sides prioritized steadiness, unwilling to recklessly charge forward from the outset. Xu Qiang advanced with the ball, while Sun Heung-min pressured him, albeit not quickly, merely constraining Xu Qiang's pace and blocking passing options. He returned the ball to Wan, who was tasked with distribution. Xu Qiang immediately surged forward, only to find Sun Heung-min trailing closely behind him. The ball reached Forsberg, who glanced at Xu Qiang's run on the flank, but was followed by Sun Heung-min. Still trusting Xu Qiang, he made a lateral pass. Sun Heung-min suddenly accélérated, aiming to intercept the ball before Xu Qiang could. However, Xu Qiang was quicker, skillfully using his body to shield the ball from Sun Heung-min. Castro joined in to assist defensively. With a passive activation of God's view, Xu Qiang had already anticipated the situation, deftly nudging the ball just as it approached the sideline, keeping it within bounds, and then pushing it forward, rapidly bypassing 2 defenders. His elegant maneuver drew enthusiastic applause from the fans along the sidelines. Nevertheless, Sun Heung-min swiftly closed in from the side, executing a sliding tackle that disrupted Xu Qiang's possession. You little monkey, your speed is truly remarkable, Xu Qiang thought to himself as he got back on his feet. For a throw-in the forward area, Xu Qiang hurled the ball. Haidara came to receive it, while Forsberg and Silva were tightly marked. After receiving the ball, Haidara did not advance, but instead passed backward. Wan controlled the ball and sent a long kick upfield, where Xu Qiang was already in motion. Wan, indeed, proved his worth as a defender. That was a pass, lacking any precision. As the ball approached the sideline, Xu Qiang leaped high, heading it towards Silva. A startled Silva was momentarily slow to react, unaware that Xu Qiang could salvage the ball. Even though Silva, having positioned himself well, managed to seize possession, he maneuvered the ball along the baseline. Toprak executed a sweeping tackle, sending the ball out for a corner kick. Leipzig had a corner. Forsberg took the corner. At the far post, Saraki leapt to head the ball. Goalkeeper Leno deflected it with both palms. In the penalty area, amidst the crowd, Xu Qiang leapt to meet the ball, heading it. The angle was tricky, sending in the opposite direction of the goalkeeper. Just as Leno rose from the ground, he made another incredible save, astonishing everyone with his reflexes. Leno's speed and ball sense were world-class. Hilbert blocked Silva from behind, adding a kick to clear the ball. On the left, Sun Heung-min intercepted before Forsberg could, taking the ball, positioning himself, and advancing. He delivered a low long pass, spotting Kissling running in the midfield. Juan continuously retreated as Kissling controlled the ball and moved forward. With a feint, he deceived Juan, causing him to tumble to the ground. And Kissling strode forward, facing goalkeeper Galaxy one-on-one. The goalkeeper charged out, and Kissling nudged the ball past him. Galaxy, in a desperate dive, failed to reach it. A cry escaped Kissling as he collapsed in the penalty area. The referee Zeivel raised his hand without hesitation, pointing to the penalty spot. The home team players rushed to surround Zeivel, pleading for leniency. Zeivel remained resolute. After a heated discussion, Kissling stood at the penalty spot. Galaxy jumped side to side, waving his arms, trying to energize himself. Kissling shot. Galaxy misjudged. Goal. Just 15 minutes into the match, Bayer Leverkusen took the lead. The traveling fans erupted in jubilant celebration. Rangnick encouraged the Warriors on the field. Not long after the match began, Leverkusen capitalized on a counterattack opportunity, winning a penalty and taking the lead. Leipzig found themselves in a predicament, but fortunately, ample time remained. There was indeed a significant disparity in strength. Leipzig proactively pursued offense, leaving their defense vulnerable. Leverkusen's Sun Heung-min and Kissling, two speedy forwards, could easily tear through the Red Bull defense. Moreover, this season, Bayer was renowned for their sharp counterattacks in the Bundesliga. Xu Qiang's earlier header had already set up a good angle, yet the top goalkeeper Leno managed to rise and make a second save. This was Xu Qiang's first encounter with the prowess of exceptional players in the Bundesliga. Had this been a third-tier league, that goal would have surely gone in. This also proved that even with maximum shooting attributes, not every shot is guaranteed to score. Xu Qiang needed to become more formidable and refine his shooting to find the net. Otherwise, as demonstrated just now, if he failed to score under pressure, a swift counterattack from the opponent could easily result in conceding a goal. Xu Qiang felt fortunate that he had not completed the transfer task assigned by the system during the winter break. Otherwise, given his current statistics and conditions, he might have been benched for a long time. It would be better to play comfortably in the third-tier league, where he would have ample playing time to enhance his system attributes. Chapter 39. Psychological Warfare. Red Bull equalizes. After several matches, Xu Qiang had 19 unallocated attribute points remaining on his system page, which he intended to save. Before the match, the system had directly assigned him a task. Ding. Cup competition tasks. 1. Advance to the finals within regular time, rewarded with 15 attribute points, 1 random item draw, 1 random talent skill draw, and 1 random talent skill upgrade. 2. Advance to the finals during extra time, rewarded with 15 attribute points, 1 random item draw, and 1 random talent skill upgrade. 3. Advance to the finals through a penalty shootout, rewarded with 15 attribute points and 1 random item draw. This reward is indeed the most generous ever bestowed by the system. However, such generous rewards come with a high degree of difficulty in the matches. Xu Qiang was puzzled. This time the system assigned the task prior to the match, unlike before when it was given at halftime, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling. Back to the match. RB Leipzig was trailing at home, 0-1. The ball was kicked off from the center circle. Leipzig passed the ball back in their half. Sun Heung-min and Ki Ling pressed forward. However, they had no support behind them, indicating that Bayer Leverkusen was not in a hurry. Naturally, with a goal in hand and leading in score, they had the strength and capital to waste time. Once again, after Leipzig's attack was intercepted, Bayer Leverkusen, seeing their counterattack failing, passed back to Sun Heung-min, then to the midfield, and finally to the goalkeeper, who leisurely controlled the ball before playing it out. This style of play was discomforting for Leipzig and their home fans. However, there was nothing to be done about it. In knockout matches, it is a matter of win or lose in a single game. The victor reigns supreme, and the process is of little concern to anyone. Such situations are all too common in the World Cup. Moreover, Bayer Leverkusen could also launch swift counterattacks with their 2 speedy forwards, which would be a threat not only to Leipzig but also to Bayern and Dortmund. Fortunately, Professor Rangnick was shouting from the sidelines, suppressing the players' frustrations and preventing them from impulsively pressing forward and leaving large gaps for Bayer to exploit in counterattacks. As the match reached the 30-minute mark, Leipzig's attacks had become lackluster. The characteristics of Poulsen and Silva had been thoroughly analyzed by the opponents, who marked them closely. Haidara and Forsberg were likewise constrained, struggling to touch the ball and only able to request backward dribbles, which were soon intercepted by Rolfs and Castro. Bayer Leverkusen's defense was flattened out, making it easier for them to assist and cover, deliberately leaving gaps in the midfield, as they were unafraid. Both forwards were speedy, and a simple long ball over the top could easily tear through their defense. Xu Qiang urged Bayer to maintain tight marking. Each time he touched the ball, advanced with it, or attempted long passes, Sun Heung-min would immediately press him. This coordinated defensive effort made it difficult for Xu Qiang to pass, advance, or break through. Once again, Sun Heung-min pressed Xu Qiang. This time, Xu Qiang did not pass directly, but instead dribbled forward. As Sun pressed him, using physicality to challenge, he managed to deflect the ball out of play. During their physical contact, Xu Qiang activated his item, temporary skill theft, successfully stealing Sun Heung-min's talent skill, forced overtaking. It was a speed-based talent skill, truly befitting of Sun. Xu Qiang mat vào in wali. Equipping the stolen talent skill, forced overtaking, Xu Qiang discovered that this skill could only be used 3 times before disappearing and did not consume attribute points. With 5 minutes remaining in the first half, Bayer Leverkusen became even more deliberate, controlling the ball and passing backward, demonstrating remarkable stability. Castro, upon receiving the ball at the center circle, glanced up and found the running Sun Heung-min, launching an attack with a long ball over the top. Sun Heung-min created space, running laterally, with Xu Qiang closely trailing behind. As Sun brought the ball under control, Xu Qiang seized the opportunity, using both feet to position himself and block Sun's half-body. Gaining possession, Xu Qiang returned the ball to Wan just before being knocked down from behind by Sun. The referee whistled for a foul against Sun Heung-min, who feigned innocence, while Xu Qiang quickly escaped his line of sight, allowing Wan to swiftly pass to Haidara, who returned to the midfield. After a brief collision, the ball reached the flanking Xu Qiang, who was now running in sync with Forsberg. Leipzig quickly took a free kick from the back, initiating a rapid counterattack. Xu Qiang continued to advance past the halfway line, with Castro approaching to defend and James Ray marking the incoming Forsberg, while Lars was drawn away by Haidara. He passed to the tightly marked Forsberg, with James Ray applying pressure from behind. Forsberg executed a back heel that perfectly slipped through James Ray's legs. Silva received the ball, holding off Hilbert. He stepped on the ball, feigning a move that failed to deceive Hilbert, who was drawn in for support. He then pushed the ball to the now open Haidara. The center back Spahik was drawn over, and Haidara executed a direct pass to the left flank, where Poulsen awaited. At this moment, Leipzig had penetrated Bayer Leverkusen's entire defensive line. Goalkeeper Leno rushed out, spreading his arms and legs to block Poulsen's shooting path. Poulsen opted against a shot, instead passing laterally with his left foot, aiming for an open goal, but at that moment, no one was there. Suddenly, a figure, as quick as lightning, sprinted past everyone and appeared in front of the goal. This player was none other than Xu Qiang, who had utilized Sun Heung-min's talent skill, forced overtaking, to catch up. Bayer's players were taken aback. How could Xu Qiang miss this open goal opportunity? Xu Qiang shot. Gently, the ball nestled into the net. Goal. Just before halftime, Leipzig equalized the score. No one knew when Xu Qiang had broken through from midfield. Nobody noticed, because everyone's attention was focused on the ball. The creation of this attacking opportunity was not solely Xu Qiang's doing, but rather a testament to the harmonious cooperation of the entire Leipzig team. The home fans erupted in wild celebration. Bottles were thrown, trash was tossed, almost even their girlfriends. After scoring, Xu Qiang dashed toward the stands, celebrating in front of a group of international students from Huagua who were energetically beating drums and gongs. However, it seemed that this celebratory gesture did not satisfy the fans. The entire crowd responded with Xu Qiang's classic shushing gesture. A chorus of boos erupted in the Red Bull Arena. Huagua, on a certain online streaming platform. Goal. Xu Qiang. He scored. A beautifully coordinated effort from the entire Leipzig team. Bayer truly acted foolishly. Really foolish. Leading by 1 goal, they thought the match was secure. Passing the ball in the back, relying on long balls from the back to initiate attacks, which was utterly foolish. After the excitement, Duan Xian spoke with an air of disappointment, lamenting their lack of foresight. Bayer was not foolish. They were merely trying to outlast Leipzig, unaware that Leipzig possessed ample patience. Neither easily provoked nor prone to many mistakes. If Leipzig had made too many errors, Bayer could have easily expanded their lead with a counterattack. Coach Chun analyzed calmly. He understood well the implications of playing with such an advantage and controlling the situation. Every style of play is a double-edged sword. Leipzig, supported by Professor Rangnick's encouragement from the sidelines, managed to restrain their impulses and avoid an outburst. By maintaining solid defense, while patiently seeking opportunities, they secured this goal. On the pitch, beyond the clash of skills, there is more of a psychological battle. Xu Qiang is truly remarkable. The camera failed to capture how he assisted and scored from an open goal. Chen's guidance was indeed accurate. On the field, it is a matter of who can remain composed and endure solitude, remarked Duan Xian. As the first half concluded, the score was tied at 1-1, bringing both teams back to a level playing field. Chapter 40. The Fortuitous Blessing of Divine Talent Skills in Huagua. Xu Jiangwo posed a question. How much is a goal worth? Su's mother responded incredulously. 100,000 euros, my brother told me. For each goal, the club rewards 10 euros. Su Wenwen commented while munching on sunflower seeds. How much is 100,000 euros? Su's mother inquired, her gaze fixed on Xu Jiangwo, but unfortunately received no reply. Wow, brother is impressive. 100,000 euros is equivalent to 7 or 800,000 in our country. Su Xiaolong exclaimed, wide awake with astonishment. What? Su's mother raised her voice sharply. Even the usually composed Xu Jiangwo could not help but shake off the ash from a cigarette. Mother, please lower your voice. Xiaolong, don't get too excited. My brother clarified that the 100,000 euros is not solely his. He has agreed to share it with his teammates, taking only 40% for himself. Su Wenwen, who frequently communicated with Xu Qiang, was most informed. 40%, which amounts to 40,000 euros. Xiaolong, how much is that? Su's mother asked, her mind a bit slow. About 300,000, I believe, Su Xiaolong replied uncertainly, counting with his fingers. The entire household fell into a haunting silence. They could all hear Xu Jiangwo swallow hard, the sound echoing. It was at this moment that Xu Qiang's parents realized just how lucrative it was for their son to play football in Germany. No wonder. Ever since neighbors and relatives learned of Xu Qiang's fame, they had been flocking to their home, bringing gifts, some of which were quite extravagant. However, Xu Jiangwo and his wife were unaware of this, while Su Wenwen was fully aware. Even relatives who had not been in contact for over a decade began to visit. It was no surprise that government officials made multiple visits, starting with the mayor, then the county head, and a plethora of others. Xu Jiangwo and his wife could hardly keep track. Seeing their parents' astonished expressions, Su Wenwen discreetly smirked. Did you think my brother's hard work was in vain? Thankfully, my brother also gifted me 50,000 euros. You should be envious. Neither father nor mother could compare to the bond shared with their brother. The Su family was destined for a sleepless night. As the second half commenced, Bayer Leverkusen, having equalized in the first half, appeared more aggressive. They initiated challenges and applied pressure, fully exhibiting the prowess expected of a Bundesliga powerhouse. In truth, Bayer aimed to secure the match with minimal losses, without shedding blood. However, Leipzig's resilience was unexpectedly formidable. Sun Heung-min, dribbling the ball, attempted to break through Xu Qiang's defense, but found himself unable to evade him, ultimately forcing the ball out of bounds. He found it perplexing why his speed was not increasing. After the second half began, Xu Qiang allocated 5 temporary attribute points to speed. Without his talent skills, Sun Heung-min's attempts to surpass him were but a futile dream. Leipzig's goalkeeper Huan received a pass from Galaxy and distributed it to Xu Qiang on the wing. As Xu Qiang advanced with the ball, Bayer's lineup had pushed forward, no longer as passive as in the first half. Sun Heung-min approached to press, but Xu Qiang activated his acquired talent skill, effortlessly outpacing Sun. Dumbfounded, Sun had no time to react and could only watch Xu Qiang's retreating figure. Castro came to provide support, but Xu Qiang passed to Forsberg in the center. The two demonstrated an extraordinary synergy, with Forsberg, unafraid of Xu Qiang's speed, executing a back-footed long pass to the right wing. However, the pass lacked precision, allowing defender Toprak to turn and seize the ball. Suddenly, as Toprak began to turn, he slipped, losing the opportunity to retrieve the ball. Indeed, it was Xu Qiang who, gritting his teeth, expended 4 attribute points to employ the divine talent skill. Fortuitous luck. For the next 20 minutes, All teammates within an 8-meter radius of Xu Qiang would experience enhanced luck, while opposing players would suffer misfortune. As the ball bounced twice before landing, Xu Qiang unleashed his speed, cutting through Bayer's entire defensive line and entering the penalty area. The home crowd erupted. Hilbert rushed in to intercept, colliding with Xu Qiang just before he could enter the box, unafraid of receiving a yellow card. The consequences of allowing Xu Qiang into the penalty area would be dire. Yet against Hilbert's charge, Xu Qiang remained unyielding, akin to an immovable mountain. Xu Qiang spent 2 more attribute points to activate the talent skill, unyielding as a mountain. This demonstrated his determination to secure victory in this match, disregarding the pain of expending attribute points. The collision proved fruitless, resulting in Hilbert losing his balance and falling. With 2 defenders down, Bayer's left flank lay wide open. Xu Qiang surged forward. Charging into the penalty area, he faced goalkeeper Leno. As Leno lunged to save, Xu Qiang executed a precise shot. Half high, the ball slipped through Leno's armpit and into the net. Goal! Leipzig Red Bull reversed the score. Xu Qiang scored his second goal. To the spectators, this goal appeared to be a stroke of luck. Bayer's defense faltered with 2 players slipping and falling, gifting Xu Qiang a golden opportunity. Witnessing the favorable turn of events and the lead over Leverkusen, the home fans went wild. On the sidelines, Rangnick and the assistant coach embraced in excitement, while substitute players could hardly contain their fervor, rushing to the sidelines to celebrate with Xu Qiang. The German television broadcasters were left speechless, their voices drowned out by cheers. On Huagua's streaming platform, amidst the exhilarating commentary, fans could also hear the sound of something crashing, as if something had been knocked over. Online comments exploded, inundating the chat with excitement. Wow, Xu Qiang, you are truly magnificent. Unbelievable. Xu Qiang must have stepped in dog droppings before entering the field. What luck. 2 defenders fell down and gifted him a massive opportunity. Enough talk. If you have the ability, step up yourself instead of whining. Star. Xu Qiang is a star. 2 goals. Who dares question Xu Qiang? Provide your address. Such comments filled the live chat with fervor. However, who in this world understood the countless attribute points Xu Qiang expended and the numerous items he utilized to achieve this goal? It was, after all, an uneven match. Did you think defeating a Bundesliga giant would be easy? Although Xu Qiang felt the sting of expending attribute points, his desire to win the match was paramount. Even if not entirely for the system's rewards or the club's bonuses, he sought honor and aspired to reach greater heights. This was precisely why Xu Qiang did not choose to join another club during the winter break. He yearned for glory. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle. He must accomplish what others cannot. He must carry Leipzig, a team from a lower division, forward in the cup competitions. Chapter 41. What a divine match. In the 52nd minute of the match, Leipzig reversed the score to 2-1, taking the lead. Fans watching the broadcast, regardless of their location, felt that the world had become utterly insane. A team from a lower division, Leipzig Red Bull, had managed to overturn the Bundesliga giant Leverkusen. It was simply unbelievable. Bayer Leverkusen was in a state of urgency. Both the players on the pitch and the coach on the sidelines were eager to equalize the score. However, after the restart, Leverkusen's series of blunders failed to produce the aggressive offensive play the fans had hoped for against Leipzig. Instead, they found themselves being pressed back. What an extraordinary match this was. Son Heung-min mishandled a long pass. Castro stumbled over the ball, and Kiesling performed a comically absurd act of tripping over his own foot. In an instant, chaos engulfed Leverkusen. The coach on the sidelines quickly attempted to adjust the strategy, believing that a shift in player mentality necessitated a repositioning of key roles to stabilize the team. Before he could make substitutions, as the game reached the 60th minute, Xu Qiang's long assist found Forsberg, who, after evading a defender, delivered a through ball to Silva. However, the ball was easily intercepted by Hilbert, who, in a fit of frustration, opted for a hasty clearance. The ball, spinning wildly, unexpectedly veered toward the center-back's back. When the ball struck Spahek's shoulder, it ricocheted into the penalty area. Silva, initially thinking the chance was lost, seized the opportunity and struck with ferocity. Goalkeeper Leno was caught off guard, unable to react in time as the ball soared into the net. What a bizarre goal. Just like that, Silva scored, extending Leipzig's lead to 3-1. Who could have predicted this turn of events? Hilbert's 2 consecutive errors left him wishing he could disappear. Leno, utterly speechless, found it impossible to blame his teammates for their mistakes, feeling only frustration. On the sidelines, the Bayer Leverkusen coach finally understood the despair of Wolfsburg, and in his fury, he made 3 substitutions in quick succession, having lost patience with the blunders on the field. 1 or 2 players might make mistakes, but this was an entire team failing. Every player was faltering. The coach began to wonder if perhaps Red Bull had secretly intervened in the match. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing its absurdity. No one could fathom the depth of despair the coach felt at that moment. Hilbert was inevitably substituted, with the hope of a change. It was expected that Leverkusen would begin to dominate Leipzig, grounding them for a while. Little did they know, another blunder was on the horizon. Midfielder Castro, while attempting to control the ball with his chest and turn, found his feet tangled, inadvertently passing the ball to Haidara. The away fans erupted as Haidara assisted the forward Poulsen. Poulsen, with a sudden stop to deceive Spahak, positioned himself just inside the penalty area and took a shot. Unfortunately, Poulsen's positioning was too tight, and as he struck, he tore up a chunk of grass, sending a weak, low ball directly toward Leno. Leno, leaning forward to catch the ball, was suddenly dismayed to see it slip through his fingers and into his shorts, as if a fish flopping out of water. In a desperate attempt to retrieve the ball, Leno flailed, resembling a fish out of water, but the ball trickled past his fingertips into the net. 4-1. The away fans were ecstatic. The home fans felt compelled to express their gratitude with gifts, even offering a return ticket. Poulsen stood in shock, forced to grin awkwardly. If this can go in, I certainly didn't help an old lady cross the street today. Nonetheless, he embraced the moment, welcoming teammates and the cheers of the fans. Meanwhile, the Red Bull executives in the stands felt an impulse to burst with excitement. For goals, they questioned whether the incentive bonuses had been set too high. Had they known, a mere few thousand euros per goal would have sufficed. Now, they faced significant financial losses. It was a painful joy. The entire Bayer Leverkusen team felt as if they were collectively suffering the worst of fates. This frustration was overwhelming. One might accept defeat against a formidable opponent. But this was not the case. It was sheer luck on the opponent's side combined with their own mistakes that led to the goals conceded. Leverkusen began to push for an offensive, yet with 70 minutes elapsed, time was running short, and the prospect of scoring 3 goals seemed bleak. All players were awakened to the gravity of the situation, reducing their errors significantly. With Xu Qiang's moment of brilliance having passed, time dwindled, and Rangnick began to replace players gradually. As Bayer Leverkusen relentlessly pressed, they ultimately faced the consequences in the 88th minute. Xu Qiang's long pass found Poulsen, who surged forward, facing Leno. With unwavering confidence, Poulsen skillfully maneuvered past the goalkeeper, who brought him down. The referee's whistle echoed, pointing decisively to the penalty spot. Poulsen entrusted the penalty to Xu Qiang. A flawless execution. Xu Qiang completed his hat trick. The match was effectively sealed. The executives in the stands celebrated joyously while their hearts bled. The referee blew the final whistle. The match concluded with Leipzig Red Bull triumphing 5-1 over Bayer Leverkusen. They advanced powerfully to the German Cup final. Their opponents would be determined the following evening between Bayern Munich and Frankfurt. Fans across the nation rejoiced, thrilled to witness such a spectacular match, especially with Xu Qiang's hat trick, bringing pride to the country. Xu Jiangwo, at home, found his mother unwilling to sleep. Calculating the bonuses Xu Qiang had earned in this match alongside Xu Wenwen. Meanwhile, Xu Jiangwo and Xu Xiaolong had already succumbed to slumber, their snoring disturbing the neighbor's large dog. In the Leipzig Red Bull locker room, jubilation reigned. They were ecstatic to receive such generous bonuses and thrilled to reach the German Cup final for the first time, regardless of the outcome. They had made history for the club. Rangnick was undoubtedly surrounded by his players, drenched in champagne as they celebrated, leaving the esteemed professor in a rather disheveled state. After the festivities, Xu Qiang relaxed in a cold water pool to soothe his sore muscles, when suddenly a notification chimed in his mind. Cup task completed. Rewards received: 15 random attribute points, 1 random item draw, 1 random talent skill draw, 1 upgrade for a random talent skill. Random item draw. Chapter 42. Night of Revelry. Champion of the 3rd Division. After enduring countless hardships and expending a fortune in attribute points, he had finally propelled Leipzig Red Bull into the German Cup final. The talent skill, luck overloaded, was truly a divine skill, perhaps even surpassing the divine. It had controlled the match when Xu Qiang gritted his teeth and employed it. The scales of victory tilted decidedly toward Leipzig. Who would have thought that Leverkusen did not lose to themselves or Leipzig, but rather to Xu Qiang? They succumbed to this exceptional talent. And now, it was time to reap the rewards. Item acquired. Running Accelerator. Accelerator. A limited-time tool granting 120 minutes of use, during which the host performance in matches will trigger the accelerator with a 50 probability. This triggering tool requires a cooldown of 7 days post-use. With a considerable duration of 120 minutes, it is indeed splendid. This is the first time acquiring such a triggering item, and the cooldown period of 1 week is rather reasonable. The host gains the talent skill, King of the Penalty Area. King of the Penalty Area, consuming 3 attribute points. This skill allows the host to become the ruler of the penalty area for 5 minutes. It can be utilized only once per match and cannot be stacked. What does it mean to be the ruler of the penalty area? Given the system's tendencies, Xu Qiang analyzes it from both adversarial and ally perspectives. Being the ruler of the penalty area equates to mastering it. For the opposing team, Xu Qiang's attempts at seizing the ball and shooting will proceed smoothly. While for his own team, intercepting, tackling, clearing, and blocking will be significantly easier. Is this the correct understanding? Xu Qiang fao so mewat un setin. After all, the term ruler is exceedingly broad, making it challenging to pinpoint its precise definition in football terms. The talent skill King of the Penalty Area, acquired this time, does not come free, which makes Xu Qiang reluctant to squander attribute points merely to test its efficacy. Random talent skill upgrades resulted in the talent skill Immovable as a Mountain advancing to Exceptional Immovable as a Mountain. The upgraded Exceptional Immovable as a Mountain still consumes 2 attribute points, but extends its duration to 75 minutes. This increase in duration allows Xu Qiang to use the talent skill more confidently, enhancing his competitiveness. This random upgrade is quite commendable. However, this upgrade does not reduce the consumption of attribute points, prompting Xu Qiang to inwardly grumble. Glancing at the remaining 28 attribute points in his mind, he feels a sense of reassurance. The day after the match, news outlets are abuzz with reports of RB Leipzig's advancement, causing a stir throughout German football. RB Leipzig was exceptionally fortunate, as Bayer Leverkusen made multiple blunders, personally propelling the Bulls into the finals. Did the Leverkusen team collectively lose their minds last night? Fans are outraged by their collective errors. Leverkusen lost to themselves and to fortune. RB Leipzig merely stumbled upon luck. The manner in which RB Leipzig advanced is disgraceful. Leverkusen's defeat is truly regrettable, especially for the fans. Unbelievably, the collapse stemmed from the entire Leverkusen team overindulging in milk. The head chef claims he bears no responsibility. The media's adeptness at crafting sensational narratives never ceases to astonish. Amidst the fervor in Germany, the second semifinal match that evening between Bayern and Frankfurt is portrayed as a contest where Frankfurt seemingly stand a chance to topple Bayern. Following last night's unexpected victory of RB Leipzig over Bayer Leverkusen, Bayern supporters anxiously ponder whether the two might fall victim to a shock defeat at the hands of Frankfurt. Meanwhile, Frankfurt fans appear to glimpse the dawn of victory. Yet, illusions are merely illusions, and reality often delivers a harsh wake-up call. Thomas Müller nets a brace, while Robin, Ribéry, and Mandzukic each contribute a goal, leading Bayern to a resounding 5-1 victory over Frankfurt. That evening, Frankfurt fans are devastated, while Bayern supporters rejoice. With such luminaries shining for Bayern, who can rival them in Germany? April 19th marks a pivotal clash for RB Leipzig. Heidenheim versus Leipzig, a direct battle for the championship of the 3rd division. Heidenheim, positioned 2nd in the league, is 8 points behind Leipzig and still has a chance with 4 matches remaining. However, Heidenheim must strive to secure points, as they are merely 3 points ahead of 3rd-placed Darmstadt, who could easily surpass them and seize the direct promotion spot to the 2nd division. Thus, for Heidenheim, this match transcends mere championship contention. They are more focused on securing a direct promotion position. The difference between 2nd and 3rd place is monumental. 2nd place guarantees direct promotion, while 3rd place leads to a playoff. From the outset, Heidenheim seizes the initiative, with their 5 midfielders tirelessly intercepting and reclaiming possession, putting Leipzig under considerable pressure. They're nearly pinned back in their half. However, the home team becomes impatient, often launching wild shots that soar high and away from the goal. In the first half, They attempt 13 shots, yet none are on target. This is dismal. Around the 55th minute of the second half, the home team pays the price for their wayward shooting. Xu Qiang initiates a counterattack down the right flank, with midfielders Haidara and Forsberg combining before passing back to Xu Qiang, who delivers a cross from the byline. Nkunku seizes the opportunity at the front post, heading the ball into the net. 1-0. Leipzig takes the lead away from home. Securing a direct promotion spot prompts Rangnick to field more young players for experience, with Nkunku starting in place of Silva. The trailing home team becomes increasingly frantic, even their midfield losing cohesion. With multiple ineffective attacks that fail to pose a threat to the goal, Leipzig is emboldened to counterattack with ease. After taking the lead, Leipzig substitutes in Poulsen, Xu Qiang, and Forsberg. Nkunku also squanders 2 or 3 prime scoring opportunities, as he is still young and requires experience to enhance his game. Ultimately, the score remains unchanged until the final whistle. Leipzig clinches the championship of the German third division with 3 matches to spare. Heidenheim suffers defeat, but fortunately for them, third-place Darmstadt is held to a draw by Dortmund's youth team, maintaining a 2-point gap and preserving their hopes for direct promotion. That evening, RB Leipzig hosts a celebration to commemorate their league triumph, allowing players to unwind and recharge for the upcoming German Cup final. Club executives and key figures from the headquarters attend the celebration. Several awards are presented during the event, and Xu Qiang sweeps the accolades for Best Newcomer, Top Scorer, and Best Assists, among others, garnering a plethora of recognition. The affluent group, generous in spirit, not only bestows awards but also offers bonuses. Xu Qiang's multitude of awards leads the club to prepare an envelope for display, with the intention of having finances directly transfer the amount to his account afterward. Other award recipients receive cash rewards. That night, the club revels in jubilant festivities, with Rangnick exceptionally granting players a day off to fully enjoy the celebrations. Subsequently, Xu Qiang finds himself being coerced into drinking by Poulsen, while that scoundrel Haidara bites his arm. Forsberg, intoxicated, clings to his leg, and Jessica struggles to pull him away. Silva leaps onto the podium, spraying champagne, only to have someone pull down his pants, revealing his Mickey Mouse boxers. Nkunku leads a group in exuberant dancing. Juan Galaxy and Mohammed engage in heartfelt discussions on the sidelines. Professor Rangnick faces the worst fate as his impeccably tailored suit is stripped away by players, his glasses shattered. Fortunately, he manages to escape swiftly, where he would have been left without even his underwear. This night, everyone celebrates. They release all the emotions accumulated throughout the season. They truly deserve this evening. Chapter 43. The heat peaks, Forum crashes ding. Long-term mission to lead the team to challenge for the second division, securing a direct promotion spot. Reward obtained, 10 attribute points, 2 random item draws, and 1 random talent skill draw. Acquired items. Invisible barrier. Injury resistance attribute permanently increases by 10 points, disappears after one-time use. Acquisition of the innate skill. Self-sacrifice to block the gun barrel, passive skill. Upon utilizing the injury resistance attribute, permanently increasing by 10 attribute points, the player's page reflects that injury resistance has risen from its original 48 to 58. Subsequently, this item vanishes. The invisible obstacle, with a duration of 20 minutes, can only be employed once per match. After activation, it impedes the offensive breakthroughs of opposing players on the field, introducing a layer of intangible resistance that occurs randomly, with an increased probability. Such explanations appear rather vague to Xu Qiang. He finds the descriptions of both items and innate skills provided by the system somewhat ambiguous, making it difficult for him to decipher their true nature. Resistance, wind? No, wind cannot thwart an attack. What constitutes an invisible resistance on the field? Indeed. For the attacking side, elements that can obstruct their offensive maneuvers may include unforeseen circumstances such as puddles on the pitch, slippery surfaces, or fans encroaching onto the field. These unforeseen factors serve as obstacles, enhancing the likelihood of rare occurrences. This bears resemblance to the innate skill. Fortune favors the bold, both enhancing probabilities in their own ways. However, invisible obstacle has a specific focus, aimed solely at the adversary's offensive actions, rendering it a more narrowly defined, intangible tool. The newly acquired innate skill self-sacrifice to block the gun barrel requires no further explanation, as its meaning is readily apparent. This term immediately conjures the image of Chelsea's captain, John Terry, who famously threw himself onto the ground, using his head to block a shot, embodying the essence of a defender who sacrifices for the team. This moment has become iconic. In May, the various levels of German leagues are gradually concluding. The third-tier league, in which Leipzig competes, wrapped up its 2013 to 2014 season on May 9th. Next season, they will ascend to the second tier of German football, having achieved a remarkable two-tier promotion in just 2 years. Nonetheless, Leipzig's players remain undeterred as they prepare to face the Bundesliga giants, Bayern Munich, on May 18th at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. The entire team is engaged in intense training and preparations. This match represents a historic opportunity for RB Leipzig. In the lead-up to the match, the German football scene is abuzz, with media outlets beginning to hype the event due to Leipzig's sensational narrative. A club from the third tier reaching the German Cup final is unprecedented in German history. Kicker reports, the German Cup final will see the champion emerge from Leipzig and Bayern. On the 18th, the German Cup final will be held at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. Undoubtedly, Bayern possesses a comprehensive advantage in strength, leaving many to question how Leipzig could possibly claim victory. It is worth noting that Leipzig's Xu Qiang has been exceptionally formidable, demonstrating remarkable performance since the cup competition began, effectively carrying his team to the final. Excerpt, Bild. The battle for the championship and the title of Cup Assist King will unfold between Leipzig and Bayern. There's no need to elaborate on the championship contention. It is nearly inconceivable for Bayern to lose this match. Leipzig's sole hope for securing the title lies in either extra time or a penalty shootout, as long as Leipzig can withstand Bayern's offensive onslaught during regulation time. They can maintain their championship aspirations. Su's 11 cup goals place him at the top of the cup scoring chart, having already secured the Golden Boot. Furthermore, with 9 assists, he leads the assist rankings, followed closely by Müller with 8 assists. The final night will also witness a contest for the title of Assist King. Will Leipzig's Su prevail, or will Bayern's Thomas seize the accolade? Anticipation is high. Excerpt, compared to mainstream German media, which tends to be more conservative, there is a clear bias towards Bayern Munich. As Kicker noted, it is difficult to fathom how Bayern, boasting stars like Robben, Ribery, Müller, Kroos, Mandzukic, Zu, Alaba, Neuer, and Lahm, could fail to overcome Leipzig. A team from the third tier? Who would believe that they could falter against a club backed by Red Bull's financial might? No one would be so naive as to predict a Leipzig victory. European betting sites have set Leipzig's odds of winning at over 30-1. This is undoubtedly a final devoid of suspense. Bayern, having claimed the Bundesliga title, will undoubtedly exert every effort to secure the German Cup and achieve a double triumph. The illustrious Thomas Müller, already holding 8 assists in the cup, trails Su by just 1, presenting him with an opportunity to vie for the title of Cup Assist King. Su is indeed impressive, boasting 9 assists, but I aspire to surpass him. I must admit, the pressure is palpable. I hope to deliver several assists in the final. I truly relish the title of Assist King, Müller remarked during a camera interview. Those familiar with Müller know he possesses a playful demeanor, often bringing joy to his teammates. International media outlets are also clamoring to cover the German Cup final. The English will quipe. The German Cup has allowed a third-tier team to reach the final. Bayer Leverkusen could not halt Leipzig's momentum. Red Bull has unveiled a young prodigy, catching the attention of several Premier League clubs. The Spanish Marca, Germany's RB Leipzig's young talent hails from Huagua, and Atletico Madrid has begun to take notice. Can Bayern truly secure the championship in the German Cup? The Italian Gazzetta dello Sport, the top scorer in the German Cup, is astonishingly a right back from the third tier. From the distant east, Chinese media is also reporting. In the German Cup final, Xu Qiang becomes the first player from Huagua to reach the final. Has the Football Association communicated with Xu Qiang? Why has there been no response? There might be an underlying story. Who is Xu Qiang? Let us delve into the world of Xu Qiang, as recounted by his younger brother. After this article surfaced, Xu Wenwen skipped class to confront his brother, Xu Xiaolong, who was left in tears. If Leipzig secures the championship, and Xu, already a Golden Boot winner, also claims the title of Assist King, he will become an unprecedented superstar in Huagua football. The prodigy of Huagua, the first in history, Xu Qiang, continues to craft his legendary tale. As the news of Xu Qiang spreads across the vast population of Huagua, media coverage has skyrocketed. In a matter of days, international students at Leipzig University have established a support forum for Xu Qiang, with a surge of newly registered users overwhelming the site. This influx caused the forum to crash temporarily, prompting the students to urgently seek assistance from faculty members to restore it. Had it not been for the fervor of Huaguo football fans, the forum might have collapsed entirely. Chapter 44. 3 meals a day. Each one a pain, the Xu Qiang support forum experienced an explosion in fan numbers, leading to a direct crash of the site, which has since recovered, amassing over 1 million registered users. The traffic from Huaguo is indeed formidable, all within a brief span of days. Soon, a group of international students in Germany organized a trip to the Olympic Stadium in Berlin to witness the final and cheer for Xu Qiang. The unity among overseas Chinese football fans drew envious glances from Huaguo supporters. To facilitate this, Cheng Yiyan generously offered several tickets obtained by Xu Qiang to be shared among fans online. This was particularly significant as tickets for the German Cup final were notoriously difficult to acquire, often requiring exorbitant prices from scalpers. However, Cheng Yiyan's actions raised suspicions among astute netizens. Why did this individual possess free tickets? Moreover, she hails from Leipzig University. This is indeed the same place as Xu Qiang's RB Leipzig club. Within a few days, Cheng Yiyan's information was uncovered, along with that of several other organizers, such as Fan Xianer. This beautiful international student instantly became a topic of heated discussion on the forum, with many speculating whether she was Xu Qiang's girlfriend, if they were married, or if they had children. As for Xu Qiang's prowess, Cheng Yiyan remarked that he was diligently preparing for the German Cup final, and they seldom met. In the Leipzig University dormitory, she said, "Dad, it's not true. Don't believe what you see online. Xu Qiang and I are just ordinary friends." She deliberately avoided her roommate while making a phone call in the hallway. "Xu Qiang, I remember now. You were from Nantown's Xu family village, and you used to walk me home a few times." After a moment of contemplation on the other end of the line, he responded, "Yes, that's right. We are elementary school classmates." Cheng Yiyan readily acknowledged this. In elementary school, after Cheng Yiyan was bullied, Xu Qiang had to escort her home several times, serving as her protector. "Oh, that little guy has grown up quite well. He has prospects. You should bring him home to meet your parents sometime," her father remarked. "Who are you talking about?" That familiar face is none other than Xu Qiang, who was always chasing girls even back then, dropping out of elementary school to play football with no future ahead. An irritated female voice interjected beside him. "Don't digress. If my daughter likes him, that's all that matters. When you married me, was I wealthy? I was just a poor teacher back then. If I hadn't ventured into business, would you have a life you have today?" The man retorted in anger. "How can you say that? Without the support of my family, where would you be now?" Soon, the two were engaged in a heated argument on the phone, leaving Cheng Yiyan feeling abandoned. Slowly, she lowered her phone from her ear and gazed into the distance, towards the brightly lit Red Bull Arena at the city's edge, faintly visible. She empathized with Xu Qiang's hardships, having shared nearly a year of contact with him. With a sigh, she silently cheered him on. On May 18, 2014, the weather transitioned from rain to clear skies. The fresh air after the rain brought immense comfort to the people of Berlin. The Olympic Stadium, also known as the World Cup Stadium, designed by the renowned architect Werner March, underwent a costly renovation in 2000, accommodating 74,000 spectators simultaneously. The stadium encompasses every detail of essential infrastructure, including geothermal systems, parking lots, shops, and seating, along with an underground garage and a retractable sunshade roof, making it a world-class venue for matches. The German Cup final is held annually at Berlin's World Cup Stadium, much like the English FA Cup final at Wembley. As the match approached, fans began to fill the stands, and the atmosphere of tension spread rapidly. The match was scheduled to commence at 8 p.m. German time, with live broadcast around the globe. In Huaguo, late at night, a certain online platform's live stream welcomed viewers to stay up for the 2013 to 2014 German Cup final, which was about to feature Bayern versus Leipzig. Tonight's focal point is, of course, Xu Qiang. "I take great pride in having Xu Qiang stand on the German Cup final stage as the first from our country," Duan Xin announced. Xu Qiang has many accolades to his name, including the recently acquired League Golden Boot, the League Assist King, and the league's best player, along with selections in the best roster of the third-tier league. "This young man is indeed remarkable," Coach Chen added. "Yes, throughout the season, this young lad has gained immense acclaim in Germany and accumulated numerous honors." Our platform even dispatched a reporter to conduct a face-to-face interview with Xu Qiang, which will air tomorrow during prime time. Fans, be sure to tune in to see how our youth navigates the German football scene. Qiang encouraged. As the match had yet to begin, Xu Qiang also sent his well wishes to the fans in our country. Let's take a moment to watch Xu Qiang concluded. The live feed transitioned to the green pitch, where players were training, and Xu Qiang sat on the ground, facing the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Xu Qiang. It's a pleasure to meet you all, he said shyly. Thank you for your concern and support. I'm very happy playing in Leipzig, and I wish everyone in Huagua and overseas compatriots good health and happiness. It was a brief video, just a sentence or two, yet it was enough to keep the fans' desire to continue watching alive. In Xu Jia village, Xu Jiangwo's family stayed up late to watch the match. Fortunately, the German schedule isn't as packed as England's. Otherwise, Xu Jiangwo's old limbs would surely struggle to keep up. Wow, my brother was interviewed. How exciting. Everyone, remember to watch on time tomorrow. Xu Wenwen reminded them. Did your brother say when he would be back? Tell him to be careful on the plane. Flying can be dangerous and easily go awry. Xu's mother expressed her concern. You should know better than to speak like that. Let one explain it to you. Xu Jiangwo scolded. After patiently explaining, Xu Wenwen said, Mom and Dad, look at these photos of my brother receiving awards. He sent them to me. He has done remarkably well, winning the Golden Boot, Assist King, Best Player, and more. She pulled up the chat history and showed her parents the pictures Xu Qiang had sent. There were photos of Xu Qiang kissing the Golden Boot, several awards displayed on a table, and a group photo with his teammates. Xu Jiangwo and his wife looked on, captivated. Woman asked Qiang if he finished the pickled radish we sent last time. If he did, send him some more along with pickles, chili sauce, salted duck eggs, and century eggs. Xu's mother instructed. He'll be back soon after the match, so don't worry. If he needs anything, he will tell you. I'll inform Mom and Dad right away. For now, let's not disturb him while he prepares for this crucial championship match, Xu Wenwen added. The two elders nodded in agreement. Xu Xiaolong, hiding in a corner, dared not speak. He had made a mistake by revealing things to the media that his brother Xu Qiang had expressly forbidden. Xu Qiang repeatedly emphasized the importance of not giving interviews in front of reporters to avoid attracting unwanted attention, which would disrupt their family's peace. And now, Xu Xiaolong had slipped up. Xu Wenwen reprimanded him, as did Xu Jiangwo and their mother. After 3 rounds of scolding, Xu Xiaolong nearly couldn't endure it. It had been days, and he still felt too frightened to speak. Thank goodness his brother was in Germany. Otherwise, he would have been in for a rough time. How cruel. I'm just a primary school student. Xu Xiaolong pouted in dissatisfaction, recalling the 3 rounds of scolding that had left him sore. He unconsciously touched his backside, still feeling a bit of pain. Chapter 45. The Invincible Bundesliga Giant, Bayern Munich. Berlin, World Cup Stadium. With over 70,000 seats filled, the entire stadium was enveloped in the smoke of the final. As Xu Qiang emerged from the players' tunnel, he beheld Bayern's world-class lineup, featuring Robben, Mandzukic, Jidzu, Müller, Alaba, Neuer, the goalkeeper, Van Buyten, and Javi Martinez, among others, a constellation of stars. In contrast, Leipzig had no notable players to present. Oh, and there was Bayern's coach, Guardiola. The dazzling array of stars nearly blinded Xu Qiang. Pep Guardiola succeeded the esteemed Jupp Heynckes and clinched the Bundesliga title in his debut season. The world-class coach has proven his mettle. Under his tutelage, Bayern Munich players exhibit their extraordinary talents, showcasing remarkable performances on both offensive and defensive fronts, with few rivals in the Bundesliga. Even Jurgen Klopp's Borussia Dortmund was outmatched this season, suffering 2 defeats at the hands of Bayern. The club has now set an unprecedented record of 58 consecutive unbeaten league matches. Moreover, they secured the Bundesliga title 7 rounds ahead of schedule in March, becoming the first team in history to achieve this feat in that month. What does this signify? A staggering 21-point lead over the second-place team. Such a vast chasm leaves the challengers in the dust. This dazzling accomplishment has earned Bayern the Laureus Award for Best Team, shining brightly on the global football stage. Xu Qiang fondly recalls Guardiola's time at Manchester City, where he led the team to an English Premier League title with over 100 points. This perfectionist coach has truly achieved the unprecedented. The highly anticipated DFB Pokal final is overseen by referee Wirtz, a former civil servant. Wirtz leads the coaching staff and players onto the World Cup stage. The deafening cheers resonate throughout the stadium. Even before the match commences, the fans' fervor ignites. As Xu Qiang surveys the vast arena, filled with enthusiastic supporters, he finds himself overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, he stands on the pinnacle of competition, ready to confront the world's elite teams. In the pre-match phase, he receives a task from the system. Ding. Cup task. When the DFB call. Reward. 20 attribute points to unlock hidden features. The existence of hidden features piques Xu Qiang's curiosity. The task does not offer a step-by-step progression. Victory is the only requirement, regardless of whether it is achieved in 90 minutes, extra time, or a penalty shootout. As the match begins with a whistle from referee Wirtz, the atmosphere is electric. RB Leipzig kicks off from the center circle. Xu Qiang silently activates the item, running accelerator from the system, a tool that can be utilized throughout the match. Leipzig maintains possession, opting for a cautious approach before launching an attack. Bayern, however, applies immediate pressure, advancing strategically with clear roles in order. Soon, Xu Qiang finds himself matched against Mario Zhu. The player, once a prominent talent from Dortmund's youth academy, now showcases his skills at Bayern. Xu Qiang is aware that Zhu's peak moments are fleeting, and he is grateful that Manchester City did not spend 17 million on his salary, as Zhu foolishly chose Bayern over a lucrative contract. Zhu, a quintessential player hindered by injuries, is reminiscent of the illustrious Michael Owen, who faced a similar fate. Injuries serve as the greatest adversary for every player. As one approaches with the ball, Xu Qiang's God's Eye passive ability activates, allowing him to anticipate Zhu's sudden acceleration. He deftly pulls the ball back, half-turns, using his shoulder to shield Zhu, and returns the ball to the goalkeeper. Ghoul CSI's long clearance veers off course, a consequence of the match's tension, and sails out of play. Ghoul CSI raises his hand in apology. Emler quickly takes the throw in, and Robin, with his trademark speed, bursts forward, showcasing his prowess. Racing down the sideline, Robin accelerates past Sirachi, and, as Orban approaches, he slows down, executing his signature feint to cut into the penalty area, creating a shooting opportunity. He unleashes a left-footed strike. Thud! The shot sails high over the crossbar, causing a collective gasp from the Leipzig players. Robin's individual skills are undeniably sharp. Speed, dribbling, and shooting all executed seamlessly. As the game unfolds, Bayern fans eagerly chant for a goal. The goal kick is swiftly directed to Xu Qiang on the right flank. Advancing with the ball, Zhu approaches. But Xu Qiang creates space, preparing to pass. Zhu attempts to intercept, but Xu Qiang unexpectedly changes direction, executing a skillful turn to evade him, progressing along the wing. Forsberg appears to receive the ball, closely marked by Emler, while Zhu pursues from behind, with Haidara lurking at the far post, also shadowed by Javi Martinez. And Silva sandwiched between Alaba and Dante, leaving little room for maneuver. The positioning of Bayern's players is astute, making it challenging for Xu Qiang to find a passing opportunity. Activating his talent skill. Scalpel, Xu Qiang suddenly perceives a passing lane. Without hesitation, he strikes the ball with precision, sending it along the path revealed to him. The low pass slices through the space between Bayern's defenders Dante and Van Dijk, penetrating the heart of the penalty area. The ball zips towards the net, but Poulsen, attempting to intercept, finds it just out of reach. At the far post, the agile Mvogo emerges, breaking past Bayern's defensive line, facing Neuer one-on-one. Such a precise, scalpel-like pass astonishes the audience. Bayern is in jeopardy. Neuer charges out, blocking the shooting angle. As Mvogo stops the ball, he notices Neuer's rapid advance and opts to cross instead of shooting. Poulsen, with keen instincts, arrives just in time to take a shot. Bam! One sound is the strike of the ball, the other is Neuer's save. His reflexes are astonishing. Neuer, the world's top goalkeeper, not only denies Mvogo's shot, but also swiftly reacts to Poulsen's attempt. Leipzig's sure goal is thwarted. The ball rebounds to Bayern's left flank, where Alaba skillfully controls it, while Silva, attempting to interfere, is penalized for a foul. The spectators, shocked, lament Leipzig's missed opportunity. This save marks Neuer's remarkable double block, a testament to his swift reactions, agility, and accurate judgment. The Leipzig forwards feel immense pressure. Xu Qiang quietly sighs in the back line, lamenting the squandered attribute point. Mvogo should have taken Xu Qiang's scalpel pass directly as a shot. His hesitation indicates the pressure of the moment, revealing a lack of confidence. A shot is the best choice, regardless of the outcome. It would at least prevent Bayern from launching a swift counterattack. Luckily, Silva's clever foul on Kalaba prevents Bayern from executing an effective defensive counterattack. Not long into the match, Leipzig's players sensed the arduous nature of the competition. Particularly Xu Qiang, having used a skill, finds himself still at a stalemate, underscoring the match's challenges. Chapter 46. The Boot Cleaner, Forsberg. A set piece from the back line. Neuer delivers a low pass, and Bayern advances from the back, maintaining composure. The match is merely 5 minutes in, with ample time remaining. Javi returns to receive the ball, exchanging passes with Kroos in the center circle before distributing to Xu on the wing. Xu feigned a maneuver, attempting to bypass Forsberg. It was closely monitored and had no choice but to pass the ball to Müller in the center. Müller took a swift shot, evading a defender, as Xu accelerated along the sideline to receive the pass, only to be confronted by Xu, who decisively intercepted the ball. Xu abruptly halted and pursued. While Müller pressed forward, and under the dual pressure, Xu deftly passed to Forsberg, who had drifted towards the sideline. Forsberg skillfully maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, while Xavi attempted to reclaim it. With a deft touch of his left foot, he glided past Xavi, advancing centrally along the edge of the pitch. Forsberg intentionally moved towards the center, creating space for Xu to advance along the flank. Surrounded by 3 defenders, Forsberg realized further progress was impossible. He shielded the ball effectively and passed it back to Haidara. Haidara unleashed a long pass towards Xu, who sprinted down the right wing in support. Alaba positioned himself to contest the aerial ball, bracing against Xu in an effort to gain possession. Utilizing his innate skill, unyielding as a mountain, Xu activated his talent, stepping back slightly, causing Alaba to experience an unexpected loss of balance, stumbling backwards. By the time Alaba regained his footing, Xu had secured half a body's length advantage. Skillfully seizing the ball, with a swift lateral move, Xu charged towards the baseline. Xavi, returning to defense, slid in from the side. Crash. Xu was toppled. Beep. Referee Wirtz blew his whistle. He raised his hand and issued Xavi a yellow card. To Wirtz, this foul was blatant and malicious. Xu's breakthrough was thwarted by Xavi's sliding tackle. Although his foot was not high, it was evident he intended to obstruct Xu's advance, committing a deliberate foul. Xavi pleaded his case, but Wirtz remained silent, shaking his head. Silva crouched to inquire about Xu's condition. Fortunately, Xu had managed to retract his foot in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Xu was not injured by Xavi's tackle, merely feeling discomfort from the fall. Seeing Xu unharmed, Silva finally felt relieved. Poulsen, Haidara, and Forsberg rushed over, and upon witnessing Xu rise, albeit with a slight limp, they recognized he was fine. Forsberg tossed the ball to Xu while giving him an encouraging look, seemingly urging him to score. Xu felt the weight of expectation. He placed the ball down and stared intently at the wall of defenders. The wall consisted of Müller, Xu, Xavi, and Robin. Neuer orchestrated the setup, positioning the wall to shield the goal. Forsberg had immense faith in Xu. He didn't even stand at the penalty spot, but instead positioned himself off to the side, ready to pounce. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Xu closed his eyes, blocking out distractions. Having employed 2 skills consecutively without yet gaining an advantage, he knew it was a balanced contest that had led to this free kick opportunity. Bayern, indeed formidable. Beep. The whistle sounded. Xu abruptly opened his eyes. He launched forward with force. Striding ahead, raising his leg, he struck the ball with his right foot. Thwack! The resounding impact echoed across the stadium. The ball soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards the upper left corner of the net. With immense velocity, the ball appeared as a blur. Traveling at over 130 kilometers per hour, Neuer lunged to save, extending his palms to deflect the ball. However, he felt a slight touch at his fingertips, causing a minor deflection. Clang! The powerful shot struck the crossbar. By sheer chance, the rebounding ball collided with Neuer's back as he soared through the air, ricocheting into the net. A roar erupted from the Leipzig fans, who erupted in jubilant cheers. Xu, unable to contain his excitement, celebrated by spreading his arms wide. Head held high, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Xu had scored directly from the free kick. Leipzig led. Xu, your free kicks have never disappointed. Silva grasped Xu's shoulder, leaping in exhilaration. Haha, what a relief. Truly impressive. You will always be my idol. Poulsen playfully shook Xu's head. Allow me to kiss your shoes. It is the least I can do to show my respect. Forsberg knelt, grasped Su's foot and placed the shoe on his knee, gently polishing it. Rangnick was ecstatically animated on the sidelines, overwhelmed by the commotion, unsure who embraced him or who kissed him, ultimately unaware of which rogue had trampled on his glasses, which had met a tragic fate. But never mind, it was time to celebrate. The entire bench erupted in jubilation. Some rushed to join the fans in revelry. Others dashed onto the field, only to be reprimanded by the referee, while some indulged in sliding tackles on the grass from the sidelines. In China, on a streaming platform. Oh my, wait, just wait. Please, dear viewers, allow me a moment to regain my composure, Duan Xian exclaimed. Suddenly, the audience heard a distant, fevered shout. Yes. Oh, amazing. Incredible. Xu is phenomenal. Faintly, Duan Xian's voice could be discerned. Fans understood that Duan Xian, due to the live broadcast, had to restrain his words. So he distanced himself to express his excitement. Director Chen looked at Duan Xian in disbelief and then spoke into the microphone. Xu is truly unbeatable. What a beautiful goal. Neuer couldn't even react in time. Another free kick converted. Apologies, everyone. I truly apologize. I'm back. Xu's goal. Everyone, look at this goal. The slow-motion replay is here, showcasing the power, speed, and precision. Neuer did indeed touch it at the last moment. No wonder the ball struck the crossbar and deflected into the net. Duan Xian commented. Viewers chimed in. You made me laugh. Did everyone hear Duan Xian's slip of the tongue? He was so thrilled. Duan Xian, you are adorable. I can picture Xu scoring, and I can feel the tension of suppressing that ecstatic shout. Why hold back? It's so liberating to let it out. Did Neuer actually get a touch? Truly a world-class goalkeeper. Xu's goal has already secured him a nomination for this year's Pusk's Award. What award? For what? Do goals come with awards? Who are you trying to fool? Do you even know how to watch football? Get out of here if you don't. Bayern? This is Bayern. What kind of script is this? Are they planning to trail and then come back? Xu's home. The Chang scored. Although I don't understand, when does her brother receive a bonus for scoring? Xu's mother asked. Yes, it seems to have doubled from the last semifinal. Xu win, Zeep. By the way, how much did brother earn last time? Xu Xiaolong finally spoke after the celebration. Here, this much, Xu Wenwen raised a finger. 100,000? Oh, wow, that's incredible. Xu Xiaolong praised. Xu Wenwen shook her head slightly, unable to maintain her composure under the scrutiny of her family. 1 million euros. The room fell silent, leaving only the conversation between Duan Xian and Director Chen in a live stream. Chapter 47. The Unrivaled Talent Skill. King of the Penalty Area Germany, Dortmund Club, Office. Klopp was watching the live broadcast of the DFB Pokal final with several executives. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Xu's free kick went straight in. Leipzig has taken the lead, and Bayern is trailing. A suited man exclaimed. This young lad is impressive. Truly impressive. Just moments ago, Jay Regen remarked that he has been closely observing Xu Qiang, who showcases remarkable breakthroughs, speed, technique, and physical resilience. His free kick that sealed the match was simply invincible. Another rotund gentleman chimed in, suggesting that he should indeed be brought to Dortmund. Jay Regen, have you not met him? What did he have to say? The final speaker, an elder with white hair, mentioned, I did meet Xu before the winter break and expressed interest in him. However, he chose to remain in Leipzig to assist them in advancing. Klopp beamed with pride, having encouraged everyone to pay attention to Xu Qiang, and indeed, he delivered. The executives in attendance insisted that Xu Qiang must be acquired. Even if they could not secure him, they should ensure Bayern does not snatch him away. Well then, what offer are you proposing? I can advocate on your behalf, Klopp offered. Consequently, discussions erupted among the group. This young talent from China, having just entered Dortmund's radar, garnered attention with a single goal, igniting conversations about his potential acquisition. Little did they know, the discussions would reveal startling information. Through Klopp's inquiries, it became apparent that numerous clubs, both domestic and international, were already monitoring Xu Qiang, with some even beginning to present offers, accompanied by substantial salaries and hefty transfer fees. For a player from the third tier, such figures were indeed outrageous. The Dortmund executives were taken aback. Prior to the match, no one anticipated Bayern would fall behind. They believed it would be an unchallenging game, with Bayern's prowess needing no elaboration. They not only dominated the German football scene, but were also a formidable force in the Champions League, demanding respect from all. Yet, the reality was stark. Bayern was trailing. The goal from a free kick had been scored by Leipzig's young prodigy, Xu Qiang. Regardless of the match's outcome, Xu Qiang's name would be etched in the annals of the German Cup's history. Bayern commenced the kickoff from the center circle. Conceding a goal in the final was a cause for concern, even with Bayern's constellation of stars, seasoned players who had weathered numerous competitions. Guardiola, stroking his bald head, commanded from the sidelines, urging his players to remain calm. There was still ample time. Initially, Guardiola sat quietly on the bench, engaged in light-hearted conversation with his assistant. But upon witnessing Xu Qiang's goal, he could not restrain himself from directing the team. Rangnick cast a sidelong glance at Guardiola, pondering, "Aren't you the one who always plays it cool?" On the field, Bayern launched an attack. Kroos attempted a shot from the edge of the box, only to be thwarted by Galaxy, who secured the ball tightly. Galaxy feigned a counterattack, tossing the ball to the swiftly advancing Xu Qiang. As he sprinted forward, Xu suddenly felt his legs quicken. He realized that the item labeled running accelerator had been activated. Indeed, to the onlookers, Xu appeared to erupt with newfound speed, darting through the midfield and heading straight for the baseline. Incredible. Guardiola's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this even human? Alaba was swiftly outmaneuvered, and Xu raced to the baseline, cutting into the middle, poised to penetrate the penalty area. As Alaba regrouped to apply pressure, Xu executed a deft touch, creating space. Suddenly, he flicked the ball back toward the baseline. Alaba, anticipating the move, pressed hard, but Xu performed a Marseille turn, delicately chipping the ball through Alaba's legs. Alaba was taken aback. Fortunately, he had Dant behind him. Just as Xu entered the penalty area, he faced Dant, who anticipated a lateral pass and attempted to intercept him. However, Xu remained unyielding, causing Dant to be the one knocked aside. Dant gritted his teeth and pressed on, leveraging his physical advantage to challenge Xu. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Dant's mind went blank. He inexplicably forgot his intentions. Xu, having expended 3 attribute points, activated his talent skill, King of the penalty area. Noticing Dant's momentary pause, Xu disregarded all distractions and faced the goal, while Van Basten approached. Yet, Van Basten hesitated too. Xu Qiang, King of the penalty area, was not merely about controlling the zone, blocking shots, or shooting. It was an assertion of dominance within the area. A king exudes an undeniable aura. This presence can render opponents momentarily bewildered. Once within range, it can immobilize them. Do not underestimate that instant. Often, the pivotal moments of a match hinge on such fleeting seconds. It is no wonder that expending 3 attribute points affords just 5 minutes of King of the penalty area. The value is justified, for the skill is overwhelmingly powerful. Having bypassed Van Basten, Xu had now evaded 3 defenders and was face-to-face with Neuer. Neuer charged forth, arms and legs spread wide, lowering his body in preparation to dive. Neuer, too, was momentarily stunned. He forgot his next move. Xu effortlessly slotted the ball home, extending the lead. Leipzig 2, Bayern 0. Xu Qiang with a brace. From the camera's angle, one could only see Xu threading the ball through Alaba's legs, then deftly steering past Dant and finally nudging the ball past Van Basten. Evading 3 players in succession, Xu's shot caught Neuer off guard. His reaction was a fraction slow, and the ball found its way into the net. Such a series of skillful maneuvers. And who would believe that within 5 minutes, Leipzig had netted 2 goals against Bayern? This was not a friendly match. This was the German Cup final. Bayern was not fielding substitutes. Their full strength was on display. The away fans erupted in fervor once more. Viewers at home were beside themselves, nearly devouring their television screens with excitement. The commentators shouted themselves hoarse. The big screen once again showcased Xu Qiang's visage, with a glaring score displayed beneath. Guardiola clutched his head, wiping away sweat, incredulous at the unfolding events. Not only was Guardiola in disbelief, but even Rangnick was taken aback. Thankfully, he had a spare pair of glasses. Otherwise, he might have doubted his vision, suspecting an illusion. Not just Rangnick, but everyone on the bench behind him was momentarily frozen, struggling to process the reality. That goal was indeed scored. Xu Qiang had truly found the net again. It was only when someone embraced him from behind that he realized everything was real. Xu Qiang had scored twice in the German Cup final against Bayern. In just 20 minutes, he helped Leipzig extend their lead. At that moment, audiences across Germany were stunned. At that moment, viewers in China were astonished. At that moment, audiences worldwide were left in shock. A superstar was on the rise, destined to be born on the stage of the German Cup. His name is Xu Qiang. Chapter 48. The indomitable Bayern, coming from behind in the first half. King of the penalty area and fortuitous luck are both intangible yet undeniably present phenomena. Following his goal, Xu Qiang finally grasped this concept. He had intended to enter the penalty area and activate his king of the penalty area talent skill to ascertain its effectiveness. Little did he know, he had completely misjudged its nature. No wonder it was classified as a talent skill rather than an item. Upon nearing an opposing player, it could render them momentarily stunned, allowing Xu to break through with ease. It became clear why it was called the king of the penalty area. Indeed, once activated, Xu was the monarch of the box. With 20 minutes gone and trailing by 2 goals, Bayern felt the palpable pressure. The team that has garnered the prestigious Laureus Award claimed the title of the world's best team and secured the Bundesliga championship by clinching victory 7 rounds early in March, while also maintaining an astonishing unbeaten streak of 58 league matches across seasons, is now palpably feeling the pressure of defeat against Leipzig. Bayern resumes play from the center circle. Since the days of Robin, the entire team's demeanor has darkened. After some backpassing to maintain possession, Leipzig slightly advances. Xavi receives the ball at the center circle, nudges it forward, and distributes it to Kroos on the side. At this moment, Bayern's entire offensive line is accelerating, causing Leipzig's defense to retreat anxiously. Kroos seizes the opportunity and delivers a penetrating pass to Müller, who is making a diagonal run to retrieve the ball. Juan leans in with his body, aware that behind him lies the penalty area, and he will not easily allow Müller to pass. With a feint, Müller tries to trick Juan, who remains unfazed but loses his initial advantage as he awkwardly raises his foot to intercept. Defending requires patience in challenging for the ball if the opponent anticipates your move. A slight misstep can lead to an easy bypass. Just as Müller effortlessly spins past Juan, taking a few long strides, Juan pulls him back, refusing to let him through. Müller now faces Galaxy directly, but Xu suddenly accelerates from the side, clearing the ball out of bounds with a powerful kick. Xu Qiang has activated the running accelerator. Müller, in frustration, raises his hands in protest, animatedly addressing the referee, but to no avail. Slow-motion replays confirm that Juan indeed tugged at Müller's shirt, loosening it, yet the trailing Wirtz remains oblivious. In a fit of anger, Müller is left to absorb the disappointment. Such situations hinge on the referee's discretion, as Müller had 1 foot in the penalty area. A whistle would have signaled a penalty kick. Not calling it isn't incorrect either, as there was reasonable physical contact without a clear foul. Wirtz appears cautious, opting not to blow the whistle. One expresses gratitude to Xu Qiang as he passes by. Had one not noticed Xu Qiang charging in, he might have recklessly committed a foul, allowing Müller to break through for a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Bayern swiftly takes a throw-in. Robin, receiving the ball with his back turned, executes a smooth turn, effortlessly eluding Saraki, taking a few steps into his most familiar territory. He raises his foot to shoot. Robin unleashes his signature shot from the penalty area. The ball arcs beautifully, hurtling into the far corner. Galaxy reacts, but can only watch helplessly as the ball finds the net. A goal. Bayern pulls one back. The little flying Dutchman Robin showcases his classic scoring technique. Even if Leipzig anticipated it, they could not defend against the 2-man assault. Bayern's fans, previously subdued, erupt in celebration, fervently chanting Robin's name. Within just 25 minutes, the match has already seen 3 goals. Such excitement leaves no room for dull moments. The DFB Pokal final indeed stirs the blood, and Leipzig, too, is playing commendably. Even taking the initiative, once given the chance, Leipzig launches a furious counterattack that even Bayern struggles to repel. Bayern, now trailing, strikes back. Robin's goal significantly boosts Bayern's morale. Forsberg loses the ball to Xavi in midfield, prompting Bayern's forwards to surge forward. On the right, Robin. In the center, Müller. On the left, Jeet. The collective speed creates an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xavi delivers a direct pass into the space between Juan and the 2 center backs. Müller pivots skillfully and unleashes a powerful shot. Bang! A crisp sound. The shot is too precise, and Galaxy manages to block it upon landing. Securing it firmly, Galaxy throws the ball to Xu Qiang, while Xu accelerates the press. Xu Qiang's immovable as a mountain allows him to withstand Xu's attempts to push him off the ball. Imler approaches to apply pressure, but a well-timed slide tackle brings Xu Qiang down. Xu Qiang collapses with a cry. Beep. Wirtz blows the whistle. He produces a yellow card and shows it to Imler. This is clearly a dangerous play. Imler offers no protest, expressing a friendly apology and inquiring after Xu Qiang before retreating. Leipzig's backline prepares for a free kick. Juan takes the kick, advancing the formation, but his teammates find themselves tightly marked, leaving him a pass to Xu Qiang. Xu Qiang retreats a few steps to receive the ball, turning slowly to assess the situation, and then delivers a long diagonal pass to the left flank. Poulsen charges in, meeting the high ball with a gentle touch. Haidara fails to protect the second ball, allowing Cruz to intercept from behind. The ball is passed to Robin on the wing. Without stopping, Robin sends it back to the center for Xavi, who immediately sprints. Xavi takes a few lateral steps and delivers a diagonal long pass to the sprinting Robin on the right wing. With a push of his foot, Robin assesses his teammates' positions and sends a low, arcing ball into the penalty area. Imler anticipates at the near post, allowing the ball to skim past him. Mandzukic arrives at the far post to shoot. Bang! The goalkeeper has no time to react. One attempts to block the shot, but fails. At this moment, a figure dives headlong between Galaxy and Juan, throwing himself into the path of Mandzukic's shot. That figure is none other than Xu Qiang. His passive talent skill. Body block activates. The ball deflects, but does not travel far, landing directly at Imler's feet. An unexpected gift. Imler, seizing the opportunity, calmly slots the ball into the empty net. A goal. Imler scores. Bayern equalizes. 2-2. With just over 35 minutes played, the match has already produced 4 goals. Bayern has leveled the score. The current best team, Bundesliga champions, reveal their fierce prowess, instilling fear in their opponents. Guardiola jubilantly runs along the sidelines in celebration. Bayern fans glimpse the possibility of comeback. Leipzig feels the immense pressure, having conceded 2 goals, especially Xu Qiang, who employed multiple skills to gain an advantage, including the recent body block, still could not prevent the goal. The strength of Bayern is evident. Returning to a level playing field, Bayern appears less frantic, and Leipzig's defensive pressure diminishes considerably. Without Xu Qiang's support, Leipzig's attacks significantly falter. As the first half nears its conclusion, Alaba makes a late run to assist, receiving Xavi's pass outside the penalty area and takes a direct shot. Boom! Alaba strikes powerfully. The ball hurtles towards the net. Galaxy fails to hold on and allows the ball to slip through. What a glaring error by the goalkeeper. Alaba's shot lacked angle, but had ample power. Had Galaxy opted to punch it away, he would have succeeded. Galaxy miscalculated. Just before halftime, Bayern, trailing by 2 goals, has now taken the lead. 3-2. Bayern fans once again envision the birth of a double crown. They celebrate passionately. The entire Leipzig squad faces a devastating blow. The stark contrast from euphoria to despair plunges their spirits into a deep valley. Chapter 49, the first of its kind in history. Inside the locker room, a heavy atmosphere of sorrow permeates. To lead by 2 goals only to be overtaken before halftime is a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. The fall from grace is nothing short of catastrophic. Rangnick stepped into the locker room at a loss for words. Sue, please take it from here. Without any tactical arrangements or adjustments, Rangnick directly tossed the ball to Xu Qiang. It was abrupt and unexpected, yet everyone present deemed it completely natural. Unbeknownst to them, throughout the season, Xu Qiang had emerged as the backbone of the team, repeatedly turning the tide. In the first half, Xu Qiang scored twice, giving Leipzig an early advantage. After a moment of surprise, Xu Qiang found himself thrust into the spotlight during the halftime of such a crucial match. The locker room was eerily quiet, with only the distant sounds of commotion in the hallway. They had all fought hard to get to this point. It had not been easy. Standing before them were giants of German football, even titans of European football. They possessed countless glories, legions of supporters, and numerous trophies. Yet we had nothing. Xu Qiang rose to speak. But why should we fear losing? Is it because of our lead in the first half? Or because of a championship from a league others deem insignificant? Have these things shackled you? I believe they should not. We have nothing to lose. We are devoid of possessions. Losing to Bayern is not terrifying, but in the final, we are here to fight for victory, to strive for the championship. We may lose, but we shall not lose to ourselves. I want a championship. Do you all want it? Yes. His teammates rose in unison, shouting fervently, "If we want it, let's fight for it, even if it takes every last breath." Xu Qiang's voice, low and intense like a beast's roar, urged them on. Fight! His teammates echoed his rallying cry. The entire locker room was ignited by Xu Qiang's passion, their spirits soaring. Indeed, they had nothing to lose. Why fear defeat? What is there to be afraid of? With bare feet, one fears not the shoes. Let's strive. Let's act. As the second half commenced, the teams switched sides, ready for battle anew. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, acknowledging the players on the pitch. Regardless of the outcome, both teams had fought valiantly in the first half, contributing 5 thrilling goals that delighted the fans. At the start of the second half, Zhu was substituted for Rib Ry. The diminutive Ribri, with his swift speed and aggressive prowess, immediately challenged Xu Qiang upon entering the field. With a feint to the left and right, Ribri nudged the ball forward, accelerating to bypass Xu Qiang. Unyielding, Xu Qiang charged forward, executing a sliding tackle to deflect the ball out of bounds. Ribri's speed intensified the defensive pressure on Xu Qiang. A throw-in for Rafinha. Xu Qiang closely monitored Ribri, while Forsberg guarded Xavi. Haidara watched Cruz. Juan marked Müller, and Mohamed kept an eye on Mandzukic. As they maneuvered, Leipzig's defense remained organized, but Bayern found opportunities to advance. Ribri passed back to Rafinha, who sent a cross into the box. Müller turned to seize the position, but won decisively clear the ball with a powerful kick. Unfortunately, the clearance lacked distance. Inside the penalty area, Müller and Mandzukic contested for the ball. Haidara seized the moment, leaping to header the ball back toward the goalkeeper. Galaxy securely caught it and, spotting Xu Qiang sprinting down the wing, launched a long kick. Skillful talent. Fortuitous luck. Without hesitation, Xu Qiang activated his extraordinary talent. Rafinha, in pursuit, collided with Xu Qiang, and both fell to the ground. The referee, Wirtz, blew the whistle for a foul. Xu Qiang, eager to execute a quick throw-in, was cleverly obstructed by Ribri, forcing him to retreat momentarily, allowing his teammates to regroup. Silva, Poulsen, Forsberg, and others positioned themselves in the penalty area. Xu Qiang took the kick, curling the ball into the box. Alaba managed to contest the first touch, disrupting the clearance. Rafinha added a kick, but the ball spun wildly, and he only struck its outer edge, lacking power. The ball rolled across the grass, landing perfectly in Xu Qiang's path, creating an open space ahead. Xu Qiang met the ball, lifting his foot for a direct shot. Bang! The sound of impact echoed throughout the stadium. The ball flew like a cannonball, seemingly suspended in the air without a hint of spin, but with incredible speed. Aiming for flight, the ball was instead restrained, soaring over the heads in the penalty area, straight into the goal's dead angle. Neuer reacted swiftly, diving to save. Whoosh! Neuer failed to touch the ball. The shot was too cunning. A dead angle. Goal! Xu Qiang completed his hat trick. The score was equalized. 3-3. Leipzig had leveled the match. After scoring, Xu Qiang stood proudly, arms outstretched, exuding confidence. His teammates rushed to him, celebrating joyously. The Red Bull fans erupted in fervent cheers. Rangnick, filled with excitement, dashed along the sidelines, fearing an unexpected embrace from behind. Knowing he had no spare glasses left, Guardiola, stunned, rubbed his forehead, wide-eyed, unable to recover from the shock. This fellow scored a hat trick, my goodness. Why didn't the club executives exhaust every effort to sign him back then? Regrets indeed. Once, Guardiola had advised the club to approach Xu Qiang, suggesting that even if the price was high, the emerging talent from the lower league wouldn't cost too much. Who could have foreseen that the club executives demanded too much, leading to Leipzig and Xu Qiang's outright refusal? Bayern, with their airs of superiority, had seen many talents. Did they truly need Xu Qiang? And thus, no further contact was made. Now, they must be regretting it. Guardiola smirked, casting a knowing glance toward the specific section of the stands. In a certain streaming platform in Huagua, the commentary exclaimed, "Hat trick! A powerful strike! Xu Qiang! Once again, it's Xu Qiang! My heavens! Xu Qiang is invincible. 3 times he breached Neuer's defenses. He became the 5th player in the history of the DFB Pokal final to score a hat trick, and the first player from Huagua to achieve this feat in the tournament's history." Duan Xian was ecstatic. Just moments ago, he had been discussing Bayern's strength, only to be swiftly silenced by Xu Qiang's brilliance. Yet this blow was satisfying, thrilling, and delightful. Haha, Xu Qiang, Hat trick equalized the score. Coach Chin remarked. Netizens commented, "My brother Chang scored a hat trick? That's incredible. Is this really Bayern? Their defense is as fragile as paper. Lam didn't even step up. And Alaba only knows how to assist without retreating. Leipzig, well done. Xu Qiang, I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg tonight. Is Bayern about to lose? To forfeit the championship? Is that even possible? It's just an equalizer. What is there to be excited about? Xu Qiang's golden boot is secure. It seems Imler provided an assist in the first half. Are Xu Qiang and Imler's assist numbers now equal? Observing the netizens' comments, Duan Xian and Coach Chun exchanged knowing smiles. Oh, Robin made a mistake in the forward area, losing control of the ball. Salaki intercepted, and Leipzig launched another swift counterattack. Duan Xian watched the live broadcast, where the tides of the match shifted dramatically, saying, Chapter 50, the powerful item. Invisible obstacle, do not blame Robin for his misstep during the dribble. Kroos delivered a pass from behind that allowed Robin to take a couple of touches, which was commendable in itself. However, he failed to control the ball properly and stumbled, falling to the ground. Saraki intercepted and delivered a through ball to Poulsen, who maneuvered past Van Buyten and made an early break. Beep. Offside. The assistant referee raised his flag. Poulsen, in despair, watched as Bayern was awarded a free kick in their own half, which was taken with a long boot. The players clashed in the center circle, but no one managed to gain possession. Ultimately, Forsberg seized the ball, only to be intercepted by Xavi, who inadvertently passed it to Imler. Imler turned and sent a through ball behind Xu Qiang, and delivered a cross just before the ball went out of play. However, Ribery's pass went directly out. His foot caught the grass awkwardly, causing him pain as he fell heavily to the ground. In agony, he clutched his ankle, lying at the edge of the field, groaning in distress. Xu Qiang, nearby, observed clearly that Ribery had twisted his ankle. Referee Wirtz halted the match, allowing the Bayern team doctor to attend to him. Ribery was in dire straits, lying on the grass for several minutes, unable to move as the medical team surrounded him, indicating a serious injury. Earlier in the season, Ribery had sustained an injury, which is why Guardiola did not start him in this match, aiming to protect his player. If Ribery had to leave the field due to injury, Guardiola's substitutions in the second half would be wasted, and they would lose a key player. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, was visibly distressed, anxiously watching the situation unfold. After treatment, the medical staff confirmed Ribery could not continue and needed to be substituted. The doctors assisted Ribery off the field. Guardiola's mood soured as he quickly summoned his assistant to discuss the situation. He decided to bring on the Swiss Messi, Shaqiri, to inject some energy into the game, while substituting Alaba. The previous goal by Xu Qiang had largely resulted from Alaba pushing too far forward, driven by an intense desire to attack, which left Rafinha unable to effectively block Xu Qiang's shot. The soul of Bayern, Lam, entered the match, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the Bayern supporters. After a brief delay, the game resumed. Bayern had not yet made their substitution. Galaxy had already taken the goal kick. Forsberg managed to win the first touch in midfield, but was again dispossessed by Xavi. Fortunately, Haidara stepped in to receive the ball, sending it to the right flank where Xu Qiang was poised to assist. Imler joined the attack, arriving from the side. But Xu Qiang's touch was steady enough to evade Imler, who nearly collided with the advertising boards. Xu Qiang pushed the ball forward, continuing his dribble as Alaba aggressively challenged him. With a feint, Xu Qiang slipped the ball through Alaba's legs, evading him effortlessly. With a clear path ahead, Xu Qiang utilized his innate skill, God's vision, to observe the positioning of his teammates. Forsberg approached the near post, while Silva moved back into the box, but was marked by Dante. Poulsen lay in wait in the box, closely guarded by Van Buyten, leaving the far post unattended as Haidara made his way there. Instead of directly passing across the box, Xu Qiang cut inside and did not immediately deliver the ball, forcing Forsberg to yield his position while drawing Dante's attention. At this moment, near the edge of the penalty area, Xu Qiang activated Scalpel, revealing a clear passing lane. He decisively passed. A diagonal ball entered the box. The trajectory of this pass put Neuer in a precarious position, making it impossible for him to come out. The ball was played deep, and Poulsen slid in, attempting a shot, while Van Buyten raised his foot to block. Neuer attempted to obstruct the angle of the shot. However, Poulsen only managed to graze the ball lightly, lacking the power needed, causing it to roll past him and ricochet off Van Buiten's foot, ultimately finding its way into the goal. A goal. An own goal. Van Buiten's own goal. Leipzig turned the tables. 43. Without a moment's hesitation, Poulsen sprang up to celebrate the goal. Bayern had conceded 4 goals. Unbelievable. The home fans were left in shock. An own goal, a frustrating own goal. Van Buiten wallowed in self-reproach as Neuer came over to console him. Guardiola was sweating profusely, realizing that while Bayern was down a man, Leipzig had extended their lead. Though it was an own goal, the responsibility was still somewhat his. Had he not decided to push Ribéry into the fray at the start of the second half, Ribéry would not have been injured, leaving a gap on the left flank. According to Guardiola's tactical plan, Ribéry was meant to stabilize or extend their lead, allowing Müller, who had received a yellow card, to rest. Now that plan was shattered. The rhythm of Bayern's offense was disrupted as well. With the game starting from the center circle, Bayern had the opportunity to make substitutions. Time was nearing 70 minutes, and Guardiola, undeterred, decided to go all out. Having been reversed, Bayern faced a setback, and Guardiola shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to remain composed, reminding them that they were only a goal down, with time and chances still available to equalize. Ribéry's injury had caused delays, wasting precious minutes for Xu Qiang's skill, fortuitous luck, which left him feeling despondent. Now the time had come. Shaqiri was indeed speedy, but he lacked the impact of Ribéry. The reason was simple. Shaqiri's technique was insufficient. After entering the game, he relied solely on his physicality and speed to challenge Xu Qiang, who effortlessly intercepted and forced the ball out of play. Moreover, Shaqiri struggled to maintain ball control, often allowing it to drift too far away, making it easy for Xu Qiang to dispossess him. After a few attempts to initiate attacks from Shaqiri's side, Bayern felt stifled, and Müller's support proved futile. As the match clock hit 75 minutes, Leipzig successfully withstood several waves of Bayern's attacks, prompting Xu Qiang to decisively utilize the item, invisible obstacle. At this juncture, Xu Qiang was uncertain of the exact function of this item, yet he had no choice but to use it boldly. He even activated his skill to steal, swiftly acquiring Shaqiri's talent. Love Snatcher. Xu Qiang Bunda. What a bizarre skill. And this Love Snatcher. In truth, if he had given a moment's thought, he could have discerned its essence. Shaqiri's skill leveraged his speed and physicality for breakthroughs, while Love Snatcher enhanced his physical confrontations, akin to the steadfastness of an immovable object. Xu Qiang marveled at the alluring name of the skill. Since Shaqiri's introduction, he had yet to successfully bypass Xu Qiang, leaving him feeling somewhat vexed. As the match approached the 80th minute, the final 10 minutes of regulation time commenced. The countdown began. Bayern launched an all-out assault. The entire team pressed forward. Shaqiri received the ball, facing Xu Qiang once more. He began to hesitate, reluctant to make a bold move, and opted to pass to the supporting Müller. However, the pass lacked power. Müller moved to receive the ball, but collided with the advancing Xu Qiang. Both players fell to the ground. Yet, the invisible obstacle, was I not human and tangible? Xu Qiang clutched his throbbing forehead, lamenting. Beep. The referee Wirtz's whistle pierced the air, signaling an attacking foul. This decision left the entire crowd and viewers worldwide in disbelief. How could Müller commit a foul? No, invisible obstacle did not refer to a collision, nor did it signify a tangible obstruction to the attacking side. It was the referee, not solely the referee, but also the assistant referee, who could influence the match. This is the true essence of the invisible barrier. Xu Qiang experienced a moment of inspiration, as if he had grasped something significant. Chapter 51, Fulfillment. Champion of the German Cup. What a delightful surprise. Who would have thought that the item invisible barrier would prove so effective, causing the referee to exhibit bias? Xu Qiang was elated. An enraged Müller, despite his injuries, leapt up to argue vehemently with Wirtz. Shaqiri hurriedly attempted to intervene, but Müller continued his tirade. Robin, Xavi, Cruz, and others rushed forward, surrounding the referee. As Wirtz was preparing to issue a card, Bayern players desperately pleaded with him. Xu Qiang overhead Müller uterding et belite. Cursing the referee Wirtz. Unable to contain himself, Wirtz promptly brandished a yellow card, issuing Müller second. He then unsheathed a red card without hesitation, sending Müller off. Bayern was in an uproar. Lahm quickly dispersed the crowd surrounding the referee, urging his teammates to retreat. Continuing the argument was futile. Losing their composure would only complicate their performance in the subsequent matches. Imler exited the field after receiving a red card. Guardiola was drenched in sweat. He angrily protested to the fourth official on the sidelines. The fans in the stands jeered incessantly, yet their discontent failed to alter Wirtz's decision. Bayern had certainly suffered a setback. With one man down, Xu Qiang gained a deeper understanding of the invisible barrier. Beyond the referee, the opposing players would also feel an intangible obstruction, intensifying their anger. Furthermore, in addition to anger, numerous negative emotions would undoubtedly serve as hindrances to their performance. As expected, Guardiola also received a yellow card warning from Wirtz. After a few minutes, the situation calmed, and Guardiola was escorted back by his assistant. With Imler gone, Bayern had effectively lost two of their key offensive players. The remaining front line, consisting of Mandzukic, Robin, and Shaqiri, lacked the potency of the first half. Bayern, now reduced to 10 men, gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Leipzig, however, did not recklessly press forward, remaining cautious in their advancement and defense. Time ticked away, and in the remaining moments, Shaqiri fouled Xu Qiang, earning a yellow card warning, nearly igniting another conflict. Without Imler as support, Shaqiri could only charge ahead, while Mandzukic, though adept at seizing opportunities in the box, was not particularly astute in linking up play. 5 minutes of stoppage time. Guardiola protested again, questioning why only 5 minutes of injury time were allotted after 2 pauses in play for injuries. Wirtz responded with a knowing smile, clearly indicating that it was Bayern who had wasted time with their earlier antics. The stoppage time passed swiftly, despite Bayern's attempt to assert pressure in the final minutes. Rangnick decisively opted for defensive substitutions following Imler's red card, even withdrawing Poulsen and Forsberg. The fresh substitutes entered the field, bolstering the defense, and ultimately, Leipzig held firm until the end. Beep, beep, beep. Wirtz blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. As the whistle echoed, the Leipzig substitutes rushed onto the field in jubilation, while Xu Qiang, exhausted and breathless, sank onto the ground. Through the support of the system and his utmost dedication, he had triumphed over Bayern Munich, the Bundesliga champions, who had remained unbeaten for 58 league matches. The struggles and tribulations of the journey were known only to Xu Qiang. The Leipzig fans erupted in chants of champions. Champions! Champions! Fans in front of their televisions celebrated as well. In a distant online streaming room in Huagua, viewers congratulated Leipzig on their victory. Su Jiangwo decided to treat the villagers to a feast the next day, nearly sparking a quarrel with Su's mother over his extravagant spending. Su Wenwen intervened, stating that her elder brother's achievements deserve celebration. Su Xiaolong echoed her sentiments, only to find himself facing the combined wrath of his parents. Why is it always me? Su Xiaolong lamented, feeling out of place in his own home. In Berlin, at the World Cup Stadium, after a brief respite, Xu Qiang was assisted to his feet by Haidara. The two supported each other as they encountered more teammates, joining hands to express gratitude to Leipzig's fans. They too deserve this night. The championship belonged to Leipzig and its supporters. Amidst the cheers of the fans, an unknown voice suggested that the teammates surround Xu Qiang, kneeling in reverence. They all understood that without Xu Qiang's outstanding performances and the encouragement within the locker room, they would have faltered long ago. On the field, the spectacle unfolded. The Leipzig players formed a circle, bowing to Xu Qiang at the center. In the stands, fans collectively mimicked Xu Qiang's signature celebration, silencing the arena with a cacophony of boos. Xu Qiang was taken aback, quickly urging his teammates to rise. Genuinely frightened by the display, Rangnick approached from outside the circle, first embracing Xu Qiang. "You are truly remarkable. You are the finest player I have coached, bar none," Rangnick sincerely declared. All the Leipzig players reveled in the joy of the moment. Meanwhile, Bayern became a backdrop of disappointment, having lost their chance at a double championship. On the podium, Xu Qiang was first awarded the Golden Boot, the assist leader, and the Best Player award. Van Baiten's own goal counted as an assist for Xu Qiang. Xu Qiang, adorned with glory, emerged as a rising star from the tournament. He also became the first player in German Cup history to receive such an array of accolades, the first defender in German Cup history, and the first Huagua player. The multitude of titles left Xu Qiang momentarily dazed. The grand finale arrived. Captain Juan lifted the trophy high amidst a burst of confetti. as Leipzig claimed the German Cup championship for the 13-14 season. The crowd erupted once more in chants of champions. Champion, champion. After the fervor subsided, the team gathered for photos with the trophy. Xu Qiang, however, dashed to the sidelines, beckoning Cheng Yuyan to join him for a picture. Beside them, Fan Chinner wore a disgruntled expression, sulking. What a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. Cheng Yuyan's face flushed with crimson. Yet she did not refuse Xu Qiang's request to share in this joyous moment. Wow, Xu, is she your girlfriend? She asked, stunning. Haidara exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of nearby teammates. Sure enough, a throng of teammates rushed over, showering Xu Qiang with congratulations. Xu Qiang gerin Fulitsli, while Cheng Yuyan nearly buried her face in his chest, overwhelmed with embarrassment. As the teammates observed, Rangnick approached with a gentle smile, holding a bouquet of flowers, which he presented to Xu Qiang. Xu Qiang accepted the flowers, along with a jewelry box that Rangnick had discreetly prepared. The ring was a surprise from Rangnick, and Xu Qiang had not been informed. Xu Qiang was taken aback, but graciously accepted Rangnick's blessing. Amidst the clamor and well-wishes, Xu Qiang knelt down, cradling the flowers, raised the ring, and earnestly asked, Cheng Yuyan, would you be my girlfriend? Fearing his teammates might not understand, Xu Qiang repeated the question in German. Tears streamed down Cheng Yuyan's face. She did not take the ring nor respond verbally, but instead, she leapt into Xu Qiang's embrace, sobbing heartily as she savored the moment. Wow, wow, wow. The teammates erupted into applause and cheers. The audience and fans extended their blessings. The atmosphere was suffused with the joy of love. It was unclear who initiated the cheer. Cheng Yuyan, seizing the moment, gently kissed the bashful Xu Qiang. Volume 1. The Bull Demon King. Concluded. Chapter 52. A historic transfer fee. Unrivaled fame. Victorious in the DFB Pokal, RB Leipzig advanced, with all the splendid outcomes arriving as anticipated. Xu Qiang received a staggering group reward, astonishingly generous, prompting the club to promptly initiate negotiations for his retention. The media buzz surrounding the sensational DFB Pokal victory was overwhelming. No one wished to believe that Bayern Munich would falter in the match. This encounter was destined to be inscribed in history. In the aftermath, Guardiola reflected on his missteps and acknowledged that substituting Ribéry in the second half was a strategic error, with injuries being unavoidable. Furthermore, he expressed that Müllers red card was somewhat unjust, candidly criticizing referee words. Xu Qiang, who achieved a hat-trick in the DFB Pokal, caught the attention of elite clubs across Europe's top 5 leagues. Notably, Premier League giants Chelsea, Arsenal, and Manchester City, Serie A powerhouses Inter Milan and Juventus, and La Liga clubs Atletico Madrid and Sevilla, among others. During his vacation in Germany, Xu Qiang frequently received calls from club agent Rhodes, almost daily, informing him of clubs keen on negotiating with Leipzig for his acquisition. Let the bullets fly for a while. Xu Qiang refrained from making hasty declarations, neither confirming nor denying his intent to stay with Leipzig, opting instead to assess his options before making a decision. The system rewarded him generously. Xu Qiang amassed a total of 60 attribute points, inclusive of rewards for his personal league and cup achievements, alongside 3 random talent skill draws and 2 random item draws. His newly acquired talent skill, precise passing, consumed 2 attribute points. The remaining random talent skills were upgraded due to duplicates. Superior God's Vision, Superior Scalpel. The upgraded Superior Scalpel still consumed 1 attribute point, providing a luck boost to passing and receiving upon utilization. The passive skill, Superior God's Vision, expanded his range and enhanced the accuracy of his run predictions. 1 random item draw yielded a new item. Player salary increased 20. Another duplicate item was upgraded. Temporary attribute increase of 8 points. Specific configuration lasts 45 minutes. Cooldown time of 48 hours. Xu Qiang understood that when identical items and talent skills were drawn, the system would automatically fuse them, eliminating the possibility of multiple uses of the same item or skill. If duplicates occurred, they would merge or upgrade. The system's allocation of attribute points was indeed abundant, a testament to Xu Qiang's numerous accolades, including a Grand Slam in cup competitions and a Grand Slam in the third-tier league. Coupled with the remaining attribute points from before, Xu Qiang now possessed a total of 79 attribute points. He was not in haste to allocate these points, instead meticulously examining the newly unlocked hidden features of the system. In his mind, a new page appeared under Player Attributes, Injury Self-Recovery. The page revealed 3 categories. 1. Injury Self-Recovery Increase of 5, costing 10 attribute points. 2. Injury Self-Recovery Increase of 10, costing 30 attribute points. 3. Injury Self-Recovery Increase of 15, costing 50 attribute points. Note: using Injury Self-Recovery post-injury can accelerate healing speed. Isn't that rather expensive? Xu Qiang furrowed his brow upon discovering the system's new functionality. With this perspective, 79 attribute points seemed insufficient. It was no wonder that both in reality and within the system, hospitals represented the costliest services, which one could not avoid. Illness is an inevitable part of life. Xu Qiang also recognized that the injury probability for football players was significantly high. The system had introduced a hidden feature to accelerate injury recovery, which could be purchased with attribute points. This was precisely why Xu Qiang hesitated to utilize his 79 attribute points, despite possessing a substantial amount of attribute points. When compared to the injury self-recovery functionality, encountering an injury would barely cover medical expenses. Indeed, hospitals are notorious for exorbitant charges. This also indirectly reflected that even if Xu Qiang managed to elevate the system's injury resistance to 100 attribute points, encountering injuries would remain unavoidable. It could only be said that achieving 100 in injury resistance would reduce the probability. Yet who could predict what transpires on the field? Especially in a physically demanding football match, a moment's negligence could lead to injuries, broken bones, or even cardiac arrest. Sudden death would truly be the end. Recalling a certain European Championship incident involving a Danish player, Xu Qiang felt an involuntary sense of vigilance. Time flew swiftly. During the off-season, Xu Qiang discreetly returned to his homeland to reunite with family. However, shortly after his return, neighbors began visiting, drawing the attention of certain entities. Consequently, the next day, Xu Qiang decisively fled to a hotel in the county town. Later, he purchased a house in the county, entrusting it to Xu Wenwen for management, while also using it as a temporary residence. During this time, Xu Qiang provided financial assistance to Xu Jiangwo and his wife, alleviating their burdens, and arranged for a new home in the county for the elderly couple. He urged them to bring Xu Yuyu, who had been living with relatives, back home, emphasizing the importance of family unity. During this period, Xu Qiang initially cherished the caring nagging from his mother, having missed her after many years. However, it wasn't too long before feelings of irritation set in. Fortunately, Xu's mother was eager to return to the village for work. She couldn't stand idleness, and a day without labor left her restless, always seeking tasks to occupy herself. Xu Yuyu, upon seeing him, burst into tears, insisting on accompanying him to Germany. She exclaimed, "If that girl, Xu Wenwen, can go, why can't I?" Growing up, with her parents laboring, Xu Yuyu was primarily raised on Xu Qiang's back, forging a deep bond between them. Moreover, having been sent away from the Xu family for many years, Xu Yu harbored much resentment that would not easily dissipate. Ultimately, Xu Qiang purchased a single room for Xu Yu, encouraging her to study diligently. If she reached a sufficient standard, he would not mind supporting her studies abroad, promising to assist. The matter of buying houses spiraled out of control, with Xu Wenwen and Xu Xiaolong clamoring for purchases as well. Xu Qiang, undeterred, acquired several properties in one go. At this juncture, county town property prices were just beginning to rise, with ample room for appreciation, viewing it as an investment. Thus, a farcical situation unfolded, unbeknownst to their parents. With each person acquiring a room, Xu Qiang, as the elder brother, ensured fairness, treating everyone equally. Joyful moments always passed swiftly, and it was time to bid farewell once more. Xu Qiang was set to return to Germany, having promised Klopp to transfer to Borussia Dortmund. In Germany, Klopp personally engaged in clandestine negotiations with RB Leipzig. Before long, the news was made public. The RB Leipzig official website announced, Mr. Xu transfers to the Bundesliga giant Borussia Dortmund, wishing him continued brilliance and a splendid future. We thank Xu for all his contributions to Leipzig. History will remember this outstanding player. Meanwhile, Borussia Dortmund's official website welcomed Xu to the Dortmund family, expressing hope for his ongoing contributions of goals and assists. Kicker and Bild simultaneously released transfer news. Mr. Xu of RB Leipzig has made history by transferring to the prestigious Bundesliga club Borussia Dortmund. setting a transfer record for the third-tier league in China. Reports indicate that Xu Qiang has achieved the highest market value in China, with a transfer fee of 12 million euros to Dortmund. He has also become the highest-paid footballer in the nation, with an annual salary of 6 million euros. The details of his lucrative contract, replete with numerous bonuses, have been likened to a money-printing machine. On August 8th, Dortmund will officially host a presentation ceremony for Xu, which will be broadcast nationwide. Xu Qiang, basking in the limelight, is currently the talk of the town. Chapter 53. The new king of German football, Xu Qiang utilized two special props, player value doubling and player salary increase by 20, to achieve his remarkable market value and salary. The date is now August 8th. As he participates in the club's training camp, Xu has chosen this auspicious day for his unveiling. Under the bright lights, the media and fans eagerly await the debut of the new German sensation at the Signal Iduna Park. Amidst the cheers, Xu, donned in the number 26 jersey, steps onto the field, marking his entry into this hallowed ground. Fans exclaim, "Incredible, Xu Qiang! You are the finest from China." With unwavering support, they urge him to create a legacy with the yellow wall. Why does Xu favor the number 26 jersey? Those in the know might enlighten us. The number corresponds to his birthday, a fact easily verified. Xu's juggling skills and tricks are astonishing. His Marseille turn followed by a seamless connection is simply unbeatable. With such finesse, if domestic players had half of Xu's talent, they would have long since transcended Asia. The devoted fans from China, tuning in to Xu's presentation, extend their heartfelt wishes. After the ceremony, journalists pose several questions to Xu. Reporter, why did you ultimately choose to transfer to Dortmund? What offers did you receive from other top clubs during this time? Xu replies, indeed, I received attention from many clubs, and I'm grateful for that. Why Dortmund? Because it is a fantastic team with remarkable players and a brilliant coach. I truly love it here. Reporter, you have set a historic transfer record for the third-tier league. What are your thoughts on this? Do you believe you are worth this market value and salary? Xu responds, records are meant to be broken. I believe others will follow in breaking them. Whether I am worth it or not is not for me to say. It is for the club to decide. Perhaps, in the future, they will find this price quite reasonable. Reporter, regarding your gesture during the DFB call, was that a proposal? Is she now your wife? Xu answers, she is my girlfriend, and I am happy to be with her. This is the best decision I have made. Just like joining the Dortmund family was the right choice. I hope everyone focuses more on my performances rather than my private life. Under the spotlight, Xu answers each question with poise, maintaining a smile. However, when certain topics arise, he does not hesitate to assert himself, expressing his desire for the media to refrain from excessive scrutiny of his personal life, emphasizing that players should return their focus to the game. With the presentation ceremony concluded, the entire Dortmund squad enters a phase of intensive preparation. Notably, just last week, Bayern Munich faced RB Leipzig in the German Super Cup, where Bayern avenged their previous defeat with a resounding 5-1 victory. Dortmund's leading striker, Robert Lewandowski, has left the club to join Bayern on a free transfer. Thus, the club promptly reinforced their front line by signing Ciro Immobile. Aubameyang, Mkhitaryan, and Papastathopoulos, having undergone a season of adaptation, are now ready to reclaim their form. Xu's powerful presence on the team quickly earns him the respect of his teammates, especially with his stunning free kick that impresses goalkeeper Weidenfeller. With a salary of 6 million, Xu fulfills the system's hidden salary tasks, earning 1 million, 3 million, and 5 million in 3 tiers, totaling 15 attribute points. His market value has soared to 12 million, and he has completed the system's hidden player value tasks, earning 1 million, 5 million, and 10 million in 3 tiers, again amassing 15 attribute points. After careful consideration, Xu allocates 109, originally 79, attribute points, reserving 10 for unforeseen circumstances. Following this configuration, Xu's attribute page appears as follows. Name, Xu Qiang, age, 19, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 79 kilograms, nationality, China, club, Borussia Dortmund, Bundesliga, position, right back, player attributes, stamina, 57, speed, 51, agility, 42, technical skill, 34, shooting, 100, passing, 44, defense, 53, physicality, 50, injury resistance, 57, available attribute points. Xu reflects on his attributes. After adjusting his skills and training with his teammates, he recognizes that the weaknesses in his technique, agility, and passing, as indicated by the system, have indeed become pronounced. Competing at a higher level amplifies the pressure he feels. Yet, he understands the importance of stepping out of his comfort zone, continuously challenging himself, and striving for improvement. The decision to transfer was made with careful thought, and Xu is confident it was the right choice. Klopp has high hopes for him. Dortmund exemplifies a Bundesliga powerhouse, excelling in player and equipment configuration, with world-class monitoring of each athlete's daily statistics, allowing for tailored training approaches that enhance specific skills for comprehensive player development. After a fortnight of integration, Xu has adapted to both Dortmund's style of play and Klopp's tactics. On August 15th, the first round of the DFB Pokal commences, with Dortmund facing Stuttgart Kickers, who have just been promoted to the third tier of German football. Prior to the match, Klopp expressed in a press conference that Xu's form is excellent, and he has quickly integrated into the team, living up to the title of Bundesliga Rookie of the Year. Xu is expected to feature in the starting lineup, with final arrangements to be confirmed on match day. We approach every match with full commitment, regardless of the opponent. I believe Xu is ready, and everyone anticipates the moment he opens his account for goals and assists, which will surely flow endlessly. Before the season begins, the German Football Association awards Xu the title of last season's best newcomer, further enhancing his reputation. Kicker reports, Dortmund is determined to give their all in the first round of the DFB Pokal, and German Rookie of the Year Xu is poised for a starting debut. Since joining Dortmund, Xu, who has recently earned the title of Rookie of the Year, has been in the spotlight. Following his grand success with Leipzig that sent shockwaves through German football, Klopp holds high hopes for the young talent from Huagua, who is yet to reach the age of 20. The club has invested significantly in his acquisition, with a salary that has certainly incited envy among his teammates. As reported by Bild, the rookie star Xu is set to make his first start, raising anticipation. Is he a bust or a gem? Congratulations are in order for Xu's recognition as the DFB Newcomer of the Year. However, each transfer presents a unique trial for a player. Not every team is a fitting environment, necessitating a period of adjustment and a fresh start. Is Xu indeed a treasure or merely a folly? Only the stage will reveal the truth, validating whether this transaction for Dortmund was worthwhile. Xu's debut for Borussia Dortmund unfolds amidst a flurry of discussions and skepticism within the German football community. Chapter 54. The first round of the league, a derby of the same state. The first round of the DFB Pokal pits Dortmund against the lower league Stuttgart Kickers. Klopp opts for a full-strength starting lineup, treating the inaugural match of the new season with utmost seriousness, aiming to secure a victory and safeguard morale from the outset. Xu begins as a substitute. The first goal is netted by the home team, a long-range strike breaching Dortmund's defenses. Reyes equalizes, and the first half concludes in a stalemate. In the second half, Aubameyang scores twice, and Immobile adds another, sealing the score at 4-1. Dortmund successfully advances to the next round of the cup. Yet Xu remains on the bench throughout the match. Klopp approaches him personally, explaining that this match serves primarily as a training exercise, lacking significant implications, and assures Xu that he will feature in the league matches soon. Moreover, Klopp appears to have a strategic plan, with Xu being a pivotal part of it. On August 23rd, the first round of the Bundesliga for the 2014-2015 season sees Dortmund face Bayer Leverkusen at the iconic Signal Iduna Park, often regarded as the pinnacle of football stadiums worldwide. This legendary venue accommodates 83,000 spectators, with standing tickets sold out. The fervor of the Yellow Wall is renowned globally. Dortmund's opening match against another esteemed Bundesliga giant, Bayer Leverkusen, sheds light on Klopp's strategy regarding Xu's absence in the cup match. At the pre-match press conference, Klopp emphasizes the significance of this encounter, reminiscing about Robert's departure with sorrow, referring to Robert Lewandowski, expressing respect for his choice and wishing him success at Bayern. Lewandowski's exit is a considerable setback for Dortmund, as this Polish superstar is poised to shine at Bayern and on the European stage. Dortmund has long struggled to retain talent, with Xu moving to Bayern last season and Lewandowski following suit this season. It gives the impression that Dortmund has become a nurturing ground for Bayern's talent. Klopp feels helpless regarding this situation. During his tenure, he transformed a club burdened with $125 million in debt into one that has now achieved financial stability and a rebirth. Despite multiple appeals to the club's higher-ups to retain Lewandowski, they remained unyielding, seemingly more interested in financial gain from player sales than in maintaining a strong squad. Klopp can only smile wryly at this predicament. On the Leverkusen side, after suffering a defeat in the DFB Pokal to the third-tier RB Leipzig, head coach Sami Hyypiä was dismissed and succeeded by youth team coach Sascha Lewandowski until the end of the season. In a sense, Su's performance contributed to Hyypiä's exit. The new head coach of Bayer, however, leaves Su astounded. Schmidt, the esteemed former coach of RB Leipzig, had recently taken the helm at Paderborn. His departure prompted Rangnick to step in as head coach. Schmidt's tactical style, characterized by high pressing and solid defensive organization, quickly caught the attention of Leverkusen, who secured his services with a $1 million buyout fee during the summer. The state derby between Dortmund and Bayer has become a focal point of the Bundesliga's opening round, garnering significant media attention. Yesterday, Bayern triumphed over Wolfsburg for their first win of the season, with Lewandowski delivering a stellar performance, contributing 1 assist and 1 goal. Tonight, the Yellow Wall faces their state rivals, Bayer Leverkusen, as the rivalry reignites. Schmidt has prohibited interviews before the match. Does Bayer have a secret weapon this year? Has Klopp kept Su in reserve for the cup match, saving him for a showdown with Schmidt in the league? Su's first battle in the Bundesliga is highly anticipated. Huagua Media. The atmosphere at Signal Iduna Park is electric, with fans seemingly vying against the summer sun for intensity. Shirtless Yellow Wall supporters enter the stadium, immediately launching into a chorus celebrating their revered fortress, establishing an intimidating welcome for their guests. Meanwhile, on a certain streaming platform, viewers are welcome to tonight's Bundesliga clash. Trust me, staying up late will be worth it. Tonight, the Yellow Wall will face their bitter rivals, Bayer Leverkusen. The familiar opening remarks by host Xu Qiang resonate with excitement. Our platform has invested significantly in acquiring Bundesliga broadcasting rights moving forward. I will join you in the late-night viewing of matches featuring Su. Xu Qiang's animated commentary stirs the enthusiasm of viewers. Of course, our old partner, Director Chun, is also here. Hello, everyone. Last season, rumors circulated about Su and Klopp's mutual interest, leading to his move to Dortmund. His market value skyrocketed to $12 million, with a salary reaching $6 million. He has truly soared to new heights. Director Chun maintains a professional perspective while analyzing the situation. Su has quickly become a cornerstone of Huagua football, having even received a special award as the best player from the Football Association. It seems Huagua is determined to keep its players close by creating new accolades. My goodness, Su is extraordinary. His market value and salary have both surged. No wonder there has been no official announcement of Su joining the national team. Perhaps the conditions weren't satisfactory and he was unwilling. Who wouldn't want to bring glory to their country? Su has become a traitor, forgetting his roots after gaining a modicum of fame. Who are you to comment on Su's situation? If you possess the skill, why not try playing? Indeed, you are merely a keyboard warrior. And Su has yet to express his disinterest in joining the national team. Those are merely rumors. The discussion section of the streaming platform erupts into a cacophony of opinions, with some expressing outrage over Su's potential absence from a national team, while others argue that nothing is certain yet and urge patience. Meanwhile, unwavering fans rally their unconditional support for Su. The starting lineup is announced, aligning closely with Director Chen's predictions. Su is on the bench, while Dortmund's Reyes, Immobile, Aubameyang, and Mkhitaryan all take the field. On Bayer's side, Son Heung-min, Kiesling, Castro, along with newcomers Bellarabi and Calhanoglu, are all in the starting 11. There are concerns over Dortmund's injury list, with Jean Dogen and Hummels included among the sideline players. Last season, Su played the role of Bayer's nemesis, contributing to Hyypiä's dismissal due to the cup elimination. If Su again remains a substitute tonight, could history repeat itself against Bayer? Chun raised an intriguing question. Hyypiä silently sketched circles, cursing Xu Qiang. I am uncertain whether Xu Qiang is the nemesis of the pharmaceutical factory, but I firmly believe that when he steps onto the field as a substitute, he shall undoubtedly shine. Together with over 400,000 fans in the live broadcast room, we eagerly await his performance. Xu Qiang is quite adept in his speech. Following the camera's lead, the match commenced with the referee's whistle. Chapter 55. A substitute's assist. The match began, and the deafening cheers from the Signal Iduna Park reverberated through the sky. The stadium was enveloped in an authentic atmosphere of competition. Indeed, at the onset of the new season, how could the fans not ignite a few fireworks in celebration? The acrid scent of sulfur was palpable, resonating throughout the vast arena. The The stands were packed, adorned in the black and yellow colors of the team. The standing sections were equipped with springs and shock absorbers, causing the fans to collectively leap, setting the entire structure in motion. Truly, it deserves the title of Europe's most formidable home ground. Such a lineup, such momentum, such clamor. Any visiting team would feel a twinge of fear. Xu Qiang's immediate impression was that the fans had seamlessly integrated into the team, becoming the 12th player on the field, under the fervent support of the crowd. The Borussia Dortmund players exerted themselves significantly. However, the pharmaceutical factory was not to be underestimated. Merely 10 minutes into the match, Aubameyang squandered 2 golden opportunities, both created by Royce's remarkable dribbling skills. Leverkusen seized an opportunity to counterattack. Son Heung-min surged down the wing with great speed, creating a 3-on-2 situation in the attacking third. He crossed the ball into the penalty area, where Bellarabi's shot was swiftly thwarted by goalkeeper Weidenfeller's outstretched foot, sending the ball out for a corner. The pharmaceutical factory took the corner. Son Heung-min delivered the ball, and Leverkusen managed to secure the first touch. Toprak, arriving from the back, met the ball with a powerful header, sending it into the net. The pharmaceutical factory drew first blood on their visit, taking a 1-0 lead. After losing Lewandowski, Dortmund struggled to make an impact in the match. Immobile was effectively neutralized, remaining virtually invisible and barely touching the ball. Aubameyang's 2 shots missed the target entirely. With a 1-goal lead, Leverkusen played with greater composure, executing Schmidt's tactical instructions effectively, demonstrating high levels of local defensive engagement and interception, which posed significant challenges for Dortmund. They repeatedly lost possession in midfield. Even Royce, often holding onto the ball, was closely marked and lost possession numerous times. The intensified local defensive pressure led to prolonged midfield battles, with both teams vying for control. As Leverkusen maintained their lead, Dortmund found themselves increasingly hampered. As the match approached the 33rd minute, Leverkusen executed a splendid counterattack. Royce penetrated the penalty area, but lost the ball. Donati picked it up and advanced down the flank, perfectly positioned to launch a long ball forward. Bellarabi controlled the ball with his chest, and despite the challenges posed by Piszczek, he unleashed a shot from the edge of the box. The ball curved into the far corner. The goalkeeper could do nothing to stop it. Goal. Leverkusen doubled their advantage. 2-0. In the daunting atmosphere of Dortmund's home ground, the pharmaceutical factory seized the initiative, holding a 2-goal lead. This dismal performance provoked Klopp's ire. The home fans were furious, shouting and hurling insults. For over 30 minutes, Dortmund's overall performance had been woefully inadequate. Scoring opportunities were scarce, and the few that arose were squandered, igniting the frustration of the passionate supporters. The attack's unexpected stagnation left the fans reminiscing about Robert. Immobile had been nearly invisible since the start, with few camera captures. Such opportunistic forwards rely on midfield support for service. Coincidentally, Leverkusen's effective local pressing had rendered Mkhitaryan and his teammates embroiled in midfield battles, unable to find suitable chances to feed Immobile. Dortmund found themselves in a precarious position, unable to mount effective attacks, while their defense lacked reinforcements. Leverkusen's speedsters exploited this vulnerability, executing swift counterattacks that cut through Dortmund's defense. Both goals were prime examples of Leverkusen's successful counterattacking strategy. Klopp was visibly frustrated. Finally reaching halftime, he hastily retreated to the locker room to devise tactical adjustments. The intermission swiftly passed, and both coaches diligently prepared for the second half. As the second half commenced, Xu Qiang stood at the sidelines, ready to be substituted in. Klopp utilized one of his substitution slots, bringing on Dum. Standing by the touchline, now under the dimming light, Xu Qiang relished the moment amidst the fans' uproar. Behind him, he could faintly hear his name being called. With the referee's approval, Xu took a deep breath, gathering his focus, and officially stepped onto the Bundesliga pitch. As the live broadcast host Duan Xian proclaimed, "This is a historic moment. Xu Qiang is about to shine in the Bundesliga." In Suzhou village, Xu Jiangwo's family, who stayed up late during the summer to watch the matches, were elated to see Xu Qiang take the field, each offering silent encouragement. At Leipzig University, Chung Yin sat in her dormitory with headphones on, watching the live broadcast of the Dortmund match. Upon seeing Xu Qiang come on as a substitute, she instinctively clenched her fist, silently praying for his safety. After whispering a few words of encouragement in Xu Qiang's ear, Klopp gave him a pat on the back. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half, Dortmund kicked off, with Aubameyang passing back. They played the ball around the back, quickly repositioning in midfield to create space. The ball found its way to Xu Qiang, who, with Leverkusen not pressing aggressively, had ample space to observe his teammates' positions. Suddenly, Xu executed a long diagonal pass at a 30-degree angle towards the left flank. The ball arced through the air, accurately finding the advancing Joik. Leaping to control the ball, Joik deftly managed it as Donati rushed in to block, lowering his body and keeping a close watch on the ball. Joik feinted a few times, realizing he could not break through, and passed back to Mkhitaryan. Finding space, Mkhitaryan faced off against the defender Spahic, who kept a tight mark, leaving no room for a shot. He crossed to the center for Royce. Royce took a shot, but it was blocked by Berniè's foot, and the ball fell to the right flank. As the ball neared the sideline, a figure suddenly appeared, darting in to recover the ball just before it went out. It was none other than Xu Qiang. He came to assist. He cut into the middle, evading Castro's challenge, with Toprak closing in from the other side. Under the dual pressure, Xu executed an impressive skill move, deceiving Castro. Toprak lunged in with a tackle, attempting to disrupt Xu's advance. Xu once again cut into the middle, evading Toprak's challenge, eliciting cheers from the fans. With his innate skill, Xu activated his special ability, surgical precision. After dribbling past, he suddenly visualized a passing lane and, without hesitation, sent the ball along that path. The pass sliced through the air like a scalpel, penetrating Leverkusen's penalty area. The ball was insidious. Goalkeeper Leno couldn't reach it, and without stepping out, it sailed through the defense. Royce at the near post couldn't connect, but Mkhitaryan arrived at the second point. He met the ball with a powerful strike. No matter how quickly Leno reacted, he could only watch in despair as the ball found the net. Goal! Mkhitaryan scores. Xu Qiang assists. This helps Borussia Dortmund pull one back. Just 5 minutes into the second half, Dortmund found the net. Newly substituted, Xu Qiang delivered a surgical assist that tore through Bayer Leverkusen's defense. The roar from the Dortmund fans erupted like a tsunami, deafening. Chapter 56, Bundesliga's first goal. Equalizing the score. Xu Qiang's run and breakthrough created this goal. The transformation in Dortmund was immediately apparent after Xu Qiang's introduction, especially along the right flank, which seemed to come alive. After scoring, Mkhitaryan sprinted back, pointing at Xu Qiang, laughing joyfully. Fantastic pass. So comfortable. Xu, that was a beautiful delivery, praised Reyes. Keep it up. Xu, you can do this. Remember to assist me next time, said Aubameyang. Xu Qiang internally scoffed, cut down on the theatrics. Leno occasionally glanced at Xu Qiang, thinking, it's that guy again. He embarrassed me in the DFB Pokal, causing the coach to lose his job. I will definitely save his shot this time. Leno was beginning to develop a psychological shadow regarding Xu Qiang. The unusual blunder from Leverkusen in their last encounter was still fresh in his mind, leaving a significant blow to the goalkeeper's confidence. Klopp pumped his fist in celebration of the goal. Indeed, the ace is still effective. The hefty price paid for Xu Qiang was justified. Trailing by 2 goals was not daunting. Dortmund's spirits soared after pulling one back. After the kickoff, Leverkusen launched an attack, and Son Heung-min encountered Xu Qiang once more. Utilizing his special skill, temporary skill theft, Xu Qiang stole Son's talent, left-foot precision shot, as he pressed him, augmenting his own capabilities. It seemed that Son sensed a loss, unable to articulate it, mistaking it for the unpleasant memories from their previous encounter in the cup. With a feint to the left and a burst of speed, Son aimed to bypass Xu Qiang. Anticipating this, Xu Qiang positioned himself perfectly, claiming the ball with deft touches, forcing Son to relinquish possession. After a few strides, Xu Qiang passed to Mkhitaryan, who orchestrated the attack. The midfield battle was intense, as both Dortmund and Leverkusen vied for control, evenly matched and entwined. Time swiftly passed. At the 65th minute, Castro headed the ball to Son, but Xu Qiang, with keen foresight, intercepted it. Castro immediately pressed forward. With an enhanced vision from his upgraded skill, Xu Qiang made a casual pass to Kagawa, who nudged it to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan turned with a step, deceiving the defender and threading a ball through to the advancing Reyes. As Reyes surged into the box, he was besieged by 2 center-backs, and Bernie managed to clear the ball out of bounds, thwarting the attack. Reyes lamented. From the sideline, Xu Qiang threw the ball to Aubameyang, then received it back. He faked a pass, deceiving the covering Relfs, then cut into the middle and, from the edge of the penalty area, unleashed a left-footed shot. Utilizing the stolen skill, left foot precision shot, the ball darted like a venomous snake, aiming for the corner. Xu Qiang targeted the near post. Leno dove swiftly, but the ball ricocheted off the ground, deflecting under his arm and into the net. Goal! Xu Qiang has scored his first Bundesliga goal. He opened his account. Leno felt a familiar sensation wash over him. Again, it was that familiar feeling, that familiar Xu Qiang. The shot from outside the box was unexpectedly effective, leaving him momentarily stunned, frozen in disbelief, his expression exaggerated and incredulous. Teammates rushing to celebrate mimicked his reaction. The home crowd was electrified. Xu Qiang had equalized for Dortmund. 1 goal and 1 assist. The highly valued young star from China proved his worth on the pitch. The stadium's big screen displayed Xu Qiang's beaming face as the commentator shouted his name. The fans echoed his name, Xu Qiang, reverberating through Signal Iduna Park. Klopp danced in excitement. It was thrilling. 1 substitution was enough to change the course of the game. He truly had not misjudged him. At a certain live-streaming platform in China, after a fervent celebration, Duan Xian and coach Chun praised Xu Qiang. Netizens commented, "Incredible. Xu Qiang is still so formidable in the Bundesliga. Just like the lively lobsters at my family's seafood stall. Your lobsters are so precious. Worth over €1,000,000. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable." With Xu Qiang's speed and shooting, he could certainly find a place in the Premier League or La Liga. Xu Qiang, the blade-wielding defender. Much love. Haha, equalized. Dortmund has turned the tide. Come on, Dortmund. Buy jerseys. Lifelong fans. At Leipzig University, the previously quiet dormitory erupted after Xu Qiang's goal. Cheng Yuyan, in a burst of excitement, collided with the wardrobe. Clatter. Items from the desk fell to the floor, startling her roommates, who hurried over to see what had happened. Spotting the live football broadcast on the computer, they quickly realized it was Xu Qiang. "Cheng, you visit him every weekend, and now you're watching his game. Aren't you tired of it?" asked her blonde roommate. "Not at all," Cheng replied, playfully covering her forehead with a pained expression. "Cheng, can you get your boyfriend to treat us to a fancy dinner next time? Did he buy a luxury car? Let it drive us," suggested a materialistic roommate. "Xu doesn't drive, but if you want to go, I can take you. But it can't be a fancy restaurant. I can still afford a casual eatery," Cheng smiled back. "Oh, a star boyfriend worth millions of euros. Yet he won't treat us to a fancy meal. How stingy," the materialistic girl teased. "My boyfriend is wealthy. What does that have to do with you?" Cheng replied seriously. Catching her roommates off guard, the usually docile Cheng displayed unexpected seriousness with a hint of anger. Then her smile returned as she said, "Pulse. Let's go to the supermarket and buy some snacks to celebrate Xu's first Bundesliga goal." Without waiting for a response, she pulled out money and handed it to her close friend. The materialistic girl could only begrudgingly thank her before returning to her bed. Her plan thwarted. She wore a disdainful expression. Cheng, however, was unfazed. She usually ignored the materialistic girl's bullying. While studying abroad in a foreign land, she adhered to her principle of kindness towards her roommates. But when it came to Xu Qiang, that was an entirely different matter. Having equalized after trailing by 2 goals, Dortmund's Morale sorgte. As the match passed the 70th minute, the fans grew restless, fervently cheering in hopes of securing their first victory of the season against Leverkusen. Each time Xu Qiang advanced with the ball or made an assist, the crowd erupted in jubilant applause. Once again, Xu Qiang has provided an assist. Son Heung-min's stamina is noticeably waning, leaving him unable to track back. In the 57th chapter, a stunning long-range shot finds the net, turning the tide against Bayer Leverkusen. The young prodigy Bellarabi is substituted by Schmidt, making way for Brandt. The localized skirmishes, pressing, and spatial compression pose a significant test of the player's endurance. In such tight quarters, players must execute sudden stops, swift sprints, and rapid maneuvers, demanding impeccable reflexes and agility. The intensity of localized defensive efforts is notably heightened. Schmidt's distinctive tactical style sharply contrasts with Rangnick's coaching philosophy at Leipzig, leading to discord and his eventual departure. The dynamics on the pitch shift dramatically. Leverkusen's midfield intercepts the ball, successfully executing localized defense, and the forwards spring into action with formidable pressure as Son Heung-min and Ki Ling take flight. Castro receives a pass, glances around, and locates Ki Ling, launching a long ball forward. A trailing ball, and Piszczek leaps, but misses. Ki Ling cuts into the center, while Sabodi attempts to block, lowering his body to prevent Qi Ling from easily breaking through. Suddenly, Qi Ling changes direction, nudging the ball to create space, and lifts his foot to shoot. Too hasty. Sabodi extends his foot to intercept. He knows that Qi Ling, eager to make an impact, insists on taking the shot. The ball veers off and goes out of play. Donati takes the throw in. Brandt runs to the center, controlling the ball with his chest, while Kell applies pressure from behind, resulting in a fierce physical contest. Brandt cries out in agony. The assistant referee raises his flag. The referee's whistle pierces the air. A free kick for Leverkusen on the right flank. Kell protests, waving his finger to indicate no foul. With the clock ticking down to the 80th minute, this free kick for Leverkusen heightens the tension for all Dortmund players. Castro steps up to take the free kick. The ball is sent directly into the box, curving towards the back post. However, the delivery is slightly too deep. Approaching the goal, and Weidenfeller, anticipating the incoming ball, leaps to secure it safely. Scanning the field, Weidenfeller spots a figure sprinting down the right flank. He swiftly throws the ball to the advancing Xu Qiang. Xu Qiang leaps, skillfully cushioning the ball with his foot. Rolfs attempts to intercept, but Xu Qiang deftly flicks the ball, pivoting and accelerating, gliding past the white line. A simple yet effective maneuver. The fans on the sidelines erupt with fervor, cheering passionately. Striding confidently past midfield, Xu Qiang, with an omniscient perspective, observes Aubameyang stretching the field on the left, while Immobile draws defenders in the center. And Reyes cuts into the right flank seeking the ball. Dortmund swiftly establishes a 4-on-3 advantage. Dribbling into the center, Xu Qiang suddenly notices the goalkeeper Leno's positioning. He raises his foot and strikes. The ball soars high, heading straight for the goal. Leno, positioned too far forward, turns in panic upon seeing Xu Qiang's lob. The ball traces a majestic arc through the air, descending into the net. The entire crowd holds its breath. All eyes are transfixed on the ball as it dances through the air. As the ball begins its descent, it accurately targets the goal behind Leno. The spectators instinctively widen their mouths in astonishment. Their heads bob in rhythm with the airborne ball, as the ball effortlessly settles into the net. The signal Iduna Park erupts in unprecedented jubilation. Goal! Xu Qiang's long-range lob finds the back of the net. Dortmund, having trailed by 2 goals, stages a remarkable comeback against Leverkusen. 32. On the sidelines, Klopp places his hands on his hat, his mouth agape in disbelief, stunned into silence for a moment. It is truly incredible. Xu Qiang's long-distance strike, just slightly outside the center circle. Leno, sprawled on the ground, pounds the turf in frustration, undoubtedly feeling a surge of exasperation. Standing on the pitch, Xu Qiang naturally opens his arms, breathing heavily, allowing sweat to trickle down as he revels in this moment of triumph. Such audacity. As his teammates rush over to embrace and celebrate, Xu Qiang raises a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. His teammates join in, mimicking the gesture. The home crowd follows suit, creating a collective hush. Hush, hush, hush. Xu Qiang's signature celebration transforms into a spectacle on the field. How exhilarating. How delightful. Dortmund comeback. And it is all thanks to this young prodigy from China. It was he who, upon entering the match in the second half, altered the course of events. All doubts regarding Xu Qiang prior to the match have dissipated in an instant. A goal is the most eloquent response. German Sports Channel 2. Oh my God, that goal. A long-range lob. Xu, once again, Xu. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I feel as though I am witnessing the birth of a superstar, so powerful, possessing the ability to dictate the outcome of the match. The male host exclaims dramatically. Darling, that goal was simply outrageous. Dortmund has turned the tables, trailing by 2 goals. They have reversed their fortunes against Leverkusen. This match is utterly thrilling. Before the game, many questioned why Dortmund would spend heavily to sign a defender from the 3rd division. Facing criticism from all sides, the female host remarks, Klopp's vision remains exceptional. It is said that the head coach fought against all odds to secure Xu's signing. Observing this match, the investment appears to be worthwhile. The male host responds, Indeed, it is worthwhile. Perhaps future matches will reveal even greater value. The female host expresses her anticipation. I too hope that this transaction proves to be a bargain, as Xu, this young Chinese talent, at under 20 years of age, has achieved such feats. His future is limitless. The male host concurs. In the live stream, German netizens are ablaze with excitement. Roar. Long-range shot. Xu. I can only express my endless admiration for you. Indeed, I have become your fan. Before the match, I noticed someone reporting that Xu is Leverkusen's nemesis. Naively, I thought it was false. Leverkusen fans must be in disarray. Did Leverkusen falter? Trailing by 2 goals only to be reversed by Dortmund. Leverkusen's nemesis. Xu, rise up. Continue to strive. There's another goal to be had. Trust me, you won't be mistaken. The passion of the fans in the German live stream ignites. The comments section inundated with messages, overwhelming the hosts. The host can only selectively highlight favorable comments. This goal at this moment is undoubtedly a heavy blow for Leverkusen. Schmidt suppresses his fury, directing his players from the sidelines, urging them to continue fighting until the final whistle. Klopp makes a substitution, withdrawing Immobile and bringing on Hoffmann, pushing Aubameyang into a central striker role. With only a few minutes remaining, both teams are fiercely battling. Leverkusen, desperate to recover from the reversal, intensifies their offensive pressure. The entire formation pushes forward, risking a vulnerable defense. And thus, Dortmund intercepts the ball in their own half, as Kell passes to Xu Qiang on the right. Since entering the match, Xu Qiang has notched 2 goals and an assist, actively engaging in defensive efforts, earning the trust and support of his teammates. Son Heung-min and Castro press Xu Qiang. With an omniscient view, Xu Qiang observes the movements of his teammates ahead and sends a powerful long ball forward. Aubameyang initiated a swift sprint, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation with Spahak. With his remarkable speed, he overpowered Spahak, securing a half-step advantage and penetrating the penalty area. As Leno rushed forward, Aubameyang, brimming with confidence, lifted his foot for a shot. Bang! Aubameyang unleashed a fierce strike. Just as he entered the box, he shot with unwavering assurance. Leno dove, but the ball was too swift, already surpassing him. Whoosh! Goal! Aubameyang has assisted Dortmund in extending their lead. 42. This sealed the match. Chapter 58. A triumphant trio of league victories. Champions League commences. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle echoed, signaling the end of the match. Playing on home turf, Dortmund, having trailed by 2 goals in the first half, executed a remarkable comeback by scoring 4 goals in the second half, overturning Bayer Leverkusen and securing their first league victory, claiming 3 points. Xu Qiang's Bundesliga debut was nothing short of spectacular. He contributed 2 goals and 2 assists. Silencing media skepticism, he garnered immense admiration from Dortmund fans and earned the unwavering trust of his teammates. Post-match, Klopp, while walking through the corridor, accepted media interviews. Discussing Xu Qiang. I am genuinely delighted that Xu has joined Dortmund. Everyone witnessed his stable performance. Sometimes, it is not just about a player's hefty price tag and high salary. There is always a reason behind it. If a player lacks ability, do you think they would dare to make demands? Clearly, Xu dares to ask because he is worth that price. For Xu, this match was a perfect Bundesliga debut, with 2 goals and 2 assists. My goodness, that long-range lob from midfield nearly gave me a heart attack. I truly didn't expect him to shoot directly. I thought he would pass to Reyes for a setup. Klopp praised Xu profusely, often showering him with accolades in front of the cameras. Xu's remarkable performance showcased his incredible talent, drawing the attention of media outlets worldwide. In England, L'Equipe reported, Chinese prodigy Xu's Bundesliga debut is flawless. Arsenal's bid was far too low, missing a golden opportunity. In Spain, Marca stated, Dortmund's lethal defender Xu with 2 goals and 2 assists, aiding Dortmund in overturning Bayer, contributed a miraculous goal with a long-range lob. In Italy, Corriere dello Sport remarked, Inter Milan's final bid of €10 million was insufficient to secure Xu. Perhaps this is fate. In Germany, Kicker exclaimed, astonishing, a heavenly talent. Xu's lob goal marks a perfect debut. Dortmund's 4-goal comeback against Bayer. Bild proclaimed, this is his new beginning, utterly perfect and sufficiently shocking. The entirety of Bild focused on Xu Qiang, with every paragraph accompanied by high-definition screenshots. Initially, it recounted Bayer's initial dominance with 2 swift goals. However, upon Xu's substitution, the tide changed, accompanied by an image of Xu preparing to enter the field. Following this, Xu's assists and goals were passionately described, with vivid imagery enhancing the reader's experience, particularly Xu's lob goal that reversed the match. Multiple angles and images provided a comprehensive visual representation. The article concluded with a striking image of Xu triumphantly celebrating, arms wide open, juxtaposed against the hushed crowd, igniting anticipation for his future performances. Even Bayer's head coach, Schmidt, in an interview the following day, stated they did not lose to Dortmund. They lost to Xu. Such candor. When reporters inquired whether Xu was Bayer's nemesis, Schmidt neither confirmed nor denied, but candidly acknowledged the issues faced by his team during the match, expressing optimism for future performances, confident that Bayer would achieve better results in upcoming fixtures. Naturally, every new head coach is filled with optimism. Xu's flawless Bundesliga debut assisted Dortmund in triumphing over Bayer, earning the affection of even the most discerning Dortmund fans. Xu's decision not to venture beyond Germany was primarily due to adaptation concerns. Remaining in Germany allowed him to feel more at home, even amidst unfamiliar clubs and teammates. Furthermore, he recognized the need for growth and honing his skills, prompting his choice of Dortmund. In hindsight, it appears Xu's choice was indeed the right one. As the calendar turned to August 30th, the second round of the Bundesliga commenced. Dortmund was the first team to compete in this round, traveling to Bavaria to face Augsburg at the SGL Arena. Augsburg, having ascended from the second division as champions in 2011, has enjoyed several successful seasons in the Bundesliga, maintaining a mid-table standing. In their opening round, Augsburg suffered a 0-2 defeat to Hoffenheim. Prior to the match, Augsburg's head coach expressed unwavering confidence, stating, "Dortmund is a Bundesliga giant, incredibly formidable. Klopp's tactical style is unique, and with Xu's addition, we are determined to compete fiercely. We will not easily raise the white flag and surrender." Excerpt from the pre-match press conference. This declaration conveyed Augsburg's resolute fighting spirit. On match night, the SGL Arena was filled to capacity with over 30,000 spectators. Xu Qiang took to the field as a starter for Dortmund. In the first half, Dortmund's dynamic and aggressive tactics proved effective. At the 21st minute, Immobile received a long pass from Xu at the back, skillfully controlling the ball with his outer foot, effortlessly bypassing the center back to create a near one-on-one opportunity. Immobile, of course, would not squander this chance. Facing the goalkeeper, he confidently struck a low shot into the net. Immobile scored Dortmund's first league goal, gratefully celebrating with Xu. Immobile's style relies heavily on receiving passes and creating space, allowing him to showcase his strengths. His movements, distance, and positioning culminated in a seamless execution of the shot, highlighting Immobile's exceptional forward skills. However, if the midfield fails to support Immobile, he tends to become less visible, as demonstrated in the previous match, where his ability to create opportunities became particularly pronounced. Klopp faced challenges. Lewandowski's unexpected departure due to contract negotiations left a gap that Immobile was managing to fill. Augsburg appeared somewhat timid. Despite playing at home, their overall strength paled in comparison to Dortmund's, making it difficult to mount effective attacks. Dortmund's robust midfield stifled the home team's efforts. At the 36th minute, Dortmund extended their lead. This was a display of Reus's technical prowess. After receiving a through ball, he deftly maneuvered the ball, creating space for a direct shot that found the back of the net. Reus's stylish goal, coupled with his handsome features, captivated many admirers. By halftime, Dortmund led by 2 goals. However, the second half brought a dramatic shift. Upon resuming, Augsburg launched an unrelenting assault, abandoning caution and quickly reaping rewards. In the 49th minute, Augsburg earned a corner, taken by Bayer. The penalty area was crowded, and Bayer aimed for the back post. Verheck outjumped Xu, heading the ball into the net. Augsburg pulled one back. Verheck made a late run to beat Xu to the ball and score. 5 minutes later, Papastathopoulos made a critical error in his own half, allowing Kubi to intercept the ball in the attacking zone and surge into the penalty area, unleashing a powerful shot that found the net. Augsburg equalized the score with fervor, igniting a surge of energy among their home fans. However, Dortmund swiftly retaliated, leaving the previously exuberant home supporters feeling as though they had been throttled. Xu Qiang surged down the right flank to assist, combining with Reus, who played a wall pass back to Xu. Positioned just outside the penalty area, Xu unleashed a thunderous long-range strike. Boom! The explosive shot resonated, causing the hearts of the fans to skip a beat. The ball rocketed into the net like a cannonball. Swish! A goal! The goalkeeper, unable to react swiftly due to the crowded penalty area obstructing his view, could do nothing but watch as the ball sailed in. 2-1. Dortmund regained the lead once more. The remainder of the match saw no further goals, and the score remained unchanged until the final whistle. Dortmund secured their second consecutive league victory. Xu Qiang contributed a goal and an assist, undoubtedly earning the title of man of the match. In the third round of the league, Dortmund faced Freiburg at home. They established a solid lead in the first half, and both teams scored once in the second half, concluding the match with a score of 3-1 in favor of Dortmund. Xu Qiang provided one assist. Immobile began to showcase his abilities and adapt to the team, netting a brace. Following the third round of the league, the UEFA Champions League group stage was set to commence. Dortmund was drawn into a group with Premier League giants Arsenal, Belgian Pro League's Anderlecht, and Turkish Super League's Galatasaray. In their opening match, Dortmund would face the formidable Arsenal, known for their fierce pursuit of a top-4 finish in the Premier League. The Champions League is the most coveted title among European clubs, and Klopp placed significant importance on it. In the previous 2 years, Dortmund reached the Champions League final for the first time in their history, only to suffer a heartbreaking defeat to their German rivals, Bayern Munich, in the dying moments when Robben scored a last-minute winner. For years, Klopp has been harboring a desire to reclaim the pinnacle of European glory. Chapter 59. The Champions League debut, the Yellow Submarine versus the Gunners. Professor Wenger has been at the helm of Arsenal for nearly 2 decades, serving as a long-standing rival to Sir Ferguson of Manchester United. Following the conclusion of the 2012-2013 season, Ferguson announced his retirement after a successful tenure at Manchester United. Wenger, still battling in the Premier League, appeared somewhat isolated and lonely. Perhaps this is the fate of a rival. Once a fated adversary departs, Wenger's solitude becomes glaringly evident. Arsenal, as a whole, has been mired in difficulties over the years, a plight that began with the construction of their home ground, the Emirates Stadium. The Gunners have been burdened with substantial debt. Remaining true to their traditional values, Arsenal's management, under Wenger, is shouldering the enormous financial burden of the stadium. The constant sale of players to alleviate debt has hindered their ability to acquire the necessary talent, resulting in an overall instability in the team's performance. Had it not been for Wenger's steadfast presence, any other coach would have long since succumbed to exhaustion and faced dismissal from the owners. Only Wenger has managed to endure until now. For those interested, there is a special feature in the 2018 edition of World Football dedicated to Wenger's retirement. Xu Qiang recalled watching that special feature on World Football after Wenger's retirement in 2018, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Wenger's departure marked the end of an era in the Premier League. This will be elaborated upon later. Prior to the match, various mainstream European media outlets expressed their opinions and insights on the Champions League fixtures, with the Dortmund versus Arsenal match garnering significant attention. Can the Gunners, renowned for their precision and attacking prowess, target the agile Yellow Submarine? With Dortmund in fine form, they are poised to defeat Arsenal at home, with reinforcements arriving. Arsenal Zil showcases his midfield mastery. The key to the match lies in controlling the midfield. Return to where you belong. Continue your fight in the Premier League for a top-4 finish, and spare us the embarrassment in the Champions League. This is evidently a sentiment from the German media. The Champions League forever remains the prestigious battleground for Europe's elite clubs. To grace the Champions League stage, regardless of a team's strength, demands an unwavering spirit and relentless effort. In this globally spotlighted championship showdown, only victory and defeat matter. It is indeed the pinnacle of competitive football. The thrilling clashes between renowned clubs, the dazzling performances of superstars, and the fierce pursuit of the highest accolades not only drive players, coaches, and clubs to the brink of madness, but also captivate fans to an extraordinary degree. Against this backdrop, media coverage has surged, with outlets worldwide eager to capitalize on the excitement. As Xu Qiang prepares to represent Dortmund in the Champions League, the Chinese media certainly will not miss out on this opportunity for coverage. Xu Qiang set to make his Champions League debut with Dortmund. Will Xu Qiang continue his stellar form against Arsenal in the Champions League? Chinese player Xu Qiang's participation in the Champions League is a source of pride for our entire nation. In his first Champions League appearance, Xu Qiang's abilities may still have some gaps. We hope he can deliver an outstanding performance. The Yellow Submarine versus the Gunners, live at 2:45 a.m. Be sure to tune in. Champions League matches are typically held late at night, and after some deliberation, Xu Qiang's family decided not to watch this match live, opting instead to catch the news the following day. The children were at school, leaving only the elderly at home. Regardless, Xu Qiang's rising fame in the country ensures that any significant developments will be promptly reported. Wenger, preparing his team to adapt to the stadium, expressed during the pre-match press conference. Personally, I hold young Xu in high regard. He is a talented, capable, and promising new generation star. Of course, the club is in competition for his services, but everyone knows Arsenal's current predicament, and we lack the budget to make extensive purchases. We must strive for victory in every Champions League match. It is an honor to compete against such an excellent coach as Klopp. Excerpt. Wenger remained dignified and impeccably dressed in his suit, always presenting himself meticulously in front of others. Klopp refrained from making extensive comments before the match, merely expressing his confidence in victory. Ultimately, everything will be decided on the pitch. The outcome speaks louder than any words. The match commenced at 19:45 in the German time zone, with Dortmund playing at home in the Westfalenstadion. Enthusiastic fans had completely enveloped the stadium, and the predominant yellow and black colors created an almost intimidating atmosphere. The match was broadcast live on German television channels VI, with host Fries welcoming former Bayern goalkeeper and multiple award winner Oliver Kahn as a guest, along with the stunning football presenter Jordan Kava, known for her alluring figure and captivating presence in the German football scene. Kahn, serving as an advisor for the channel, frequently participates in match commentary. Welcome, viewers. Tonight, we will be broadcasting the Dortmund versus Arsenal match, and tomorrow we will feature the highly anticipated clash between Bayern and Manchester City. Announced host Fries. Mr. Kahn, Joe, what are your thoughts on tonight's match? This match promises to be captivating. Everyone is well aware of Klopp's style, which emphasizes counterattacks and rapid assaults. Professor Wenger has long helmed Arsenal, showcasing an elegant yet incisive brand of football, embodying the quintessential ebb and flow of English play. I firmly believe this encounter will offer fans an unparalleled spectacle. Kahn remarked, I hold great hope for Dortmund's victory tonight. Su's starting appearance is bound to impress. I eagerly anticipate witnessing this young prodigy, yet to turn 20, unveil his remarkable talent on the Champions League stage. In the pre-match press conference, Professor Wenger expressed high praise for Xu. Jordan, with a smile, added, since the introduction of Jordan to the program on German television, the ratings have consistently risen, indicating her undeniable appeal. Tonight, she stands for a live broadcast, as requested by the station. Her long legs, clad in a short skirt and Dortmund attire, accentuate her figure, while her golden brown hair cascades freely and her exquisite features radiate charm when she smiles. However, Jordan possesses considerable knowledge. She is a St. Pauli fan who has loved football since childhood, naturally keeping an eye on Germany's traditional powerhouses. Joe, your taste is impeccable. Xu is indeed a striking young man. Perhaps you should consider a special interview with him next time. Ha ha ha, Fries teased. Personally, I too support Dortmund in securing their first victory in the Champions League. Now, let us switch to the live scene at Westfalenstadion, where both teams have taken the field. As Fries transitions the broadcast, the screen displays the teams entering and preparing for the anthem, singing their respective club songs. In the inaugural Champions League match, Klopp surprisingly made rotations, sidelining Immobile and Aubameyang, while the rest of the lineup remained largely unchanged. Xu Qiang takes the field as a starter, standing on the sidelines. He hears the resounding team anthem as the fans join in a magnificent chorus, a spectacle that stirs the very blood within.
The renowned fortress of European football lives up to its reputation. This display of fervor and unity is the finest gift for visitors from afar. Before long,
the final preparations come to a close. Both teams take their positions on the verdant pitch. With a whistle from the Austrian referee, the match officially commences. Chapter 60, the first goal of the Champions League. Amid the cheers of the fans, Adrian Ramos initiates the kickoff from the center circle. Dortmund plays the ball back in defense, leading it to Xu Qiang's feet. Welbeck presses forward swiftly, but he finds himself unsupported, with the midfielders leisurely advancing. Xu passes to Papastathopoulos, stabilizing the formation as Dortmund gradually pushes forward. Kyle receives the ball, controls it, and sends a diagonal pass to Xu, who is making an overlapping run on the flank. In the center, there are Kagawa and Mkhitaryan. On the right, Gross finds space. A direct pass is delivered to Gross. As Xu sprints down the wing, Gross controls the ball, moves centrally, and distributes it to Mkhitaryan. Ozil reacts swiftly, anticipating the play, intercepting the pass and launching a rapid counterattack. Sanchez, Wilshere, and Welbeck burst into action, with the entire forward line advancing quickly. After a couple of steps, Ozil spots an opening and delivers a diagonal pass to the advancing Sanchez. Sanchez, deft and skillful, stops the ball with his left foot, nudges it with his right, and uses his body to deceive Piszczek. A deft pass akin to a nutmeg finds Sanchez delivering the ball into the penalty area. Welbeck, arriving from the left flank, tears through the defense, preparing to take a shot. Suddenly, a figure flashes past him with remarkable speed. It's Xu Qiang. At the onset of the match, he activated the running accelerator, triggering a burst of speed to intercept Welbeck, clearing the ball to the sidelines and averting a potential threat. A collective gasp of relief resonated through the crowd. Thankfully, Xu's timely clearance prevented Welbeck from having a clear shot on goal. Arsenal's forward line now has a throw-in. Ozil launches a long, curling ball into the box, but it is too powerful. A teammate at the far post is thwarted as Xu crouches down to head it back to the goalkeeper. Weidenfeller secures the ball, taking a moment to assess his teammates' positions before feigning a kick and swiftly tossing it to Xu on the wing. Xu expertly cushions the ball with his chest, transitioning it to Kyle before accelerating down the flank. Gross moves into the center, allowing Xu to exploit the open space. Mkhitaryan notices the gap and delivers a perfectly timed pass through Arsenal's entire defensive line. Xu engages in a physical contest with Chambers. Both vie for the ball in the air. Neither manages to gain possession, but Xu's reflexes are sharper, utilizing God's perspective to predict the ball's trajectory, especially as it approaches him. He adeptly turns and skillfully claims the first touch. Chambers, momentarily stunned, can only see Xu's back as he drives into the penalty area. Mertesacker covers, but Xu deftly nudges the ball towards the baseline. Mertesacker closes in, not allowing Xu an easy escape. Xu halts the ball, executing a cutback pass into the box, which Mertesacker deflects, altering its path. Mkhitaryan rushes in from outside the box to intercept the ball, aiming for a cross at a sharp angle, but Chambers disrupts him. He is left with no choice but to pass to the wide-open Xu. Without pausing, Xu delivers a powerful strike into the penalty area. He accurately finds the late-arriving Djadjic at the far post. Djadjic, unmarked, adjusts his position and aims carefully. Bam! The ball rockets into the net. The distance was too short. Goalkeeper Szczesny had no chance to react. Goal! Dortmund takes the lead. Xu's assist, Djadjic's header. Remarkably precise. Xu managed to locate Djadjic amidst a crowded penalty area with astonishing accuracy. While the spectators marveled, only Xu understood. Upon activating God's perspective, he expended 2 attribute points and employed his talent skill. Precise passing, successfully unlocking Arsenal's defense. The fans erupted in jubilant celebration. Djadjic affectionately kissed Xu's forehead in gratitude. Although Djadjic had made a forward run, he was utterly unprepared for Xu's direct and impeccably timed pass. Dortmund, playing at home, has taken the lead. Arsenal now faces a daunting challenge. Confronted with the formidable atmosphere of the fortress, Arsenal's current strength pales in comparison to their former glory. Even with the additions of Ozil and Sanchez, the team is significantly lacking compared to Wenger's golden generation. Merely 9 minutes into the match, Arsenal finds themselves trailing. In the Champions League group stage, Klopp remains composed, having rotated several players. Following the goal, Klopp continues to direct from the sidelines, maintaining his calm. Yet he cannot afford to relax. A moment's inattention could result in a lethal strike from Arsenal. This is indeed a clash of titans. In the Champions League, no team can be deemed weak. Just then, Arsenal swiftly advances. Ozil takes a shot from outside the box, striking the crossbar, narrowly missing. Such a pity. Throughout the first half, Arsenal repeatedly squandered golden opportunities. Dortmund's performance is rather lackluster, especially with both Immobile and Aubameyang confined to the substitutes bench, resulting in a somewhat diminished accuracy in their attacking endeavors. Just before the halftime whistle, Mkhitaryan skillfully maneuvered through the defensive line outside the penalty area and was fouled, prompting the referee to award Dortmund a free kick in the attacking third. Fortunately, Mkhitaryan was unharmed and quickly regained his footing. Holding the ball, Reyes gestured for Xu Qiang to approach and toss the ball to him. "Come on, take a shot." Reyes flashed a broad grin, saying, "Don't delay. I know you possess a striking free kick, just like in practice." The more Dortmund players interacted with Xu Qiang, the more they recognized his exceptional talent, particularly evident in his decisive free kicks often showcased in training matches. Klopp had not designated Xu Qiang as the primary free kick taker. That role had traditionally belonged to Reyes. However, today, Reyes willingly relinquished the opportunity to Xu Qiang, who did not hesitate to step up. Placing a ball, he retreated to gauge his distance. He breathed deeply, adjusting his mindset. At the referee's signal, Xu Qiang surged forward. His legs propelled him as if they were bursting with energy, muscles coiled with power. He lifted his foot and struck with tremendous force. Boom! The sound echoed as the ball soared from the grass. Xu Qiang executed a precise shot, targeting the near corner of the goal. The ball arched over the wall and pierced into the bottom corner. Whoosh! A goal! Szczesny was left in the dust, rooted to the spot, unable to react, merely left to lament the lost opportunity. Dortmund extended their lead. 20. Xu Qiang scored. He celebrated with his arms wide open, embracing the roars of the crowd. The home fans responded with a chorus of boos, not directed at their team, but rather in recognition of Xu Qiang's signature celebration. His teammates rushed over to embrace him, fully aware of his prowess in free kicks. However, the intensity of a formal match differs greatly from practice. Scoring directly from a free kick in an official game evokes an indescribable passion. Wenger, on the sidelines, covered his forehead in despair, acutely aware of Xu Qiang's capabilities, yet lamenting that he had not utilized him for any free kicks since the Bundesliga began. He had overlooked this potential, yet this free kick, drilling into the corner, left the goalkeeper utterly helpless. Wenger experienced a twinge of regret for not seizing the opportunity to sign Xu Qiang. He felt he had missed the best chance to acquire him. In the future, Xu Qiang's market value would only soar higher. Chapter 61. Overcoming the Gunners. Securing victory in the first Champions League match. German television, Channel 2. Oh my goodness. Xu, that goal, the free kick found the net. It was razor sharp. The angle was exquisite. Mr. Kahn, what do you think? If you were in your prime, could you have saved that? The host, Freeze, inquired. Haha, I wouldn't dare to say, Kahn replied. Xu's free kick has transcended mere skill. It defies description. I could tell from his posture that he was aiming for the near post. Perhaps, even in my prime, I wouldn't have managed to save it. A goal and an assist. Xu Qiang is truly remarkable. Dortmund's investment of 12 million was undoubtedly worthwhile. That goal left me astounded. It was a world-class strike. A masterpiece from a free kick maestro. Joe exclaimed. Indeed, Xu's free kick qualifies him as a world-class master. Kahn added. Goodness. Mr. Kahn, Joe, your praises seem excessive. Freeze remarked. Not at all. He deserves this recognition. Kahn asserted. I concur with Mr. Kahn. Xu merits this acclaim. Joe affirmed. In stark contrast to Wenger's despondence, Klopp exuded exuberance. It seemed he was determined to shake off any doubts, constantly pumping his fists in the air. With a 2-goal lead before halftime, Klopp felt no urgency to make substitutions, allowing his players to rest and conserve energy for the league. As the second half commenced, neither side made alterations to their lineups. Arsenal appeared somewhat timid on their away trip, particularly when confronted with Dortmund's aggressive pressing style, resulting in a lack of fluidity in their midfield play. Moreover, the Gunners' midfielders struggled with their passing accuracy, frequently losing possession to Dortmund, leading to swift counterattacks. Nevertheless, Arsenal's defense held firm, making it challenging for Dortmund to create clear chances near the goal. Any attempts from distance posed little threat. As the match progressed past the 75-minute mark, Dortmund became less urgent, beginning to employ time-wasting tactics, managing a 2-goal advantage while needing to allocate their stamina wisely. Wenger remained pragmatic, recognizing that it was merely the first match of the Champions League group stage and accepting defeat if necessary. After the 80-minute mark, he made 3 substitutions, bringing off Zil, Essenshey, and Wilshere to conserve energy. Dortmund also opted to substitute Xu Qiang. As he departed, Xu Qiang raised his hand in applause. The home fans stood, showering him with applause. In this match, Xu Qiang achieved a goal and an assist, completing a stellar debut in the Champions League. Ultimately, the score remained unchanged, and Arsenal succumbed to defeat at the Westfalenstadion, losing 2-0 against Dortmund. Dortmund secured a straightforward 3 points in their Champions League opener, laying a solid foundation for their path to advancement. Xu Qiang's dazzling performance was fervently disseminated by the media post-match. Dortmund's sharp defender delivers a perfect contribution with a goal and an assist, sending Wenger's Gunners home empty-handed. The invincible free kick goal. I believe I have witnessed the rise of a master of free kicks. The ascent of a Chinese football prodigy. Watch how Xu's free kicks are crafted. The hope of Chinese football. The expectations of an entire village. Xu Qiang, living up to the aspirations. The first Chinese player in the Champions League. Chinese media. The yellow submarine has struck gold. Xu Qiang's brilliance shines brightly, astonishing on the Champions League stage. Chinese media. Chinese netizens keep hyping him up. It was just one goal. Xu Qiang isn't that impressive. He just got lucky. To those above, I suggest silencing him. What do you know? Do you even understand what the Champions League is? It is the pinnacle cup competition for club teams globally. Ignore the fool. He is just infuriating. Xu Qiang, we are your unwavering support. Keep going and prove them wrong. There are always fools, but today there seem to be many. The day after the match, Xu Qiang received a system notification, presenting a series of tasks. Ding. League tasks. 1. Attain the Bundesliga Championship. Reward. Top League Champion Gift Pack. 2. Achieve individual accolades in the league, including but not limited to Golden Boot, Assist King, Best Player, etc. Reward. Top League Individual Honor Gift Pack. 3. Secure a position in the Champions League. Reward. Champions League Qualification Gift Pack. 4. Obtain a spot in the Europa League. Reward. Europa League Qualification Gift Pack. The system had changed. It felt like a blind box. Xu Qiang was speechless. However, the rewards promised by the system would undoubtedly be substantial. From another perspective, considering the various honors to be determined and settled, a blind box indeed seemed prudent. This was a long-term task for the season. The Golden Boot was unlikely, as Lewandowski had already scored 5 goals in just 3 league matches. Xu Qiang averaged 1 goal per match, and he could still strive for the Assist King title. His greatest competitor for assists was De Bruyne, who had been loaned from Chelsea to Wolfsburg. This individual is destined to become the world's foremost midfield maestro. With a divine vision, his passes are remarkably precise, earning him global acclaim. Ding! He has scored his first goal in the Champions League, earning 5 attribute points. A task has been assigned in the Champions League. Assist the team in advancing to the knockout stage, with a reward of 20 attribute points and a random talent skill draw. The personal honor task in the Champions League requires him to achieve individual accolades, including but not limited to the Golden Boot, Top Assist Provider, and Best Player, with a reward of an individual honor grand package. A task in the DFB Pokal has also been issued. Lead the team to the quarterfinals, with a reward of the DFB Pokal quarterfinal grand package. Additionally, the personal honor task in the DFB Pokal demands the acquisition of individual honors, which also includes the Golden Boot, Top Assist Provider, and Best Player, with a reward of the DFB Pokal individual honor grand package. The series of grand packages left Xu Qiang feeling dizzy with excitement. The allure of the blind box is indeed tantalizing. However, Xu Qiang found it peculiar that the transfer task assigned by the system of the seasons and has yet to yield any rewards. For days, he has been awaiting the settlement of the system's tasks. The rewards are exceedingly generous. Is the system becoming stingy? Xu Qiang bunde. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed this suspicion. Given the system's nature, it is unlikely to be parsimonious. Perhaps there are unknown factors at play. As the date arrived on September 21st, the 4th round of the Bundesliga was about to commence. Yesterday, Bayern Munich, who had already begun their 4th round match, was held to a goalless draw against Hamburg, ending their 3-match winning streak. Hoffenheim has surged this season, and after their recent demolition of Stuttgart, they have recorded 3 wins and 1 draw, temporarily surpassing Dortmund. Paderborn, promoted from the 2. Bundesliga and coached by Schmidt, the current manager of Bayer Leverkusen, has surprisingly climbed into the top 3 with 3 wins and 1 draw, trailing only Bayern Munich. Prior to the 4th round, Dortmund boasted a superior goal difference over Bayern. However, with Hoffenheim and Paderborn having played 1 more match, they have now overtaken Dortmund in points. Tonight's match for Dortmund is crucial for their league standing. Their opponent is Mainz, the former club of Klopp. Chapter 62. Klopp's inevitability, substituting Xu Qiang. In 2004, Klopp led Mainz to promotion to the Bundesliga, but they remained there for only 3 seasons. After a disastrous relegation, Klopp failed to guide Mainz back to the Bundesliga for 2 years, resigning in disgrace, only to be courted by the financially troubled Borussia Dortmund. Interestingly, Bayern Munich and Hamburg also considered Klopp. Bayern could not reach an agreement, while Hamburg deemed his demeanor unkempt and unappealing, ultimately dismissing him. Following Klopp's departure, Thomas Tuchel, a disciple of Rangnick, took the helm. Under Tuchel's leadership, Mainz returned to the Bundesliga in the summer of 2010, achieving an impressive 7-match winning streak at the outset. Captivating the football world, Tuchel, adhering to Rangnick's tactical philosophy, is renowned for his strategic acumen, excelling in counterattacks and localized defense. This talented coach is destined to shine on the world stage. It is worth noting that Tuchel has a keen eye for discovering gifted players. Not to mention, Rangnick initially facilitated Xu Qiang's connection to Mainz, establishing a relationship there. Tuchel identified goalkeeper Karius, who, in his first 3 matches, kept 2 clean sheets and conceded only 1 goal, contributing to Mainz's unbeaten start of 2 wins and a draw, generating great expectations among fans. Little did they know, the name Karius would one day evoke lifelong disdain among Liverpool supporters. This will not be elaborated upon. Prior to the match, both Kicker and Bild provided extensive coverage and analysis of this pivotal encounter. Kicker: Klopp returns to his old club. Will Dortmund prevail tonight? Bild: a face-off between the new generation of coaches, Tuchel versus Klopp. In Mainz, at the Kofface Arena, the home ground of the Mainz team, officially opened in 2011, can accommodate 35,000 fans simultaneously. The Kofface Arena brings fans closer to the action. The exuberant home crowd began to roar in anticipation, rallying support for their team even before the match commenced. Tuchel deployed a traditional 4-4-2 formation, while Klopp opted for a 3-4-3 setup. The two coaches embraced before the match, signifying mutual respect. This moment certainly did not escape the notice of the broadcast crew. This evening, Xu Qiang is resting on the bench. In the previous Champions League match against Arsenal, he played the entire game. Considering the management of player stamina, Klopp decided to keep him on the bench tonight to judiciously allocate energy. Mainz featured familiar faces such as Shinji Okazaki, Hoffmann, and Karius. Dortmund fielded both Immobile and Aubameyang, who had rested in the last Champions League match and were reintroduced to the lineup for match fitness. With injuries to Reyes and Schmelzer, Dortmund's injury list now exceeds the number of players in their starting 11, including Chi Dong-won, Jean Dogan, and Hummels. A significant portion of the starting squad is sidelined. The upcoming schedule for Dortmund is increasingly demanding, with matches occurring every 2 to 3 days, compelling Klopp to consider more strategic and long-term planning. During this period, Klopp has been visibly troubled. Is he expected to rely on a single lineup to navigate through this? Is that even feasible? It is hardly realistic. In top-tier leagues, the competition is fierce, and physical confrontations are particularly intense. No one can guarantee immunity from injury concerns. As the match commenced, the home side Mainz, leveraging their home advantage, took the initiative and pressed Dortmund. This was significantly at odds with pre-match expectations. Mainz exhibited a proactive approach, while Dortmund found themselves on the back foot. The depleted Dortmund squad struggled to advance and penetrate. Particularly, Immobile requires service to create opportunities, while Aubameyang's attempts on the flanks were often solitary and ineffective. Moreover, with Aubameyang closely marked, he frequently found it difficult even to receive the ball, let alone create threats. Mkhitaryan was deployed as a winger, a position he was ill-suited for. Klopp's tactical decisions, though unavoidable, reflected the dire circumstances. Within minutes of the kickoff, the dominant Mainz side began to assert their superiority over Dortmund. At last, in the 12th minute, their efforts bore fruit. Okazaki penetrated through the center, receiving a pass from a teammate, breaking through Dortmund's defense and advancing towards goal. He squared the ball for Hoffmann, who effortlessly slotted it home. Mainz took a 1-0 lead. Klopp shouted in excitement, directing complaints towards the referee, claiming the goal was clearly offside. However, the referee dismissed his protests, allowing Dortmund to restart from the center circle. The slow-motion replays on screen revealed that Okazaki was nearly level with Dortmund's defensive line, making the offside call difficult to ascertain. In the absence of technology, it is indeed challenging for linesmen to accurately judge offside situations with the naked eye. With the lead secured, Mainz players grew more confident, and their attacking flow became increasingly smooth. Conversely, Dortmund's performance was lackluster. Their midfield struggled to connect, failing to advance the ball effectively. Immobile was often forced to retreat deeper to collect the ball. It took 20 minutes for Dortmund to muster a shot, which was from outside the penalty area, soaring high over the crossbar. Meanwhile, Mainz continued to threaten Dortmund's goal repeatedly, creating numerous crises and coming perilously close to extending their lead. Dortmund's fans were left on edge. The match between Dortmund and Arsenal was nothing short of bewildering. Fans were left in utter confusion. Before long, Dortmund's goal was breached once again. Xu unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the penalty area, and Weidenfeller made a swift save, deflecting the ball. However, Shinji Okazaki was there to capitalize with a follow-up shot. Dortmund's defense was caught off guard, failing to adequately protect against the second ball and neglecting Okazaki. This young Japanese prodigy contributed 1 goal and 1 assist in this match, shining brightly throughout. If all goes as expected, he will undoubtedly be named the standout performer of the game. With just a few minutes left in the first half, Dortmund found themselves 2 goals down. Their lack of dominance on the field raised doubts about whether this was truly the Dortmund that fans had come to know, a powerhouse of the Bundesliga. The substitutes, including Xu Qiang, could hardly suppress their dismay as they witnessed such a disappointing performance, leaving fans utterly disillusioned. During halftime, Klopp chose not to allow Xu Qiang into the locker room, but instead instructed him to warm up quickly on the sidelines. Xu Qiang understood that the coach intended for him to come on in the second half, so he prepared himself diligently. Tuchel's tactics were evidently successful, at least by halftime, effectively stifling Dortmund's midfield play. Mainz's offensive strategy was yielding results, showcasing a diverse approach: crosses from the flanks, penetrating runs through the center, and long-range threats from the periphery. This tactical variety demonstrated Mainz's commanding presence at home, while Dortmund appeared to be merely absorbing the pressure. As the second half commenced, Xu Qiang stood ready on the sidelines, equipped and prepared to substitute. Klopp whispered tactical arrangements into Xu Qiang's ear, encouraging him to engage more in the attack, utilize his speed to break through, and not hesitate to take shots from distance. Klopp's words granted Xu Qiang the freedom to unleash his potential. Despite trailing by 2 goals, Xu Qiang felt an inexplicable pressure rather than joy. Klopp's faith in him indicated that he had few alternatives left. Xu Qiang had become Klopp's last hope. Chapter 63. The Super Sub, bringing Dortmund level against Mainz. Upon the resumption of play, Xu Qiang entered the field as a substitute. With Dortmund's lineup riddled with injuries, Klopp had no other options. The entire starting squad seemed incapacitated. Following his introduction, Xu Qiang's first touch saw Mainz's forward hesitate to press him, allowing him ample space to advance. Klopp withdrew a midfielder, repositioning Mkhitaryan back to a familiar central role, while the forward line remained composed of Aubameyang and Immobile. The formation shifted from a 3-4-3 to a 4-4-2, resulting in a more cohesive connection across Dortmund's structure. As God's eye view activated passively, Aubameyang surged down the left flank, while Immobile eyed Xu Qiang in the center, and Kagawa made a run on the right. Pressing towards the halfway line, Xu Qiang launched a long pass. Upon entering the game, he immediately utilized surgical precision, realizing that his upgraded skill could facilitate long passes. A path emerged in his vision as Xu Qiang identified an open space between the 2 central defenders, yet no one made the run. This pass was evidently not aimed at Immobile or Aubameyang, but rather at the gap between them. Suddenly, Jogic accelerated into the fray, perfectly aligning with Xu Qiang's intended target. The ball landed just outside the penalty area. Without pausing, Jogic executed an audacious volley. Wham! The ball struck his foot with a resounding thud, zipping towards the goal like an arrow. Karius lunged, but failed to intercept. The shot was exquisitely angled, grazing the post before finding the back of the net. A goal! Just as the second half began, Dortmund had equalized. Xu Qiang, the one who provided the assist, had made an immediate impact. Klopp leaped in joy, celebrating with his assistants. Jogic approached Xu Qiang, offering effusive praise, exclaiming, "My goodness, how did you find me with that pass? That was incredible." Xu Qiang smiled, refraining from revealing that it was not merely him, but the system's innate skills that had guided the pass. He silently mused, "I am but a conduit for this talent." In Huagua, a popular streaming platform, was abuzz. The match, taking place in Germany during the afternoon, coincided perfectly with prime time in Huagua, leading to an audience surpassing 1 million from the outset. "Director Chun, did you see that?" Xu Qiang's pass to Jogic was nothing short of divine. "It was a masterpiece," exclaimed Duan Xian excitedly. With the perfect angle and precision, Jajic's volley was made possible in no small part due to Xu Qiang's remarkable pass, analyzed director Chen expertly. Klopp's substitutions bore fruit immediately. We had debated for quite some time about Dortmund's depleted squad, suggesting that a comeback would be challenging. Who would have thought Xu Qiang would prove us wrong? Huh, laughed Duan Xian. Indeed, while Dortmund's performance appeared weaker on the surface, the true determinant of victory lies in the player's execution on the field, remarked director Chen. Viewers online chimed in. I saw the footage. Jajic was indeed trailing behind. How did Xu Qiang anticipate that? That pass was magical. It perfectly predicted Jajic's run. Xu Qiang is phenomenal. Cheers erupted in the chat. Wow. Xu Qiang, we adore you. Seeing you come on as a substitute, I'm certain Dortmund will turn the tide. Come on, you think they LL stage a comeback? You are being overly optimistic. Do you expect Mainz to simply stand by and let you score? Dortmund will surely turn the game around. Trust me. The chat exploded with excitement, as over 1 million viewers engaged in lively discourse, causing the stream to lag. Back on the pitch, Dortmund, having clawed back a goal, surged with renewed vigor. Xu Qiang activated his items, temporary attribute boost, 8 points allocated to speed and acceleration booster. Ginter intercepted on the left, recognizing that his teammates were poorly positioned, and opted for a horizontal pass to the right. Controlling the ball deftly, Xu Qiang advanced. As Araki attempted a challenge, Xu Qiang activated acceleration booster, propelling himself past Araki with a sudden burst of speed. Ji-Zhu and Ji-Zhu converged, while Araki pursued angrily from behind. Surrounded by 3 opponents, Xu Qiang's pace escalated once more. He executed a powerful kick, piercing through the trio's blockade. This display of raw speed ignited applause from the crowd. Upon colliding with Mkhitaryan, Xu Qiang feigned a move against Steven, deftly passing the ball to the edge of the penalty area and unleashing a long-range shot. Bam! His right foot struck the ball with such force that it deformed upon impact. A mournful wail echoed as the ball erupted from the ground, racing towards the goal. It was a blistering shot, so swift that even the camera could only capture its fleeting shadow. Karius was taken aback. His reaction was too late. Xu Qiang struck a long-range shot. Karius lunged but failed to reach it. Damn! Watching the ball find a net. Goal! Dortmund has equalized. The stadium erupted with fervent cheers from the Dortmund fans, drowning out the home supporters. Absolutely stunning. Remarkable. Xu Qiang first unleashed an unrelenting surge of speed. This was merely the prelude. Then, a fierce shot from the edge of the penalty area breached Karius' defenses. Brutal. Simple. Dominating. A goal steeped in individual heroism. It ignited the entire venue. Even home fans couldn't help but shower this young talent from China with enthusiastic applause. There was no denying it. This goal was simply magnificent. Essentially, it was a solo effort, with only Mkhitaryan briefly involved. Klopp, clutching his cap, stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, in disbelief. How could this goal possibly have gone in? It was truly astonishing. Xu Qiang's goal was nothing short of breathtaking. A visual spectacle, overwhelming. On Germany's second television channel. During the afternoon, only Fries and Joe were responsible for broadcasting Dortmund's match. After Xu Qiang scored, Joe let out a shriek that nearly pierced the ears of everyone in the studio. "Xu, I love you. Truly, that goal is the most spectacular I have ever witnessed. I must see Xu's match live next time. He has captivated me deeply, and I believe he has equally enchanted the audience in front of their screens." Joe exclaimed, "Oh my God, Joe, you nearly caused the directors to prepare for a hospital visit. Your high-pitched scream was too intense. Look, even a water cup shattered. Joe, I wholeheartedly agree with your suggestion. We must see Xu's match live at least once. Without a doubt, this goal will become the best of this Bundesliga round." Fries remarked. "Mr. Fries, the on-site staff, I sincerely apologize. I couldn't contain myself. Xu's goal was enough to drive anyone mad. Just look." The director captured the astonished expressions of the fans, bewildered and in disbelief. "Haha, the fans are truly delightful." Joe said. Xu came off the bench and contributed 2 goals, 1 scored and 1 assisted, which is simply miraculous. Only 5 minutes into the second half. Could it be that Dortmund is set to overturn the deficit? Fries posed a question. Chapter 64, Xu Qiang dismantles Mainz. If Xu Qiang's perfect debut won the hearts of Dortmund fans, and his Champions League debut made him unforgettable to them, then his recent goal and assist have ensured that all fans across German football remember Xu Qiang. In just 5 minutes, he leveled the score after trailing by 2 goals. All thanks to Xu Qiang. Klopp's substitution was nothing short of genius. Mainz's morale was severely shaken, while Dortmund's players, who had been dormant for an entire half, were now revived. With newfound confidence, Aubameyang surged down the wing, breaking through. He reached the byline, turned, and cut into the penalty area. With a deft touch, Aubameyang evaded Diaz's sliding tackle, glanced into the box, and delivered a precise cutback. Jogic met the ball with a shot. This time, Karius, having seen the ball's trajectory, made an accurate judgment, diving to parry it away. Mkhitaryan followed up with a shot, only to be blocked by defender Nick. The ball soared high, still within Mainz's perilous territory. Immobile held off Steven and attempted an acrobatic kick. However, the ball spun wildly, and he misjudged the landing point, merely grazing it with his foot. Xu Qiang surged in from behind, striking the ball. Karius reacted swiftly for a second save. Xu Qiang's shot was ingenious, aiming for a far corner. Twisting his waist, he kept the ball low. It hit the ground, taking a deflection. It shot high into the net. Swish. Goal. Dortmund has taken the lead. Xu Qiang has scored again. Unbelievable speed. The home fans could hardly believe it. Mainz collapsed within the second half. In less than 10 minutes, Dortmund turned the tide. How could the Mainz fans possibly accept this? It was utterly shocking. Tuchel nearly lost his composure. He knew it wasn't Mainz's collapse, but rather Xu Qiang's extraordinary prowess. The entire turnaround was orchestrated by the young Chinese player who had just come off the bench. He changed the dynamics of the match. The entire stadium was in chaos. Fans were ecstatic. The head coach was frenetic. Players on the bench were jubilant. Fans in front of their televisions were elated. Fans in the Chinese broadcast room were ecstatic. Xu Qiang, absolutely breathtaking. He carried Dortmund forward through adversity. This is the allure of football. You can never predict what will unfold on the pitch in the next moment. The Mainz players, who had put in a solid 60 minutes of effort, faced a heavy blow. Tuchel clapped and shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to regain focus. Yet, it seemed of little use. The players were disheartened. Who could maintain a good mood after conceding 3 goals in 10 minutes? Karius was utterly shattered. After 3 rounds of matches, he had conceded only 1 goal. Now, he had allowed 3 in just 10 minutes. Shameful. Little did he know, the nightmare was only just beginning. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the final whistle. The match between Mainz and Dortmund concluded, with the final score settling at 2-6. In the second half, Dortmund exploded in fervor. Immobile, following Xu Qiang's lead, scored a brace. Mkhitaryan also netted an open goal during stoppage time. The tumultuous second half caught Mainz off guard. Many fans left the stadium by the 70th minute, unable to bear witness any longer. Karius, having conceded 6 goals in 1 match, was left with a significant psychological burden. Xu Qiang achieved a hat-trick of assists. Both of Immobile's goals were set up by Xu Qiang. After the referee's final whistle, some home fans, overwhelmed with emotion, began to berate Tuchel and his players. The abrupt collapse was too much for the fans to accept. The psychological gap was immense. Dortmund fans, however, ascended from despair to euphoria. They celebrated jubilantly in the stadium, chanting Xu Qiang's name and singing the team's anthem. 6 goals provided a visual feast for the fans. The following day, media reporters went into a frenzy. Is this even human? A hat-trick of assists, 2 goals. Dortmund scored 6 in the second half, annihilating Mainz. Don't tell me this is a defender. I believe he is a forward. A hat-trick of assists and 2 goals. All hail Xu. A defender who scores better than forwards and assists better than midfielders. Xu, an omnipotent right back, a serious contender for the Golden Boot, and the assist king is, astonishingly, Dortmund's right back. Utterly ruthless. Inhumane. Dortmund's ruthlessness knows no bounds, as Klopp orchestrates a merciless slaughter against his former club. Mainz fans lament, "All I wish for now is to return home and sleep," hoping to awaken and find this is all just a dream. Stimulated by the system's tasks, Xu Qiang exerts every effort on the field, striving to score whenever possible and assist whenever feasible. The allure of system rewards, particularly those enticing gift packs, has him salivating. The prospect of unearthing a trove of treasures is exhilarating, especially the attribute points, talent skills, and items that money cannot procure. On the evening of September 24th at 7:30 p.m. in Stuttgart, Gundogan, Khedira, and Hummels returned from injury, only for Klopp to bench them. The disparity in strength is glaringly apparent, with Dortmund enjoying a significant home advantage, and pre-match predictions unanimously favoring them. However, Stuttgart's tenacity proves unexpectedly formidable. The first half concludes in a stalemate, with even Xu Qiang's long-range shot thwarted by the outstanding goalkeeper Ulrich, who made a miraculous save. Even Immobile's penalty, which he personally earned and took, is denied by Ulrich. Oh, the drama of this match. Ulrich is nothing short of divine. The principle of a weak team having a stellar goalkeeper holds true. Throughout the first half, Dortmund registers over 15 shots, with 7 on target. Ulrich leaps and dives, thwarting every attempt to find the net. His divine saves elicit applause from even the home crowd. Beyond the remarkable performance of their goalkeeper, Stuttgart executes their tactical plan with precision, particularly in their efforts to restrict Xu Qiang's breakthroughs and passes. Each time he dribbles forward, he is met with a barrage of defenders from both the forward and midfield positions, employing rough tactics such as pulling and tackling. By halftime, Xu Qiang is the most fouled player on the pitch, illustrating Stuttgart's targeted defensive strategy, which incurs 3 yellow cards. As the second half commences, Xu Qiang breaks through with blistering speed, intent on storming the penalty area. Frustrated by the first half's suffocating defense, he is determined to retaliate against Stuttgart. However, the reckless Sakai slides in with a high boot, sending Xu Qiang tumbling through the air and crashing to the ground, his cries of pain resonating throughout the stadium. Sakai's brutality is evident. Seeing Xu Qiang break through, he prioritizes the man over the ball. The referee's whistle pierces the air. A red card is swiftly shown, expelling Sakai from the match. As Xu Qiang lies on the ground, writhing in agony, the referee immediately signals for Dortmund's medical staff to attend to him. The stadium's big screen replays the foul in slow motion, revealing Sakai's studs digging into Xu Qiang's shin, contorting his foot alarmingly. The severity of the foul incites fury among the home fans. Sakai exits the field, facing a barrage of objects hurled by enraged supporters. Klopp's expression darkens as he watches anxiously. The team doctor raises a hand to signal a substitution. Klopp's heart sinks. Fans are distraught. Xu Qiang is forced to leave the pitch due to injury. Chapter 65. Dortmund's dreadful decline, suffering 4 consecutive defeats. With Xu Qiang injured, Klopp is compelled to make substitutions. Stuttgart, down to 10 men, struggles. Xu Qiang's injury is serious. He suspects a torn thigh muscle and is unable to lift his left foot. The club arranges for immediate medical attention. Xu Qiang's injury incites the fans' wrath, leading to heightened tensions and multiple physical altercations on the field. The malicious fouls fuel the outrage of every Dortmund player. The game continues, fraught with disruption. Stuttgart, now a man down, soon concedes a goal to Immobile, who puts Dortmund ahead. In celebration, Immobile gestures the number 26, dedicating the goal to Xu Qiang and wishing him a speedy recovery. Stuttgart's desperate attempts to foul and disrupt Dortmund's counterattacks result in a second red card, reducing them to 9 men. Yet, the Dortmund players remain furious. Even with a 2-goal lead as the game reaches the 70th minute, they show no signs of relenting in their assault. Seizing every opportunity, Immobile, Aubameyang, Jogic, and Mkhitaryan unleash relentless attacks on Stuttgart's goal. Even the substitutes, including Gundogan, join in the fray, bombarding Stuttgart's net. Upon seeing the scoreboard reflect a 5-0 scoreline, the referee can no longer bear to watch. The match concludes without adequate stoppage time. Although Dortmund secures a resounding victory, the players refrain from celebrating. Klopp, agitated, approaches the referee, asserting that Xu Qiang's injury warrants an appeal to the association for harsher penalties against Sakai. This was a malicious, premeditated foul. Everyone can see that Stuttgart has targeted Xu Qiang with brutal fouls since the match began. Such behavior is irrational and reflects poorly on the visiting team. Dortmund's official channels later announce Xu Qiang's injury status, a recovery period of 1 month, with an overall absence of at least 3 months, and the exact timeline for his return remains uncertain. The club condemns Stuttgart for their conduct and expresses outrage over Sakai's intentional foul. After the incident, Sakai shows no remorse, leaving the field without an apology, demonstrating a complete lack of respect for his opponent and sportsmanship. The official statement ignites a media firestorm across Germany, condemning Stuttgart and denouncing Sakai's foul play. Is this behavior befitting a human being? It is blatantly clear that the foul was aimed directly at a player. Thank goodness the referee only had 1 red card in his pocket. This foul warranted 10. This player from the island possesses no class. He commits a foul without apology and leaves with an air of entitlement. Let him go. Is Stuttgart a haven for villains? They seem to specialize in harboring such nefarious individuals. Sakai, the detestable, should be expelled from the Bundesliga. He should return to his island. The heartless Sakai, even though Dortmund has yet to detail Xu Qiang's injury, knows the treatment will take a month, and the recovery period will likely extend even longer. This is not merely football. It is akin to a brawl. The German football community is rife with condemnation. The outcry against Stuttgart and player Sakai mounts pressure on the German Football Association, which ultimately fines Stuttgart and imposes a 7-match suspension on Sakai for his malicious foul. This action somewhat quells the outrage within the German football scene. Even as Dortmund appeals the decision, expressing dissatisfaction, the association declines. Xu Qiang's specific injuries include a torn thigh muscle and a sprained ankle. Healing from such injuries typically takes 100 days. However, Xu Qiang is unwilling to wait that long, fearing he will miss numerous matches and potentially lose out on system rewards, which would be a significant loss. Fortunately, his girlfriend, Cheng Yuyan, contacts a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Accompanied by Cheng Yuyan, Xu Qiang returns briefly to his homeland for treatment. During this period, Xu Qiang receives rewards for completing system transfer tasks. Originally, the rewards for Xu Qiang were only settled by the system after the trading window had closed. He exceeded the task requirements and received 30 attribute points, merely a reward of attribute points. While it may seem that the system was rather stingy, this was precisely what Xu Qiang needed at the moment. He intended to utilize the system's new feature, self-healing. Immediately, he consumed the 30 attribute points and activated self-healing increased by 10, consuming 30 attribute points. Upon returning to the country for treatment, Xu Qiang received excellent care for his injuries, employing a combination of traditional and Western medical methods. The elderly Chinese doctor, skilled in the art of observation and inquiry, diagnosed Xu Qiang's condition without the need for x-rays. The strained muscles required daily applications of medicinal wine, coupled with electrotherapy and acupuncture, and, at night, external treatments using mountain herbs. His ankle required massages combined with medicinal wine, movements to dispel bruises, and so forth. The old doctor also helped Xu Qiang address several hidden ailments. Even the doctor remarked on Xu Qiang's remarkable physical condition and strong self-healing abilities. Only Xu Qiang understood that this was all thanks to his painful expenditure of 30 attribute points, which secured the system's special care. It could be said that the system's enhancement of 10 in self-healing ability, alongside the treatment from the old doctor, yielded results far exceeding mere numbers. This was a palpable experience. With the improvement in self-healing capabilities and the old doctor's expertise in handling sports injuries, Xu Qiang's recovery time would be significantly reduced by more than half. It now depended on the subsequent rehabilitation training to see if he could quickly regain his pre-injury competitive level. After a week of treatment back home, Xu Qiang's injuries had nearly healed, and he no longer required the old doctor's direct intervention. With ample medicine and herbs provided, and the formulas well instructed, Xu Qiang returned to Germany. Klopp personally visited Xu Qiang, astonished by the prowess of Chinese medicine. According to assessments from German hospitals, Xu Qiang would require at least a 20-day treatment period to be deemed fully recovered. Furthermore, ongoing observation was necessary, gradually increasing the training load during rehabilitation. Yet, after just 7 days, Xu Qiang would be ready to commence rehabilitation training in 2 or 3 days, allowing for monitoring and observation to prevent the recurrence of old injuries. During his recovery, Cheng Yin took leave to care for Xu Qiang's daily needs. The elderly Chinese doctor also prescribed various herbs for daily health maintenance, including those for foot soaks, baths, and teas. This venerable doctor, in his 70s, was remarkably robust. Considering his advanced age, Xu Qiang felt compelled to return home. Otherwise, he would not have rushed back. Following scientific examinations at the hospital, Xu Qiang was cleared to attempt training after 10 days of treatment, leaving the local hospital astounded. The longevity and excellence of Chinese medicine were truly commendable. Borussia Dortmund struggled in October, missing the invaluable contribution of Xu Qiang during a tightly packed schedule. Their lead in the league was usurped by Bayern Munich. Thankfully, their performance in the Champions League group stage remained stable, achieving 3 consecutive victories and securing 9 points. They also progressed smoothly to the third round of the German Cup, triumphing 3-0 against St. Pauli. However, Their league performance was far from ideal. In the sixth round, they suffered a 2-1 defeat to Schalke 04, followed by a 1-0 loss at home to Hamburg in the seventh round. The eighth round saw them lose 2-1 to Cologne. And in the ninth round, they fell 1-0 at home to Hanover, resulting in a disheartening 4 consecutive defeats. This precipitous decline left Dortmund fans deeply disappointed, as the team plummeted from first to sixth place, teetering on the brink of falling out of the European competition zone. At this juncture, Dortmund desperately needed a victory to restore morale. However, in the 10th round of the league, their opponent was none other than the Bundesliga powerhouse, Bayern Munich. Chapter 66. 5 consecutive wins for Bayern, 4 consecutive losses for Dortmund. Since being held to a draw by Hamburg away from home, Bayern embarked on a streak of victories starting from the 5th round, 30, 40, and even a remarkable 6-0 win against Werder Bremen in their last match. Their performance was stellar on both offense and defense. Facing a Dortmund side reeling from 4 consecutive defeats, pre-match sentiment heavily favored Bayern, with media and fans alike predicting another home victory against Dortmund. Bayern with 5 consecutive wins, yet to concede a goal. Dortmund with 4 consecutive losses, conceding in every match. The disparity in strength is evident. Klopp appears powerless. This season, the Yellow Submarine is a joke, going from 5 consecutive wins to 4 consecutive losses. Just look at the angry Dortmund fans blaming Klopp. What can injury-riddled Dortmund possibly use to contend against the overwhelmingly powerful Bayern Munich away from home? Come, enlighten us. This issue is yours to publish. It said Xu Qiang will recover in a month. Does Klopp really intend to place his hopes on this young Chinese lad, yet to turn 20? That is utterly absurd. In a pre-match assessment, media reporters dedicated an entire day to survey the match between Bayern and Dortmund, randomly calling 10,000 spectators to inquire about their support. Ultimately, the results showed that Bayern garnered a staggering 78 support, while Dortmund only managed a mere 12, with the remainder favoring a draw. The survey results revealed just how far Dortmund had fallen. Who could believe it? 4 consecutive defeats. Klopp was experiencing the most perilous moment of his coaching career at Dortmund. Not only was he facing external criticism and insult from fans, but even the trust of club executives had plummeted. Although the official Dortmund website issued a statement expressing confidence in Jürgen Klopp, claiming there was no rift or doubt between the management and him. Such proclamations rarely arise without reason. One could trust only half of the official rhetoric. During training, Klopp could not conceal his worry. The team's plummeting performance placed an undeniable burden on him as the head coach. He understood this truth well. Eventually, someone must take the blame. In China, on a certain live-streaming platform, Duan Xian and Coach Chun, 2 old partners, were joined by a stunning football belle, Dandan. Dandan, with her long flowing hair, rosy cheeks, and large eyes, donned Dortmund's home jersey, which did little to hide her alluring curves and striking figure. The short skirt paired with the jersey revealed her long, fair legs, accentuated by a pair of sleek black high heels. This mesmerizing football belle, Dandan, certainly caught the eye. Do not misunderstand. Hello, everyone. Em Dandan. Thrilled to have you join me for the late-night viewing of tonight's Bundesliga clash between Bayern and Dortmund. Dandan stood before the large screen, stating, since Xu Qiang's injury, Dortmund has suffered 4 consecutive defeats, which has greatly impacted their morale. In contrast, Bayern has secured 5 consecutive victories at home, gaining momentum. However, Chinese fans can look forward to Xu Qiang's return to the pitch in this match. He is the hope of the entire village. At the pre-match press conference, Klopp confirmed that Xu Qiang has fully recovered and will accompany the team to Bayern's Allianz Arena, ready for action. Live coverage will now allow Coach Chun and Duan Xian to discuss the highlights and focal points of this match. Facing the camera, the enchanting football belle Dandan maintained her charming smile, captivating the audience and provoking a flurry of compliments in the live chat. Dandan was correct. I just received the starting lineups for both teams, and indeed Xu Qiang is on the bench. As for the highlights of this pivotal match, I believe it is best left to Coach Chun, who is more professional. The camera shifted as Duan Xian began to speak. The audience can observe Bayern's starting lineup on the large screen, with Zhizou and Lewandowski both emerging from Borussia Dortmund. Guardiola has opted for a 4-3-3 formation, placing Robben and Ribéry on the bench. Coach Chin studies the displayed starting lineup and substitutes of Bayern, commenting on it. For the yellow wall, Both Reyes and G knew and have returned from injury, with Adrian positioned as the sole striker, while Klopp employs a 4-5-1 formation, which is quite similar to the 4-3-3, utilizing the wings effectively. Xu Qiang finds himself on the substitute list. Dortmund is currently ensnared in an unusual quagmire, suffering 4 consecutive defeats, yet they have been on a winning streak in the Champions League, leaving fans perplexed. I too cannot fathom why Dortmund finds itself in such a predicament. Last month's injuries have gradually healed, yet victories elude them. Striker Immobile has not been activated, failing to score in several matches. Perhaps only Xu Qiang can rejuvenate him, recalling how Xu previously assisted Immobile, delivering precise passes. Duan Xian interjects, agreeing that it cannot solely be blamed on Immobile's poor form. He requires support and assists to thrive, lacking significant breakthrough ability, relying solely on Reyes. Dortmund is at a disadvantage. Netizens comment that Immobile is worthless, questioning Dortmund's decision to sign him. They ponder if it would have been wiser to retain Lewandowski with that money, branding Dortmund foolish. Can Dortmund even hold on to its players? The yellow wall merely plays the caretaker role. Just look at Ji. Once famous, he fled. Do you think Dortmund's financial situation is robust? They must sell players to pay off debts. You are overthinking it. Tonight's focus is on Xu Qiang. Speaking of which, how many goals and assists do you think he will achieve? Guessing is futile. Do you think Xu Qiang is a deity? If he were that exceptional, he would already be in the Premier League or La Liga, not lingering in the Bundesliga. How can you speak so rudely? Your words are unclean. Get lost. You are not even Chinese, yet you fail to support a team with Chinese players. Leave early. It's frustrating to see such people every day. Before long, the chat room erupts again. At the Allianz Arena, 66,000 fans have filled the stands. The red and yellow hues are distinctly separated, igniting a fervent atmosphere in the stadium. Under the bright lights, the players of both teams emerge from the tunnel, led by the referee. Subsequently, the head coaches make their entrance. Klopp extends his hand to Guardiola, his lifelong rival. These two, whether on the Bundesliga stage or in future Premier League encounters, are destined to be adversaries for life. Lahm and Reyes stand before the referee, tossing a coin. Reyes opts for the kickoff, leaving Lahm to choose the attacking direction. Xu Qiang sits quietly on the bench, observing the players on the field as they warm up, eager to make their mark and prepare for the match. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the 10th round of the Bundesliga commences, Bayern Munich versus Borussia Dortmund. In the first half, Bayern leads by 2 goals, with Xu Qiang making his substitute appearance. Bayern has always been the dominant force in the Bundesliga, their strength beyond dispute. In tonight's match against Dortmund, the depth of Bayern's squad allows Guardiola to rest certain players, planning for the long term in the Champions League. Reyes is overly possessive of the ball and is quickly dispossessed in midfield, leading to Alonso distributing the ball to the advancing Thomas Müller on the wing. In this match, Alaba and Lahm push into the midfield as Guardiola sets up the 4-3-3 formation with Ji, Lewandowski, and Müller at the forefront from left to right. Müller faces Dom, who is supported by Sven, and under pressure from both. He struggles to find a better passing lane. He plays it back to Lahm, who delivers a precise 45-degree cross into the penalty area, targeting Ji. Hummels anticipates the play, intercepting the ball before Ji can make contact, resulting in a corner for Bayern. Müller takes the corner, but it is too close to the goal, easily gathered by Weidenfeller. Weidenfeller throws the ball out. Mkhitaryan spins to receive it, but is nudged by Lahm and loses the ball to Bayern. Bayern executes Guardiola's tactical philosophy with sharp, localized battles for possession, swiftly advancing to capitalize on any counterattacks from their opponents. Lahm lofts a ball into the box, where Lewandowski makes a run, bypassing Dortmund's entire defensive line. Hummels raises his hand, indicating offside. However, Lewandowski disregards this, focusing on the shot. With a sliding tackle, Lewandowski unleashes a shot. The ball is too close for Weidenfeller, who rushes out to intervene. Lewandowski strikes a low shot, aiming for the far corner, and the ball sails past the goalkeeper's side, into the net. Goal! Lewandowski celebrates, but cannot help but glance toward the assistant referee, only allowing himself to revel in the moment upon seeing that the flag remains down. Just minutes into the match, Bayern takes the lead. In slow motion, we see Lahm's second attack. Dortmund's defense is pushed forward, and Lewandowski quickly retreats, making a run that is not offside, with Sabodi being the last defender in the box. The assistant referee has keen eyesight. The home crowd erupts in celebration. Lewandowski acknowledges the moment briefly before quieting down, signifying his respect for the club he once called home. Guardiola remains composed on the sidelines, clapping in approval. Klopp, however, is animated, raising his fists in protest, claiming the goal was clearly offside, yet the assistant referee remains unresponsive. It is evident that Bayern's prowess is on full display at this moment. Particularly with Lewandowski's addition, Bayern's attacking front has become even more formidable. The world-class striker has filled the void left by the absence of a strong forward. Bayern's breakthroughs and goals rely not solely on wing assaults. With an all-encompassing striker like Lewandowski, Bayern's overall offensive capability has been significantly enhanced. In contrast, Dortmund suffers from insufficient midfield intensity, making their defense vulnerable and playing on an entirely different level than Bayern. Has the once mighty Bundesliga giant, Borussia Dortmund, truly fallen from grace? Dortmund fans are increasingly disheartened. In previous matches, they attributed the team's poor performance to a slew of injuries, which the fans could understand. After all, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Yet now, with all key players returning, why does their performance remain lackluster? It is indeed frustrating. As anticipated, just a few minutes later, Xu Qiang loses the ball in the attacking third, allowing Bayern to rapidly orchestrate a counterattack. Müller breaks into the penalty area, shooting immediately. Fortunately, Weidenfeller is in excellent form, swiftly making a save to block Müller's shot. Hummels fails to provide sufficient cover, giving Xu Qiang a chance for a follow-up. But unfortunately, Xu Qiang misses the target, sending it high and leaving Dortmund in a state of near panic. After 30 minutes, although Bayern has not established a dominant hold on the game, their counterattacks and advancements are well structured. Bayern's tactical execution is remarkably effective. Each offensive maneuver poses a threat to Dortmund's goal. In contrast, Dortmund's Aubameyang struggles with ball control, often losing possession. Adrian performs well this match, but finds himself isolated, attempting a long-range shot that Neuer easily saves, anticipating the ball's trajectory. As the match progresses to the 34th minute, Bayern continues to advance with the ball. Under the tutelage of Guardiola, Bayern Munich's offensive strategy exhibits a remarkable sense of progression. When the central route proves ineffective, the ball is swiftly transferred to Alaba's feet. Alaba accelerates down the baseline, executing a deft turn, and plays a wall pass with Müller before unleashing a powerful long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. Alaba's strike is sharp and low, zipping towards the near post. Weidenfeller reacts swiftly, managing to parry the shot, but the ball ricochets off the ground, remaining uncontrollable. Xu Qiang rushes in for a follow-up, but Hummels intervenes with a sliding block. The ball strikes Hummels' outstretched arm, propelling high into the air. Xu Qiang raises his hands in protest, claiming handball against Hummels. However, at the back post, Müller leaps forward and taps the ball in goal. Bayern extends their lead to 2. The atmosphere around Dortmund's goal is fraught with tension. It seems inevitable that they will concede further. As the match progresses, the uncertainty dissipates. Guardiola leaps in celebration, while Klopp, visibly disheartened, shakes his head and turns away, taking a sip from a bottle of water. As the first half winds down, Bayern remains calm, focused on maintaining their lead. Dortmund, struggling to find solutions, is stifled in midfield, unable to orchestrate effective combinations. Their morale wanes, and it appears they may face a 5th consecutive defeat. At halftime, Bayern leads by 2 goals as they head to the dressing room. Statistically, possession is evenly split, yet Bayern has doubled Dortmund's shot attempts and boasts a higher accuracy rate. Their offensive efficiency and defensive intensity render them overwhelmingly dominant, leaving Dortmund on the defensive. On the sidelines, Xu Qiang, who has not yet joined his teammates in the dressing room, is engaged in earnest warm-ups under Klopp's watchful eye. After a month away from the pitch, Xu Qiang makes his eagerly anticipated return, having remarkably recovered in just a month from a projected 2 to 3 month hiatus. The rehabilitation process rigorously tests a player's resolve, but his hard work has finally borne fruit. As the second half commences, Dortmund makes a substitution. Duim exits, making way for Xu Qiang, whose return elicits enthusiastic applause from the traveling Dortmund fans. Prior to his entrance, Klopp whispers a few encouraging words to Xu Qiang, reminiscent of their previous match against Mainz, though the coach seems to have limited options available. He encourages Xu Qiang to attack, granting him the freedom to shoot from outside the box. Rest assured, Coach, "We shall not lose this match," Xu Qiang replies with a faint smile. "It all depends on you," Klopp asserts resolutely. Upon re-entering the field, Xu Qiang casts aside distractions and immerses himself in the game. His excitement is palpable. Football has permeated his very being, becoming an irreplaceable facet of his life. As a professional athlete, he is fortunate to transform his passion into his vocation. Xu Qiang now faces off against former Dortmund star Zhu, who retains vivid memories of Xu Qiang's formidable performance in last season's DFB Pokal final. As he steps onto the pitch, Xu Qiang employs a special item to enhance his passing attribute, activating a speed booster and an invisible barrier. He utilizes these three items without reservation. As Dortmund finds itself in a precarious position, not only trailing by 2 goals in this match, but also 6 points behind Bayern in the league standings. A victory for Bayern today would complicate Dortmund's title aspirations significantly. Xu Qiang's presence alleviates some pressure in midfield, allowing him to support teammates like Reyes and Mkhitaryan, creating more space for their movements. Bayern quickly perceives the shift in focus towards Xu Qiang, recalling his dazzling display in the DFB Pokal final. Guardiola, noticing Xu Qiang's substitution, consults with his assistant coach regarding strategies to contain him. This player is extraordinary, Guardiola reflects, recalling how Xu single-handedly propelled RB Leipzig to victory, a sentiment that is no exaggeration. As the match unfolds, the dynamics shift rapidly. Xu Qiang, now positioned on the right flank, engages in a physical duel with Lahm. Utilizing his talent skill, he successfully appropriates Lahm's agility. Lahm, momentarily disoriented, cannot comprehend what has transpired. Xu Qiang then expends 2 attribute points to activate the skill unyielding as a mountain, effectively outmuscling Lahm. As Dante approaches to assist, Xu Qiang feints and deftly guides the ball toward the baseline. Despite Dante's aggressive challenge, Xu Qiang remains unfazed, maintaining possession. Reyes approaches for support, while Mkhitaryan fills Xu Qiang's position on the right. In the penalty area, Adrian lies in wait, poised to strike, with Aubameyang stationed at the far post and Jean Dogan lurking outside the box. As Dante applies pressure, and with Lahm closing in, Xu Qiang finds himself cornered near the baseline. Suddenly, he skillfully flicks the ball through Dante's legs, executing a perfect dribble. The speed booster activates, allowing him to burst past the defenders and sweep the ball across the penalty area, with Neuer blocking the near post. Xu Qiang strikes a low shot that eludes the goalkeeper's grasp. Adrian, overpowering Benatia, meets the ball and scores. Dortmund has narrowed the deficit to 1. Xu Qiang assists, and within mere minutes of the second half, Adrian's goal rekindles hope for the team. Adrian rushes to the sidelines, embracing Xu Qiang and mimicking his signature celebration, playfully shushing the fans. Teammates excitedly converge to celebrate the goal together. Xu Qiang feels an inexplicable joy, even as he acknowledges the formidable challenge posed by Bayern, necessitating the continued use of his items and skills. Klopp, observing from the sidelines, wears a knowing smile, relieved by the turn of events. In the distant east, in Huagua, a popular live-streaming platform broadcasts, Adrian scores. Yes, once again, the familiar Xu Qiang delivers a spectacular assist. Breakthrough. With a deft touch, Adrian nudged the ball in, and it found the back of the net. Dortmund has pulled one back, Duan Xian remarked. The substitutions made by Klopp have had an immediate impact. Xu Qiang, living up to expectations, made a stunning return from injury, igniting the team's offensive play. Under Xu Qiang's influence, Dortmund's attack became vibrant, a stark contrast to the lifelessness observed in the first half. Coach Chen commented, "Wow, Xu Qiang is incredible. His performance after coming off the bench has been sharp. He truly deserves the title of Germany's rising star." Cheerfully echoed Dandan, the football enthusiast. Indeed, Dandan makes an excellent point. Since Xu Qiang's substitution, I feel rejuvenated. Alas, this season has seen many flaws in Dortmund's lineup. Truly, results speak volumes, for consecutive defeats are not the hallmark of a prestigious club like Borussia Dortmund. Duan Xian lamented. The upcoming matches promise to be increasingly thrilling. Could Dortmund replicate their previous massacre of Bayern, akin to their last encounter with Mainz? Ha ha ha. The banter in the comments is amusing, yet Bayern will not surrender easily, Coach Chen asserted. Though I am a Bayern supporter, I hope Dortmund secures victory today. Xu Qiang will undoubtedly deliver an outstanding performance for everyone, Dandan remarked. Comments from netizens. Xu Qiang is phenomenal. His dribbling and passing are the highest caliber, and his on-field performance remains unwavering. After a month away from watching Dortmund matches, what is there to enjoy without Xu Qiang? Now, even if it means staying up late, I must watch. Who can rival my strong brother in the Bundesliga? Bayern must bow down in reverence. By the way, Xu Qiang was once called the Bull Demon King during his time at RB Leipzig. Now at Dortmund, is he dubbed the Wasp King? What a ludicrous title. It should be Transformers or Super Bee King. Please, have some common sense. The leader of the Wasps is always female. Do you wish for Xu Qiang to change genders? Does Xu Qiang even consent to such a transformation? The comment section spiraled into chaos, diverting from the topic, leaving Duan Xian and the others both amused and bewildered. At the Allianz Arena, Müller, with the ball at his feet, penetrated the defense, drawing attention to Xu Qiang. Ji had made a run, but was obstructed by Xu Qiang, causing Müller to hesitate in his pass. A quick lateral pass was intercepted by the suddenly aggressive Sven. An irate Müller resorted to physicality, pushing Sven down. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Foul against Müller. In a gesture of sportsmanship, Müller helped Sven up, offering a few words of apology. He tossed the ball to Xu Qiang, who retreated momentarily, employing his innate skill, superior God-S vision, to survey his teammates' movements in the attacking third. Aubameyang roamed on the left, Adrian squeezed between the two center backs, Reyes cautiously retreated on the right wing, while Mkhitaryan jogged over to receive the ball. In the center circle, Jindu and Sven positioned themselves, ready to receive a pass. Suddenly, Xu Qiang noticed Neuer's positioning. Xu Qiang retreated about 10 meters, taking a long run up. He launched into a sprint, his gaze sharp and focused on the goal. With explosive power, he propelled himself off the ground. His supporting foot sank into the grass as he lifted his right foot, grazing the turf. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated throughout the Allianz Arena. At that moment, the audience, both in the stadium and worldwide, simultaneously thought, could he be attempting a direct shot? Chapter 69. The Unbelievable Goal. The ball soared from the grass, empowered by Xu Qiang's immense strength. At the point of impact, the ball deformed under the pressure. A magnificent arc traced across the sky. The speed was astounding. It was as swift as a shooting projectile, spinning with precision towards the goal defended by Neuer, positioned fairly advanced. Neuer was caught off guard as the ball hurtled toward him. In disbelief, Neuer realized a shot was imminent. This audacious attempt, originating from the opponent's half, was unprecedented. Even if Xu Qiang casually tossed the ball closer to the halfway line, such a maneuver typically evades the referee's scrutiny. Yet, he shot from a considerable distance, over 60 meters away. My goodness, a shot from 60 meters. Everyone present questioned Xu Qiang's sanity. Concerned he had squandered a golden opportunity for Dortmund. However, their doubts quickly dissipated as the ball descended in a parabolic arc. Its speed and accuracy aimed directly at Neuer's goal. Could it truly score? Neuer clenched his teeth, pivoting towards the oncoming ball, sprinting toward the net. This audacious lob was undeniably a provocation directed at Neuer. Being a world-class goalkeeper, Neuer had to deflect it as the ball descended. It landed precisely within the goal's range, without bouncing or deflecting. Neuer, in a desperate dive, managed to touch the ball just before it crossed the line. What close call! The tension was palpable. If this shot had gone in, it would undoubtedly secure the Pusk's award for this year. As the audience held their breath, preparing to applaud Neuer's inevitable save, something extraordinary happened. The ball did not clear the crossbar. Instead, it ricocheted back down to the penalty spot. Rafinha, Benatia, and others from Bayern's defense were taken aback, scrambling back. Aubameyang, Jindu, Reyes, and Adrian surged forward. Suddenly, a figure effortlessly maneuvered through the gap between Rafinha and Benatia, breaking free. Neuer, realizing who it was, saw Xu Qiang had burst into the penalty area. It resembled a basketball player reclaiming a rebound after a missed shot. Rather than attempting to block him, Neuer watched as Xu Qiang positioned himself to shoot, and he lunged forward for the save. The ball bounced, landing almost at the penalty spot, akin to a penalty kick. However, it was more challenging due to its spin. Xu Qiang twisted his waist, executing a precise shot with the inside of his foot, maintaining the quality and angle of the strike while controlling the bouncing ball. Neuer dove in the right direction. Yet, Xu Qiang's shot was executed flawlessly. The ball soared just above Neuer's fingertips and nestled into the net. Goal! Xu Qiang has scored. And what a stunning goal it was. It left everyone in awe. The entire Allianz Arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Suddenly, the stands erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Fans, whether supporting the away team or the home Bayern, celebrated exuberantly. Xu Qiang's goal could only be described as superhuman. The commentators were beside themselves, their excitement nearly overwhelming the microphone. At this moment, even the celebratory gesture of the jubilant Xu Qiang, signaling for silence, could not quell the exuberance of the fans. In fact, it only intensified their fervor. Guardiola was left utterly bewildered, hands clutching his head as he turned away, only to succumb to curiosity and glance back once more. The ever-animated Klopp dashed beyond the white line, racing into the fray. Had it not been for the referee's intervention, he would have joined Xu Qiang in celebration. Players and staff from the bench surged onto the pitch alongside Klopp, as if Borussia Dortmund had just clinched the championship. Unbelievable. Hard to believe. Is this real? These phrases erupted wildly in the minds of every spectator, dominating their thoughts. On Germany's second television channel, the entire broadcasting studio descended into chaos, with the director frantically switching between scenes of jubilation. The lovely cheerleader, Qiao, nearly pulled out her golden locks in excitement. Friss's chair seemed to have vanished, and the studio table was in disarray. Even the director rushed onto the scene. The entire recording studio was in turmoil. In Huagua, on a certain streaming platform, the live commentary devolved into incoherence. Coach Chun struggled to maintain a coherent dialogue. Cheerleader Dandon could only muster a stream of flowery praises. The comment section was flooded with an array of exuberant symbols, leaving everyone at a loss for words. All that remained was astonishment. From the replay provided by the director, after Xu Qiang unleashed a powerful long-range shot, he sprinted towards the goal with astonishing speed. Indeed, it was remarkable. He dashed towards the net as every defensive player in the vicinity was drawn towards the ball. Even Neuer's spectacular save allowed the Bayern players to exhale with relief. In that moment, Xu Qiang's run felt like a journey through uncharted territory. In truth, Xu Qiang was not particularly fast. The running accelerator had not been triggered, and he initially doubted his own ability to catch up. He simply relied on instinct, sensing that the ball might very well be deflected. Perhaps it was merely a possibility. But isn't football all about those minuscule probabilities? Thus, Xu Qiang seized the moment. It felt as if he materialized out of thin air. Had he not stood to celebrate, he would have surely been overwhelmed by his exuberant teammates, forming a human pile. 22. Dortmund equalized the score. Xu Qiang, with 1 goal and 1 assist, was simply unstoppable. Bayern Munich faced yet another crushing blow from Xu Qiang. At this moment, the Bayern hierarchy, present in the stands, was filled with regret. Why hadn't they been resolute enough to invest a few million during the winter break to bring Xu Qiang to the Allianz Arena? It should have been them celebrating in ecstasy, not Dortmund. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. Once missed, it is lost forever. Bayern would pay the price for their prior arrogance towards Xu Qiang. In this match, Xu Qiang was determined to prove to Bayern that losing him was their folly. Many might favor Bayern, accepting the conditions of their youth academy without hesitation. However, an ambitious Xu Qiang, with talent and a system backing him, would not tolerate such arrogance from Bayern. He possessed the capability to demonstrate his worth. This moment was the opportune time to confront Bayern. On the sidelines, Guardiola swiftly issued instructions for adjustments. Jiu-Jitsu could no longer contain Xu Qiang, and Bayern needed to adapt. The swift-footed Robin was called into action. Chapter 70. The combination of innate skills is overwhelmingly powerful. Dortmund equalized. As the match reached the 64th minute, Bayern made a substitution. Jiu-Jitsu off, Robin on. Bayern appeared momentarily stunned. After conceding the equalizer, they made a series of errors in their offensive organization. Guardiola decisively changed players and encouraged those on the field. Robin's entry was meant to stabilize the team. However, against Xu Qiang, it seemed inadequate. Robin received a pass from Müller and accelerated, attempting to bypass Xu Qiang. Yet, Xu Qiang executed a precise sliding tackle, sending the ball out of play. Undeterred, Robin, with assistance from Müller and Lahm, finally managed to evade Xu Qiang. Just as Lahm's pass had been too forceful, almost sending the ball out of bounds, Robin valiantly kept it in play, lofting it into the penalty area. Hummels intercepted just before Lewandowski could strike. conceding a corner to Bayern. Müller took the corner, targeting the near post. Alaba, maneuvering just outside the penalty area, surged forward to meet the ball with a header. The ball grazed Alaba's forehead, spinning into the net. Swish! It was a goal. The ball nestled in the back of the net, brushing past the post. Alaba's header found the mark. Bayern regained the lead. 32. Alaba truly exhibited the qualities of an offensive midfielder, capable of passing and shooting with an innate sense of attack. However, defensively, he often faltered in comparison to Xu Qiang. This match was not only a frenzy for the players on the field, but also for the fans. With fewer than 70 minutes gone, 5 goals had been scored. Bayern, as formidable as ever, was not easily subdued by Xu Qiang. The home crowd celebrated as the score tilted in favor of the hosts. Curiously, the away fans rallied, chanting Xu Qiang's name, their voices momentarily overpowering the home support. Dortmund resumed play from the center circle. Klopp needed to make adjustments as well. Jean Dogan was replaced by Jojic. Dortmund began to circulate the ball backward, progressing methodically as Xu Qiang advanced past the midfield line. Hummels delivered a lateral pass, and Xu Qiang moved forward, but Robin interjected with a foot to intercept. Robin played a lateral pass, hesitating to break through, but Xu Qiang anticipated his move, positioning himself to regain possession. Seeing this, Lahm rushed to support, but Xu Qiang deftly maneuvered around him. Lahm, deprived of his innate skill, agile positioning, was a step behind, unable to keep pace with Xu Qiang, who easily slipped past him. Frustrated, Lahm tugged at Xu Qiang's jersey. Xu Qiang shouted as he fell backward. The assistant referee raised his flag. The referee's whistle blew. A yellow card was issued to Lahm. Ruben, indignant, protested to the referee, claiming that Xu Qiang had collided with him and questioned why no foul was called. Disputing with the referee was utterly foolish. As expected, Robin's incessant complaints began to irritate the referee. Even Lahm could not restrain him. The referee, exasperated, brandished a yellow card at Robin, who had just entered the fray. Xu Qiang's ability, invisible interception, began to take effect. Once Bayern's frustration escalated, they were bound to suffer consequences. Guardiola, witnessing this familiar scene from the sidelines, was reminded of the contentious moments from the German Cup final. It felt eerily similar. Once again, it was instigated by Xu Qiang. The familiar sensation, the resonance. Guardiola immediately sought to calm his players, urging them to remain composed and not act impulsively. A red card at this juncture would be disastrous, potentially reversing the momentum of the match. Despite Dortmund's prior 4 consecutive losses, Guardiola had never underestimated them. On the contrary, he held Klopp's Borussia Dortmund in high regard. The arguing players were swiftly separated. Robin automatically received a yellow card. A free kick for Borussia Dortmund. Xu Qiang is taking a shot. Neuer appears somewhat wary of Xu Qiang, taking a few steps back, unwilling to stand too far from the goal. Xu Qiang utilizes his innate skills to assess his teammates' positions. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his mind. Could the surgical knife and accurate passing skills be used in conjunction? It is challenging to control the precise landing point of a long pass. Even if it were possible, it would be heavily defended, and the defenders would likely intercept it with their foresight. However, with the evolved surgical knife, which offers a stroke of luck combined with accurate passing, a gamble could be worthwhile. Spending 3 attribute points makes Xu Qiang wince. Nevertheless, he casts aside his hesitations and immediately puts his idea into action. He sprints, raising his foot as a passing lane materializes before his eyes. Then his body seems to be guided by an invisible force, as if he were a marionette, effortlessly maneuvered. The ball soars from the grass, directly floating into the penalty area. However, this pass is too low and flat. It possesses strength, yet lacks height, making it susceptible to interception at the near post. Suddenly, Jojic dashes in from the periphery, racing towards the front. He leaps and executes a side-footed shot. Bang! The ball weaves through the crowded penalty area, skimming the inside of the near post and into the net. A goal! Jojic, having just come on as a substitute, he makes an immediate impact. 3-3. Borussia Dortmund has equalized once more. Xu Qiang assists Jojic's acrobatic shot. Jojic loses his balance and tumbles to the ground. He rises to celebrate with Xu Qiang, reveling in their partnership. Xu Qiang has assisted Jojic multiple times. Jojic exclaims, "I adore Xu Qiang." Bayern and Dortmund have turned this into a basketball game. You score one, and I respond. Neither side yielding. Frankly, the outcome of this match is something that could hardly have been predicted prior to kickoff. Bayern, riding high on a 5-game winning streak, are formidable. Dortmund, despite 4 consecutive losses, are fighting tenaciously, refusing to back down. At this point, the result seems secondary to the fans. 6 goals have captivated the world. This is a classic top-tier German derby, representing the pinnacle of German football. Klopp's nerves have finally eased somewhat, with the scoreboard reading 3-3 and the clock at 80 minutes. He realizes that winning at the Allianz Arena against Bayern is no easy feat. A draw would suffice to halt Bayern's momentum, and he finds this acceptable. It appears that Guardiola also acquiesces to the idea of a mutually agreeable draw, considering the efforts the players have expended thus far. The tightly packed schedule and upcoming Champions League fixtures weigh on both coaches' minds. Shortly thereafter, both coaches make substitutions. For Dortmund, Reyes is off and Kell is on. For Bayern, Alonso exits and Witzel enters. Lewandowski is replaced by Ribery. All substitution slots have been utilized. The intensity of the second half seems to wane as both teams' attacks slow down. After all, whether in offense or defense, stamina is at a premium, and it is impossible to maintain peak performance throughout the match. As the game enters its final phase, the fourth official raises the stoppage time board. 3 minutes. 3 minutes of stoppage time. At this moment, Xu Qiang advances with the ball. Robin immediately closes in to apply pressure, while Lahm positions himself defensively to obstruct Xu Qiang's passing options. Suddenly, Xu Qiang accelerates. Robin attempts a sliding tackle, but is bypassed as Xu Qiang deftly maneuvers around him. Lahm lowers his body, attempting to block him. Xu Qiang passes to Mkhitaryan. Kell moves from the right flank to the center to receive the ball, while Xu Qiang follows closely behind. Lahm sticks close to Xu Qiang, disrupting his flow, while Bernat provides lateral support, creating a double team. Kell shifts back to the right flank as Xu Qiang dribbles toward the center. Suddenly, Xu Qiang sends a parallel pass to Jogic. Lahm and Bernat are drawn towards him. Without pausing, Jogic executes a diagonal pass into the penalty area. Xu Qiang tears through Bayern's entire defensive line, surging into the box. He meets the ball with fury. Chapter 71. Xu Qiang's stoppage time winner, turning the tide against Bayern. Xu Qiang bursts into the penalty area. He lifts his foot to shoot. Neuer, noticing Xu Qiang's advance, is momentarily startled. He reacts swiftly, with the goal so close. Neuer can only instinctively dive. Bang! The ball strikes the top of the net. A goal! Xu Qiang, in stoppage time. Bayern has been slain. 4-3. Borussia Dortmund has turned the tables. The Dortmund fans in attendance erupt with joy. They nearly overwhelm the barriers. They throw objects in excitement. They cheer wildly. Xu Qiang's signature, silencing celebration, does little to quell the frenzy. This match has been utterly thrilling. Until the final whistle, no one could predict what would unfold. Xu Qiang finds himself on the ground, entangled with teammates in a euphoric celebration. Even the substitutes rush over to join in the jubilation. With less than a minute remaining, Guardiola must surely be cursing his luck. Bayern's executives are in a frenzy, lamenting the missed opportunity to sign Xu Qiang. If only someone had suggested it earlier. Meanwhile, the audience on a popular streaming platform in China has surpassed 3 million viewers for this Bundesliga showdown. A last-minute goal. Xu Qiang has slain Bayern. In a battle of thousands, behold Xu Qiang's dagger strike. Duan Xian exclaims with fervor. Xu Qiang delivers the fatal blow. Dortmund's comeback. This is football. This is the match we longed for. Until the last moment, victory remains uncertain. What a splendid run. Jogic's pass was exquisite, slicing through Bayern's entire defense. Xu Qiang surged forward, unleashing a thunderous shot that left Neuer helpless. Coach Chen remarks, the much-anticipated Xu Qiang has indeed lived up to expectations, securing victory over Bayern. Observing the fans' ecstatic comments flooding in, I won't enumerate the well wishes. As the replay rolls, I take another look at Xu Qiang's goal. The football darling, Dandan, can't help but bounce with excitement. In the live stream, her short skirt sways enticingly, captivating the attention of the older gentleman nearby. This moment, unseen by the broadcast, delights the staff in the studio. Oh, a cameraman has even been caught off guard. Stay hydrated, everyone. Bayern restarts from the center circle. The match is in its final seconds. Bayern launches a desperate, all-out assault with a long pass. Xu Qiang beats Robin to the ball, heading it out of bounds. Robin quickly takes a throw in, but Xu Qiang intercepts again, clearing the danger. Aubameyang displayed remarkable prowess, seizing possession amidst a dual assault and surging forward. He was acutely aware that no one was there to assist him, and from the edge of the penalty area, he unleashed a long-range shot. Regrettably, the execution was poor, sending the ball soaring high into the sky. Neuer swiftly dispatched the ball, dominating the midfield with a series of headers, 3 or 5, in quick succession. Before the ball even touched the ground, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The game concluded with a decisive scoreline, as Bayern Munich, leading by 2 goals, suffered a reversal, marking the end of their 5-match winning streak. Borussia Dortmund, triumphantly overturning Bayern on their home turf, ended their 4-game losing streak and secured a hard-fought 3 points. In the aftermath, journalists from major media outlets around the globe clamored to report on the spectacular encounter between Bayern and Dortmund, which was heralded as a classic goal fest. The match was punctuated by Xu Qiang's astonishing long-range strike, followed by his own rebound. Chinese media exclaimed, "The god of war descends." Xu Qiang, with his sheer might, overpowers the Bundesliga giants Bayern, aiding the Yellow Submarine in breaking free from their 4-game losing streak. Is this still human? When facing Bayern, we must look to Brother Qiang. What more is there to say? Upon his return, Brother Qiang astounds all, European mainstream media reported. A preordained winner of the Pusk S Award. Dortmund's young talent Xu delivers a breathtaking long-range shot, followed by a rebound goal. The Bundesliga titan is overturned by the Yellow Submarine, with an unexpectedly thrilling match. It is not that Bayern is feeble, but rather that the Yellow Submarine is exceptionally sharp, especially the Bundesliga newcomer Xu. After watching the match, one cannot help but admire him. Bayern no longer exuded the same invincibility as they did in the German Cup final. At least, Xu Qiang believed that Bayern was not insurmountable. Perhaps it was due to his own development, as his teammates were no longer of a lower league caliber. Upon reflecting post-match, Xu realized that Bayern's formidable reputation had led him to use 3 items consecutively at the start, which was unnecessary. At least, the running accelerator was not needed, as it mandated a 7-day cool-down period. This meant that for his next match, just 3 days later against Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium, he would be unable to utilize it, which felt like a waste. By combining the talent skills used on the field, Xu discovered that items and talent skills could sometimes be stacked for unexpected effects. Even similar types, when used together, yielded better results. For instance, his assist for Jajic's goal was executed with such a lack of clarity that he genuinely did not understand its utility. He merely followed the system's prescribed path, like a puppet on strings, and the ball was sent forth. Jajic made a run to the near post, took a shot, and scored. Few would believe it. Regardless, the outcome was favorable. Dortmund celebrated a long-awaited victory, stalling Bayern's momentum. Indeed, during Xu's injury, Dortmund had fallen into a peculiar cycle. They had achieved a remarkable 3 consecutive victories in European competitions, scoring no fewer than 2 goals in each match while maintaining clean sheets. Yet, upon returning to league play, they either conceded goals or committed grave errors. This left even Klopp questioning whether the players were engaging in proper training. However, the atmosphere in the locker room remained harmonious. On November 5th, a significant drop in temperature swept through Europe, prompting many to don winter coats. The 4th round of the UEFA Champions League group stage commenced, featuring Arsenal versus Dortmund. Following their initial defeat to the Yellow Submarine, the Gunners had secured 2 consecutive victories in the Champions League, amassing 6 points and trailing Dortmund. Should Dortmund avoid defeat, they would secure a spot in the knockout stage. A win for Arsenal would see them level on points with Dortmund, vying for the top position in the group. The remaining 2 weaker teams posed no threat to either Arsenal or Dortmund, as they awaited their inevitable defeat at the hands of these 2 powerhouses. Such is the nature of lower league clubs. One should not assume miracles will frequently occur, as upsets do happen. In the face of absolute prowess, all else is rendered null. Perhaps this is the illusion that media reporters impart, suggesting that a smaller club could possibly contend with giants like Arsenal and Dortmund. However, the likelihood is minuscule. Chapter 72. Talent skills that can be bestowed upon others. Dortmund faced Arsenal away, suffering a 2-1 defeat. Xu Qiang assisted Jajic in scoring, maintaining the suspense of the group stage. Subsequently, Dortmund achieved a resounding 4-1 victory against Galatasaray at home, with Xu contributing 1 goal and 2 assists, truly shining in the match. In the final encounter against Anderlecht, Xu rested. Dortmund successfully advanced to the knockout stage of the Champions League as group leaders. Xu had already amassed 2 goals and 4 assists in the Champions League, earning recognition in 2 matches. After progressing, Xu received a system notification. Ding! The UEFA Champions League event has progressed to the knockout stage, granting a reward of 20 attribute points and 1 random talent skill upgrade. Upon drawing from the random talent skills, he obtained the skill, penalty guaranteed. Utilizing this skill consumes 2 attribute points and can be bestowed upon teammates, who will require 4 attribute points to use it. Xu was taken aback. This was the first time the system granted a talent skill that could be transferred to a teammate. Moreover, this transfer required double the attribute points. Anyone familiar with football understands the despair of missing a penalty. Especially in crucial matches, the test for the penalty taker is less about skill and more about psychological resilience. The probability of missing a penalty remains significant. For Xu, taking a penalty costs 2 attribute points, which the system deemed fair. However, bestowing the skill upon teammates costs 4 attribute points. In football, a single goal can be the thin line between heaven and hell. Heaven brings exuberance, while hell plunges one into an endless abyss. The first use is free, but free usage cannot be transferred unless one is willing to expend 4 attribute points. This upgraded talent skill is King of the Penalty Area. The upgraded skill consumes 3 attribute points, allowing the user to become the sovereign of the penalty area for a duration of 10 minutes. Each match permits 2 uses, and stacking is not allowed. The effective time for the upgraded King of the Penalty Area has increased from 5 to 10 minutes, and the number of uses has also increased by 1. The attribute points consumed remain unchanged, making this a highly valuable skill. Previously, Xu had been cautious with his attribute points, reluctant to use them recklessly. Although he possessed several formidable talent skills, their point consumption was steep. Without sufficient attribute points, Xu felt vulnerable. Now, upon reviewing his attribute page, he found 33 points remaining, which instilled a sense of security. Though 33 might seem plentiful, a single injury could deplete Xu's points in an instant. Had it not been for the system's transfer reward of 30 attribute points, he would have been loath to expend so many points for the system's healing assistance. Fortunately, the outcome was quite satisfactory. Ding! Obtained the UEFA Champions League mission. Advanced to the quarterfinals. Reward: 10 attribute points, 1 random item draw, and 1 random talent skill upgrade. Indeed, the system has bestowed its rewards, ushering in a new round of Champions League tasks. The rewards remain as bountiful as ever, leaving Xu Qiang longing with anticipation. Time flies swiftly, and a tranquil winter break has passed. This year, Xu Qiang experiences a happiness and joy unlike any he has known before, as the Xu Jiangwo family has made a special trip from Huagua to Germany. Considering the inconvenience of Xu Qiang returning home due to the myriad of troubles that fame brings, they initially planned to celebrate the Spring Festival together. However, after discussions, they decided to arrive in Germany in mid-January. Regardless of the timing, family gatherings are always a celebration. With family in Germany, Xu Qiang ensured a warm welcome and jokingly attributed the idea to Xu Wenwen. As expected, Xu Wenwen had cleverly concocted this plan to escape the grueling supplementary classes of her senior year, dragging the entire family along. Xu Qiang even promised that if Xu Wenwen performed admirably in her college entrance examinations, he would take her on a world tour during the summer vacation. Cheng Yiyan arrived to join the reunion, and the family, already familiar with one another, enjoyed a harmonious interaction. A week later, after bidding farewell to the Xu Jiangwo family, Xu Qiang welcomed a special guest, Cheng Yiyan's parents, arriving together. Cheng's mother, who had initially opposed, had heard news of Xu Qiang's rising fame throughout the streets back home and was now aware that this young man was worth over 30 million euros, according to the latest transfer market valuation, with an annual income of 6 million euros. Such a golden son-in-law is rare to find. Cheng's mother underwent a complete transformation, treating Xu Qiang as if he were her own son, which left him feeling rather perplexed. Both Cheng's father and Cheng Yiyan were astonished by this change, thankfully unaware of Xu Qiang's feelings. During their visit, Cheng's mother posed numerous probing questions. When would the wedding be? When would they register their marriage? How many guests would they invite? At least several hundred start. When would they have children? No worries, we'll help take care of them. Just go ahead and have them. Xu Qiang felt like saying, Annie, I'm not even 20 yet. This made Cheng Yiyan blush with embarrassment. Even Cheng's father could not stand it, forcibly pulling Cheng's mother away. As a result, the honest Xu Qiang nearly succumbed to Cheng's mother's enthusiasm. Ultimately, her true aim was to have Xu Qiang endorse their family's products in Huagua. It was only one step away from saying, "Since you are my daughter Yin's boyfriend, how could you possibly refuse the endorsement fee?" Xu Qiang, however, was not naive. He decided to discuss any matters with Cheng Yuyin. The clever Cheng Yuyin seized the moment, saying that free services were out of the question, but discounts could be negotiated. This statement infuriated Cheng's mother. They say that once a daughter is married, she becomes estranged. This girl hasn't even married yet, and her loyalties are already shifting. Little did they know, Xu Qiang secretly told Cheng Yuyin that all endorsement fees would go to her. This declaration immediately captivated Cheng Yuyin. Xu Qiang's endorsement fee swiftly transformed into her personal savings. How could Cheng Yuyin possibly resist? In the end, she joyfully secured an endorsement contract valued at 5 million Huagui yuan. As winter break concluded prior to the break, Bayern Munich had suffered a defeat to Dortmund, but then surged with a series of victories, maintaining their momentum. Dortmund, too, kept pace with a string of wins leading into the winter break. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Bayern Munich faced a shocking defeat of 1-4 against Wolfsburg in their first match after the break. Following that, they were held to a 1-1 draw at home against Schalke. These two results allowed Dortmund to overtake Bayern by 2 points, temporarily placing them at the top of the Bundesliga. This sudden turn left Bayern in a state of disbelief. Subsequently, Bayern appeared to enter a frenzy, annihilating Hamburg 8-0 and demolishing Paderborn 6-0, amassing an astonishing 14 goals across 2 matches, sending shockwaves through the footballing world. Fortunately, Dortmund continued their steady winning streak, maintaining a 2-point lead. On February 21st, Dortmund triumphed 2-1 over Stuttgart, and 3 days later, they would commence their Champions League campaign. As the end of February approached, Dortmund was set to travel to Turin, Italy, for the first leg of the Champions League round of 16. Their opponent would be the Italian powerhouse, Juventus. Chapter 73. Allegri's Grand Juventus. At the beginning of the season, Allegri took the reins from Conte, becoming the head coach of Juventus. Xu Qiang was somewhat familiar with Allegri, having previously been an enthusiastic keyboard warrior masquerading as a football fan. Allegri was a distinguished coach for Juventus, leading the team to 5 consecutive Serie A titles over 5 seasons. Such an achievement is truly remarkable and worthy of being etched in history. However, that is a tale for another time. At present, Allegri had just begun his journey with the Bianconeri, achieving early success with a streak of 4 consecutive victories, asserting their dominance in Serie A. Juventus maintained an impressive form in the league, standing firm at the top. In the Champions League, Juventus had been drawn into a group with Atletico Madrid, Malm from Sweden, and Olympiacos from Greece, all of whom were relatively weaker, ensuring a smooth path to advancement. In the preceding 5 days, Bayern had been held to a draw by Ukrainian side Shakhtar. Real Madrid secured a 2-goal victory over Schalke, and Paris Saint-Germain played to a stalemate with Chelsea. The spotlight of the Champions League knockout stage on the 25th featured 3 key matches: Manchester City versus Barcelona, Juventus versus Dortmund, and Bayer Leverkusen versus Atletico Madrid. The football media worldwide eagerly reported on these 3 pivotal encounters. Italy's Roma Sports asked if the Bianconeri could showcase their home prowess and dismantle the Yellow Submarine. Italy's Milan Sports noted that Dortmund's recent momentum stemmed from the return of the young talent Xu, while Juventus was struggling with the aftereffects of an undefeated winter break. Would they be defeated on home soil? Germany's Bild highlighted the anticipation surrounding Xu's performance as the right back, emphasizing his role in activating Dortmund's cohesive play. Meanwhile, Kicker reported rumors that Dortmund's coach Klopp might leave at the end of the season. Was this a sign of unrest or a genuine occurrence? The Champions League, capturing the attention of the entire world, players, coaches, and clubs alike, represents a grand stage each year. It is a platform where exceptional talent emerges, showcasing the youth and stars of the footballing realm. It hosts the most prestigious clubs globally, making it the arena of fierce competition and ruthless pursuit of the coveted trophy. Naturally, the Champions League also harbors its share of trials and wondrous tales. No one can predict which team or player will inscribe their legend on the Champions League stage next. Time has now reached February 25th, 2015. In Italy, at the Allianz Stadium in Turin, a venue accommodating nearly 70,000 spectators, the stands are filled to capacity as the match time approaches. The fans present are brimming with excitement. Witnessing their beloved team compete in the Champions League is a unique joy for any football enthusiast. Back in Huahua, at 3:45 in the morning, the live broadcast of this Champions League round of 16 match is set to begin. In a certain online streaming room, the familiar duo of Duan Xian hosting and Chun Ji as consultant are back. Oh, and let us not forget the football darling Dandin, who is here to keep everyone company through the night. As the fans eagerly watched the pre-match analysis in the live broadcast room, they expressed their concerns about the health of the over 60-year-old Coach Chun, wondering whether he could withstand the late-night excitement of the game. All right, Coach Chun, we shall conclude our match analysis here. Now, let us hand it over to Dandin, who will reveal the starting lineups for both teams. Duan Xian announced. The camera shifted to Dandin, standing nearby, as the large screen behind her displayed the starting formations. With advancements in technology, the screen became more three-dimensional, showcasing dynamic images of each player. On this chilly evening, Dandin donned a plush white down jacket paired with a pink skirt, complemented by flesh-tone stockings and white sneakers, with a Dortmund scarf wrapped around her neck, radiating charm and grace. Tall, sweet, and exuding a neighborly vibe. Hello, everyone. Allow me to guide you through tonight's starting lineups. Dandin spoke with a hint of sweetness in her voice. The captain of the Zebra team, Buffon, led the defense alongside the seasoned duo Bonucci and Chiellini, while midfield Maestro Pereira and the striking duo of Llorente and Tevez brought their talents to the forefront. The yellow and black were spearheaded by Reyes. This match promised to be thrilling, with Xu Qiang making his starting debut, a true pride of Chinese football. Perhaps the key to Dortmund's potential victory tonight lay in Xu Qiang's performance and form. The camera then returned to teacher Duan and Coach Chun. Online fans chimed in, "Wow, my goddess Dandin, you're looking exceptionally adorable today, like a little white rabbit. Love you to bits. So kawaii. Long-legged goddess, you are my eternal love." Xu Qiang's presence in the UEFA Champions League round of 16 had already etched his name in the annals of Chinese football history, undoubtedly the first of his kind. There was great anticipation for Xu Qiang's performance tonight, especially given the challenging away match in Turin. Despite Dortmund's dominance in the Bundesliga, having triumphed over Bayern, the Italian teams were not to be underestimated. Many fans expressed their doubts about Dortmund's chances tonight, leaning towards a victory for Juventus. Indeed, Dortmund's form had dipped this year. However, they remained a reliable contender in European competitions. The fans voiced varied opinions. Above the live stream, there was a clickable support option for the teams, revealing an even split in support. Following the winter break, Juventus had seen a decline in performance, with Inter Milan closing the gap in lead points, putting their leading position in jeopardy. The knockout stage of the Champions League is played over 2 legs, with the primary goal to determine a winner. If the aggregate score is tied, the team with more away goals advances directly. Should they remain level on both counts, extra time, and if necessary, penalties would ensue until a victor emerges. From a spectator's perspective, the Champions League is the pinnacle of annual football tournaments. Financially, each match can significantly boost a club's gate receipts and viewership, along with UEFA's substantial prize money, which becomes even more lucrative after advancing. This explains why Arsenal is often humorously dubbed the fourth-place maniacs by fans. Losing the chance to compete in the Champions League would severely impact their revenue, making it challenging to repay the construction debts of the Emirates Stadium, thus leading the club into a financial crisis. Therefore, standing on the Champions League stage is not only an honor for the club, but also for the players themselves. As the players emerge from the tunnel, following a series of procedures, the match was about to commence. Juventus kicked off first, enjoying the home advantage, as the cheers of the fans filled the air. With the referee's whistle, the match began. The 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League round of 16 commenced with Juventus facing Dortmund. Chapter 74. Xu Qiang's long-range strike breaks Buffon's defense. The Allianz Stadium in Turin was packed with throngs of enthusiastic fans. Under the glaring lights, the players from both teams began their fierce contest. Juventus initiated the play. With a swift attack, Pogba delivered the ball to Tevez. As Kyle leaped, the agile Tevez deftly maneuvered around him. With a few steps, Tevez accelerated, aiming to break through Hummels. The ball evaded him, but Xu Qiang arrived just in time, reclaiming possession and directing it to the flanks. After a brief clash with Hummels, Tevez continued to press Xu Qiang. Xu Qiang received the ball, and as he advanced, he was met by the unyielding Marquisio, who obstructed his path. With a quick wall pass to Kyle, Xu Qiang sprinted alongside the sideline, ready to receive the ball. However, he was thwarted by Cáceres, who skillfully kicked the ball out of play. Rapidly retrieving the ball, Xu Qiang prepared to throw it in, only to discover that Juventus players were tightly marking their opponents, denying him a chance for a quick throw-in. He passed the ball to Reyes, who was grappling with Pogba. But Reyes, in an attempt to evade Pogba, lost possession as Pogba's long limbs reached out to snatch the ball away. Marquisio then received the ball, passing it to Pereira, who surged forward through the midfield. Juventus's entire attacking line suddenly sprang into action. Pereira transitioned the ball to Llorente on the flank. Llorente, dribbling diagonally, pressured Subotic as he neared the Dortmund penalty area, supported by Pirlo on the right and Marquisio closing in from the center. Tevez, closely followed by Xu Qiang, was also in the mix. Behind them, Pogba and Cáceres joined the attack, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure from Juventus. Llorente passed to the advancing Pirlo on the right. Piszczek rushed to block, but the ball slipped past him, allowing Pirlo to enter the box. However, his angle for a shot became significantly constrained as Weidenfeller rushed out. Seizing the moment, Pirlo took a shot, thud. He struck the ball poorly, sending it soaring into the stands. The home fans could not help but collectively gasp in disappointment. Pirlo's attempt had been overly ambitious. By bypassing Piszczek, he had the opportunity to either lay off a simple pass or cross it into the center, allowing a teammate to finish, which would have been a more assured path to goal. Instead, his hasty strike squandered a golden opportunity. Certainly, the absence of goals and accomplishments often invites criticism. Had Pirlo scored, he would have been showered with praise. Such is the reality of football. As Dortmund advanced from the back, Xu Qiang pushed past the halfway line. Juventus' defensive formation was compact, with minimal gaps between the three lines, allowing for effective coverage and counterpressing, showcasing remarkable tactical acumen. In the Champions League, it is indeed a clash of titans. Each team appears exceptionally cautious, with no room for error. When the ball reached Xu Qiang's feet, Tevez approached from the side, while Marquisio pressed him from the front. Every time Xu Qiang received the ball, at least two defenders converged on him, highlighting Juventus' keen focus on him, which was evidently significant. Utilizing his innate skill of God's eye, Xu Qiang observed his teammates' movements and executed a powerful long pass to the left wing, where Shinji Kagawa was making a run. Unfortunately, Xu Qiang's pass was slightly over it. However, Kagawa managed to retrieve the ball just before it crossed the sideline. Kagawa then played a long cross into the box at sharp angle, having already created space from his previous touch, but the delay allowed the defense to regroup. Aubameyang failed to connect with the first ball, nudged by Chiellini, and drifted towards the far post. At the back post, Bonucci leaped to head the ball out of the area. Royce attempted to contest it near the penalty line, but Bonucci and Cáceres advanced. Suddenly, Royce feigned a challenge. He swiftly sidestepped, creating space. Out of nowhere, Xu Qiang surged in, lifting his foot to meet the ball's descent for a volley. The impact echoed through the stadium. The ball exploded off his foot like a racing arrow, piercing the Juventus penalty area and heading straight for the net. In the process, Bonucci instinctively lifted his foot, brushing against the ball and altering its trajectory. The ball, now deflected, veered from a near-post shot to the far upper corner. However, Buffon had already committed to the dive. He launched himself, but it was too late. Swish! The ball found the back of the net. Dortmund took the lead away from home, 1-0. This goal carried a hint of fortune. Xu Qiang scored. A volley from outside the box shattered Buffon's defenses. Only a fraction of Dortmund's fans erupted in euphoric cheers, their voices overwhelming the home crowd. On the sidelines, Klopp leaped with passion, embracing his assistant in celebration. The bench players and staff sprang into action, rushing to celebrate. On the field, Xu Qiang stood motionless, arms wide open, basking in the adoration of the fans and the warm embrace of his teammates. He then placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shoo, shoo, shoo. His teammates and fans mimicked him. The entire Allianz Stadium in Turin erupted in a crescendo of hushing sounds. Back in Huagua, late at night, on a certain streaming platform, Xu Qiang, he has scored a magnificent long-range shot. A beautiful goal. Just as we mentioned Xu Qiang, he found the net. Duan Xian exclaimed. Coach Chun, watching the replay, remarked, "It grazed Bonucci's backside, deflecting into the net. Buffon dove, but the deflection left even the world-class goalkeeper powerless. Xu Qiang had helped Dortmund gain the upper hand. Regardless of the match's outcome, this was a precious away goal for Dortmund. Duan Xian noted. Chapter 75. The Indomitable Italian Champions. The Juventus Army's comeback. Online comments. Wow. Xu Qiang scored. Dortmund is leading. ISNT this too early? Almost dozed off, but Xu Qiang's goal woke me up. When did Xu Qiang assist? Royce's missed ball was brilliant. Is Xu Qiang unstoppable? He scores against anyone, and he is a defender. The blade-wielding defender Xu Qiang. The Super Hornets rise. On the pitch. Just minutes into the match, Juventus faced a setback. It could be said that Xu Qiang's goal had an element of luck, but Royce's missed ball was perfectly timed. A stroke of genius, proving their synergy was exceptional. Regardless, Xu Qiang's shot was inevitable, whether it found the net or not. His teammates were pressing forward, and they could not afford to lose possession, nor could they allow Juventus to counterattack. That was a cardinal sin. Better to send the ball soaring over the bar, granting his teammates ample time to reposition defensively. Therefore, do not lament a missed long-range shot from outside the box. It is a tactical decision. Xu Qiang felt that this goal was largely fortuitous. Following the kickoff, Juventus launched an immediate offensive, pressuring Dortmund fiercely. In front of the roaring home fans, the intensity of this pressure was palpable. Pogba delivered a surgical pass that tore through Dortmund's defense, threading the ball between the two center-backs. Tevez made a clever run, bypassing Hummels, and shot as he entered the box. Weidenfeller reacted swiftly, diving to block the shot with his feet. Before the anxious Dortmund fans could breathe a sigh of relief, Pogba seized the ball at the edge of the area and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. A beautifully curled effort. This was a classic Pogba arc. The ball drilled into the bottom corner of the right post. Weidenfeller was unable to reach it for a second save. Goal. Juventus equalized in an instant. Pogba's classic long-range strike. 1-1. This goal ignited the passion of the home fans. The proud Pogba danced on the spot, exuding arrogance. This rising star from Manchester United's youth academy had every reason to boast. Juventus had answered back, matching Dortmund with a long-range strike of their own. Tit for tat. A clear slap in the face for Dortmund. Allegri was pleased. Pogba was Juventus' most successful signing. This maestro of midfield rhythm was destined for extraordinary achievements. On the sidelines, Klopp rallied his players. Juventus proved their might. As a world-class club, they must never be underestimated. Xu Qiang felt the pressure. In just over 10 minutes, 2 goals had been scored, and this match was sure to be fiercely contested. After all, this was the Champions League knockout stage, where neither team could afford a misstep. Both sides found themselves back at square one. The match began to stagnate, with both teams engaging in attacks. The defensive displays were commendable, especially Xu Qiang, who repeatedly tracked back to disrupt Juventus through balls. Pogba crafted several threatening passes, all thwarted by Xu Qiang. Pogba recognized Xu Qiang's prowess, as he consistently anticipated the passing lanes and ball trajectories. Xu Qiang, in turn, acknowledged Pogba's formidable talent. This opponent was indeed challenging. With a single pass, he could control the game's tempo, and his long-range shots could alter the course of the match. Both teams awaited the other's mistake. During defensive moments, the 3 lines compress, and the collaborative defense and positioning are executed with remarkable timeliness. At the slightest movement, they launch rapid counterattacks with the ferocity of a tiger springing from its lair. Although both teams pose threats to the goal, the score remains unchanged. A decisive blow eludes them. As the first half reaches the 37th minute, Dortmund's counterattack is thwarted by Bonucci's long clearance. Llorente, having bypassed Piszczek, strides forward unimpeded, penetrating the central lane. Subotic, in a desperate attempt to defend, retreats but is deceived by Llorente's feint, causing hearts among Dortmund fans to race anxiously. Subotic's stumble inadvertently presents Llorente with a clear shot on goal. Indeed, Llorente darts into the penalty area, facing Weidenfeller, poised to shoot. Suddenly, a figure dashes in from the side with astonishing speed, before Llorente can even register the newcomer. His opportunity is snatched away. It is Xu Qiang, who has sprinted back from the front line, disrupting Llorente's one-on-one chance. Dortmund fans breathe a sigh of relief, while Juventus supporters lament the missed opportunity. Xu Qiang, having exhausted 2 attribute points, utilizes his talent skill. 100-meter acceleration. returning swiftly to thwart Llorente's advance. This prompts Weidenfeller to embrace Xu Qiang, ruffling his hair in gratitude. This inexplicable sense of security. Sabatic, having been deceived, approaches to express his thanks. Xu Qiang's timely return was crucial, akin to a last-minute rescue. Juventus takes a throw-in. Pogba controls the ball with his chest, turning to loft it into the penalty area. Though it is high, it lacks power. As it descends, chaos ensues within a box. Tevez suddenly collapses, clutching his face, while Xu Qiang continues his defensive duty, unfazed by the referee's whistle. Pereira grazes the ball at the near post. At the far post, Cáceres attempts to make contact, but is held back by Hummels, who pulls on his shirt, sending Cáceres sprawling to the ground. The ball rolls out of play. Beep. The referee's whistle sounds simultaneously. He raises his hand, pointing to the penalty spot. Hummels acted impulsively. The tug was particularly blatant. His shirt nearly ripped. The referee, not blind, surely witnessed it. Meanwhile, Tevez, cradling his bearded face, rushes to complain to the referee, alleging Xu Qiang elbowed him. The referee shakes his head, asserting it was legitimate physical contact and collision. However, Hummel's foul on Cáceres is a clear infraction. Dortmund's protests to the referee yield no results. The referee remains resolute. He rules a foul in the Dortmund penalty area. Juventus is awarded a penalty. Tevez steps up to take it. He deceives Weidenfeller and successfully finds the back of the net. 2-1. Juventus takes the lead. The entire Allianz Stadium in Turin erupts with fervor. Dortmund's promising start is overturned, leaving them in distress. Hummel's foul was reckless. Even if he couldn't outmuscle Cáceres at the far post, Weidenfeller was already approaching. The angle was tight, close to the post. Hummels escapes a yellow card. The referee shows leniency. After Juventus scores, they aim to capitalize on their momentum and extend their lead. In the remaining minutes of the half, their pressing becomes vigorous. Dortmund feels the pressure. Playing away, they face significant disadvantages. Nevertheless, Dortmund's defense holds firm. Hummels redeems himself by intercepting a cross that nearly slides past him. The referee's whistle signals the end of the first half. Juventus, having been a goal down, has turned the tables on Dortmund. Both teams showcased commendable offense and defense throughout the half, exhibiting caution typical of a Champions League knockout stage. Xu Qiang's performance in the first half has been noteworthy, contributing a precious away goal for Dortmund. In a certain live-streaming platform in Huagua, during halftime, Duan Xian and coach Chun engage in an entertaining analysis of the match thus far. Chapter 76. Xu Qiang's acrobatic goal turns the tide against Juventus. In the locker room, Xu Qiang attentively listens to Klopp's strategy for the second half. The defense in the first half was commendable. Football is rife with unpredictable circumstances. Overall, Dortmund performed well in the first half. Klopp's instructions remain largely unchanged, focusing not on tactics but on the player's mentality. He addresses specific positional vulnerabilities, movement patterns, and passing vision. Time passes swiftly. Klopp gathers the players for a motivational huddle, standing at the entrance, giving each player a high five and encouragement. He is indeed an exceptional coach. Setting aside tactical styles, Klopp's rapport with the players in the locker room is warm and supportive, often protective of them. As the match resumes, both teams return to battle. Dortmund kicks off, initiating an offensive. Aubameyang receives Reyes' pass, driving the ball down the wing before evading his marker and crossing to the byline. Teammates in the box fail to connect, as Chiellini nudges it away. Mkhitaryan commits a tactical foul, intercepting Pereira and receives a yellow card from the referee. Mkhitaryan's move is clever. Pereira quickly rises to take a quick free kick, distributing it to Tevez on the left. Tevez, unchallenged ahead, sees Xu Qiang pushing forward. He charges ahead. Hummels arrives in a last-ditch effort to defend, but Tevez feints and spins away, eluding him. He charges into the penalty area, preparing to shoot. Suddenly, Xu Qiang returns to the scene. Running accelerator is activated. Xu Qiang deftly nudges the ball away from Tevez's feet. Sabatic touches it briefly, and the ball returns to Xu Qiang, who dribbles forward. Xu Qiang advances along the center, holding the ball. Pereira presses up, but Xu Qiang skillfully maneuvers, flicking the ball away before delivering a low, precise pass. His talent, skill, surgical precision is in effect. A meticulously calculated passing lane materializes. Xu Qiang's surgical pass slices through 3 defensive players, reaching the advancing Reyes. This pass is genuinely precise, a surgical strike. It penetrates the heart of Juventus's defense. Reus, having evaded the entire Juventus backline, controls the ball with his left foot, taking a few quick steps to adjust. As Buffon charges forward, Reus lifts his foot for a shot. Boom! At the moment Buffon lunges, Reus strikes. The ball slips past Buffon's arm and burrows into the net. Goal! Dortmund levels the score. Reus scores. Xu Qiang's assist is as precise as a scalpel. Not even Buffon could thwart it. This goal is spectacular. Xu Qiang intercepts the ball in his own half. Juventus players, having initiated a counterattack, find themselves congested in the middle as they turn back midway. Xu Qiang seizes the opportunity, threading a pass through the crowded center to the onrushing Reus. A clearly offside Aubameyang positioned himself at the far end. This play was utterly flawless. One exquisite moment. 22. Reus even made a point to find Xu Qiang to celebrate together. Klopp appeared delighted. It seems his spirited tactics in the locker room have successfully invigorated the players on the field. Allegri, on the other hand, looked pained, having witnessed his team concede 2 goals to Dortmund. These away goals are indeed precious. Even if Juventus were to triumph in this match, there is no guarantee they could secure a win at Dortmund's home ground and advance successfully. This knockout stage is rather enigmatic. It is essential to wisely utilize the rules of the Champions League. Moreover, Allegri remains anxious about whether his team can clinch a victory in this match, which is still a significant uncertainty. Dortmund's strength is unexpectedly formidable, particularly Xu Qiang. He has truly activated a powerhouse for Dortmund. His presence is felt all over the pitch. This young talent from China is gradually blossoming into a star in the football world. Juventus has started to reveal its sharp teeth and launch attacks. It must be said that Pogba's dribbling can sometimes be rather sluggish. Although he possesses remarkable strengths, his weaknesses are equally pronounced. His laziness in defense and slow dribbling can be seen as a means of controlling the tempo. In a moment of hesitation in the midfield, Pogba was intercepted by Reus from behind, resulting in a loss of possession. Pogba cried out in pain, but the referee remained unyielding. The collision was deemed permissible. Dortmund initiated another counterattack, once again finding Xu Qiang. Xu Qiang orchestrated the offense with a precise 45-degree cross into the penalty area. Aubameyang contested for it, attempting a header. Buffon dove to make a save, confidently gathering the ball. This save exemplified Buffon's status as a world-class goalkeeper. Meanwhile, Pogba was still lying on the pitch. Reluctantly, the referee had to halt the match and jog over to assess the injury situation. Fortunately, Pogba was unscathed. It was merely a questionable foul by Reus during the interception, as he continuously complained to the referee. However, it was evident that the referee was not swayed by such protests. The match resumed. Buffon took a goal kick, sending the ball directly towards the sideline, a clear lapse in standard. Xu Qiang swiftly took the throw-in. Mkhitaryan retreated to the midfield for a brief moment. Kyle, noticing Xu Qiang making a run on the right flank to support the attack, delivered a long pass. Matisio alongside Xu Qiang contested the first touch as both players engaged physically. Nearby, Cáceres was poised to provide defensive support. It appears that Allegri had strategically devised a plan targeting Xu Qiang during the halftime break. Talent skill, unyielding as a mountain, activated. Xu Qiang sidestepped to seize a position, rendering Marquisio unable to push through. He leapt ahead the ball towards Reus. Cáceres quickly closed in on Reus. Without looking, Reus controlled the ball and executed a backheel pass to the right flank. Xu Qiang, in perfect harmony, had already evaded Marquisio, drawing Cáceres towards him, thus creating a clear pathway towards the baseline. God's eye view passively activated. Xu Qiang had already discerned the positioning of his teammates at the far end. Reus turned to seize the near post, while Cáceres swiftly approached Xu Qiang. Aubameyang lay in wait in the penalty area, sandwiched between the two defenders. Djadjic positioned himself at the far post. Kal maintained his position outside, and Mkhitaryan made a forward run. Xu Qiang delivered a low, curling pass into the penalty area. The ball clearly had spin, weaving into the box. Aubameyang reached it before Bonucci, extending his foot to push it towards the goal. However, his body was largely obstructed by Bonucci, causing him to misjudge the incoming ball and rely solely on instinct to shoot. The ball struck Buffon's arm and ricocheted off the post. Reus rushed in for a follow-up shot. Buffon executed a second save, punching the ball away. Juventus faced a perilous situation in front of their goal, with threats looming. The ball was deflected by Buffon to the left flank, where Djadjic turned around and retrieved it just before it crossed the sideline. Positioned perfectly, Djadjic unleashed a curling ball into the penalty area. The ball was evidently high, a classic far post delivery. Yet, even Mkhitaryan, arriving late at the far post, could not reach it. Djadjic's power was overwhelming. Suddenly, at the far post, Xu Qiang found himself unmarked. He twisted his body and leaped into the air, back to the goal. With both feet elevated, he executed a scissor kick. Bang! The ball struck Xu Qiang's instep with tremendous force. A shot. It was alarmingly close to the goal frame. Buffon could only react instinctively, shifting his body slightly. The ball sailed into the net. Buffon could only watch helplessly. Xu Qiang. A goal. Dortmund has turned the tide. 23. Chapter 77. Talent skill king of the penalty area once again demonstrated its prowess. The few traveling Dortmund fans rose in unison, roaring with celebration, their cheers echoing throughout the Allianz Stadium in Turin. Dortmund has achieved a remarkable comeback. The goal was scored by none other than Xu Qiang. He can be hailed as a hero for Dortmund. At this moment, Xu Qiang had yet to rise, as Royce was the first to pin him to the ground, preventing him from getting up. Then, one after another, the second, third, and fourth players piled on top. Xu Qiang found it difficult to breathe. However, the blissful troubles of happiness often catch one off guard. Klopp stood with his mouth agape, in disbelief that Xu Qiang had once again breached Buffon's defenses with a stunning acrobatic goal. Even on the Juventus bench, Allegri's expression was a spectacle of anger, regret, and frustration, a blend of all negative emotions manifesting in his demeanor. In China, on a certain livestream platform, the previous disturbance created by Royce's shot had already awakened audiences in the dead of night. Now, Xu Qiang's acrobatic strike to take the lead sent the entire stream into a frenzy. It was akin to a thunderclap. Boom! Djadjic's ball was a tad high. But look at Xu Qiang. The acrobatic kick. The ball is in. It's in. Buffon had no reaction whatsoever. Incredible, my strong brother. Wow, that was astonishing. How could anyone not adore such a strong brother? One must ponder how regretful those clubs were that lost Xu Qiang. Duan Xian began to stumble over his words. Oh, I cannot find the words to describe Xu Qiang's goal. I genuinely hope the Pusk S Award can be presented to Xu Qiang multiple times. He consistently produces iconic goals. In the Champions League knockout stage, such a goal is destined to be etched in history. Coach Chun spoke in his usual grandiloquent manner. I believe the audience is feeling just as we are now, excited, ecstatic, and jubilant. You see, I am at a loss for words to describe Xu Qiang's goal. It truly drives one wild. It has sent Chinese fans into a frenzy. Football beauty, Dandon exclaimed. Wow, in the deep of night. The viewership in the live stream room surged by hundreds of thousands, directly surpassing 2 million. Oh my, the Chinese audience, you are truly incredible. Xu Qiang. That goal was absolutely phenomenal. Dandon gazed at the live streaming room, nearly bursting with excitement. Late at night, as they watched the match, the viewership had barely surpassed 1 million until the second half. Unexpectedly, Xu Qiang's goal had added hundreds of thousands of viewers in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. Were those insomniacs all peering through their screens? Netizens exclaimed, "Unmatched is my brother Qiang, gallivanting across Europe. Who dares to challenge him?" A bicycle kick. I cannot believe I witnessed a Chinese player execute a bicycle kick on the UEFA Champions League stage in my lifetime. I could die content. Don't die, please. You must continue to watch our brother Qiang lead China beyond Asia and into the world. Speaking of which, what happened to the rumors about brother Qiang being called up to the national team? Now the rest no news at all? What nonsense. It's just the outdated mindset of those in charge. Do they think brother Qiang yearns for a spot on the national team? Damn it, the defense is leaking. It seems the old guards are truly past their prime. They can't even keep track of a living legend like brother Qiang. It's not that Juventus is incapable. Rather, brother Qiang is simply too formidable. In truth, after his breakthrough, Xu Qiang activated his innate skill, king of the penalty area. Thus, in the instant he shot, Juventus' defenders were momentarily stunned. However, the pass from Joji was slightly off, forcing Xu Qiang to execute a bicycle kick to reach the ball. It was precisely because Allegri had employed targeted defensive tactics against Xu Qiang in the second half that ignited his competitive spirit. He was determined to outshine them on their home ground. The more they focused on marking him, the more he was compelled to showcase his ability to break through their defenses. This is the essence of the challenge in football, constantly surpassing oneself, undaunted by challenges. Xu Qiang achieved it. Realizing the precarious situation, Allegri immediately made substitutions. The left flank was insufficiently containing Xu Qiang, as Cáceres frequently lost his position, allowing Xu Qiang to easily break through. Furthermore, Marquisio's lack of offensive contribution and ineffective support prompted him to be replaced by Vidal, who could push forward more effectively. Just as Allegri was intensifying his tactical adjustments, the dynamics on the field shifted once again. Mkhitaryan and Khedira combined seamlessly, exerting pressure on Juventus while searching for opportunities just outside the penalty area. Reyes stepped forward to receive the ball, half-turning and passing it to the right wing, delivering a ball behind Cáceres. Xu Qiang maneuvered around Cáceres, but his acceleration was noticeably delayed. Cáceres blocked his path, and Xu Qiang forcefully pried it open from the side. Cáceres was knocked to the ground, and the referee did not signal a foul. However, Juventus players shouted in protest. Xu Qiang charged into the penalty area. Bonucci, who had raised his hand in protest, was momentarily stunned as Xu Qiang slipped past him. The innate skill, king of the penalty area, showcased its formidable power once again. Then, Pereira, returning to defend, launched an angry sliding tackle, but Xu Qiang deftly evaded him, frustrated as he watched the ball glide past him. Pereira resorted to using his hand to swat the ball away. Xu Qiang was taken aback. Pereira was quite something. Slumped on the ground, he executed a volleyball-style play. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. He pointed directly to the penalty spot. He pulled out a yellow card and issued a warning to Pereira. It was an unmistakable act of deliberate handball. Juventus players felt a deep sense of humiliation. The earlier foul on Cáceres was not called. Otherwise, this handball would not have occurred. The referee tonight had been notably lenient, having faced multiple confrontations from players. However, even a Buddha has his limits. Though lenient, he is still the referee, the arbiter of the match. Juventus protested incessantly, prompting the referee to issue a yellow card warning to Bonucci to quell the uproar. The home crowd erupted in boos, believing the referee's decisions were unfair. In truth, whether Xu Qiang's challenge for the ball constituted a foul was indeed somewhat nebulous. After all, a tackle from the side or behind may involve some arm or leg movements, depending on how the referee interprets it. Nevertheless, Xu Qiang's actions were not egregious. Even the linesman did not raise his flag. This penalty felt like a severe punishment for the Juventus squad. On the sidelines, Allegri seethed, confronting the fourth official. After a while, the situation calmed down. Buffon also approached to mediate. As the captain and a veteran player, Buffon had weathered countless storms. Reyes placed the ball on the penalty spot, standing ready. Suddenly, he had a thought, retrieved the ball, and handed it to Xu Qiang. "Your turn. I look forward to your hat trick," Reyes said with a smile. Initially, Xu Qiang had contemplated transferring the skill, guaranteed penalty, to Reyes, allowing him to score. Even if it cost 4 attribute points, it would at least ensure the team secured an away victory. Unexpectedly, Reyes selflessly contributed, allowing Xu Qiang to save those 4 attribute points. Moreover, there was still one free usage opportunity left. Having earned the penalty himself, Xu Qiang took charge. He placed the ball on the penalty spot and stepped back. Facing the leaping Buffon behind him, the Juventus fans unleashed a torrent of boos, attempting to unsettle Xu Qiang. The referee checked for any violations outside the penalty area before jogging back, blowing the whistle. Beep. Taking a deep breath, Xu Qiang launched forward. Chapter 78. Xu Qiang's first hat trick in the Champions League. Beep. Amidst the cacophony of boos, as debris rained down, Xu Qiang focused intently. His gaze solely fixed on the football. No distractions. No hesitations. No feints. Xu Qiang took the penalty decisively and cleanly, aiming for the upper right corner. He struck the ball with power. Bang! The ball soared into the net. Goal! Xu Qiang scored the penalty. Borussia Dortmund, having turned the tide, extended their lead. 24. Xu Qiang achieved his hat trick. Instead of rushing to the sidelines to celebrate, Xu Qiang feared being hit by a thrown object from the home fans, potentially injuring himself or his teammates. He stood in the penalty area, arms wide open, embracing this moment. Simultaneously, he welcomed the jubilant cheers of his teammates. A hat trick. Xu Qiang had earned this moment. Germany's ZDF broadcast room erupted in frenzy, with Khan fervently praising Xu Qiang. In China, on a certain streaming platform, Duan Xian, Coach Chun, and the football beauty Dandan witnessed the birth of a historic moment in Chinese football, the first hat trick in the UEFA Champions League by a Chinese player. Xu Qiang had achieved something extraordinary. He had performed brilliantly, ensuring the world would remember this young talent from China. Xu Qiang and Xu Jiazhuang, the three siblings secretly gathered, planning to watch their elder brother's match live in the town. Their parents, Xu Jiangwo and his wife, preferred the rural life and had become accustomed to it. Unable to break free, the three siblings were all studying in the town. The earlier fervent celebrations had incited complaint from nearby neighbors, who were on the verge of knocking on their door to remind them. My goodness, what more can I say? My brother scored a hat trick in the Champions League. A hat trick. Sisters. Xiao Long covered his mouth, fearing that shouting would disturb the neighbors. Once silence returned, he spoke. Don't think you're the only one who knows about football. We understand it too. Yu declared, hands on her hips. Is Big Brother on medication tonight? He's impressive. Wen, sitting in the middle with a bag of chips, adjusted her glasses and said, Third sister, when Big Brother returned last time to treat his foot injury. Did you secretly meet him? Xiaolong finally voiced a long-held curiosity. Yes, I did go see Big Brother. Yu confessed openly. What did you see him for? Woman questioned, displeased. He's our Big Brother. You can recklessly run to Germany to find him. So why can't I? Yu pouted defiantly. How did you know Big Brother was back? He didn't even tell Mom and Dad, fearing it would worry them. Xiaolong asked. That's none of your business. Yu retorted. Yu, having been raised by relatives after being fostered by Xu Jiangwo, harbored grievances against her family, which everyone understood. However, with her sharp tongue and prickly demeanor, Woman genuinely worried that she might never marry. Who would want her? After all, she would be a financial burden. Little did they know, Yu had fortuitously met an older brother, a classmate of Cheng Yuyan. Cleverly, she obtained the future sister-in-law's contact information through this acquaintance. This little secret was certainly not something she would share with Wen or Xiaolong Wen. Don't you have class tomorrow? You're in your senior year, Yu inquired. No, I'm skipping it. What does being a senior matter when Big Brother's game is more important? Wen replied nonchalantly. True. Is there anything more significant than Big Brother? I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. How frustrating. Yu began to sulk again, puffing out her cheeks adorably. The match had reached the 80th minute. Xu Qiang was substituted. Throughout the game, his stamina had been severely drained. He had either made assists or helped defend, leaving no room for error. Truly becoming Klopp's cherished player. As he walked off the field amid the jeers of home fans, he slowly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This undoubtedly incited further anger from Juventus supporters. Yet, Xu Qiang remained unfazed. On the field, everything was determined by victory or defeat. Klopp personally welcomed Xu Qiang with a hearty hug, whispering a few words and giving him a pat on the back. Dum replaced him on the field. His task was relatively straightforward. Focus on defense and prevent Juventus from staging a comeback in the final moments. Infuriated, the Zebra team launched a relentless assault on Dortmund in the closing minutes, willing to risk everything. However, how could Dortmund easily relinquish a hard-earned victory? Ultimately, they withstood Juventus's pressure in the last 10 minutes, preserving their lead and securing the match result. 24. In the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League, Dortmund triumphed over the Italian giants Juventus, laying a solid foundation for their path to advancement. The standout star of the match was the young right-back Xu Qiang from Huagua. With a hat-trick and an assist, he was crowned the man of the match. After the game, media outlets worldwide fervently reported on Dortmund's performance and Xu Qiang. Headlines across major publications were dominated by news of him. Dortmund's comeback against the Zebra team. Young star Xu shines with a hat-trick. Is this an unfair match? Juventus's coach has something to say. Huagua's top player, a hat-trick in the Champions League, Xu. The stabilizing force of Dortmund, Klopp's new favorite. A hat-trick shatters the dreams of the Italian giants. In Huagua's terms, the bee's stinger, Xu, is indeed Dortmund's talisman. Huagua media proclaimed. Xu Qiang becomes Dortmund's most formidable weapon. The talisman, Xu Qiang. This name is powerful enough to propel him to pierce through the ranks of the world's top clubs in the Champions League. Who can stand in Xu Qiang's way? I ask you who? Notable media outlets commented on the stark difference in Dortmund's performance with and without Xu Qiang this season, revealing astonishing statistics. When Xu Qiang was injured, Dortmund managed to secure victories in group matches against weaker teams, but suffered a direct four-game losing streak in the league. Since his return from injury, Dortmund's performance skyrocketed, remaining unbeaten. If Xu Qiang is not Dortmund's stabilizing force, their sharpest weapon, then what is he? Looking back now, the transfer fee of 12 million and an annual salary of 6 million euros seem exceedingly worthwhile. Initially, the exorbitant transfer fee, record-breaking valuation, and high salary drew criticism from many media outlets. In hindsight, this transaction couldn't have been more justified. Even RB Leipzig's club spoke out, expressing regret over letting Xu go, as they lacked a powerful goal-scoring and assisting machine. However, witnessing Xu's remarkable achievements also filled them with pride. Excerpt from Rangnick's interview, a glimpse into the truth. It proves Xu Qiang's prowess among his peers is indeed top tier. His match against Juventus exemplified this. Even Pogba appeared overshadowed. Xu Qiang is poised to showcase himself on the Champions League stage, ascending to even greater heights. Chapter 79. The standings are overtaken by Bayern. The fierce contest for the league championship. With Xu Qiang's momentum surging, his hat-trick in the Champions League knockout stage drew the attention of major clubs worldwide. Some even posed questions to Bayern's coach Guardiola, as Bayern was the first Bundesliga giant to approach Xu, but failed to unearth this top talent. Xu's performance at Dortmund has been nothing short of perfect. I admire such exceptional talent. His goals are sharper than those of forwards, and his assists are top-notch compared to midfielders. However, Bayern's players are already good enough. We are a team, and football does not rely on just one individual. Guardiola subtly defended his stance. While saying this, Guardiola could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Who wouldn't want Xu Qiang? It's not that they didn't want him. It's that he was now beyond their reach. Not only was Guardiola regretful for not giving this matter the attention it deserved, but even the club's higher-ups lamented missing out on a rising star. In a post-retirement interview, Sir Ferguson also commented on Xu Qiang. Compared to Sterling, Xu's starting point may have been slightly lower, but achieving such results is even more impressive than Sterling. If Xu had gained fame a year earlier, perhaps the Golden Boy Award wouldn't have gone to Sterling. Sir Ferguson's words offered Xu Qiang high praise. Sterling, a player for the Premier League giant Liverpool, was a recipient of the European Golden Boy Award in 2014. Last year, Xu Qiang had already made it to the top 10 for the European Golden Boy Award. Now, just half a year after his transfer to Dortmund, he found himself in the running for the European Golden Boy Award. This clearly indicates how captivating Xu Qiang's performances are to the media and award selectors. Simultaneously, Xu Qiang received an official invitation to participate in the Golden Boy Award ceremony. However, at that time, he had not yet recovered from his injury, and Dortmund was mired in difficulties, requiring him to undergo long-term observation and treatment. In the later stages, the veteran Chinese medicine practitioner prescribed additional remedies for Xu Qiang to restore his health and spirit, which ultimately led him to forego attending the European Golden Boy Award ceremony held in Turin, Italy, by 30 renowned football media outlets worldwide. At the time, there was considerable hype surrounding Xu Qiang in China. However, he understood that without consistent outstanding performances in top-tier leagues following his injury, competing with Sterling would be futile. Even if he made it to the final 10 candidates, it would merely be a publicity stunt. Fortunately, Xu Qiang was still within the age limit, and this year he had the potential to strive for the European Golden Boy Award. The flamboyant Chelsea coach, Jose Mourinho, also shared his thoughts on Xu Qiang before a match. I know this young lad from China. He is formidable, impressive, and audacious. I admire such audacity because he possesses the credentials to be so. Mourinho's accolades significantly elevated Xu Qiang's reputation in the Premier League. Furthermore, Professor Wenger, who had previously faced Borussia Dortmund and had interactions with Xu Qiang, also expressed his admiration for the young talent. On February 28th, during the 23rd round of the Bundesliga, Borussia Dortmund faced Schalke 04 and secured a comfortable 3-0 victory. Schalke's performance in both the league and cup competitions this season had been less than optimistic, struggling with a lack of depth in their squad while juggling multiple competitions. They barely lingered around mid-table. However, Schalke's advancement to the UEFA Champions League knockout stage had brought substantial financial rewards to the club. Dortmund continued to hold the top position in the league, maintaining a 2-point lead over Bayern Munich. On March 4th, the German Cup entered its third round, with Dortmund visiting the third-tier team, Dresden. Klopp opted to rotate most of his starting lineup. The first half ended in a stalemate, but in the second half, Xu Qiang requested to be substituted in, and Klopp obliged. The Dresden fans were ecstatic to see the formidable Yellow Bees from the Bundesliga. Their fervor helped them hold Dortmund to a draw in the first half. Interestingly, when Xu Qiang was substituted, the home fans stood up and applauded him, leaving everyone puzzled, as he was not returning to Leipzig. It was only through the commentary that they understood. Xu Qiang, having emerged from the lower leagues, had become an idol for players and fans alike. Even the Dresden supporters held high expectations for him, especially after witnessing him score a hat-trick in European competitions, which filled them with pride. Some prepared fans even brought banners, proclaiming, "Xu, you are the eternal pride of the third tier." Xu Qiang, ever grateful, expressed his appreciation for the home fans' affection by contributing a brilliant assist and a goal, helping Dortmund advance effortlessly into the quarterfinals of the German Cup. Upon accomplishing the task of reaching the quarterfinals, he received the German Cup quarterfinals gift pack, which included 5 random attribute points and a chance to randomly upgrade a talent skill. The drawn item granted him injury, self-healing, 30 attribute point reduction, which was a one-time use. His talent skill was randomly upgraded from Precision Scalpel to Master Scalpel. Despite the upgrade, the skill still consumed only 1 attribute point and included a 30 success rate for an own goal, a remarkable prospect. A single pass could turn into an own goal. The functionality extended beyond mere passing, enhanced by luck and the potential for an own goal, leaving Xu Qiang astonished. The more he utilized the system, the more formidable he felt, as the newly developed features were undeniably enticing and filled with promise. On March 7th, in the 24th round of the Bundesliga, Dortmund faced the resilient Hamburg, who had recently suffered an 8-goal defeat to Bayern, but returned home with a robust style, successfully withstanding Dortmund's barrage of attacks, culminating in a 0-0 draw. Meanwhile, Bayern triumphed over Hanover with a score of 4-1, overtaking Dortmund on goal difference to ascend to the top of the league. The competition for the Bundesliga championship was intensifying, with both Bayern and Dortmund aware that any slip-up could lead to a reversal in standings. The end of February and early March marked the most congested fixture period, heavily impacting Dortmund's performance. On March 11th, Dortmund was set to host the second leg of the Champions League round of 16 at Signal Iduna Park against Italy's dominant Juventus. In a previous round, Dortmund had managed a thrilling comeback against Juventus, thanks to Xu Qiang's exceptional performance, securing 4 goals in a 4-2 victory. Returning to their home ground, the Yellow Bees were brimming with confidence, especially as they prepared to face Juventus, who were known to struggle in the intimidating atmosphere of Dortmund's home ground. The fearsome reputation of the home crowd had long been established in the football world. However, before the match commenced, tensions were already palpable, as European media had begun analyzing the second leg of the Champions League knockout stage. The earlier matches had determined several quarterfinal spots, leaving 2 remaining slots to be contested between Dortmund and Juventus, and Barcelona and Manchester City. The confirmed quarterfinalists included Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid, Paris Saint-Germain, Monaco, Porto, and Bayern Munich. Arsenal had indeed faltered, eliminated by Monaco and missing out on the quarterfinals. Bayern's match against Shakhtar Donetsk ended in a lopsided 7-0 victory, showcasing a ruthless display. Atletico Madrid advanced by eliminating Bayer Leverkusen through penalties, while Real Madrid overcame Schalke despite a home loss, thanks to their first-leg advantage. In this context, only Manchester City remained as the sole representative of the Premier League. If Manchester City were to progress, there would still be a place for the Premier League in the quarterfinals. However, if they were to be eliminated by Barcelona, the Premier League would face total annihilation. With the legendary Lionel Messi leading Barcelona, the second-leg match was sure to attract significant media attention. Nevertheless, the clash between Dortmund and Juventus was equally pivotal, albeit receiving less coverage. As the match approached, the atmosphere at Westfalenstadion was electric, with fans filling the stands and vocally supporting their team, creating a palpable pressure for the visiting Juventus squad. The players from both teams, led by the referee, entered the pitch as German television broadcasted the event live. Under the guidance of Allegri, Juventus has exhibited remarkable stability. Tonight's starting lineup has seen adjustments, with Morata, Vidal, and Evra taking the field, signaling a clear intent to attack. Following a disappointing home defeat in their opening match, Allegri is eager to strive for redemption on the road, as noted by Friss. On the other side, Dortmund has also made modifications, relegating Reyes and Xu to the bench. It appears Klopp is opting for a defensive strategy, relying on the speed of forwards Aubameyang and Immobile to counterattack, which could pose significant challenges for Juventus. I cannot help but sense some unease regarding Mr. Klopp's arrangements tonight. It seems that this lineup, while seemingly sound, might overlook the fact that Dortmund experienced 4 consecutive defeats with this very configuration. Kahn furrowed his brow, deep in thought. A sudden realization struck familiar fans. Yes, that same lineup had led to 4 straight losses, with no goals scored. No wonder it feels so familiar. Klopp, what are you up to? Perhaps Mr. Klopp has a different strategy in mind. With control over their advancement, they are not in a rush. Considering the tight schedule and planning for the players' long-term welfare, Joe tactfully attempted to lighten the mood. The television broadcast had long activated the comment section for viewers. One commenter remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Kahn's observation raises questions about Klopp's arrangements tonight. It truly induces a sense of panic. Witnessing this lineup brings back the haunting memories of those 4 consecutive defeats. Dortmund fans are understandably anxious. With such a tightly packed schedule, they cannot afford to play recklessly, even with a 2-goal lead and the advantage of away goals. After all, they are up against the Serie A giants, Juventus. One misstep could lead to disaster. We all harbor a foreboding feeling. Could Juventus stage a comeback? Fear not, for we have a formidable Xu on our bench." What a relief it is to see Xu seated among the substitutes, which certainly eases the tension. The live feed captured Xu engaged in light-hearted conversation with Reyes on the bench, which calmed the viewers. The referee, Svensson from Slovenia, blew the whistle, marking the official commencement of the match. Juventus, the first to kick off, seized control of the game's tempo. Allegri's tactical guidance and meticulous research became evident right from the start. The strategic arrangement targeting Dortmund's defensive zones, the adjustments for offensive players, and the coordinated pressing were all executed seamlessly, forming a cohesive tactical unit. Within mere minutes, Juventus effectively suppressed Dortmund's play. Pogba, commanding the midfield, executed a half-turn while in possession, finding Vidal making an overlapping run. Vidal surged forward, creating space for himself, and unleashed a shot from the edge of the penalty area. Alas, it soared over the bar. Nevertheless, this attack showcased Juventus' well-conceived strategy. Marquisio's lateral movement drew defenders away, allowing Vidal to cut inside, while Morata's diagonal run attracted Hummel's attention, thus providing Vidal with ample shooting space and a clear path. Klopp observed from the sidelines, recognizing Allegri's tactical acumen. Indeed, just 8 minutes into the match, Dortmund had yet to successfully mount a frontline attack. Juventus seized another midfield interception. Pogba, the maestro of rhythm, controlled Juventus' tempo, following a precise, over-the-top pass into the box. Morata burst between the 2 center-backs, tearing through Dortmund's defense. Weidenfeller reacted swiftly, spreading his arms and legs to broaden his defensive reach, lowering his body for the save. Morata successfully evaded the offside trap and executed a sliding shot. The ball sailed past Weidenfeller, weaving through the gap and finding the net. A goal. Juventus took the lead right from the outset. 1-0. This early strike ignited hope for the Bianconeri, who had ample time to extend their advantage. Allegri's tactics were proving successful. Though Klopp had made his own tactical adjustments, they seemed to fall short in comparison. Even while trailing, Dortmund maintained an aggregate lead. Klopp quickly sought to calm his players, urging them to remain composed, control the rhythm, and not let Juventus dictate the pace. Subsequently, Dortmund steadied themselves, resisting Juventus' tempo, and the match reached a stalemate. The formidable duo of Chiellini and Bonucci performed exceptionally, thwarting multiple attempts from Immobile and Aubameyang. These 2 stalwarts of the Italian national team seemed rejuvenated, exuding confidence, and their defense was impenetrable. Their synergy rendered many of Dortmund's attacks futile, as keen observers noted that it was not merely luck that thwarted Dortmund's efforts. It was the exceptional defending of the veteran duo. As the match approached the 29th minute, Juventus earned a corner. Pogba took the corner kick. The penalty area was crowded, bodies colliding fiercely in pursuit. Morata missed a slight touch at the near post. Pogba's powerful delivery soared into the box, where Bonucci instinctively raised his knee, redirecting the ball into the net. A goal. Juventus now led 2-0 away. Dortmund was taken aback. Juventus fans glimpsed the prospect of advancement. They were on the brink of achieving the seemingly impossible turnaround at Signal Iduna Park. The aggregate score now stood at 4-4, despite Juventus' away goal disadvantage. Their momentum suggested a path to progression. On the sidelines, Allegri restrained his excitement, celebrating briefly before urging his players to remain focused. In crucial moments, the experience of the veterans is vital for Juventus to retain a glimmer of hope for advancement. Dortmund, unprepared for Juventus' fierce display and two-goal lead, faced immense pressure. On the sidelines, Klopp felt even greater strain. He promptly instructed Reyes and Xu to warm up. It seemed this lineup was indeed faltering. Aubameyang was stifled, while Immobile floundered, lost in the fray. With the formidable duo controlling the backline, their ability to penetrate diminished significantly. Mkhitaryan, lacking the leadership quality, occasionally appeared hesitant. Kyle's assignment was to mark Pogba. Yet, how easily can one contain Pogba, the midfield maestro? Even with Klopp's pre-match tactical drills focusing on compressing the midfield and facilitating quick support, Juventus' relentless onslaught proved overwhelming. Klopp hesitated to make substitutions, clinging to a flicker of hope that his chosen lineup might redeem his reputation. Reality is often harsh and unforgiving. Just as Klopp was monitoring the situation on the pitch, hoping for a chance to equalize, Juventus launched yet another relentless offensive assault. Weidenfeller's fist deflected Morata's header. This moment sent a chill through the home crowd, applauding and cheering for Weidenfeller, who executed a splendid save. However, the crisis had yet to be averted. Outside the penalty area, the ball landed at Pogba's feet. Pogba, seizing the moment, unleashed a stunning volley. The outside of his foot struck the ball with fierce power, causing it to spin in a bewildering curve, heading straight for the top right corner of the net. Whoosh! A goal! Pogba. At that instant, he became the hero of Juventus. 3-0. Juventus achieved a remarkable turnaround. The aggregate score now stands at 4-5. They reversed the tide against Dortmund. The traveling Juventus supporters erupted in euphoria. As the first half drew to a close, Pogba, the prodigious talent from Manchester United's youth academy, showcased his worth. Scoring in both encounters against Dortmund, this particular goal was invaluable in securing the comeback. Juventus players celebrated wildly. Allegri passionately waved his arms, embracing substitute players and staff. In stark contrast, Dortmund appeared desolate. The home fans had begun to vocally express their disdain for Klopp, demanding his departure. Season ticket holders, seasoned supporters of Dortmund, had long since recognized the flaws in Klopp's lineup. Could they so quickly forget 4 consecutive defeats without a single goal? Had they truly moved on from the pain? Klopp failed to learn from past mistakes. Dortmund, possessing a strong hand before the match, played it poorly